At the age of 18, Lin Xuan was pleased to mention the dream-making reincarnation system, in which he could get a 100% real experience in the dream reincarnation, and also customize the dream words. Until one day, the female devil honors in the dream came to the door with a baby, and Lin Xuan inexplicably got a fierce and good-looking matron and a lovely daughter. Chapter 1, The Demoness of Dreams. Don't you come over here. I don't know how many times I have been choked by the dreaming female demoness at the throat of my destiny. But Lin Xuan woke up from the nightmare. Ding! The host has experienced an incomplete dream reincarnation, this time gaining 100 points. As a member of the army of travelers, Lin Xuan awakened the system after being born into this world at the age of 18. Its name was the Dream Creation Reincarnation System, and as the host Lin Xuan could transform the dreams of himself or others to a certain extent, and the ability to have a 100% authentic experience in the dream cycle. At the very beginning when he got the system, Lin Xuan could be said to have played around with it. When a chivalrous man, the 3-foot blade of the sword fights for the end of the world. When merchants and businessmen come from all directions with countless amounts of wealth and gold and silver. To be an emperor, to open up the frontier and conquer the 8 wastelands. There are more flowers than can be expanded upon in detail. It wasn't until the initial points gifted by the system were used up that Lin Xuan realized the seriousness of the matter. Before entering the dream world each time, Lin Xuan needed to use points to buy words as a way to get the best experience in the dream world. The points required for different words to be exchanged are also different. For example, the word emperor requires 5,000 points, while the word chivalry only requires 1,000 points. It is also possible to customize the dream heroine or other supporting characters. For example, in the emperor's dream, the empress's figure, appearance, and dress can be changed by purchasing words with points. The parts that are not customized are randomly generated based on dream intensity. In short, the more points you spend and the more complete your customization system is, the more enjoyable it will be. Each time a dream round is completed, points are returned, the amount of which depends on how much of the dream world has been explored. One day, Lin Xuan had a whim and spent a large number of points to purchase the words, metaphysical fantasy, genius sword cultivator, and perfect 3060 female devil, to open up a new dream world. According to the original plan, he should be the one who stood up to tame the female demon lord and become the absolute unrivaled savior. Unexpectedly, not only was the female demon sovereign's figure and appearance perfect, even her realm and battle power were equally perfect. Even though the Lin Xuan in the dream was set to be a genius sword cultivator, a one-sword like cold 19 states kind of thing, in the dream, he was still beaten by the female demon lord, even beaten out of his psyche. So there was the immediate dilemma. Not enough dream exploration to undo the dream cycle, and he would be pressed down and violently beaten by the demoness as soon as he fell asleep. It's an old sin. Looking into the brass mirror, the dark circles under his eyes were getting worse by the day and his face was haggard. Lin Xuan wanted to cry. If people saw him, they were afraid that they would laugh at him for being drained of his young energy by a female ghost. I've saved up quite a few more points, so when I purchase more powerful words, I won't be able to get you. The demoness. After an unknown number of days of torture, Lin Xuan had accumulated many more points. Now as he can only hope to turn over and be a master by constantly debuffing demoness in his dream world and patching it up like crazy. The virtual panel was presented in front of Lin Xuan's eyes. Word Mall, Advanced Metaphysical Edition. Absolutely unbeatable, priced at 999. 999. 999 plus points. I am the Emperor of Heaven. When I suppress all enemies in the world, priced at 666, 666, 6666 points. Stallion protagonist body, priced at 10,000, 000 points. It's too expensive to afford. After just sweeping a glance, Lin Xuan turned his gaze to the next level. Details of current dream cycle. You were born in a low-grade metaphysical world called Doshuan Continent. You were born with a sword body, and as soon as you were born, you attracted a heaven and earth anomaly. And the burning silence divine sword came into the world, recognizing you as its master. The first relatives of the strongest 9 great clans of the Doshuan continent are all betrothed to you. When you were 13 years old, you suffered an accident. Your roots and bones were wasted. Your cultivation was lost, and the person who started it all was a member of the Devil's Way. When you were 16, you were withdrawn from the marriage. You are not disheartened by being withdrawn from marriage, only that you are not deceived. In the same year, you discovered a secret that the root cause of your loss of cultivation was that the burning sky divine sword had drawn on your power. After drawing enough energy, the burning silence Excalibur truly merges with you. You have discovered that the burning silence Excalibur is damaged and needs to absorb the most powerful foreign fire in heaven and earth in order to be restored to its original state. Since then, you have embarked on a quest to find foreign fire. After experiencing 1,000 difficulties and dangers, you have successfully searched for 35 of the 36 types of foreign fires. The last type of foreign fire is named red dust refining heart fire. When you were 30 years old, you received information about the red dust refining heart flame, which is hidden under the forbidden divine meteor mountain range. Now that you are one of the most powerful sword cultivators in heaven and earth, the divine meteor mountain range will not be able to stop you. In the center of the divine meteor mountain range, you met a very good-looking woman. There is nothing in the past the world has never seen. Magnificent style cannot be praised. She's so beautiful, the most beautiful woman you've ever seen. No words are enough to describe her looks. You moved. She also moved to kill. All of you are aiming for the red dust refining heart flame, and there will inevitably be a fight. During the battle, you learned her identity, and it turned out that she was the demon lord of the day. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. You were defeated by her. You are both the top of the world, but there is still an insurmountable gap in the realm. You've been strangled by the throat of destiny, and your Taoist heart is broken. In your dream you suffered a great blow and your mood swings were too great. You have awakened and this dream cycle has been archived. The archive will be read automatically the next time you enter the dream world. Every time he read the dream experience, Lin Chuan felt his scalp tingle. The dream was a 100% realistic simulation, and being hit with a shattered Dao heart was a heavy blow that was worse than death. He wouldn't want to go back to sleep if he didn't still have the word mall to help him get back on his feet. Toon-chan, I'm going to customize the dreamscape supporting characters. Lin Chuan's mind moved, and another virtual panel presented itself. Currently customizable supporting characters, female demon lords. Female demon lord word, perfect 36D, cannot be deleted or changed. New words can be added. His eyes kept searching through the endless words, but naturally, he was shy and didn't have enough points, so there weren't many patches that Lin Chuan could put on the female demon Zune. High Silk, when worn, it increases your attack speed and strike at specific moments. Points required for redemption, 10 points. Being mouthed off body, as we all know, the villain is easily persuaded by the main character's great reasoning, and this body has a certain chance of letting you win by brainwashing through the mouth. Points required for redemption, 5,000 points. There is a wide array of patch phrases of all kinds. After searching around, Lin Chuan's eyes settled on a phrase. Weaknesses of the big bad. The villains are always so strong and desperate that the protagonists must find their weaknesses to have a chance at a Jedi turnaround. Redeeming this phrase will add a random weakness to the Dreamland villain. Points required for redemption, 10,000 points. That's you. Redemption. The Lin Chuan in the dream world had a qualitative gap in the realm with the female demon Zune, and no amount of effort would be able to make up for it. The word, Big Bad's weakness, will be his only chance to flip the script. Otherwise he would have to suffer an infinite number of times again, and would need to accumulate more points and exchange them for more powerful words to get out of this predicament. After the exchange was completed, Lin Chuan headed for the bed. I don't know how long it took, but sleep came and I fell asleep again. The delicate silhouette appeared in front of Lin Chuan once again. No matter how many times he looked at it, it was so stunning that he would never get tired of it. Instead of being your white moonlight, she is the most terrifying demoness in this dream world. The Devil's Dignity, One World Dignity. Chapter 2, The Big Bad's Weakness. The red dust refining heart flame has been occupied by my father. Get out. The demon lord's voice is still as cold as ever. Lin Chuan in the dream reincarnation will be affected by the reality subconscious while enjoying all the word enchantments, just not synchronized to the real world. Looking at the magnificent figure in front of you, your fear is a few points less than before. After a brief stare down, you and the demon lord fought again. During the engagement, you discovered the weakness of the demon Zune, who is confined to the center of the divine meteor mountain range, unable to leave. So you started the old 6 mode of fighting and retreating. After countless repeated horizontal jumps at the edge of the mountain range, you discovered the second form of the demon lord by chance. The demon lord became gentle all of a sudden, without his usual mania. She says, I'm sorry I couldn't control myself and made you hurt. The cold, arrogant and wildly domineering female demon lord has turned into a gentle little sheep in a single night, and you're very uncomfortable. She comes up to you, her flawless face close to yours, exhaling. You suddenly realize that the breeze smells so good. She said, let me help you heal. You subconsciously want to refuse, but she is so good-looking and so gentle that your LSP hidden attributes are stimulated, and the words of refusal are stuck in your throat. so you can't say anything. While healing, she took the initiative and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Lin Chuan. And you?" "When the world's devil honors, how illustrious, but no one knows her real name. You are curious about this too. Mozambique, good name," you blurt out. And for the first time in your life, you say something against your will. During the healing period, you talked a lot. You and Mo Sangyu became good friends and you decided to help her. Mo Sangyu said that she can only return to her normal state on the night of the Taiyin star's consummation, and that she will be the cold, arrogant, and wildly domineering demon Zun for the rest of the time. Mo Sangyu refuses your help. "Go away. You're my only friend. I don't want to hurt you." At dawn tonight, Mo Sangyu will return to his demonic posture once again. You cut to the chase. "No, I have to save you." Lin Chuan knew it was a dream. Afraid to die? Doesn't exist. Defeating the demon is a mandatory way for you to complete your dream rounds and earn rewards. What you don't know is that your gesture of looking at death as if you were at home is deeply imprinted in Mo Sanyu's heart at this moment. In Mo Sanyu's life, there has never been a person so determined to choose her. Simply she thinks that your bond is beyond life and death. The red dust refining fire is the only opportunity. With your perseverance, Mo Sangyu told you the secret of defeating the demon lord. You look her in the eye and say, "Wait for me." Mo Sangyu cried, pathetically. "Mother Single, so far you are captured and determined to save her. And if you can, you want to marry her. When the night is over, the devil descends. I'll break you into pieces." The same appearance. Temperament is 10,000 different. A red dress of the Devil Zun is far more cold and ferocious than Mo Sangyu. You are in deep thought. Are they the same person or not? At this moment, you recall the legend about the red dust refining heart flame. The red dust refines the heart and is at peace. The heart refines the red dust and is at peace. The only way to break the taboo of the ancient times and touch a higher realm is to cross the heart tribulation. No one knows where the heart robbery comes from. Perhaps the demonic father has already sensed something. The demon venerable is invincible in the world, but he is limited by the broken heaven and earth and has never been able to break through to the higher realms of the ancient times. It is not the divine meteor mountain range or even the red dust refining heart flame that can restrict the demon dignity, but the demon dignity itself. You have a steep realization. Mo Sangyu, is the devil's heart robbed by the devil? Die. The demon lord's icy voice pulls you back from your thoughts. You're back inside the security line again. The red dust refining fire is the only chance. Remembering Mo Sanyu's words, you decided to take the tiger's mouth and snatch the red dust refining heart flame from the demon lord's hands. Come here. You, who is known as the contemporary sword god, used the most middle-of-the-road method of seduction and raised your middle finger to the demon lord. A method that worked unexpectedly. The demon lord went berserk. Taking advantage of the moment she lost her concentration, you sacrificed your lifespan and united your human sword, reaching straight to the extreme speed of heaven and earth. Running towards the red dust refining heart flame, you managed to come to the red dust refining fire. At the moment of contact with the red dust refining heart flame, a change occurred. The red dust refining heart flame merged with your soul at that moment, and you, like the demon Zun, will no longer be able to leave the center of the divine meteor mountain range. Put. The devil's hand runs through your chest. She pulled your heart out in front of your face and slowly clenched it with 5 fingers. No, no. At the moment when the heart was about to be crushed, another voice appeared. It was Mo Sanyu's consciousness that awakened. The demon lord is in a state of struggle. Taking this opportunity, you exhaust your life's work to seal the demon lord. Given the gap in realms, this seal can only last for 3 days. In 3 days, it may be the time of your death. You're in a daze. What should I do? Your gaze falls on the red dust refining heart flame, and there are 4 balls of soul energy in the flame. The blood-red soul energy is the most glorious and radiant. That represents the demon sovereign, followed by a ball of cyan energy that represents you as the sword god. The third is the energy of yellow, representing you who see color and are in love with Mo Sangyu. And finally, the watery blue energy, representing the gentlest Mo Sangyu in the world. Perhaps only if the 3 masses of soul energy are merged into one will they have the qualifications to fight against the demon lord. Perhaps this is the only opportunity. And the result of this is that in the event of failure, you will completely go up in smoke. Lin Chuan subconsciously thought about how to get out of the dream cycle. In the dream world, he also really wanted to save Mo Sangyu. With the confluence of the 2 realizations, the results speak for themselves. You resolutely chose to fuse soul energies, vowing to fulfill your pact with Mo Sangyu. You sacrificed all, and the 3 masses of energy merged into one. The sealed demon lord opened her eyes. No, Now she is not the cold and arrogant demon lord, but the gentlest Sanyu in the world. Mo Sanyu is in tears. She looks at you. Pearly, I feel sorry for her. Why are you doing this? You'll die. She jumps into your arms, pounding her pink fists on your chest, tears staining your lapels. You've obviously only known each other for a day, but it's like you've been in love with each other your whole life. And it's a wonderful feeling that sinks in with you. I told you I'd save you, with a beautiful woman in your arms. At this moment you feel that life and death are no longer so important. You and Mo Sanyu look at each other with deep affection. In Mo Sanyu's heart, your love for her has transcended life and death, and time doesn't matter. You kissed each other. The fire burns your clothes to the ground. Mo Sanyu, watery tenderness. Chapter 3, striking at her weaknesses. So this is the demon's weakness? The fire fades to the outside of the body, and all is lost. The weakness of the demon lord is obvious. She is Mo Sanyu. The three masses of soul energy mingle and become one. And the stronger Mo Sanyu's feelings for you, the more control he will have over the body of the demon lord. The red dust refines the heart, and the heart refines the red dust. One heart transforms all hearts, and the heart reflects the red dust. Husband, love me. Mo Sanyu's snow-white arms encircle your neck as you hold each other tightly, feeling each other's warmest places. Sanyu, at the height of his love, Lin Chuan woke up. A dream is over again. In the real world, a person can only sleep for so long, even if the time of the dream cycle is completely different from the real time flow, but it still takes up a lot of time to end a full dream cycle. Ding! The host has experienced an incomplete dream reincarnation, this time gaining 10,000 points. It seems that the dream world is still not explored enough. How the hell are we going to get rid of the demoness? The intensity of this dream cycle was extremely high. If all of them were completed, the reward would definitely be more than 10,000 points. Lin Chuan couldn't help but have a big headache. When he entered the dream world again, he wouldn't be strangled to death by a female demon, would he? Never mind. Go change your pants first. The lingering dream made Lin Chuan how not to let go. Nah, this time it was really enough sleep, and it was hard to fall asleep even when I forced myself to lie down. Green Bud, go fetch a basin of water and bring it to my room. Lin Chuan shouted towards the outside. The real-world Lin Chuan is the son of a local merchant of considerable reputation, and since crossing over, he has lived a rich life with no worries about food and clothing, but his parents died when he was very young. The one who brought him up was his eldest sister, Lin Yang Yang. Family business is also all sister Lin Yang Yang in the management. Therefore Lin Chuan did not have any pressure, and since awakening to the dream-creating reincarnation system, he did not leave the door, and researched daily. A 100% authentic experience with customizable supporting characters, each with their own distinctive phrases, plus a self-contained random plot. Such dreams can be much happier than reality. Not long after, the maid Green Bud brought a basin of warm water. Lin Chuan used a towel to wipe his body clean before changing into a clean set of clothes, while his old clothes were taken away by Green Bud and sent to the laundry. Am I too deeply affected by the dream? Witnessing Green Bud leaving, Lin Chuan rubbed his eyes. Before he had thought Green Bud was a little beauty with a clear brow, but compared to the Mo Sanyu in the dream, it was really dim. Obviously just a dream. Mo Sanyu's figure was clearly imprinted in his mind. It should be that this dream cycle lasted too long and being repeatedly tortured by that demoness that caused me to become delirious. Lin Chuan reassured himself in his mind. Leave the room and come into the lobby of the mansion. Lin Chuan's sister, Lin Yang Yang, was discussing something with the escort leader of the merchant caravan under her command. Yo, Chuan's here. Seeing Lin Chuan, Lin Yang Yang was slightly surprised. She had rarely seen her brother eat on time all these years. At first, she thought her brother was possessed by a ghost, and she even spent a lot of money on a Taoist priest to perform a few spells, which did not help. The famous grooms in the city also came to do a checkup and couldn't find anything. Greetings, young master. The head of the guards, Zhao Wuan, bowed and saluted. Sister, Uncle Wrecker. Lin Chuan smiled and gestured. Seeing as you guys don't look too good, what are you discussing? Lin Yang Yang is in his prime and has made his business a success. It just so happened that Lin Chuan didn't like human affairs, so he didn't get too involved in the family's business. Something weird has been going on lately. Lin Yang Yang back, nearby counties and cities and many merchants have accidents. Subordinate merchant fleet disappeared out of thin air. No traces have been left. So weird? Lin Chuan was surprised. The officials have checked so many times and couldn't find any traces. Uncle Quang and I suspect that it's a demon, Lin Yang Yang said with a straight face. Lin Chuan's knowledge of this world was shallow. He's never been out of the county. Not to mention cultivators and demons. He hadn't even seen a few decent martial artists. But Lin Chuan was convinced of the existence of demons. He had read the records in the books that this world was far bigger than the earth where he was in his previous life, and that the Yushui county he was in was just a small place in the Northern Yin dynasty. And there are countless forces in this world that are greater than the Northern Yin dynasty. Demons and monsters and whatnot are not surprising. It was just that Lin Chuan was too lazy to pursue it. He couldn't even access the cultivation pathway. Stepping into that realm was no different than sending him to his death. Maybe it's really a demon. Sister, Uncle Wrecker, you must be careful. Lin Chuan couldn't possibly interfere with the family business because of this, and could only give a few more instructions. I'm not afraid of demons. Lin Yangyang smiled. If there really is a demon present, the capable people who cut down the demons will also appear. Zhao echoed. Young master need not worry. If demons had the ability to wreak havoc, the world would have been in chaos long ago. The small and petty people only dare to do something like stealing chickens and dogs. As the head of the Lin family's guards, Zhao Wuan has superior force, with the ability to defeat 10 with 1, and has made great achievements for the Lin family, and is the sworn brother of Lin's father. Even Lin Yangyang had a lot of respect for him. Uncle Wrecker is right. Lin Chuan nodded his head and didn't think much about it. After dinner, Lin Chuan came to the street for a walk, and the storyteller in the tea house seemed to be telling stories about demons. Adults and children sat around the table and listened with great interest. Lin Chuan listened for a while and felt that it was not as interesting as Chatty Zi. So he left. It was late at night, and sleepiness set in. Lin Chuan's mind floated back to Mo Sanyu's figure, and actually wanted to return to that warm night with some urgency. In a daze, once again, I entered the dream cycle. After that night, you and Mo Sanyu embraced each other and slept together. And as a sword god you had someone you truly wanted to protect. When you woke up again, Mo Sanyu left. A faint scent fills the air. It hasn't been long since she left, and you can't perceive any fluctuations belonging to her. The red dust refining heart flame is thoroughly integrated with you. This is her gift to you. The burning silence Excalibur has also completed its final evolution. You have stepped into a new realm and become the most powerful sword god since the ancient times. But your sword has an Achilles heel, because your heart is trapped. Defeating the demon lord and retrieving Mo Sanyu has become the obsession of your heart. You want to strike a higher realm, trying to break the shackles formed by the decline of heaven and earth. You are an enemy of the heavenly Tao in this world. I am invincible on earth. If I don't fight with heaven, who will I fight with? You lost the battle. Knowing that there is no hope for a breakthrough, you have given your life's learning to the swordsmen of the world. May all sincere swordsmen in the world open the gates of heaven with their swords. On that day, the figure of the white-clad sword god shook the world, or heaven's providence. After you spent your entire life's cultivation to hand out that sword, the wish power of the world's swordsman really helped you break the shackles of heaven and earth. At the end of your life, you step into the untouchable realm of this age. You also have only 3 days left to live. You have finally sensed the presence of the demon lord, the devil red dust and refined heart. Chapter 4 End of the first reincarnation. You managed to find the demon lord. Why did you leave me without even saying goodbye? Looking into her stunning phoenix eyes, you ask word for word. She's dead. The one who responded to you was not Mo Sanyu, but a red-clothed demon lord. You redden your eyes and roar. No way. Demon Venerable's face was cold. If she doesn't die, it's you who will die. It turns out that after that night, Mo Sanyu still failed to overcome the demonic personality, and after regaining control of his body, the demon was unable to come to terms with what happened that night. The enraged demon lord is going to kill you. In order to save you, Mo Sanyu promised to completely fuse with the demon lord and never appear again. You said you were going to save her, and in the end she saved you. You've only met twice, but you've managed to lay down your lives for each other. Ask what love is in the world, and you'll be taught to live and die in love. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Come and fight. The Devil Zun, who was born with perfect talent and a flawless Tao body, broke the shackles of the age before you and stepped into the realm that should be untouchable. Naija wants to break the boundary and ascend, but it takes 2 people to do so. The demon lord is going to use your power to accomplish this feat of reversing the times. Will she ever come back? Lin Chuan had a premonition that after this battle, this dream realm reincarnation might be over. He looked forward to seeing Mo Sanyu again. Maybe. The flash of despair in the eyes of the demon lord is captured by you. This is not the demon lord you know. The previous demon lord would never show this kind of look. No. You seem to have thought of something. The demon lord and Mo Sanyu have never been one person, and the 2 souls carried by the same body are destined to merge. The magnificent figure in front of you can be the demon lord or Mo Sungyu. This is the real her. The only way you'll really get her is if the complete her recognizes you. Lin Xuan suddenly had some regrets about adding a perfect persona to Demon Honor. So much so that the dream is completely captivated and the emotional impact on him expands gradually. And this time he really has to step up to the plate. You are willing to give up the supreme realm that the world has been striving for all your life in exchange for 3 days of time to find her. This honored one is very pleased. The demon lord looks at you with an additional emotion in his eyes that he has never seen before. If you can't get through, I'll do it for you. You look at the demon lord as firmly as you did that day when you said you would save her. You had a battle for the ages. That battle was fought in the darkness of heaven and earth, and all the paths trembled. You, whose lifespan is short, have finally lost. At the same time, you felt a stirring from your bloodline. Your gaze pierced through space and found the source of the bloodline stirring, which was a little girl. You can't see the girl's face, but it's doubly intimate. The little girl holds a wooden sword in her hand and looks like burning silence. She's your daughter. Put. The demonic father's palm passes through your chest again. Without a trace of pain on your face, you stepped forward, letting your jade arm go through your heart to the end. You hugged her tightly, and in the incredulous eyes of the demon lord, you kissed her. The devil's honor is like being frozen in time, not resisting. Your life is coming to an end. You fell into the arms of the demon lord and handed over the burning silence Excalibur to her. The demon lord shed a tear. In a blur, you see the red dress fading again into a blue fairy dress. This dream cycle is over and you are awake. Lin Xuan awoke from his dream and slowly opened his eyes. The pillow had long been wet. Cam. What an afterburner. This dream reincarnation lasted too long, causing Lin Xuan to be unable to return to his senses for a long time. Good thing it's over. Next time, no more dreams like that. In the depths of love, the feelings in the dream will make the real world fluctuate for him to feel, whether it be joy or sadness. Ding! The host has completed a complete dream reincarnation, this time gaining 100,000 points. Given that the intensity of this dream world is up to standard, the host is entitled to one additional reward. Please choose 2 of the following rewards to receive. Reward 1, Burning Silence Sword Technique. Reward 2, Red Dust Refining Fire. Reward 3, 1 White Sword Gaudy Dream Reincarnation Reflection Card. The holographic virtual image floated in front of Lin Xuan's eyes. They were all things that Lin Xuan had experienced in his dream reincarnation. And this feature? Lin Xuan was surprised. Previously he had reincarnated many times in the dream world for purely spiritual enjoyment without any reality returning. And now the system was telling him that he could bring dream rewards into reality? The ultimate reason is that the previous dream world was not strong enough. Lin Xuan looked at the reward in front of him. The Burning Silence Sword Technique was a sword manual that was created by the hand of the man who was the sword god in the dream world. This reward is definitely an option. Lin Xuan reached out and touched it, and the illusory sword manual gradually solidified and fell into his hands. The Burning Silence Sword Spectrum consists of 36 stances. Each stance required the fusion of a type of foreign fire in order to unleash its strongest power. Lin Xuan didn't know if there were any foreign fires in this world. It would be better if there were. Even if there weren't, the basic sword style of the Burning Silence Sword Technique wouldn't be too weak. At least it would allow him to embark on the path of cultivation and not be as bewildered as he was now. This is certainly of the utmost importance. What's the second reward pick? After choosing his sword skill, Lin Xuan was in a tangle. The red dust refining heart flame combined with the Burning Silence Sword Technique was capable of exerting extreme battle power, but cultivating to that realm might take a long time. A dream is a dream after all. The Lin Xuan of the real world wasn't born with a sword body and didn't have the Burning Silence Divine Sword, and his cultivation talent was yet to be known. If one could not subdue the red dust refining heart flame, the reward would be wasted. In contrast, the Dream Wheel Reflection card is an instant battle cry. Lin Xuan's gaze landed on this equal height card with a painting printed on it. White clothes with a sword, standing proudly in the world. It's awesome. Lin Xuan was all handsome by himself on the card. That kind of aura can be a world away from your real-world self. By extracting this card, he would be able to obtain the power of the White Sword God in the dream world, which could last for 1 hour. After further consideration, Lin Xuan still chose the Dream Reincarnation Reflection card. The news of the demon scourge in the county was vaguely disturbing to him, and with this card, he had the ability to save his life. As long as the life is still there, everything else can be obtained again with the help of the system. The heavens and the earth are vast. In the middle of the ancient forest, electricity flashed and thundered. The void was torn open and a blue-skirted woman holding a little girl walked out of the spatial rift. Mother, is he really here? Father? The little girl carved in powder looked up at her beautiful mother, her big eyes full of expectation. For sure my mother won't miscalculate. The blue-skirted woman laughed confidently. But, mother said the same thing last time. The little girl beamed. The blue-skirted woman paused. This time is different. For my mother has felt father's breath. Dreams feel it too, don't they? Mo sang yu lin ru mang, manga style. Chapter 5, The Demoness Who Came to Reality. The woman in the blue dress was none other than Mo Sanyu. In order to find her husband's reincarnated body, she pursued the guidance of the Great Tao and ascended from the Doshuan continent to this world. In the Do-Xian continent, she was the unrivaled demon lord. Here, she still counted as strong, but not the strongest. By feeling the completeness of the rules of heaven and earth, Mo Sanyu knew that there were still quite a few existences in this world that were more powerful than her. But she was confident. As long as she was given enough time, she would be able to reach the top in this world as well. Finding her husband was not easy, and the only way to pinpoint her husband's reincarnation was to keep getting stronger. Rumble! A loud noise in the mountains interrupted Mo Sanyu's thoughts. Who are the visitors? How dare you invade the Cloud Dream ancient forest? Leave quickly! A voice like a torrent of thunder exploded in the ancient forest, and 4 huge figures came galloping in from the southeast, northwest, and north. To the east is a fierce tiger with wings on its back and a golden forehead. To the west was a giant ape, carrying a huge log on its shoulders, its eyes red. To the north is a boa constrictor with 3 heads, densely covered with purple scales. To the south is a large bird with a black pearl in its mouth, bathed in fire. This is the Yunmeng ancient forest 4 beasts, occupying the land here as king, ordering all the beasts, all the living beings near the ancient forest dare not from. Looking at the blue-skirted woman in front of them, the 4 ferocious beast kings, however, surrounded but did not attack, not daring to move. Mother, what kind of animals are they? It's so ugly looking. A milky voice rang out, breaking the stony atmosphere. Meng, close your eyes and count to 3. For mother to make these ugly monsters go away. Okay? Mo Sanyu dotingly touched her daughter's head. Good. The moment her daughter Lin Rumun closed her eyes, Mo Sanyu's blue dress transformed into red and her breath became extremely cold. A terrifying pressure descended steeply. The 4 ferocious beast kings' faces changed drastically, and in an instant, they transformed into human form. Their knees then softened and they fell to the ground with a thud. 3, 2, 1. 3 count 2. When little Ru Meng opened her eyes again, the 4 ugly beasts were gone, replaced by 2 weird uncles and 2 pretty aunts. Wow! The ugly animal is really gone, eh? Mother is so great! Little Ru Meng cheered. It's all because of the good number of dreams. Mo Sanyu smiled gently and then looked at the 4 ferocious beast kings. This is called the Cloud Dream Ancient Forest, right? Yes. The 4 ferocious beast kings were drenched in cold sweat and buried their heads extremely low. From now on, the Cloud Dream Ancient Forest will be my father's territory. Do you have any objections? Mo Sanyu thought that he should have a home when he first arrived. When my husband comes back in the future, he'll need a place to sleep. Besides, she and her husband hadn't even officially gotten married yet. And the scenery of the Cloud Dream Ancient Forest was nice, so she took it as her dowry. The golden-winged tiger pays his respects to the lord. Red ape pays his respects to his lord. The 3-headed serpent pays homage to his lord. The black flame sparrow pays his respects to the lord. The 4 ferocious beast kings didn't have any hesitation and immediately kowtowed in submission. This mysterious human woman standing in front of them was too much stronger than them. If you refuse, you will surely die a horrible death. Give me a copy of the information on the Cloud Dream Ancient Forest. Mo Sanyu was a generation of honored masters in Doshuan continent, and managing a small force is naturally easy. The 4 great fierce beast kings served up detailed information about their respective territories. This world was called the 9 Phases Realm, vast and boundless, divided into 9 major domains. Each of the 9 domains contains thousands of states. The Cloud Dream Ancient Forest belonged to one of the small continent's blessed treasures. This small continent was called Qingyun State because the Supreme Realm cultivator had once walked out of this place with the name of Supreme Qingyun, hence the name Qingyun State. Supreme Realm? Mo Sanyu estimated that his current realm was equivalent to the Supreme Realm, and that he should be able to go further after completely transforming the rules of heaven and earth. It's not a good thing that the earth is too big. Where should I go to find my husband's reincarnated body? After gradually adapting to the rules of heaven and earth, Mo Sanyu became more and more certain that her husband Lin Chuan's reincarnation was in this world. It's just that she was never able to pinpoint her husband's exact location. Mother, when are we going to find Daddy? Little Ru Meng tilted her head, opening her mouth to say Daddy. closing her mouth to say daddy, full of expectation. The corners of the four great murderer kings' mouths twitched. Dad? Just what kind of divine figure could subdue such a powerful woman? What's so annoying is that the other guy just took his pants off and ran away? Even with the eyes of the demon race, the human woman in front of them was extremely beautiful. The Tao rhythm was muddled with genius, as if she was created in heaven, perfect to the extreme. This heavenly fairy-like figure is willing to give birth to children for that man and search for him with great pains. Looks like that one is an even worse lord to mess with. Mo Sanyu picked her daughter up. Meng, don't be anxious. When I calculate a fortune for my mother, you'll be able to see your father. Within the Qingyun prefecture, the human and demon races coexisted. The leader of the demonic forces was the Cloud Dream Ancient Forest. The human forces, on the other hand, were dominated by the three major imperial dynasties of Great Yan, Great Qi, and Nanzhao. The two sides have been at peace with each other for many years. You four, help this honored one do something. Mo Sanyu decided to use the most primitive search method first. At your lord's command, you guys go to the human realm and help me find someone named Lin Xuan. As you wish. The four great fierce beast kings kept this name in mind. In their minds, this was a man of God. My lord has a question. The golden-winged tiger king said bitterly. I'm afraid there are 18,000 people named Lin Xuan in the human realm of Qingyun state. Do you have any other clues? Nope. Mo Sanyu shook his head. She wasn't even sure if her husband's reincarnated body was still called Lin Xuan in this world. Probably changed to another name a long time ago. This method of searching is also forced to find. Find all happy. Cannot be found is not a big deal. When she was fully adapted to fusing the rules of heaven and earth of the 9 phases realm, she should be able to pinpoint her husband's reincarnation. Yes, the four ferocious beast kings didn't dare to disobey and led the order to leave. Great Yan Dynasty, Yushui County. Lin Xuan, who had completed the dream reincarnation, was delighted to receive the burning silence sword technique. After letting the maid boil a bowl of 10 perfect soup to replenish his body, he couldn't wait to start practicing the burning silence sword technique, and the process was smoother than expected. In just half a quarter of an hour, he managed to draw chi into his body and formally set foot on the path of cultivation. Am I really a genius? Lin Xuan was ecstatic. The sword technique created in his dream actually fit this well with him in reality as well. According to the book, even the lowest level cultivator is enough to match the most powerful group of martial artists in Yushui County without being close to them. That is to say, the current me already has the capital to fight against Uncle Zhao Rik. Zhao Wuan is the most powerful martial artist of their Lin clan's merchant house, serving as the head of the guards, and his martial arts skills are ranked high in Yushui County. Uncle Kuei's 20 years of kung fu can be rivaled by just half a quarter of an hour of drawing chi into the body? Lin Xuan still didn't have a bottom in his heart. I will not know my own true strength until Uncle Zhao W's return and I have sparred with him. In addition, one had to figure out the cultivation realm of this world as soon as possible. Young master. It's not good, young master. Just as Lin Xuan was practicing vigorously, the voice of the maid, Green Bud, came from outside the courtyard in a hurry, not caring about etiquette, stumbling and breaking in. Yes, Green Sprout? Lin Xuan asked. Green Sprout was pale and couldn't catch her breath. Young master. Something big has happened. Miss wants you to go over immediately. Zhao. Chief Zhao is dead. The body has just been brought back by the people from the Yamen. Chapter 6 The Second Dream Reincarnation. What? Lin Xuan was shocked. Uncle Wrecker is dead? Just die? He had just wanted to spar with Uncle Zhao W. And the other party was dead? Thinking of the demonic matter that Uncle Wrecker discussed with his sister the other day, could it be that demons are at work? It's the Lin family's turn? Go, take me there. Lin Xuan didn't dare to slow down and grabbed the door. Within a short time, he arrived at the entrance of the Yushui County office. Zhao Wuan's body was laid out on the street outside the courthouse in an extremely miserable state of death. With his body dried up and not a bit of blood left, there were 7 or 8 other people who died in the same manner as Zhao Wuan. All of them were the good guards of the Lin clan's merchant bank. Lin Yangyang stood in front of the crowd, looking sad. Sis, what happened? Lin Xuan's mood was inevitably lost. Since the day he was born, Uncle Quan was the Lin family's guard, and he was born to die for the Lin family. His parents died early, and Uncle Wrecker was the closest person to him besides his sister. It's certain that it's a demonic haunt without a doubt. Lin Yangyang sighed. Yamen constable has already examined the corpse. There is no trauma on the body of Uncle Wuan, and there are no traces of any fight at the scene of the incident. Aside from demonic hauntings, there is no one in the whole of Yushui County who can make Uncle Wrecker die unopposed. Traveled for many years, Lin Yangyang has seen many strange people and strange things. Mentioning demons, but a burst of powerlessness. It wasn't even something that mortals could fight against. Why does this demon specialize in merchant houses? Lin Chuan asked. Demons have thousands of different habits. And unlike people, most demons are not bound by moral rules. Demons act more in accordance with their nature. There are demons that are murderous. There are demons that like to eat children. There are demons that are kind and helpful by nature. And naturally there are demons that prefer treasure. Lin Yangyang obviously knew something about demons. Lin Chuan brightened up. It seemed that the merchant houses around Yushui County were all being targeted by the money-loving demons. Sister, the merchant bank's business to the other counties will stop for now. Lin Chuan has only just come into contact with cultivation, and does not dare to say that he will avenge Zhao Wan, and it will not be too late to take revenge when he is cultivated to a certain realm. I'm afraid I can't stop. Lin Yangyang shook his head. Lin Chuan was puzzled. Why? Lin Yangi smiled bitterly. Chuaner, when you are in the jungle, you can't help it. When you stand in a certain position, there are some things that can't be done by you. The people at the county office want Lin's trading firm to be the bait? Lin Chuan wasn't stupid and guessed it right away. Nice. Lin Yangyang nodded. Lin's merchant bank can be based on, and monopolize the many big businesses in Yushui County. Without the support of the government, we have enjoyed so much profit, and we should be held accountable. But you don't have to worry too much. With the demon remover around, nothing big can happen. The last sentence was more of a comforting one, even if in the end the demon remover can cut down the demon. Lin Yangyang, who is the bait, can hardly have a good ending when facing the demon. I know. Lin Chuan knows his sister's temperament, and it is useless to persuade her. Not to mention the fact that the current them did not have the qualifications to fight against the government unless he used the power of the dream reincarnation reflection. After asking his sister for the exact time of action, Lin Chuan returned to the Lin mansion. The appearance of the demon and the tragic death of Uncle Wrecker had given Lin Chuan a new goal. He longed to become stronger and didn't want to be as powerless as he was today. I need more power from the dream reincarnation. Not to be invincible in the world, but at least to guard my loved ones in peace. From the perfect female demoness, S-Dream, he gained 100,000 points. Enough for him to buy new words to start a whole new dream cycle. An ordinary dream reincarnation shouldn't be qualified to mirror the rewards into reality. It has to be at least a low metaphysical level. The perfect female demonizer was the first metaphysical dream Lin Chuan experienced. The purchase of the words before and after had cost more than 100,000 points. And he had nearly trapped himself in the dream reincarnation and couldn't get out. He didn't want to go through that again. And there were certain phrases that had to be used with caution. Virtual panel presentation. Lin Chuan began to shop for new words. First of all, low-level metaphysical world belonged to the required words and cost 50,000 points. Next is supporting characterization. Having suffered too much from the perfect female demoness last time, Lin Chuan learned the hard way this time and purchased a green plum phrase. Additional phrases are crush, unrelenting, girl genius, and the main one is a cool template. Then he portrayed a second supporting character. In the perfect female demoness dream world, it's too tiring to fight alone. So I have to find a best friend to help this time. Additional words for life and death. Lin Chuan's word for himself, on the other hand, was children of the world. At this point, all 100,000 points had been spent. All other elements that are randomly generated in the dream world. Lin Chuan lay down on his bed and quickly fell into a dream. Coming to another world in a daze. Dream reincarnation opens. In the 10th year of the Chang'an calendar, you were born. Your father, Lin Wuji, was the renowned king of Jinan of the Great Liang dynasty, and your mother, Bai Susu, was the only female sword goddess in the world. As the only son of the Jinan royal family, you are highly favored. You have a green plum. She is the daughter of the first strategist of your Jinan army, and the world says you are a match made in heaven. You are the Jinan king's son, and she has long been internally designated as the son's consort. The young you don't want to marry young, and you are even less interested in leading the army in battle. You just want to be a wanderer and a free man. In the 20th year of the Chang'an calendar, your mother Bai Susu died. The fall of the world's first female sword god shook the world. Everyone knows that it was the current emperor who was jealous of the Jinan king and designed to kill your mother. You cried out for your father, the king of Jinan, to send troops to the north, so that he could use the 300,000 iron horsemen of the southern border to step on the palace of the dog emperor and avenge your mother's death. War and turmoil. The people are the ones who suffer. And then there are foreign enemies around. The king of Jinan is unwilling to rebel. You cried. I want to learn martial arts. I want to avenge my mother myself. On that day, your little Qingmei saw you crying and felt very distressed, and since then, she began to study the art of scheming painstakingly. All the arts of the 100 schools of thought have been learned by your little Qingmei. Can your martial arts qualification is mediocre? Good in the Jinnan King power. Let all kinds of experts one after another to help you, so that you off the bone. In the 28th year of the Chang'an calendar, you came of age and decided to follow the example of your mother when you were young and traveled the rivers and lakes for 3 years. On the day you left, little Qingmei personally saw you off. She said, when you return, I will give you the best gift of all. You say, thank you. Looking at the red-eyed little Qingmei, for the first time in your debauchery, you have the emotion of heartache. On the way to traveling to Jianghu, you experienced many things you had never experienced before, and saw another world under the sunlight. You see the suffering of people's livelihoods, the displaced refugees, the veterans who have broken their legs and feet in the war, the wives and children who have no one to take care of them. At one point, you understood your father. He is not only your father, a husband, but a king honored by countless people. Understanding is understanding, but your heart to avenge your mother's death has never weakened a bit. You swore in your heart that sooner or later you would kill that dog emperor. On that day, you met a young man by the lake who was also cursing the dog emperor, a blind man carrying a wooden sword. Yun Zi, childhood friend. Chapter 7, It's cold. Put on a yellow robe. A blind man practicing with a sword? How dare you scold the emperor? You're self-consciously funny, off the cuff, rude and uneducated. The blind teenager stands proudly, disdainful of what you have to say. You did not take offense at the blind man's words, for he was the first person you met who dared to curse the emperor. You feel a connection with him. Shall we have a match? The blind man offered to fight you with a sword, and he said, you may insult me, but you are not allowed to insult my sword. You laugh. Even though your martial arts qualifications are mediocre, you have been enlightened by various martial arts masters, and you are burdened with the power of the 3 religions, so you are by no means comparable to ordinary people. Come. You still agreed to the blind man's request. You guys had a match. The blind man lost, and lost badly, because he knows absolutely nothing about swordsmanship and only knows one move of drawing and chopping. How about I teach you some great swordplay? But you still appreciate the blind man. In your eyes, the body wealth, martial arts power are not important. Dare to scold the emperor is the true nature. Fancy, not learning. The blind man rejected you. He said, my sword drawing chop is the most powerful. Killing and checking the enemy with just one sword. It's hopeless. You think it's funny and are ready to leave. Wait. The blind man calls out to you and says again, you may insult me, but you are not allowed to insult my sword. Go kill the dog emperor with a sword if you can. You scoff. You argued a bit. He said he wanted to prove himself, and eventually you decided to travel the Jianghu together, and you weren't averse to becoming friends with this man who dared to call the dog emperor. On your travels, you looked at women's long legs together, stole groundnuts together, and fought bandits together. Your personalities fit well together. You and the blind man became close friends. While passing through the county town, the blind man said, we have robbed so much money. Why don't we go to the best restaurant in the county town and have a big meal? Yeah. In fact, you are not interested in restaurant meals. After all, that is your home cooking in the royal palace. You prefer the atmosphere of the rivers and lakes and the marketplace. When you came to the county, you saw a bunch of people bullying a woman. The blind man, accustomed to chivalry and righteousness, could not see this kind of thing and came to his aid, only to be violently beaten up. You stepped in and saved them. After saving the woman and fighting off the group, you and the blind man went to the largest restaurant in the county to eat. The food is served. You feast on it, and your bellies are full. When you were going downstairs, a man stopped your way, and judging by his dress, he was a rich boy, but blind and unable to see. A teasing smile appeared on that rich boy's face when he saw you guys in your shabby clothes. The rich boy said, 2 young warriors, just now outside the restaurant to see you two righteousness. In my heart respect, want to make friends with you too. The blind man waved his hand. It's all trivial. You don't say a word and pretend you don't understand. The rich boy added, 2 young warriors. I have heard that group of people are the family slaves of the county governor. So you should be careful. The blind man sneers. Chao Bei, the county governor of Jiangnan? The rich boy asks. Is the young warrior not afraid? Why fear? The blind man once again assumed that proud stance. The most disgusting dog official under the dog emperor is this Chao Bei. The rich boy froze for a moment at first, and the teasing smile on his face became heavier. Then what do you think of Chao Shaoquan, the son of the governor of Jiangnan? Chao Bei is a disgusting dog official, and Chao Shaoquan is even more of. The blind man breaks into a fit of rage, silently observing you recognize the identity of the rich boy in front of you. It is the son of Jiangnan County Governor Chao Shaoquan. The blind man mouthed that in the. You are lamenting in your heart that it is a miracle that the blind man has survived this long. That night, after you left the county, you were pursued. You strike again, finish off the assassin, and tell the blind man the truth about what happened during the day. I'm not sorry, the blind man said. If I had to do it again, I would still do it. You've never seen anyone more stubborn than a blind man. No wonder you dare to scold the emperor. In the 31st year of the Chang'an calendar, you ended your 3-year-long Jianghu travels, and you said goodbye to the blind man and left. The blind man said, I know I'm no match for you now, and thanks for your protection along the way. I owe you my life. You quip, not one life, but many. The blind man looked extremely serious and said back, then there will be many strips, and if I can't pay them all back in this life, I will definitely pay you back in the next life. In another life? Lin Chuan subconsciously didn't care about this at all. When this dream cycle is over, everything will naturally dissipate. You laugh. In another life, when you return to the southern border, your little Qingmei personally came to greet you. In 3 years, she has become one of the best strategists in the Jinnan army, and the only female strategist in the Jinnan army. You think of your mother. At first your mother Bai Susu was known as the world's first female sword goddess, and assisted your father to become the famous Jinnan king of the Great Liang. The path of the little green plum and the path your mother traveled may seem different, but they have something in common. After 3 years, you see your father again. He has aged a lot. Obviously only 3 years have passed, but his ink hair is already white. You've gotten away with it for 3 years, but you don't know what father went through during those 3 years. Lin Wuji said, Chuaner, my father is useless. Your mother's revenge will have to be avenged by yourself. You can't believe that the powerful king of the dynasty who has made an unparalleled achievement, the Iron Blood Butcher who was feared by the world would say such a thing. Lin Wu Di, you have found a new master. The new master's name is Li Changying. Was once the world's first sword, created 22 swords. A hand of swordplay makes out of this world. You learned a lot from the old sword god, Li Changying. Your martial arts cultivation has succeeded in the Grandmaster realm. In the 33rd year of the Chang'an calendar, your father, Lin Wuji, died. When the mighty king of Jinan fell ill and died, the news spread all over the world. The southern border was in turmoil, and so was the world. As a son, you have become the new king of Jinan according to the mechanism of hereditary recklessness. But there are not a few people from the old division of the king of Jinan who do not obey you. 7 days later, little Qingmei came to you with a phoenix cape. She said, Ah Chuan, it's time for a princess in the Southland. Will you marry me? You nod heavily. Good. The little green plum's name is Yunzi. The evening breeze knows what the clouds mean. And how can you not know the heart of a beautiful woman? She said, it's cold. I've knitted a dress with my own hands. Put it on for you. Saying this, she takes out a yellow robe and drapes it over your body as you stare at it without knowing what to do. The clothes fit well. They were customized for you by Crown Princess Yunji. The 5-clawed golden dragon embroidered on it is even more lifelike. Blind man falling down the river. Chapter 8, Cultivating Those Things. The yellow robe is on, and Lin Chuan is awake. In this dream, more than 20 years have passed in the dream. Time skips by in dreams, and many details are blurred and hard to remember. The supporting characters in this dream gave him a good feeling. It was 100 times more enjoyable than being madly tortured by a female demon lord. Yun Zi, in particular, was deeply in Lin Chuan's heart. In contrast, the Lin Chuan in the dream was less competitive. And if it wasn't for the subconscious influence, he probably wouldn't even have married Yunzi, the royal consort. Ding! The host has experienced an incomplete dream reincarnation, this time gaining 1,000 points. The Shitzi Jianghu dream still hasn't ended, and Lin Chuan is limited in the rewards he can obtain. Walking out of the room, he only saw the maid, Green Bud, pacing back and forth in the courtyard. Young master, you finally come out. You scared the slave girl to death. What's wrong? Lin Chuan was stunned. Young master, you haven't been out of your room for 3 days, and you didn't allow your slave girl to call you, and you didn't call your slave girl to bring you food. It's not scary, Green Bud complained. 3 days? I slept for 3 days? Lin Chuan was surprised. In the past, he used to sleep for up to 10 hours or so before waking up on his own, and never slept day and night in a row. Could it be the cultivation? To say that the most recent major event that happened to him was that the dream reincarnation mirrored reality, allowing him to obtain the burning silence sword technique created in his dream and embark on the path of cultivation. Lin Xuan had heard the legend of the cultivator who dreamed for 100 years. With that as a contrast, it's not surprising that it's just 3 days of sleep in a row. I'm fine. Go to the back kitchen and get me something to make up. Yes, young master. Seeing that Lin Xuan's face was rosy and not in any serious trouble, Greenbud stopped worrying and hurriedly went to the back kitchen, asking the cooks to make a big meal for the young master. After eating, Lin Xuan started practicing the burning silence sword technique again. 3 days without practicing and not half as rusty. As long as he held the sword and ran the sword technique, there was a sense of ease like a fish out of water, and his cultivation rubbed off on him. There's even the bizarre thrill of hanging out to practice and coming online to collect food. We have to go get a book that tells about the cultivation realm as soon as possible. If there was really a demon in rebellion, Lin Xuan should at least know the gap between himself and the demon. Otherwise he wouldn't even know how to die. In 4 days, my sister will be traveling with a caravan, so I have to hurry. If one wanted to access the cultivation texts, the formal channels would not work at all, and one could only go off the beaten path, such as going to the black market to find sellers. Being in a merchant family, Lin Xuan naturally wouldn't be ignorant of the business world. Many things that are strictly controlled and monopolized by the government, or strictly prohibited, are only available on the black market. The black market has another name, the ghost market. Most people have never even heard of a ghost market, much less been exposed to one. Lin's merchant bank was the largest merchant bank in Yushui County, and it had a lot of information. So Lin Xuan could search for the ghost market as long as he had the intention to do so. He remembered a man by the name of Bao Bao. Lin Xuan often heard his sister mention this person. This Bao Dajian is well informed. The merchant bank's external intelligence is provided by Bao Dajian. Thinking about this, Lin Xuan put down his sword skill training and went out of the Lin mansion. In a rundown alley, he found the pack rat. The man was short, only as tall as a 7 or 8-year-old child. Young Master Lin? Seeing Lin Xuan, Bao Dajian was very surprised. Lin's merchant bank is a household name in Yushui County. The merchant bank boss Lin Yang is famous, known as the heroine. In comparison, the nominal young master Lin Xuan was mediocre, eat and sleep every day. In most people's eyes, just a sitting duck for the second generation. Packer, ask you something. Young master Lin, please, do you know where the ghost market is? Knowing, tell me. Lin Xuan took out a money bag and threw it to Bao Dajian. Bao Dajian took the money bag and weighed it in his hand, smiling brightly. Young master Lin is broad-minded. The location of the ghost market changes daily. In my hand I can only get 1 quota per day to enter the ghost market. Today's and tomorrow's quotas are all booked. If young Master Lin wants to enter the ghost market, he'll have to come early in the morning the day after tomorrow. This young master can't wait that long. Lin Xuan threw out another money bag. 4 days later my sister would be leading the merchant caravan on a trip, and it would be too hasty to go to the ghost market the day after tomorrow, so preparations had to be made in advance. Pao Dejian showed a difficult face. The ghost market has the rules of the ghost market. Young Master Lin this. Snap. Another money bag thrown. Lin Xuan teased. Money makes the devil work. The ghost market was created to make money. How can you turn away customers? Young Master Lin, wait a moment. I'll be right there. Boudreaux took the money and did the job. After an hour, Bao Dajian hurriedly rushed back. In his hand more than a carved ghost face of the wooden plate, which is also attached to the route into the ghost market. Young Master Lin, if you follow the guidelines above, you will be able to enter the ghost market in Yushui County. The ghost market is a mixture of fish and dragons. It is difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. You should be careful to screen when you go there, and it is best to wear a mask, so that you will not be slaughtered as a wrongdoer. The beggar warned twice. Thanks a lot. Lin Xuan left with the wooden sign. Following the directions on the wooden sign, he skirted around many dilapidated roads, with a section in the middle that was filled with smoke, as if it were a phantasmagoria. After walking for a full 2 hours, he arrived at the ghost market in Yushui County. The overall tone of the ghost market was extremely dark, with most people wearing masks, and most of those who weren't wearing masks were inherently fierce-looking. It doesn't look like a place to do business, more like a bandit den. Lin Xuan had heard some legends about the ghost market, and there was no shortage of nobles and high officials who came here to seek purchases, which was the reason why the ghost market was able to stand. Certain things that can't be put out in the open are needed more by the nobles and high officials than by the common people. Lin Xuan didn't think much and went straight to his target. After wandering around for a while, He found 2 remnants of a cultivation tome in the ghost market at a ridiculously high price of 3,000 taels of silver. This shows how precious real cultivation texts are, all monopolized by the upper echelons and completely inaccessible to ordinary people. Lin Xuan didn't purchase a cultivation tome, not to mention whether the tome was real or fake. Even if it was real, it couldn't compare to the burning silence sword technique. If converted into money, the burning silence sword technique could be sold for 10,000 taels of gold if 2 pages were casually torn off. Then he searched some more, and it was only when the ghost market was about to close that Lin Xuan finally found a tome titled Cultivation Realm Detailed Explanation. It cost 1,000 taels of silver and managed to buy it. It was already late when I returned to the Lin mansion. On the large tree outside the Lin mansion, 2 black crows stood at the top of the tree and watched Lin Xuan enter the bedroom. Another Lin Xuan. Mark it down, mark it down. He seems to have the aura of a cultivator on him. Could he be the person the Lord is looking for? 2 ravens spit out human words and talk to each other. Da crow, you're silly. Those with a cultivator's aura are conversely unlikely to be the person the Lord is looking for. Why? The golden-winged tiger king has said that Lin Xuan is the Lord's husband. His strength won't be weaker than the Lord's. And if he has the intention to hide it, how can we, the minions, be able to feel the cultivation aura? Worthy of a second raven. So wise. But we still have to guard it. So don't make any mistakes. The task of protecting this Lin Xuan will be given to you. Da Crow. Chapter 9, Confessions of a Schemer Alone. Inside the Lin mansion's bedroom, Lin Xuan, who had obtained the cultivation tome, couldn't wait to turn it over. Reading the text is like the door to a new world slowly opening in front of you. Prior to this, Lin Xuan could be said to know nothing about things outside of the Great Yin dynasty, and had never taken the initiative to pay attention. Until now. It's been glimpsed. The place he was in nowadays was called Qingyun Prefecture, one of the countless state lands in this world. The human race and the demon race coexisted in Qingyun Prefecture, and well water did not offend the river water. The existence of demons was clearly recorded in the books, and the strongest demonic force in Qingyun Prefecture was named Cloud Dream Ancient Forest. The strongest forces of the human race were the 3 great imperial dynasties, to which Lin Xuan's Great Yin Imperial Dynasty belonged. And the other 2 imperial dynasties were Daqi and Nanzhao. So it seems that there are not a few practitioners. It's just that previously I sat on the sidelines and never had contact with practitioners. As a traveler, Lin Xuan's acceptance was very strong. Not to mention that he had long dealt with the demon race as well as cultivators in the dream world. It's also written in the book that there are 4 ferocious beast kings in the Cloud Dream Ancient Forest. King of the golden-winged tiger, king of the red ape, king of the 3-headed snake, and king of the black flame sparrow. Those who could be crowned as demon kings were all extremely powerful. That's awful. Lin Xuan lamented. There was some expectation in his heart again, hoping that one day he would be on par with the 4 great demon kings, or even surpass them. Understand the general worldview. Lin Xuan began to study the cultivation realms in the books again. There were 8 of them, which were Qi Nurturing Realm, Pulse Opening Realm, Tankong Realm, Degeneration Realm, Shenpian Realm, Tianhao Realm, Sage Realm, Supreme Realm. Above the Supreme, for the Realm of Legends, the books vaguely carried over, did not mention. Lin Xuan perused it carefully, comparing it to himself. According to the book, as long as one successfully draws qi into the body, one is considered to have touched the threshold of the qi cultivation realm, and then one cultivates the qi in the body, causing it to fuse with the entire body. When the body is fully adapted to the spiritual qi, 12 spiritual veins that can be used for cultivation can be opened in the body. And that is the vein opening realm. After practicing the burning silence sword technique, Lin Xuan didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, he was like a fish in water. This proved that he would soon be able to cross the qi nurturing realm and step into the vein opening realm. It's not enough in front of the demons. Lin Xuan held his forehead. The demon race is born with a strong body, and most of the demon race is born in a high realm, and the advantage of the bloodline and flesh is not comparable to the ordinary human race. According to the book, the 4 ferocious beast kings of the Cloud Dream Ancient Forest were all at the peak of the Saint Realm. Only a supreme being could subdue it. Can't be discouraged. Lin Xuan cheered himself up. With the system, I'm the biggest hang-up. One day, I can also impact the supreme, and even crush the supreme underneath me. Closing the book, Lin Xuan discarded the distractions in his mind and prepared to enter the dream reincarnation once again. I'm sure that the end of the dream round of Siko Django should bring good rewards. Green Sprout. Wake me up early in the morning 4 days from now. Remember. After instructing the maid for a few moments, Lin Xuan laid down on the bed and entered dreamland as sleepiness set in. Agawa. This is my gift to you. Do you like it? The one who has less fear of the great Liang Emperor than your dear friend Blindy is your Crown Princess Yunzi. Not only is she not afraid of the Emperor of Liang, she'll help you rebel. Uncle Lin is loyal and righteous and has a heart for the people. He does not want the people to suffer from war. He does not want the dynasty to be in turmoil, and he does not want to fight against his former comrades. When Uncle Lin was alive, I respected him and learned only the art of scheming without saying much. With Uncle Lin gone, there are no more scruples. Auntie Sue's revenge must be avenged. The 300,000 Iron Horsemen of the southern border shouldn't be a tool for the great Liang dynasty to guard the country's gates either. The grudge of being assassinated since you were a child must even be returned. I'll get whatever Agawa wants, even if blood stains the rivers and mountains, and bones pile up in hell. I don't care what happens to the world. I don't care what happens to the world. I just want you to be happy. Agawa. Crown Princess Yunzi looked into your eyes with such determination that she told you the words from her heart word for word. From the shy little green plum to the god of the through and through schemer. As if only overnight. You take her in your arms. You say, is this a confession unique to schemers? Yunzi buried her head in your chest and said in a thin voice, if Achuan says yes, then yes. That night, you were married. There is no need for anyone's witness. Companionship is the longest love goodbye. You understand each other's heart. In the quiet moments of the night, warmly respond to each other's love. The cozy days did not last long. The great Zhou dynasty, which is close to the southern border, has come to violate the law, and with external and internal troubles, the southern border, which has lost Lin Wuji to sit on it, is in a precarious situation. The Deliang court did not send a single soldier to support them. The Emperor of Deliang's purpose is obvious, wanting to let the southern border and Great Zhou fight to the death and reap the benefits. Crown Princess Yunzi sits in the military, and for the first time, she reveals her terrifying scheming ability in front of the world. The treacherous battlefield was swept away by her. She repelled the Great Zhou, while giving a blow to the court of Daliang, causing the world to be shocked. The situation is at a standstill. 35th year of the Chang'an calendar, 2 years after the death of your father, Lin Wuji. The Southland has not weakened as a result, but has grown stronger. All of this is due to Yunzi's layout, which can be described as planning in a tent and winning in 1,000 miles. In the same year, you heard a news that shook the jungle. After the old sword god, Li Sunyoung, there is another sword god in the world who is blind. Blind sword god. Killing is only between drawing swords. You don't know the name of the blind man, and the blind man doesn't know your name. Could it be him? Thinking of the blind best friend who traveled with you in the Jianghu, the rookie swordsman who cursed the dog emperor every day and stood up for what was right. The following year, your martial arts cultivation advanced further. The new world martial arts list is out, and as the king of Jinan you are ranked 11th. The power is overwhelming. The cultivation is not bad, and the princess is a heavenly strategist. Your life is complete, and countless people in the world will envy you. In the 36th year of the Chang'an calendar, Wangfei Yunzi was pregnant with your child. Yunzi is smiling happily. You haven't seen such a smile on her face for a long time. She has borne more than you over the years. When you were 6 months pregnant, you went to the temple together and prayed for the unborn child. On the way you were assassinated. The visitor is the 3rd in the world, the 6th in the world, and the 9th in the world on the martial arts list. You are surrounded by 2 people who are not weaker than the experts on the list. One is the old sword god, Li Chang'ing, and the other is the personal guard left behind by your father, Lin Wuji. Lin Nushan. A battle big enough to shake the world has begun. Yunzi, Princess of Jinan. Chapter 10 on the importance of names. On that day, old sword god Li Chang'ing re-entered the celestial realm. The 3rd king of the world's dominating swords was defeated by the old sword god, and made a vow of moral integrity never to enter the southern border again. The royal family's personal guard, Lin Nuclear Shan, removed the head of the world's 6th devil's sun guard at the cost of breaking one of his hands. You fought a fierce battle with Tang Si, the 9th gun god in the world, and narrowly escaped defeat. Fortunately, the old god of swords, Li Chang'ing, returned in time to force away the god of guns, Tang Si. GGG. Just when you think the storm has settled, a man comes out of the shadows. The god of killers is absolutely nameless. The people present cried out in shock, wanting to rescue, but it was too late. Jia Wuming's target was precisely the crown princess Yunji. Jia Wuming is not an expert on the martial arts list, yet no one dares to underestimate his strength. He is not on the list because of his lack of martial virtues and his poor character. Jia Wuming does not have the demeanor of a martial arts master, and will do anything to assassinate. more brutal and murderous than those of the Devil's Way. I know. You screamed your heart out and subconsciously passed a sword forward, your soul coming out with it. You came to your senses and created an entirely new sword stance at that moment. This sword is based on the 22 swords above the 22 swords that the old sword god taught you. Its name, Sword 23. This move is the sword of the soul, where the mind, body, and sword soul become one. You killed the god of killers, Jedi Nameless, with one move. Old sword god Li Chang'ing, pro-guard Lin Nuclear Shan. Everyone present was shocked by you. Your vision blurred and you fainted to death. Your last gaze fixed on the feet of Crown Princess Yunzi, where there was a pool of blood. The image came to an abrupt end, and a sharp feeling of heartache woke Ling Chuan from his sleep. Ding! The host has experienced an incomplete dream reincarnation, this time gaining 5,000 points. Returning to the real world, that violent mood swing was only gradually quelled. Lin Chuan covered his chest, still somewhat distressed. It was as if Yunzi was really his royal consort, just like the demonic Mo Sanyu in the last dream. Bah! Why am I still thinking about my last wife? Granted, they were all just dream wives, but when a world ends, the story ends, and missing too much is not a good thing. That's scumbag behavior. Am I Lin Chuan a scum? Definitely not. Every dream is a home for just one girl. It's just an unreal dream anyway. It's not like every girl in the reincarnation is true love and the one for each other. And it's not like they're going to meet in reality. Outside the house. It's dawn. Lin Chuan leaned on the bed and rested for a while when a knock sounded outside. Young master! Young master! It's day 4. Time to get up. The maid, Green Bud, screamed, her voice getting louder and louder. Heard that. Lin Chuan got up and changed his clothes, simply washed up, and went straight to the family business firm. The family caravan was preparing to depart, and his sister Lin Yangyang wore an ink-colored power suit with a high ponytail, looking very competent and heroic. Chuan, what brings you here? Lin Yangyang frowned and looked at Lin Chuan, quickly understanding his brother's intentions. This trip is dangerous. You quickly go back. I don't. Lin Chuan shook his head. I'm going with you. His parents died when he was 3. His sister Lin Yangyang was only 12 years old, was forced to take over the business of the Lin's business, in the tigers and wolves in the family business. And further, for a 12-year-old girl, those years can be difficult. Elder sister is like a mother. No matter how old Lin Chuan is, in the eyes of Lin Yangyang, is still the cute little brother who is not familiar with the world. Lin Chuan knew how hard it was for his sister to bring him up, which is why it was all the more important for him to go along. Swish! Without waiting for his sister to retort, Lin Chuan mounted his horse. Go down! Lin Yangyang raised her eyebrows. Do you know how dangerous this trip is? If we have an accident, what about the family? Lin Chuan bristled. My parents are already gone and Uncle Wrecker is dead. If I lose my sister again and have no relatives, what kind of home is it? You! Lin Yangyang was so furious that he didn't know how to retort for a while. Yes, her brother has been under her care since he was a child. Innocent and uninitiated. What will he do if he is not there? Sis, let me go. Lin Chuan embraced Lin Yangyang's arm and opened the pampering mode. Being compassionate and reasoned with, Lin Yangyang could not resist, helplessly nodded his head and agreed. Okay, you go with me, but you must listen to me on the road. Definitely take my sister's orders as holy writ. Lin Chuan smiled, steering his horse to parallel with Lin Yangyang. The merchant caravan soon headed out of Yushui County. No one noticed that there was an extra soundly sleeping crow on top of the wagon. Alas, it's humiliating that I, a powerful man of the divine prana realm, have to protect a human brat of the chi-nurturing realm at all times. It seems that not only is it important to be reincarnated, but it's also important to have a good name. Big Crow was a subordinate of the sacred realm demon king Black Flame Sparrow King, and with a cultivation of the divine spirit realm, he was indeed considered to be a strong party in the Qingyun prefecture. The 8 realms of cultivation: chi-nurturing realm, vein-opening realm, Tankong realm, descending realm, divine phenomenon realm, heavenly harmony realm, saint realm, and supreme realm. The divine spirit realm can be the demon clan commander in the Cloud Dream ancient forest. The caravan wagons traveled slowly. It's getting dark. The faces of the Lin clan's merchant guild's crowd were grave, and the tension was visible to the naked eye. Kaworu. Lin Yangyang suddenly looked at Lin Chuan. What's wrong, sis? Later on, if anything goes wrong, you run at the first opportunity. You'll slow me down in my movements here, okay? Fine. Lin Chuan nodded. How could he not understand his sister's heart? I say it's a drag, but in reality, I'm still relieved to see him. On top of the carriage, Big Crow's eyes flickered for a moment. There's a demonic aura. Which life-threatening demon even dares to touch the Lord's people? Your grandmother. Don't take me with you. The great raven sniffed. No, it doesn't seem to be a demon from the Cloud Dream Ancient Forest. Your grandmother. Dare to violate the ban of the Cloud Dream Ancient Forest and provoke a war between the two clans. Let's see if this crow can't get you killed. The wind grew stronger and the smoke filled the air, obscuring the caravan's view. Lin Yangyang and others all changed color. Lin Chuan a heart in the throat, ready to use the Dream Reincarnation Reflection card. It was hard not to be nervous when facing a demon for the first time. Coming! Lin Yangyang held a long spear and protected Lin Chuan's body. The legs of the warhorse at her hip were shaking, but Lin Yangyang's body didn't move a bit. Behind her was her brother, and she didn't have a way to retreat. Dumb! Just then, the caw of a raven rang out on the howling gale. Lin Chuan only saw a flock of black crows flying by. The wind then stilled. There was one more body on the ground in front of them. It's a demon. The people from Lin's merchant company didn't dare to approach. Lin Chuan fixed his eyes and saw the outline of the demon. This demon was born with 4 limbs and its torso was like a square stone slab. The heads were all square, with human-like features. Dead? Lin Yangyang's eyes widened. Could it be that the official demon eliminator has struck? As soon as the words fell, a swordsman came sprinting in the distance. Dead? The visitor issued the same question as Lin Yangyang, who was none other than the demon remover sent by the government. The two men looked at each other, realizing that something was not simple. The demon remover looked around the room, his gaze finally settling on Lin Chuan. Among those present, other than him, only Lin Chuan had the aura of a cultivator on him. Chapter 11, Good Girl, let's go look for Daddy. My name is Lin Yangyang, the head of the Lin's merchant house. And your excellency is a demon exterminator sent by the government? Lin Yangyang clasped his fists in salute and took the lead in speaking. Exactly. The demon remover stood proudly. I am the folk demon remover, Zhao Zhiming. Lin Yangyang tentatively asked. The demon just now was killed by you? No. Demon remover Zhao Zhiming shook his head, his gaze always fixed on Lin Chuan. I'm afraid we have to ask your brother about this matter. Ask me what for? Lin Chuan was dumbfounded. Zhao Zhiming laughed. Of all the people present, only you and I are cultivators. If the demon wasn't killed by me, it was naturally killed by you. Lin Yangyang was confused. What? My brother is a practitioner? Rin Chuan, what's going on? After all, the younger brother is a younger brother. Do sisters have bloodline suppression? Lin Yangyang subconsciously opened the questioning mode. Regarding the matter of cultivation, Lin Chuan did not intend to hide it for too long, and had wanted to find a suitable time to say it, but he did not expect to be poked by the talkative demon remover. Sister, I am indeed a cultivator, but I'm only new to cultivation and definitely don't have the ability to kill demons. Could a demon still be suicidal? Zhao frowned. Becoming a cultivator is a glorious thing, but this Lin Chuan is hiding it, unwilling to admit it. Is it possible that he has a ghost in his heart? Can't it be that it's a demonic monk? Zhao pointed at the demon on the ground. This demon's name is Paiyin, the lowest class of demon on the 10,000 demon spectrum, and his nature prefers treasure, which is the reason why he's staring at the nearby merchant caravan. This wall recluse's strength is equivalent to the pulse-opening realm among human cultivators. It's very weak, but in order to kill it with a single move, one would need to be at least as strong as the Tenkong realm. The first 3 realms of cultivation were Qi nurturing, vein opening, and taking off. Only when the 12 cultivation spirit veins in the body were fully opened could one control the body freely and achieve airborne movement. Taking off in the air was the sign of the Tenkong realm. Zhao Zhiming is a demon remover of the Tenkong realm. Zhao Zhiming looked deeply at Lin Chuan. I'll bring Paiyin's body back to the government, and the government will decide how to handle the rest. After saying that, Zhao Zhiming left without looking back. The gazes of all the people on the field converged on Lin Chuan, especially Lin Yangyang's gaze, which was like a burning flame, searing Lin Chuan's skin pain. The rest of the Lin clan's merchant house was nothing but surprised and in awe. The young shopkeeper is a monk? It made them feel good about their faces and their bottom line. Only Lin Chuan had 2 big heads. The rebellious demon died, but he was caught in a bigger storm? The wall-hidden demon was not killed by the government's demon remover, Zhao Zhiming, so who was it killed by? What is the purpose of the person behind it? Sure enough, when one embarks on the path of cultivation, trouble will follow. Soldiers come and go. Lin Chuan can only take a step and see what happens. Chuaner, get in the sedan chair. Lin Yangyang abandoned the horse into the sedan chair, called Lin Chuan to go in together. Since the matter of cultivation was known by his sister, Lin Chuan decided to come clean straight away. There was no need to hide this matter of cultivation except for the shocking system. Chuaner, when did you start practicing? Coming to the sedan chair, Lin Yangyang went straight to the point. Less than 10 days. Why did you hide it from me? It's not that I'm deliberately hiding it from my sister. It's just that my contact with cultivation is still shallow, so I don't dare to speak out of turn. That, kawaii. Saying that, Lin Yangyang's pretty face suddenly had more than one red cloud. The painting style changed from a stern mother-like elder sister to a shy young girl. Several question marks slowly surfaced on Lin Chuan's head. Sis, are you okay? For the first time in many years, he had seen his sister look like this. Kaworu-chan, I know it's excessive to talk about this, but my sister really craves it, and she's craved it since she was a child. Sis, what exactly are you going to say? Lin Chuan's head was full of fog. Can you give that of yours to your sister? Lin Yangyang buried his head down. That one? Which one? Lin Chuan was confused. Was this the sister he knew? It couldn't be possessed by a demon, could it? It's the cultivation method Dharma. I also want to cultivate. Lin Yangyang's face turned red and she said it in her head. Ha, that's it? Lin Chuan cried and laughed. Even if sister doesn't say anything, I naturally want to pass the method on to you. What a mess. Thought it was something excessive. Kaworu, you agree? Lin Yangyang hugged Lin Chuan with excitement. We're siblings. What's a mere cultivation spell? Lin Chuan said quietly. Sister, in your eyes, am I such a stingy person? No. Lin Yangyang waved his hands. Embarrassed. I just have so little worried. The practice method is too precious. How many fathers and sons have turned against each other for this reason? And how many brothers have become enemies for this reason? Lin Yangyang is really afraid. I was afraid that I would end up with nothing if I neither got the practice of the Dharma nor lost my closest brother. Lin Chuan suddenly realized. His own sister's past sternness was all pretend, and at heart she was still a girl, and sometimes cute. It was only in order to hold up this family and protect the business of the Lin's merchant house that he had to put on a cold face all day long. The top of the car sedan. The great raven had a belly laugh. Humans are really a complicated kind of beings, twisting and turning, not posh at all. It's exasperating to listen to them. It's boring and uninteresting. The shadow retaining stone that recorded this Lin Chuan should have been brought back to the Cloud Dream ancient forest, so I hope that the Lord will make a decision soon. It never thought from the beginning that a mere human cultivator who had just set foot on the path of cultivation would be the husband that the Lord was looking for. The caravan turned back in the night and returned to Yushui County. Lin Chuan passed on the cultivation method that came with the burning silence sword technique to his sister. Lin Yangyang, I'm so talented. I'm sure my sister won't be too bad either. For an ordinary cultivator, it would take more than half a month to sense the aura, not to mention drawing the aura into the body, allowing the body to adapt, and making the aura run through the body for a full cycle of days. Typically, the process takes more than 3 months. It also has to be with a master who teaches. Anyone who can accomplish these steps in half a month is called a genius. Lin Chuan, however, even half a day is useless, claiming that a sentence of absolute genius is not excessive. The same mother-born sister, naturally, will not be worse. This was Lin Chuan's confidence. After teaching Lin Yangyang the cultivation method and making up a plausible story, Lin Chuan returned to his bedroom and prepared to dream. The ancient forest of Yunmeng. News about Lin Chuan was constantly being transmitted to Mo Sunyu. In this regard, Mo Sunyu was happy to browse through the many information with her daughter, Xiao Rumeng, but unfortunately none of the pairs were able to get on. Another staying rock was opened. Looking at the image reflected by the shadow retaining stone, Mo Sunyu's heart thumped. It's him. Is it Daddy? Little Ruyuman's eyes widened as well. The young man in the shadow retaining stone was 7 times similar to the one in his memory, with less of the domineering stance of the absolute sword god and more youthfulness. Husband, it's husband. I've finally found you. In this life, I will never miss you again. Mo Sunyu picked up her daughter in one hand. Go, Meng, let's go find Daddy. Little Ruman laughed happily. Yay, let's go find Daddy. Chapter 12. It's too late for the sun to shine. Lin House bedroom. Hayakawa went to sleep in a peaceful sleep. When you woke up again, you were already back in the Jinnan Palace. The last dream reincarnation ended with Lin Chuan realizing Sword XXII, beheading the god of killers, Jia Wuming, exhausting his own power and falling into a coma, and Crown Princess Yun Zi being injured. How is Zi? The first thing you did when you woke up was to care about Crown Princess Yun Zi. The maids gathered around the bed looked very uncomfortable. "You have a bad feeling. Speak," Yu yelled at the maids. "Your Highness, the Crown Princess, she is not in any serious trouble. It's just that the fetus in her belly is too weak, and was injured by Jie Wuming's breath, so I'm afraid it won't be able to be preserved." The maids report the truth. Yu rolled over and rushed to the room where Crown Princess Yunzi was convalescing. "I'm sorry, Agawa. The baby didn't survive." Yunzi was in tears and cried bitterly. Yu hold her hand tightly. "It's okay, as long as you're okay." This statement comes from the heart. Both Lin Xuan's subconscious mind and the Lin Xuan in the dream reincarnation felt that Yunzi was far more important than the child. Half a month later, you're all recovered. After experiencing the assassination incident, you have grown to hate the De Liang royal family. In the days to come, you have devoted yourself to martial arts, and the military and political affairs have been handled by Yunzi in a well-organized manner. The 300,000 Iron Horsemen of the southern border went north and broke half of the territories of the De Liang royal family. The southern border is also impregnable, keeping the incoming Great Zhou dynasty out of the borderline as much as possible. All the martial artists in the world believe that you have stepped into the celestial realm and are expected to become a top 3 ranked expert on the martial arts list. Only you know, after that day, you could no longer utilize Sword 23, and your Sword Dao realm has regressed instead of advancing. Obviously a sword art you created with your own hands, but you can't use it anymore. You regret it very much, and killing Jie Wuming seems to have become your only high point in this life. In the 39th year of the Chang'an calendar, during a battle between the southern border and the Great Zhou, the old sword god, Li Changying, died of exhaustion in order to protect you from leaving. At the same time, the news of your martial arts cultivation regressing instead of advancing has spread throughout the world. The world said, the sword of Lin Xuan, the king of Jinnan, died that day, along with the fetus in the arms of the southern border princess. In the 40th year of the Chang'an calendar, the blind sword god became the second in the world on the martial arts list. Blind sword god let out a boast. "In a month's time, I will challenge the world's #1, Wine Immortal June." The Immortal Wine Monarch is the most honored title in the world today. The Wine Immortal Monarch has proved the way with his fists, and his pair of iron fists have broken every weapon in the world, and he is deservedly the #1 in the world. He alone sits in one city, and neither the 2 imperial dynasties of Great Zhou and Great Liang dare to touch it. A month later, you went to Wine Fairy City to watch the battle. The battle between the newly promoted legendary blind sword god and the invincible Wine Immortal Monarch of the world has provoked half of the Jianghu's masters to watch. The blind sword god stands high above the sky. He said, "I have a dear friend who used to enjoy pretending to be a master swordsman in front of me, but now he doesn't know how to sword instead. The world does not know which of the blind sword god's close friends is. You are the only one who knows it, keeping it in mind." Blind sword god said, "My dear friend's sword and heart are trapped together. I want to lend him a sword. Sui's sword heart is clear, but less momentum, the momentum of the world's martial arts. I think it's the Wine Immortal Junior momentum is the best to use." The Wine Immortal Monarch sat at the top of the city, sipping his wine, and laughed faintly. "You'll die if you say such things," the blind sword god said. "Only my dear friend knows that the blind man has never been afraid of death." A shocking battle unfolds. That battle was fought in the darkness of the sky, from the Wine Immortal City to the Endless Sea, tearing the heavens apart. And the gates of heaven were hidden. No one knows the final outcome. When the Wine Immortal Monarch returned to Wine Immortal City, the blind man was gone. You saw a shocking sword mark on Wine Immortal June's chest, emanating an amazing sword intent. You walk up to the head of the Wine Fairy and ask, "Is the blind man dead?" "Wasted. He'll only get to use the sword once in his life." The Wine Immortal Monarch looks at you and sneers. "Your sword is not pure. It is far worse than a blind man. Why don't this king borrow the Wine Immortal Monarch's sword to sharpen it as well?" Your voice ripples over the city of Wine Fairy. At that moment, half of the experts in the Jianghu Lake looked at you, and no one expected that you, whose sword Dao was mostly ruined, would challenge the Wine Immortal Monarch. You know very well that the Wine Immortal Monarch is invincible in the world. Even if he kills you here, the 300,000 Iron Horsemen of the southern border are helpless. The world says you're crazy, but you know, your heart has never been clearer than at this moment. You have once again realized that move. Sword XXII, called the Sword of the Soul. The key to Sword XCI lies in the state of mind, not the sword technique. Come on. The Wine Immortal Monarch sensed the change in you and fiercely poured down a jug of wine. And the injuries on his body have already recovered to a great extent. You and the Wine Immortal Monarch each made a move, and it was a no contest. The Wine Immortal Monarch stood proudly at the top of the city, 3 years from now, you and I will fight again. And then we will both divide the highs and the lows and decide on life and death. You weren't as good as Wine Sword Immortal in that sparring match, and it was the injuries the blind man inflicted on his opponent that gave you a draw. But in the eyes of the world, your martial arts cultivation has also reached the level of the top 3 in the world. In the 42nd year of the Chang'an calendar, the southern border army broke through the capital city of Dalian, and the remnants of Dalian's army fled to the Jedi region of western Sichuan. At this point, the Great Liang dynasty exists in name only. Wang Fei Yunzi said, "Ah Chuan, let's start a new dynasty and re-establish the country's name." You said, "Wait until you kill that dog emperor." Yunzi, knowing your obsession, quietly said, "Good. 43 years of the Chang'an calendar. The day has come for you to make an appointment with the world's #1 wine immortal, June." On that day, the princess herself polished your sword. You feel a different aura on the sword. It is the ethereal fortune. The fortune of the southern border country, added to the sword. Yunji said, "Ah Chuan, there's not much I can do but help you break the invincibility of the wine immortal monarch who has been running the rivers and lakes for a year by using the Tao of Qi. She has not practiced martial arts, yet she knows this for you all the time. If I had a wife like this, what more could I ask for?" You embraced the princess. The years did not fail her face, but you saw her gray hair at the temples. Yunzi didn't practice martial arts. What she practiced was the way of Qi, mysterious and mysterious. But today she gave all her Qi to you. Regardless of today's success or failure, it will not be a good outcome for Yunzi. The old dynasty is about to topple. Martial arts is about to ascend to the top. And your not so smooth life is a little bit smoothed out. And you're gradually going to the top. The people who sent you to the top are leaving you one by one. You feel that life shouldn't end this way. Life should go for a change. There is no way to say that mulberry is late, for the xia is still full of sky. Chapter 13, My Sword Needs No Purity. The martial arts are flourishing, and you, who have already entered the celestial realm, can live for hundreds of years more. Wang Fei Yunzi has lost her Qi protection and will soon age and eventually leave you. Nowadays, there is only one way to make Yunzi continue to accompany you, and that is to let her ascend to the position of Empress and control the new dynasty's Qi. The only way to protect her for 100 years is to have her Qi added. You did not say what was on your mind, and carrying the divine sword that gathered the Qi of the southern border, you ascended to the head of the wine immortal city. Lin Chuan, you have a good princess. The wine immortal sovereign's eyes are burning and his battle intent is abundant. He saw the Qi that surrounds you and did not shy away from battle. This is the invincible power that has spanned the Zhenghu for a century. You guys had a big fight. It's an amazing battle. The wine immortal monarch's twin fists beat you to a bloody pulp and lost his Qi, and his invincibility was broken by the southern border's Qi. You say, "Here comes the sword." Inside and outside of wine immortal city, countless swords fly at your command. At this moment you are the well-deserved god of swords. Immortal wine monarch sneers. Old man said that your sword is not pure. You coldly say, "Why pure? Sharp is enough." Your sword has never been pure. It carries too many things. Carrying the vendetta of his mother by Susu, the loyalty of his father Lin Wuji, the distress of the old swordsman Li Changying, and the love of the blind swordsman's best friend. It also carries the long-cherished wishes of countless generals in the Southland. It is also not without the guardianship of Crown Princess Yunzi. How can a sword like this be pure? I have never held a sword simply for the love of a sword, but for the sake of those who would not let me hold it. Your soul seems to be elevated in this moment. You cut out a sword. It's still Sword 23, yet different from the previous Sword 23. Its name, Sentient Heaven and Earth Sword XXII. It is a sword move that needs to be interpreted with life. The wine immortal monarch has been defeated by this sword. At the moment of his defeat, the heavenly gate shook and immortal splendor poured down to earth from the heavenly vault. The wine immortal monarch could have broken through again and ascended to the sky, but he did not do so and instead sat down at the head of the city. You defeated the world's #1 and became the new world's #1. Agawa. You've won. You're #1 in the world. Yunji is holding your arm, looking at you. Still the same young girl who has worshipped you since she was a child, with her eyes full of you. The night is full of moonlight. The bright white moonlight is so beautiful, and you take your own white moonlight into your arms. Late at night, you explored the mysteries of life. The next morning, the first in the world, you're holding up the wall. That same day at noon, you met the blind man. The blind man has no sword's god demeanor at all, and laughs at you with a hilarious smile. Ha 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 ha, #1 in the world. You're so vain. Lin Chuan is not truly invincible. The world is still full of Yunji. Shut up. You violently beat up the blind man. Don't make me do it. The blind man curses. The wine immortal monarch said that the blind man would only have one more chance to strike in this life. You put on a face. Hey, how can you cross your sword to a dear friend when you won't take a shot at me? 45 years of the Chang'an calendar. The Great Zhou dynasty has once again come to violate the southern border. And the remaining members of the De Liang royal family have also made a desperate counterattack on the southern border. And in recent years, the 300,000 Iron Horsemen of the southern border have lost more than half of their number in the southern wars. In this great battle, the Great Zhou military god Shiman Wu Shui personally leads the team, and the Great Zhou Jianghu experts are all out. The southern border has been hit harder than ever before. Fortunately, Yun Ziyi repulsed the White Dragon army led by Shiman Wu Shui in the three border towns with the momentum of a broken boat. After repelling the White Dragon army, the southern border Iron Cavalry did not rest and went straight to the Western Marsh Jedi, and you personally lead the army to abide by the border. You and Yun Ziyi decided to settle everything once and for all this time. Lin Chuan, king of Jinan, you're at the end of your rope. Great Zhou military god Shiman Wu Shui holds a long spear, whose name is Yun Long. You got the real reason why the Great Zhou dynasty is provoking another great war from Shiman Wu Shui. The Grand Master of Zhou observes the sky at night, exhausting his own destiny to deduce and observe the southern border. And the trigrams show that as the king of Jinan, you are about to run out of gas. Your breath will indeed run out. This is not determined by heaven and earth, but by your own choice. There are only two ways for the Southland to unify the world. Either Crown Princess Yun Ziyi exhausts her life and sends you to ride the wind and transform into a dragon, or you exhaust your life and help Yun Ziyi become a female emperor. This world's chi is limited, and the end is already predetermined. You and Yun Ziyi, one of you must use your own destiny to dissolve the remaining luck of the De Liang royal family, and use your body as a bridge for the Southland to unify the world. Both you and Yun Ziyi chose to fulfill each other. In Lin Chuan's subconscious mind, it was just a dream, and compared to life and death, he valued the roaring emotional ties in the dream cycle. It was Yun Ziyi's love that transcended the purity of life and death. Lin Chuan in the dream reincarnation loves Yun Ziyi righteously, and subconsciously Lin Chuan doesn't care about life and death. Every time it's their turn at a moment like this, they make the same choice. Lin Chuan, the world says you're the best in the world, but I think that's just the talk of incompetent pikers. The true masters know that you didn't win against Wine Fairy Kuan on your own. Today I will kill you, the so-called number one in the world. The Great Zhou military god Shiman Wu Shui is holding his spear on his horse, killing towards you, and on the tip of his spear is gathered the chi of 200,000 generals of the White Dragon army. You meet me with a sword. Another great battle unfolds. This battle between you and Shiman Wu Shui is a battle of the world's chi, and just in terms of chi, it is even more magnificent than the battle with the Wine Immortal monarch. You are not equal to each other, and have fought since the border 3 cities to the depths of the endless sea, turning 3,000 miles on the strength of one breath. You once again used your famous sword move. Sword 23. Shiman Wu Shui had an early response, a shot that drew on half of the chivalrous energy of the Great Zhou Jianghu, and hardened your strongest sword. In this battle, your opponent is not only the military god Shiman Wu Shui, but also half of the Great Zhou Jianghu. You battle in the dark, and the waves roll over the endless sea. Both you and Shiman Wu Shui have reached the peak of the celestial realm. In the absolute battle, you both fought until your chi was exhausted, yet you still haven't been able to distinguish a winner, but your fleshly body is superior. Underneath the yellow robe, your muscles are gnarled. Your fleshly body and chi and blood are far from being comparable to Shiman Wu Shui's. Just when you were about to kill the military god Shiman Wu Shui, 3 people who were unexpected to you appeared. They are from the 3 religions of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism. You called out their names in the coldest of voices. Tianqing Daoist, Huishan Monk, Yilian Jushi. You 3, want to stop this king? Chapter 14 inexplicably has a daughter. The scene was fixed at the moment when the experts of the 3 sects joined forces and Lin Chuan woke up. He quickly rolled onto his back and made his way to the outside of the house. Green Bud, how many days did I sleep this time? Young master, you have slept for 5 days. These days, the news that Lin Chuan, the youngest head of the Lin clan's merchant firm, was a cultivator had spread throughout the streets and alleys, and most of the homes in Yushui County knew about it. As the personal maid serving Lin Chuan, Green Bud naturally knew about it. Your own young master is actually a cultivator? Green Bud secretly rejoiced for a long time over this. She would be a cultivator's maid from now on. How blessed she was. Cultivators are good. They sleep longer than ordinary people. Nothing has happened in the house lately, has it? The demonic rebellion has just passed, and the attitude of the demon remover Zhao Jiming is unknown. So Lin Chuan is worried that the officials will put pressure on the Lin family. Of course something happened. Green Bud covered her mouth with a smile. Lin Chuan had a bad feeling. What is it? Marriage matters, Green Bud said. After the news of you being a cultivator spread out, a number of young ladies wanted to marry you. The county eunuchs all brought gifts. Ha? Lin Chuan was confused. He didn't want to marry young. The wives in his dreams were much better than reality. And he didn't want to marry a mortal woman and face life and death decades later. Green Bud said. Miss, these days are in the main hall to entertain all kinds of characters. We are doing business. Talking about connections. It is not good to refuse. Slave girls see Miss is very difficult to do it. Ugh. I'll go check it out. Lin Chuan sighed lightly and headed for the main hall. Between the void, two gazes were watching Lin Chuan's every move. It really is husband. Mo Sanyu held her daughter. Her brows worried. I'm afraid that my husband's reincarnated body doesn't recognize me anymore. If we rashly identify each other, it will scare him again. Furthermore, she wanted her husband to remember him. Instead, she was spending time with her husband's reincarnation as something else, and that was never what she wanted. Mother, let's go down and recognize father. Little Rumeng was in a hurry. Wait a little longer. Mo Sanyu wanted to wait for a proper identity. If we wait any longer, father will be taken. Mother. Little Kisame pointed forward. At this time, Lin Chuan had already arrived at the main hall. Half of the dignified characters in Yushui County had arrived, gathered at the Lin family, and many from the next county. Every family brought a daughter as beautiful as a flower, accompanied by 8 baskets of festive gifts. Seeing Lin Chuan arrive, all eyes converged on him. Mr. Lin, you finally arrived. Ha ha ha, Mr. Lin has shown up. It seems that he has a crush on our daughter. You fart. Mr. Lin is clearly here for my family's Tsuehua. The already lively lobby instantly boiled over. Lin Chuan held his forehead. It seemed that he had underestimated the influence of a cultivator. After the demonic incident that night, he had also learned some information that the Great Yen dynasty had a specialized body of cultivators that was directly under the imperial authority. No local administration has the power to control practitioners. This is the reason why the status of practitioners is so high. However, this scene still made Lin Chuan feel that it was a bit exaggerated, and it was the first time he had seen such a thing as bringing his daughter to the door to ask for marriage. Not only did you come to ask for a marriage, but you fought over it, not treating your own daughter as a human being, as a bargaining chip for power. Lin Yangyang threw a look at Lin Chuan, signaling the latter to solve the problem himself. Crap crap crap, daddy's really going to be taken. Little Rumeng, who was watching this scene in the void, was dying of anxiety. This was her own daddy. How could she let someone else snatch it away? Mo Sanyu's willow brows furrowed. She could accept that Lin Chuan was weak and growing slowly, but she didn't want her husband to take another wife and have children. What's that about? Whatever. Let Dreamy go first and disrupt these rotten peach blossoms of husband. Mo Sanyu decided in his heart. Even if her husband's memory is not restored, she is always close to her daughter and may be able to help her husband remember his past life. Thinking about this, Mo Sanyu put her daughter down. Go Dreamy. Go to daddy. Good. Space rippled, and Lin Rumeng came out of the void, running towards Lin Chuan cheerfully with bare feet. Daddy. Daddy daddy. The intimate address and childish voice soon caught the attention of the people in the lobby, and their eyes focused outside the hall. Whose kid? It's beautiful. That's so well behaved and cute. Lin Rumeng perfectly inherited Mo Sanyu's genes, born with red lips and white teeth, powdered and carved. Her smile was so pure and clear that it melted the heart to see it. The girls in the room spread their smiles. No one cared at all why this cute little girl was here. Even the guards of the Lin mansion were indifferent. Under everyone's gaze, little Rumeng ran all the way into the lobby and hugged Lin Chuan's thighs in the midst of the astonished gazes. Daddy! Little Rumeng tilted his head and looked at his father, whom he had met for the first time, but it was doubly affectionate. With a cry of daddy, Lin Chuan was confused. What? I'm a father? What the hell? I'm still a virgin? How did I become a father? Whose kid is it? Even if you look cute and you can't help but want a hug, you can't slander people like that. Lin Yangyang was also confused. When did my own little brother, who doesn't leave the house, get a wife, and had a child in secret? You've gotten so big? The crowd proposing the marriage were all confused. Mr. Lin has a child? His own daughter missed her chance to be the first wife. So let's fight to be the second wife. Little girl, are you recognizing the wrong person? Lin Chuan came back to his senses and looked at the little girl who was hugging his thighs. and actually had a sense of familiarity. Deja vu. But he didn't know where he had seen it before. I'm not mistaken. Your dream's father. Little Rumen tightly hugged Lin Xuan's thighs, her little face pressed against it. How could she not let go? The others tacitly chose to shut up and transformed into melon eaters. Lin Xuan's head was as big as a cow. As much as I would love to have such an adorable daughter, I still don't want to be a father for no reason. Lin Yangyang walked over and picked up little Rumeng. Girl, what's your mother's name? My mother? Lin Rumeng beamed her little mouth, thinking left and right before realizing that she didn't even know her mother's name, and dully returned. Seems like it's just called mother. Black lines crossed Lin Yangyang's forehead. Looks like this girl is blackmailing the Lin family. Who's behind this? Then what's your name? Lin Yangyang asked. Lin Rumeng. Did you come alone? And mother? Where is your mother? Right there. Ha! Where's mother? How come it's gone? Little Rumor froze for a moment and said, it must have been that daddy was going to marry someone else and made mama angry, and mama went into hiding. With that, she crossed her arms and pointed angrily at the others. You're all bad people. Go away. And don't you dare steal daddy from Dream and mommy. Seeing this, the crowd knew that this was a troublesome matter and bowed their hands to Lin Yangyang, saying a few polite words before leaving in a sarcastic manner. Within a short time, only the Lin family siblings and little Rumeng were left in the large lobby. Lin Yangyang held the little girl and looked, and then compared it with Lin Xuan. You don't say. This girl is really a bit like you. Xuaner, honestly tell my sister, did you have an affair outside? Chapter 15, tonight. I am the best in the world. Absolutely not. I'm not that kind of person. Lin Xuan wanted to cry. Aside from having a wet dream, he had never been intimate with any woman at all in his life. Can you be a living father even if you have sex dreams? Now what do you say? Lin Yangyang helplessly said. This girl identified you as a father, and cannot find her mother. Is it trouble? How about keeping it for a while? Lin Xuan ghosted in. He didn't know why, but he felt affectionate towards this little girl anyway, and couldn't help but want to hug her. Gee, aren't you afraid of your reputation being ruined? Lin Yangyang looked at his own brother meaningfully. She seriously suspected that this girl was Chuaner's daughter, only that Chuaner was too embarrassed to admit it. Just as well, there was no need for her, as a sister, to poke at it. Mindfulness is just that. Lin Xuan didn't care. What's the use of honor? I'm not in a hurry to get married. It's just right to use the little girl as a shield. It's good that you agree. Lin Yangyang is not a pedantic person. Not to mention that she also likes this little girl. So cute girl or the first time to see. So be it. Lin Xuan picked up little Rumeng, who booped and kissed him twice on the cheek. Daddy, Dream misses you so much. Lin Xuan was hit by a sweet storm and didn't know how to reply. Looking at the little girl's dress, it was very delicate, and the accessories on her body were of great value, so she shouldn't be so poor that she had to recognize her father in a messy way. Forget it. What's the point of thinking about it? You can't eat much if you keep it. Lin Xuan always felt that there was a mysterious force that was helping him convince his heart. Little Rumor's next words, however, caused him to stagger on his feet. Daddy, when are we going to find mother? You kid, you started with 2 feet, and you had to find your parents, right? When daddy is healed, he will take you to mother. Good. Xiao Rumeng smiled and smooched Lin Xuan's face 2 more times, softly snuggling up to Lin Xuan. Dream is so good. Lin Xuan's mouth was cracking with laughter. Lin Yangyang's head was full of question marks. Stinky brother, what are you doing here? Just a moment ago, she was in a difficult situation, not knowing how to decide, and then in the blink of an eye, she started to act like a father and daughter, and that it's not the real daughter. It's hopeless. Lin Yangyang had a premonition that his own little brother must be a daughter slave in the future. In the virtual space, Mo Sanyu looked at the scene with great satisfaction. Her husband's closeness to her daughter gave her hope that perhaps her husband's memory would soon return. Mo Sanyu doesn't show up. It was the unwillingness of her husband to indulge in her looks. After all, her looks were too lethal for a mortal. She wanted her husband to love her deeply as a person. My daughter will let my husband carry her first, and when I fully adapt to the rules of the 9-phase realms heaven and earth, I think I'll be able to cross over to the supreme realm. At that time, we will find a way to help husband awaken his memories. The father-daughter bonding in the Lin Palace compound allowed Mo Sanyu's hanging heart to finally drop. Her daughter was absolutely safe in Qingyun Prefecture with the restraints she had placed on her body. Evening. Lin Yangyang personally cooked and made a table of good food. The role of not only Lin Xuan, Lin Yangyang is also determined to be a good aunt, both of them on the small Rumeng heartache. Apart from the matter of indiscriminately recognizing her father, the two of them were well behaved wherever they looked at this girl, and how they looked at her was adorable. After dinner, another conundrum is upon us. Lin Xuan sleeps for days at a time, and it's obviously inappropriate to let Xiao Rumeng sleep with him, but this girl just wants to sleep with him, like an octopus, clinging to him. Lin Yangyang, this aunt to speak is useless. The two had no choice but to do what the girl wanted. Entering the bedroom, little Roman became good again, just hugging Lin Xuan's arm, not making any noise, very quiet. The two men looked at each other in all directions. Daddy, why aren't you sleeping? Is it because you're thinking of mother? Little Rumeng's big watery eyes blinked as she stared at Lin Xuan, never getting tired of looking at him. How can I think when I don't even know who your mother is? The kid has a strange brain, and it's a good thing that the face value manages to cover up the kid's other flaws. Lin Xuan recognized himself as a handsome male, but he didn't think he could give birth to such a good-looking daughter, and he wouldn't get tired of looking at her a billion more times. How beautiful should this child's own mother really be? With all sorts of questions in his mind, Lin Xuan gradually entered dreamland. The scene shifted, and once again, we came to the dream cycle of Seiho Django, Taoist Tian Cheng, Monk Huishan, and Senior Yi Lian. You three want to stop this king? The experts of the three religions have joined forces to save the great Zhou military god, Shimen Wu Shui, cultivator Jinan Wang. The great Zhou's qi is not yet finished. Shimen Wushue's life should not be destroyed. He cannot die. When he dies, the world will be in chaos. Monk Huishan clasps his hands together, and a golden light illuminates on Shimen Wu Shui's body, forming a large bell that blocks your attack. Isn't the world in chaos enough? So what if one Simon Wushue dies? You look coldly at the three and question them in a loud voice. Monk Huishan said, we have no intention to be enemies with the southern border. We saved Shimen Wu Shui for the sake of this world. Asterisk 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 you break out in curses. Whoever dares to stand in the way, this king will kill. If you don't leave, this king will exterminate the Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism for 500 years. Your words caused the three great masters of the three sects to turn pale. They all know your temperament well and will certainly do what they say. Are you ready? You raise the sword in your hand high and aim it at Shimen Wu Shui's heart, stabbing downward little by little. Thud! The golden bell still has not been withdrawn, and the experts of the three religions have made their position clear. What is this talk about the world being in turmoil? You are merely afraid that the southern border will unify the world and monopolize the qi, so that your three religions will no longer be the supreme of the martial arts world. This world has always been characterized by many dynasties and 100 schools of thought. The only two times the imperial dynasty was unified, one deposed the 100 schools of thought and revered only the Confucians, and the other eliminated the Confucians and the Buddhists, and the Taoists went into hiding. The unification of the imperial dynasty and the return of the qi to unity is a situation that all Jianghu people are unwilling to see. The path you and Yun Ziyi are going to take is destined to be thorny. Kill. Bunyi is still fighting for a breath. How can you, as the king of Jinan, step back? Even if you die, you will bring the world's qi to unity. This is your gift to Crown Princess Yun Ziyi. You forcibly infused the southern border's qi fortune into your body and opened the heavenly gate with a single sword, and power beyond the celestial realm flowed into your body in a continuous stream. After this battle, there are only two ways you can end up. Either you ascend, or die. King of Jinan, why don't you realize what's going on? Taoist Tian Cheng, Monk Huishan, and Zhu Yi Lian sighed softly, and the three of them shot out together to stop your exterminating sword. People of the three religions are not included in the list of martial arts in the world. The world knows that the top masters of the three religions are no weaker than the top 10 of the martial arts list, and in some eras they are even better. But for this moment, you are invincible. You who burned your life and gathered the qi of the southern border are the true no one in the world tonight, unstoppable. Chapter 16 Battle with Heaven. The god of the Zhou army? An expert of the three religions? Nothing more than that. You laugh wildly. Dense qi converged toward the sky, forming a huge divine sword, its light illuminating the night sky. Countless people who are in Great Zhou or the southern border have seen this sword. He is like a heavenly punishment. While Lin Xuan in his dream couldn't see the whole picture, Lin Xuan's subconscious mind was aware of what was happening in this entire world. It can even sense the emotions of the supporting characters in the dream. In the western Shu Jedi, which was extremely far away from the southern border, Yun Ziyi, who had just beheaded the emperor of Diliang, looked up sharply. This is Agawa's sword. Yun Ziyi cried out in pain. She knew what the sword meant. It meant that all the scheming she had done since she was a child had come to naught, and everything was meaningless. The gift that Yun Ziyi wanted to give to Lin Xuan turned into a gift from Lin Xuan to Yun Ziyi in the end. As if the divine sword of heavenly punishment fell, even the top of the three religions, Taoist Tianqing, monk Huishan, and Jushi Lian, could not withstand it. They're struggling to hold on. The earth-shattering sword intent pressed them to keep sinking, getting closer and closer to the fainting Shiman Wu Shui. Above the land of the Great Zhou, black clouds are pressing down on the city, and electricity is flashing and thundering. This sword will not only decapitate Shiman Wu Shui, it will also decapitate the Great Zhou dynasty's qi along with it. Eyes on Excalibur falling. Rumble. A loud sound comes from above the sky. The night turns into day in an instant, and a door surrounded by immortal mist slowly opens. Dozens of glows fall. Immortals in the sky? A mortal? You look at the scene and your heart sinks to the bottom. There are rules in the world. Heavenly immortals may not directly interfere with earthly matters, and an immortal's presence on earth will be limited by the rules of heaven and earth. Even so, for you now, it is still desperate. Why do the fairies in heaven disturb the affairs of the world? A clear, cold voice exploded between the heavens, and a man with a sword in black satin wrapped around his eyes came step by step from the south. It is none other than your dear friend, the wasted blind swordsman. The immortals are not physical and attach themselves to the bodies of earthly visitors. Their face is twisted and hideous, not like immortals but more like ghosts and monsters. Lin Xuan, it's time for you to ascend. Thou shalt have no further part in the affairs of this world. The immortals did not pay any attention to the blind man. They have only one goal, and that is to make you ascend and cut off the affairs of the earth. You didn't answer their words. The only thing that responded to them was the increasingly raging sword intent. So what? So many terms of the world's first, who dared to call the immortals a few, came to the land of the immortals, cannot be counted as true immortals. Lin Xuan, I advise you to return to your rightful place. Kill Shiman Wu Shui and cut off the Great Zhou's fortune, and the gates of heaven will no longer open for you. Ascension is your only way to live. Immortals look at you angrily. Is it rare for this king to be alive? A world of immortals like yours is not something this king wants to go to. Get lost. You have scorned the immortals. It was not only Lin Xuan in the dream world who scorned these immortals, but also Lin Xuan's subconscious mind. Such an immortal was too far from the immortals he had imagined. It's just a fake immortal deceiving the world. The immortals were angry at your contempt and they struck out. Are all immortals so rude? The blind man curses. Since that battle in Wine Fairy City, the blind man has drawn his sword again. The name of his move is called blind sword drawing, haphazardly and blindly drawing swords. But it can be such a sword that even an immortal can't cope with it. Chuan, go do what you want. The blind man stopped in front of the immortals with one man and one sword. It was his last sword out, the last dance of his life. Good. You nodded and ghostly added. You still owe me many lives. Remember to pay me back in your next life. You owe me. The blind man spits towards you and casually decapitates another immortal. Immortals who come to earth and break the rules should be prepared to be killed. The world is in a real mess. The immortal lamented. Both of you don't want to ascend. So let's bury them in this world and warn those who come after us. So the immortals are so good at bragging, even better than the Johns in the whorehouse. The blind man spoke foul language. As he did when he cursed the dog emperor, he has never feared imperial power, much less the gods and immortals. The immortals stopped speaking and turned into two white waves to kill towards you and the blind man. I told you to leave my best friend alone. The blind man drew his sword again, his face devoid of a playful expression, and with a single chop of his sword, the heavens and the earth were transformed into black and white. Daylight at the immortal gate, night on earth. Between the black and white are tumbling clouds set with an infinite sword scar. The blind man gives you the middle finger and teases. Who isn't already the best in the world? You laugh. I hope you're firmer than I am. The blind man smiles knowingly. It's up to the fairies to withstand the tossing and turning. You are recklessly abusing the immortals with vulgar words. Just like when you were traveling in the Jianghu, commenting together on the little lady's big white legs. Another great battle unfolds. The only one fighting alongside you this time is your dear friend Blind. And you will face the chi of the whole world, and the immortals from heaven. As the giant sword of heavenly punishment fell once more, the experts of the three sects of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism could not hold you back after all, and together with Shiman Wu Shui, all four were killed by you on the endless beach. In the other side of the world illuminated by the immortal light, the banished immortals fall like rain. In the white mist in all directions, the immortals are wailing, dotted with bits of scarlet. That is the blood of the blind blooming. The world is extremely bright, but he can't see the world. but a blind man's life, a blind man's sword, is far more wonderful than this world. The amazing battle is over. The immortal gate slowly closes, and the two number one in the world who should have ascended this night look at the closed immortal gate and smile at each other. Neither you nor the blind man cared about the so-called ascension. It's enough to have this best friend in life. The dividing line between black and white becomes blurred again. The rolling clouds merge into one. The night ends and the star of the beginning lights up. The blind man drags his crippled body to you who cannot move. How's it going? Isn't he handsome? Not as good as me. You're the one who's tough. Blind man hits you on the head with a wooden sword. You're chatting sky high. You ask, blind man, do you have any last wishes? Yes. The blind man nodded heavily. I want to marry a Shioli girl and have a big fat boy. But unfortunately I'm blind and a swordsman, so I can't harm people. You were silent for a long time and said quietly, come to brother in your next life, and brother will help you with the matchmaking. In the distance, a silhouette sped by. The blind man cursed and got up. Blanche, what envy! Your crown princess Yunzi came. She cried into tears. How much you laughed. How much she cried. Chapter 17 Pure Sword. Sword Xi. Agawa. Crown Princess Yunzi jumped into your arms and wailed like a child. It's all right now. We won. You hold Yunzi in your arms and caress her cheeks. Why? Yunzi looks at you and says in a daze. I don't want those. I just want you. Ah Chuan. You smile and say, I'm always here. Always with you. Your days are numbered. The chief fails and you cannot ascend. The path of your life comes to an end. In the 46th year of the Chang'an calendar, the great Liang dynasty was overthrown, and a not-so-bright and short-lived era ended. Like a flash in the pan, you have fulfilled your long-cherished wish to avenge your mother's death. In the same year, the Yunchuan imperial dynasty was established. The first emperor of the Yunchuan imperial dynasty was the former southern border Princess Yunzi, who was another female emperor in this land after a lapse of 5,000 years. The name of the Yunchuan female emperor is destined to be known for ages. The yellow robe looks better on you than it does on me. On top of the dragon chair, you and Yunzi are snuggling together. Your hair has long been gray, while she is getting younger and more graceful. Yunzi said, Ah Chuan, I have another gift for you. What gift? In the old days, when you heard this, your heart inevitably jumped, but now you are not afraid. Everything is fixed. The greatest scheme of your life is to use it on your lover. You occasionally wonder, is she lonely living alone in the world? Yunzi takes you to a dungeon. There is a huge furnace in the center of the city, emitting amazing heat. The air is distorted by the heat. Yunzi leads you to the furnace. She bit her fingertip and the blood dripped into the furnace, only to see the rolling iron in the furnace churning. A dragon's roar resounds through the dungeon. Swish! A sharp sword flew out from the furnace. A mere 3-foot sword, but it made all the swords in the entire Yunchuan imperial dynasty roar. It is the absolute emperor among swords. Do you like it, Agawa? Yunzi looks at you with a smile. This is a supreme divine sword that she personally crafted with her heart's blood daily contained. Excalibur was born in a fiery flame, harboring the sentiments of the beloved. You ask, what's its name? Not yet. You and Yunzi have been together for a lifetime but have not left an heir. But you have never felt any regrets. It is enough to have a lover for a lifetime. From green plums to loving wives, they have grown old together. Yunji's heart has always been with you, and you've been able to feel it from the beginning to the end. You named the Excalibur Cloudheart. The moment you gripped the Cloudheart divine sword, your dying body continued to change. Your white hair turned into green silk, and you were radiant. At the end of your life, you are at the top of your game again. You know, it's a flashback. You felt another wave of rushing sword intent in the great land of Yunchuan, and your dear friend Blindy, unwilling to be left alone, burned out his true self and sublimated to the utmost. Blindy, how about another fight with heaven? You go toward the sky with a sword. The blind man turns into a rainbow and rushes straight to the sky alongside you. The blind man laughed. Old man Chuan, can it work? You hold the Cloudheart sword tightly. Your heart is clear as a mirror. The world has always said that your sword is not pure. And the once world's number one wine immortal monarch said the same thing. Your previous sword was indeed not pure, but this sword is different. Only for the battle with heaven. It's pure enough. The strongest sword move you've realized in your life is named Sword 23. In different moods, the Sword 23 is different again every time it is cast. The first time you used Sword 23 was to protect the princess and to behead the god of killers, Jia Wu Ming. And at that time you contained an extremely strong killing intent. It's named 23 Swords of the Destruction of Heaven and Earth. The second time I used Sword 23 was in a battle with the world's one wine immortal monarch of his time, and it carried countless feelings of friendship. The enmity of my mother by Susu, the loyalty of my father Lin Wuji, the predicament of the old swordsman Li Changying, the love of the blind swordsman's best friend, the long-cherished wishes of countless generals in the southern border, and the guardianship of the beloved Yun Ziyi. It is a sword stance that needs to be interpreted with all the affection of life. Its name, Sentient Heaven and Earth Sword XXII. When you faced Shiman Wu Shui for the third time, you still used this move. The last time I used Sword 23 was at this moment. A pure sword. A sword move made for the sword. Its name, 6 Extinction Selfless Sword XXII. In that battle, your swords opened the gates of heaven, killing an unknown number of immortals, and hardening the divine bridge connecting man and immortal. Since the age of the ancestral dragon, another era without immortals has begun. The fate of the Earth's chi is determined by the Earth. The so-called immortal gods have no right to interfere. You fell from the vault of heaven and used your last breath to protect the blind man, who might have been able to be an ordinary man, marry and have children. At the last moment, you fall into a warm embrace. She is so beautiful, but you can no longer see her cheeks. Lin Xuan slowly woke up from his dream world. Another dream ended. No shame. For this dream reincarnation, Lin Xuan is still very satisfied. The dream in Yun Ziyi's love has regrets, but no regrets. I'm such a good man. Give every girl in your dreams a satisfied partner. Lin Xuan enjoyed this feeling. Anyway, they are all dreamers, waking up from the dream that is to leave, without any burden. There will not be love Shurai appear. Ding! The host has completed a complete dream reincarnation, this time gaining 100,000 points. Given that the intensity of this dream world is up to standard, the host is entitled to one additional reward. Please choose two of the following rewards to receive. Reward 1, Sword Stance, Sword 23. Reward 2, Excalibur Cloudheart. Reward 3, 1 Battle with Heaven Dream Reincarnation Reflection Card. The things in the dream reincarnation were once again presented in front of Lin Xuan's eyes, much the same as the perfect female demoness dream rewards. The power of Sword 23 had long been felt by Lin Xuan in his dreams. He took the reward without any hesitation. The 3 sword strokes were then reflected in Lin Xuan's mind, but there was a certain difficulty in trying to actually use them. His realm wasn't enough. Rewards 2 and 3 are both great too. The divine sword Cloudheart, which was personally forged for him by his dream love Yun Ziyi, was raised with his heart's blood, and in the final battle with the heavens it cut out the sword intent that crowned the world. On the path of cultivation, a weapon that is handy is important. The reincarnation reflection card, not to mention, represents his high moments in the dream reincarnation, and is also an extremely powerful combatant when reflected in reality. After weighing the options again, Lin Xuan still chose the divine sword Cloudheart. Shitzi Jianghu and Perfect Female Devil are both low-level metaphysical dream reincarnations, with the former being significantly less intense than the latter. If we were to divide it according to the realm of realistic cultivation, Qi Nurturing Realm, Vein Opening Realm, Tankong Realm, Descending Realm, Divine Prana Realm, Heavenly Harmony Realm, Sage Realm, and Supreme Realm, the Celestial Realm in Shitzi Jianghu is roughly equivalent to the realistic Heavenly Harmony Realm, and the so-called immortals are probably at the level of the Saint Realm. The Devil's Honor in Perfect Female Devil's Honor, on the other hand, can be compared to the Supreme Being. The White Sword God card that Lin Xuan had acquired from the last Perfect Female Demoness dream reincarnation was also comparable to the Supreme, so he picked Excalibur Cloudheart. Lin Xuan reached out, gripping the virtual hilt of the sword, and the divine sword Cloudheart gradually solidified, and with a sword roar, it was completely reflected into reality. Yun Ziyi, Empress Yun Xuan. Chapter 18, The Excalibur That Mirrors Reality. Excalibur Cloudheart. Holding the sword in his hand, Lin Xuan seemed to be able to feel the strong feelings of his beloved in his dreams. What a great sword! He swung it casually. The sword body was appropriately light and heavy, and it was as easy to use as if it was customized. Go practice in the yard. Lin Xuan looked at his daughter Lin Rumong, who was still asleep on the bed, thinking that this girl should be awake and asleep the whole time. It was well behaved and never woke him up. When he came to the courtyard, Lin Xuan ran the Burning Silence sword technique, which actually complemented the divine sword Cloudheart without any hindrance. The aura kept pouring into the body. Rumble. Lin Xuan only felt that the aura in his body was expanding to the extreme, constantly drilling into his meridians. This was the sign of stepping into the vein opening realm. Nourish the chi in the body and open up the spiritual veins. Lin Xuan really didn't expect to step into the second realm of cultivation so soon. Dream reincarnation still really comes with a hangman's harvesting function? In any case, this was a good thing for him, and with this in mind, Lin Chuan sat down and meditated to open up his spirit vein. According to the book, successfully opening a spiritual vein in the body that could be used for cultivation would be considered a successful breakthrough, and a normal cultivator opening 12 spiritual veins for cultivation would be the pinnacle. Some geniuses could break the mold and open up 13 veins. In history, there had even been supreme demons who had opened up 14, 15, and even 16 veins. The number of spirit veins opened in the body and the width of the veins were the foundation of cultivation, and the thicker the base, the higher the upper limit would be. This has been true for ages. At the same time, the Daotian prefecture, which was extremely distant from the Qingyun prefecture, was undergoing a shocking metamorphosis. Dao Heavenly Prefecture was one of the great continents of the 9 phases realm, with powerful people like the clouds. The 36 cave temples and 72 blessed places of Taoism are all located in this state. There is also a supremely powerful man living in hiding here. The ground shook, and a sword separated the world. Above the Dao Heavenly State, there was a sword towards the sky, a sword that cut through the clouds. The sword marked deeply embedded in the void, combing the sky dome with a center parting. Old ancestor is out of the gate. A shout rang out among the rolling hills. The mountains were filled with cultivators flying with their swords, heading towards the highest peaks of the Daotian prefecture. The old ancestor in the mouths of the people was a generation of sword immortals. At first, the world only thought that it was a blind man, and then the blind man casually killed a supreme realm demon lord with a single sword strike. The people of Daotian prefecture shouted out sword immortal and worshipped. The blind sword immortal did not start a sect, but only resided in this mountain, and countless sincere swordsmen came to seek the way, hoping to be taught a move and a half by the sword immortal, even a casual word of instruction. For sword-obsessed swordsmen, the random pointers of the blind sword immortal are enough to qualify as a lifetime treasure. Blind swordsman never responded to anyone. He occasionally practiced his sword at the top of the mountain, and did not avoid the world, so everyone could watch. A number of sword cultivators gained enlightenment from this, and from then on, they regarded themselves as disciples of the blind sword immortal, and these people combined their efforts to establish a sect at the bottom of the mountain, named 10,000 Sword Sect. The blind sword immortal then became the founding ancestor of the 10,000 Sword Sect. When the old ancestor came out of the gate, it was a great opportunity for the cultivators of the 10,000 Sword Sect. On top of the mountain sat a swordsman in tattered cloth, black satin wrapped around his eyes and a rusty blade in his hand. I didn't expect to dream big, but somehow oh karma. Lin Chuan? Blind sword immortal silently recited the name. Just what kind of god is it? To be able to come into my red dust dream world. Blind sword immortal counted with his fingers but could not figure out where his best friend in the dream was. That's not really a dream. He is the real him in the dream. The one who rolls in the dust. The best friend in the dream should be real too. There's one more person who might be able to help me. The mind is not able to get through. The blind sword immortal has no intention to cultivate again, determined to find a dear friend and solve the karma. Otherwise it is difficult to break the realm in this life. The blind man is looking for him, the wife of his best friend in the dream, that Yunchuan Empress Yunji. Projecting Yunzi's location was much easier, and after many projections, the blind man was able to determine Yunzi's location. She's actually in the small world of the Taoist 72 blessed places. The Dao Heavenly Prefecture was so huge that many cultivators could not walk out of a corner of the Dao Heavenly Prefecture even after spending their entire lives. The space near the Dao Heavenly State spawned small worlds containing countless opportunities. 108 of these small worlds are the most famous, having been immortalized by the Taoist teaching ancestors and given the names of 36 cave heavens and 72 fortunate places. In the next instant, the blind man's figure disappeared into thin air. Appearing again, he had already arrived at the entrance of a special space. Who is the visitor? Retreat quickly. This place is the Taoist Green Jade Blessing. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Seeing the blind man who suddenly appeared, a group of cultivators in Taoist robes shouted harshly as if they were enemies. The blind man swept the men. Pust. The Taoist cultivators stationed at the Green Jade Blessed Land all vomited blood. The existence of Taoist caverns should have been for the benefit of the world. And the Taoist ancestors' illumination of the caverns was not meant to allow you to use your power for personal gain, to oppress countless living beings in the blessed land for one's own selfish desires, deserve to die. The blind man's every word carried infinite sword intent, causing the cultivators stationed at the blessed land to turn pale, as if they were being punished by 10,000 swords piercing through their hearts. This group of cultivators didn't understand until they died. Why would an alien cultivator know the secrets of the cave? The original intention of the Taoist ancestors' designation of the Cave of Heavenly Blessings was to allow the world's living beings to have an additional path of cultivation, and those who have the destiny to do so will be able to obtain the blessings of fortune within the Cave of Heavenly Blessings. Taoist ancestors want to make a good relationship with the world. Nay, the sun shines brightly, but there are still assholes. The living beings within the Green Jade Blessed Land should have been free to develop. The so-called immortal layout in stirring up chi fortune was that this group of cultivators, in order to draw on the chi fortune within the blessed land, went against the teachings of the Tao ancestor and privately blocked the paths of the living beings within the blessed land. Waking up from a big dream and standing outside the world, the blind man quickly saw everything clearly. As far as he was concerned, they were not worth mentioning. To the living beings within the small world of the Green Jade Blessed Land, it was a subversive change. The world has a chance to get ahead and will not be trapped by the immortals anymore. Inside the Green Jade Blessed small world, the Yunchuan imperial dynasty has been established for 300 years. Empress Yunzi, however, remained the same as she was at the beginning of the founding of the country. Agawa, I'm finally coming to stay with you. Sitting on the dragon chair, Yunzi murmured, limited by the rules of heaven and earth. Her life had come to an end. For 300 years, she had missed her husband Lin Chuan day and night. In recent years, she had a growing sense of foreboding in her heart, a voice telling her that Chuan might still be alive. If Chuan is really alive, he might have been reincarnated and reborn. Yunzi had attempted to ascend to this realm. Nay, the rules of heaven and earth pressed down on her, not allowing her to go any further. And after that battle 300 years ago, the Heaven's Gate was closed, and the immortals never appeared again. Agawa, if you are truly still alive in the other world, please guide my soul in the underworld. Ge still wants to be your wife all the time, to live and die and be with you forever. Yunzi's tearful eyes blurred and her vitality gradually dissipated. Just then, the rules of heaven and earth that had been restricting her loosened. Yunzi saw someone who was a close friend of Chuan 300 years ago. Blind? You're still alive? Blind man, the ultimate swordsman. Chapter 19, it seems like my sister is a genius too. Yunzi was incredulous. The blind man who fought the heavenly gate with Chuan 300 years ago is alive? Put it this way, Agawa's still alive, too. A strong desire to survive erupted within Yunzi, and the loosened rules of heaven and earth could no longer restrict her realm. He's alive. The blind man spoke up. Where's Agawa? Yunzi was thrilled. All I know is that he is still alive, perhaps reincarnated and reborn, or deliberately hiding. The blind man wasn't sure. The memory of whether the best friend in the dream was a reincarnation of a great power, who woke up and left the dream, or was reincarnated and reborn, has been dusted off. It must have been reincarnated and reborn. Yunzi firmly said. If Chuan was still alive, he would have come to see himself. Maybe, the blind man said. If he has been reincarnated and reborn, and you are needed to find him, there are some things that you should know. The blind man reached out a little, and a ray of light didn't enter Yunzi's brow. A great deal of information about the 9 phases realm and the Green Jade Blessed Land was reflected in Yunzi's mind. So it is. Yunzi finally understood the reason why she was unable to make a breakthrough. It turned out that the world she was in was just a corner of the 9-phase realm. Without the help of the blind man, I'm afraid she would have died with regrets. Now, new opportunities lie before her. Agawa, I'll definitely find you again. She cares more about the love of her life than her own predicament. You are burdened with 300 years of the Qingyu Blessed Land's fortune. This is a creation. Refine it properly and stabilize your realm. At that time, you can go to Lin Chuan. The blind man left a message and broke away. Yunzi digested the many memories about the 9 phases realm, the most important being the cultivation knowledge. The 8 realms of the 9 phases of realm practice are Qi Nurturing Realm, Vein Opening Realm, Tankong Realm, Descending Realm, Divine Prana Realm, Heavenly Harmony Realm, Saint Realm, Supreme Realm. Above this is the realm of legends that cannot be recited by ordinary people. My current realm is roughly between the Heavenly Harmony Realm and the Saint Realm. And if I refine away the 300 years of chance and fortune of the Green Jade Blessed Land, I will be able to ascend to the Saint, and hopefully the Supreme. Within the 9 phases realm, I'm afraid that there are not a few people stronger than the Supreme Realm. Trying to find Chuan in the vast expanse of the Great Realm was no small challenge for her. Let's hope that by that time, Agawa hadn't married and had children. The reincarnated body, whose memories do not survive, is likely to have another marriage. Yunzi was conflicted, and she didn't know how to react if this really happened. Maybe turn away, Or perhaps justified in asking for an identity. How will we know until then? Jiayong Wonju. Great Yan Dynasty. Lin Mansion. Half a month passed in a flash. Lin Chuan had not only stepped into the vein opening realm, but had also opened up 3 cultivation spirit veins of the maximum width within his body. His talent was outstanding. He had not entered a very long dream cycle again in the past half month. It's all random and dreamy, with very short sleep periods. In the meantime, he discovered an oddity. His daughter Rumeng turned out to be a sleeping treasure as well, and Lin Chuan slept for 10 days during the last dream round of Shitzi Jianghu. Afterward he asked the maid Green Bud. Green Bud said, "Young master, Meng, she slept with you for 10 days and didn't even wake up." During this time, Lin Yangyang also made a point of visiting the room. It's true that little as dreams don't wake up. This girl's sleep schedule seemed to be synchronized with Lin Chuan's. Little Rumeng's appearance was already abrupt, somehow recognizing him as his father, not to mention being so peculiar in itself. Not at all like normal people. It was good that apart from Lin Chuan and his sister, only Green Bud, the maid who had served him since childhood, knew about this. Otherwise, if word got out, outsiders would definitely say that little Rumeng was a demon. Maybe it really is a demon. Lin Chuan smiled to himself. Meng is so well behaved. Even if she's a demon, she's definitely a good demon. Lin Chuan didn't know what was wrong with him. Obviously. It was so odd. But as soon as he saw how well behaved his daughter was and looked into those big, pure and innocent eyes, he would automatically think in a favorable way. "Daddy, what do you keep looking at dreamy for?" Little Rumor asked with wide open eyes. "It's okay." Lin Chuan took his daughter into his arms. "Auntie is back. Let's go find Auntie for dinner." "Okay. Yeah." Lin Romong was like a bundle of joy, happy at all times and sleeps with a sweet smile. When he came to the main hall, he happened to see Lin Yangyang, who rushed back in the dust. Ever since the news that Lin Chuan was a cultivator spread out, the reputation of the Lin clan's merchant house became louder and louder, and the business grew bigger and bigger. Lin Yangyang just went to the county to do business. Round trip used half a month. "How's business in the county, sis?" "Sloppy," Lin Yangyang said. "Business is bigger. More and more people in contact. Ran into a few oddballs." Lin Chuan smiled lightly. "What's wrong?" Lin Yangyang said. "The eldest son of the county Jin's merchant house wants to marry me. These people are really disgusting. Seeing that you have a daughter, they are eyeing me again." For so many years, Lin Yangyang did not lack suitors. Not to mention the fact that Lin Yangyang is a woman. Family wealth, their own appearance and body temperament are first class, full of a great beauty. There were naturally many suitors, but she rejected them all. There were 2 reasons for her refusal. One was that she was afraid that outsiders would miss the family fortune and secretly bully her brother Lin Chuan. The second is that she herself has no desire to marry. She wouldn't mind living with her brother for the rest of her life if she could. Just reject him. Lin Chuan didn't want his sister to marry someone at will, at least if she liked her own sister. Otherwise no one would be able to come. I naturally refused him, but his family has some power and caused a lot of trouble for the merchant bank. Lin Yangyan sighed. If the news that I'm a cultivator gets out, our Lin family is afraid that there will never be any peace. After obtaining the cultivation method of the burning silence sword technique, Lin Yangyang also started his cultivation journey, and whenever he had time, he would meditate. When they went out to do business, they would meditate and practice in the caravan's wagon. When you're strong in the future, you don't have to care about that. With the dream reincarnation reflection card in hand, Lin Chuan naturally wouldn't let his own sister suffer. By the way, sis, how's your cultivation going? I don't know what to say. Sloppy. Regarding the determination of cultivation talent, Lin Yangyang hadn't learned about it and just practiced in a step-by-step manner. Judging by the realm, I should be at the vein opening realm right now, and I've opened about 6 spirit veins, so I should be okay, right? How much? Lin Chuan was stunned. Lin Yangyang dumbfounded, opened up 6 cultivation spirit veins. Ah, what's wrong? Lin Chuan thinks he's a genius now. I didn't realize that my sister was even more heaven-defying than him. How long has it been? She's reached the 6th level of the vein opening realm? With this kind of talent, going to the vast majority of cultivation forces could be a personal disciple. No wonder even the reborn him was far inferior to his sister in terms of business. Dare I say that she was a buried super genius? Seeing Lin Chuan's abnormal reaction, Lin Yangyang was even more confused. Chuaner, tell me, what level do I belong to? If it wasn't for the fact that this was his own sister, Lin Chuan would have seriously suspected that the other party was in Versailles. After a long time, Lin Chuan handed out a book. See for yourself. Chapter 20, The Demon Beheading Division. The book, Read it. Lin Yangyang was unable to return to his senses for a long time. So, I'm a super talented cultivator? The book said. Unusual cultivators sense the aura to be more than half a month, plus the introduction of gas into the body to adapt, running the circumference of the day. The whole process has to be 3 months up. In this way, one is considered to have stepped into the threshold of the chi-nurturing realm, and it only took her half a month to reach the vein-opening realm and open up 6 cultivation spirit veins, and she had missed the best age for initiation into cultivation. If he had been exposed to cultivation earlier, he might have already been a great cultivator of the party. Think so much to do, can have these now. Already very good. Lin Yangyang suppressed the thought. She is not a person who is insatiable. I'm lucky to have it, but I'm not. She's very happy with the way it turned out. Sister, why don't we give up the merchant business? We siblings will focus on cultivation, and the treasures and mundane things will become less and less useful to us, both practitioners and progressing so quickly. Lin Xuan wanted to give up the merchant bank and dive into cultivation with his sister to avoid attracting more trouble. The merchant bank can't give up. Lin Yangyang shook his head. The book said, cultivation spells more than just talent. Law land wealth couple is indispensable. Recently, my food consumption has been rising day by day, and my cultivation consumption has increased so much that it will definitely explode in the future. If you just bury your head in cultivation, where will you get the resources to cultivate? As a businessman, Lin Yangyang hit the nail on the head and saw the most acute problems. Seems reasonable. Lin Xuan's thoughts were much simpler. The lack of careful thought because of the presence of the system made him think that everything could be resolved in the dream cycle. Normal should be Sister Lin Yangyang such thinking. Lin Yangyang laughed. The merchant business still has to be done, but it has to be transformed to do the business of cultivators, not the business of mortals. Although the contact with cultivators is now pitifully small, Lin Yangyang is very confident that with the elevation of the realm, everything will fall into place. It's all a deal essentially, and she's confident that she can handle this. You don't need to care about the merchant bank, just leave it to your sister. Lin Yangyang stood tall. When I was young, my sister was able to pull you up and raise you, and in the future, I will also be able to ensure that your cultivation path will be free of resources. Then I'll hug my sister's thighs tightly. Lin Xuan was used to being so, ever since he was a child. It was him and his sister who supported each other. Even if his sister couldn't make today's promise, he would still help her fulfill it. In the void outside the Lin mansion, the 4 great demon kings of the Cloud Dream ancient forest looked at this scene, their eyes flickering. The Lord said that as long as we can make Big Brother Lin Xuan regain his memories, he will teach us the method to step into the Supreme Realm. How many years have we been stuck in the Saint Realm? Perhaps this is our only chance. The golden-winged Tiger King's eyes burned. Tiger King, what do you think should be done? The demonic 3-headed Snake King asked. If you want to help Big Brother Lin Xuan recover his memory, you have to find a suitable reason to approach him. But Big Brother Lin Xuan, he's either playing with the young master or he's sleeping. There simply wasn't a proper opportunity. In my opinion, it would be better if we borrow Big Brother Lin Xuan's sister to act. She wants to do business in the cultivation world and needs a guide. We can take this opportunity to join the cooperation. The golden-winged Tiger King stated his plan. The black-flamed Sparrow King laughed. Lin Yangyang's talent seems to be even stronger than Big Brother Lin Xuan's. Maybe he was also a supreme power in his previous life. The golden-winged Tiger King nodded. That's why it's not a bad thing to curry favor with these siblings in any way. And what will greet us in the future is a path of prosperity. The 4 great demon kings agreed on this opinion. Knock knock. At that exact moment, there was a knock on the door of the Lin mansion. Miss, young master, there's a group of strangely dressed people outside, saying they're official secret guards and want to see you too. The underling came hastily to inform. Invite them in. Lin Yangyang was not surprised. Since the news that his brother was a cultivator had spread, the officials were bound to come. She even felt it was a little late. Not long after, 3 people walked into the courtyard. All 3 were wearing black brocade clothes with a fish-like pattern embroidered at their belts. The fish is born with 2 fins. I don't know what the symbolism is. The difference is that the leader's belt is embroidered with 3 fish motifs, while the 2 men in his entourage have only 1 fish motif each. Demon Beheading Division's 3rd Striped Demon Beheading Envoy Wu Fei Fan, by order of the division chief, has come to investigate the matter of Yushui County's Lin family cultivator Lin Xuan and the wall-hidden demon. Demon Chopper Division? It was the first time the Lin siblings had heard the name of this organization. Easy to understand. I think it's that department of monks that is directly under the imperial authority. I am willing to cooperate with the investigation. Lin Chuan arched his hand and asked the maid to pour a cup of hot tea for the 3 people from the Demon Beheading Division. Demon Beheading Envoy Wu Feifan's gaze, however, landed on Lin Yangyang. According to Demon Remover Zhao Jiming's confession, there is only one cultivator in the Lin family, Lin Chuan, and he is at the Qi Nurturing Realm cultivation level. Why is it that this official senses a cultivator's aura on both of your siblings, and that it is the Pulse Opening Realm, not the Qi Nurturing Realm? The night you decimated the wall-hidden demon, you concealed your cultivation? Demon Beheading Envoy Wu Feifan's gaze was sharp and unruffled. Right. Lin Chuan took over and laughed. Something like concealing one's cultivation should not have violated the laws of the Great Yin Dynasty, right? Sure. Wu Feifan's face remained the same. However, in order to prevent demons from entering the country and disguising themselves as human cultivators to cause chaos, we must still ask you two to cooperate with this official's routine inspection. With that, he took out a mirror. This is the Demon Identification Spirit Mirror, which can identify demonic qi, and the 2 of you can prove your innocence by inputting a trace of spiritual energy into the mirror. Good. The Lin family siblings had a clear conscience and did as they were told. The aura entered, and the demon discriminating spirit mirror didn't have any reaction for a long time, proving that Lin's siblings weren't demons, and most likely weren't demon cultivators either. Wu Feifan cupped his fists. Since you two are cultivators, you can go to the Demon Beheading Division to register as a civilian demon eradicator, accepting missions and getting paid. There are many things to be aware of on the path of cultivation, and sometimes hiding too much is not a good thing. Exactly what to do is up to the 2 of you. This official takes his leave. When the matter was done, the 3 people from the Demon Beheading Division turned around and left without any half-hearted procrastination. I don't know if it's good or bad to be targeted by the Demon Beheading Division. Lin Chuan sighed lightly. He was worried that after he and his sister's cultivation talent was exposed, it would attract some people's covetousness, which would then be a big trouble. This won't stay under wraps for long. Lin Yangran smiled and looked very open. In my opinion, the benefits of this matter outweigh the drawbacks. The Great Yin Dynasty needs strong cultivators, and by displaying our talents, we will be able to receive official support and more resources. As for the covetousness of the ungrateful, what comes to pass always comes to pass. At the age of 6 or 7, he learned from his parents to run a business, and at the age of 12, he took over the Lin's business firm, and had to take care of his little brother, who was only 3 years old at the time. Lin Yangyang experienced too much suffering. How many people have tried to take down the Lin family along the way? In the end, they were still swept aside. The cultivation world is more dangerous? How has the self not become stronger? Besides, she had survived alone at that time, and now that her brother had grown up and was by her side, what was there to fear? Void space. The 4 great demon kings were still conferring, and the more they looked, the more wrong they became. The golden-winged tiger king frowned. Why do I feel that this sister's aura is far superior to big brother Lin Chuan's? In front of Lin Yang, big brother Lin Chuan really seemed to be a younger brother. Chapter 21. What? Chuan, he already has a daughter? Dao Heavenly State. Green Jade Blessed Land. After years of bitter cultivation, Yun Ziyi had finally digested all of the blessed fortune and chi luck bestowed upon her by the Green Cloud Blessed Land. Will Agawa still wait for me after all this time? For Yun Ziyi, every moment was precious. Not too much time has passed in the 9-phase realm. Don't worry. The blind man's voice rang out at the right time. In a cavernous paradise that has been enlightened by the Tao ancestor, the flow of time is different from the outside world. The mysteries of time and space are not something that a very human being can penetrate. Even the blind sword immortal was only touching the edge, without the ability to reverse time and space. Now can you find him? The blind man asked. I'll try. Yun Ziyi, who had absorbed 300 years of blessed fortune and chi luck from the Green Cloud Blessed Land, was already infinitely close to the supreme realm of the 9 phases realm, and was naturally able to touch the Tao of cause and effect. Tao rhythms converged around Yun Ziyi like wind in clouds. In the dark, the Tao of karma guided her direction, but it was too vague. After all, it is still not strong enough on its own. I'll borrow the chi of the Taoist cave for you for a while. The blind man chimed softly. The 36 cavernous heavens and 72 blessed lands of the Tao Heavenly Prefecture trembled as terrifying chi instantly poured into the Green Jade Blessed Land. The guidance in Yun Ziyi's mind became clearer and clearer. Pust. Her ability to withstand it also reached its limit at this moment, and a mouthful of heart blood spurted out. Found it. Not caring about the pain in her body and mind, a smile appeared on Yun Ziyi's face. I feel Ah Chuan's position. Finally. It's possible. See Ah Chuan again. The blind man was silent. His heart had a premonition that Yunzi's love affair with that dreamy best friend would not be solved so easily. A lot of things have changed. Let's go. The blind man still wanted to see the best friend of his dreams, and no matter what the other man was like, he had to make this trip. The two of them stepped through space and followed the guidance to vanish. The Tao Heavenly Prefecture was extremely far from the place of guidance, and even at the Supreme Realm, one would need to rely on a great teleportation talisman to constantly vanish. As the distance grew closer, Yunzi became more and more nervous. Her hands clenched tightly. Arrived. It wasn't until the blind man reminded her that she came to an abrupt halt, her eyes glancing toward a mundane mansion not far away. In the Lin Mansion compound, Lin Chuan was playing with little Ru Meng. Daddy, run faster. The little girl sat on Lin Chuan's neck, her hands spread out, her fleshy little face full of smiles. Agawa. Yunzi was struck by a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Her face turned pale and she stood still. Has the reincarnated and reborn Chuan even married and had children? And what is he now? The blind man frowned lightly. This child. Yunzi smiled bitterly. This child is adorable, isn't she? I can feel it too. Chuan likes her a lot. Thinking about this, Yunzi's heart ached even more. In the green jade blessing, she was supposed to give birth to an heir for Chuan, but in the end, she failed to keep it. The blind man was silent. Actually, what he's trying to say is that there's something abnormal about this child. Completely not a normal little human girl. Her body was densely covered with extremely odd laws that even he couldn't see through. This dreamy friend is really no ordinary person. That's just it. The blind man sighed in his heart. There must be a reason for him to make this arrangement, and I won't poke my nose in the business of dear friends and confidants. The blind man chose to hide the truth. He had come here just to see the best friend of his dreams, the strange man who could become a life and death friend with him in his great red dream. As for the rest, he didn't want to care. It's not too late to meet again when your best friend in your dreams remembers him. I'm leaving. The blind man turned away. Good luck. In that life in the green jade blessed land, Lin Chuan and Yunzi were a pair of divine couple that everyone envied. What a love! And their love had long transcended the boundaries of life and death. In his heart, the blind man still hoped that the love between the two would be cultivated, but he dared not jump to conclusions about feelings. Now there was an additional mysterious third party, and the little girl in the courtyard of the Lin mansion who was densely covered in strange laws. These were all variables. To Yunzi, that was an absolute hindrance. The blind man departed. Yunzi remained standing in the void space, at a loss for words. She didn't know what to do. Leave in silence? How willing? Meddling in it? Not something she could do either. Doing that would only hurt Agawa right now, and it wouldn't do her any good. I'm afraid the only thing I can do today is wait. Yunzi mentally decided. Take a good look at him and leave. After a few days of maneuvering, Yunzi bought the mansion next to the Lin mansion, so that I can at least look at Agawa. Maybe one day, when Chuan regained his memory, he would remember her. At that time, she would ask Akion again and let him decide for himself. If Chuan, who has awakened his memories, does not recognize that past life love affair, then it will be over, and she will be able to truly leave without leaving any attachments. Lin Palace Compound. Lin Yangyang got the news of a mysterious person moving in next door at the first opportunity. This is the most central part of Yushui County, not to say an inch of land. It is also extremely valuable. The government's control of land is also extremely strict. In a situation where class is already solidified, the mysterious person who can squeeze out the powerful characters next door and occupy a mansion must have a monstrous background. More and more strange things have been happening lately. A mixture of good and bad. Unpredictable changes. I have to work hard on my cultivation before I can do anything about it. The chances of cultivation were accompanied by unpredictable dangers, causing the tension in Lin Yangyang's heart to grow stronger. First, she encountered the wealth demon, Bai Yin, and then Chuaner stepped into the cultivation path with her successively. And inexplicably there was also a strange niece. There are all kinds of other males who want to marry themselves. Now that a mysterious man has moved in next door, he might be eyeing himself or Chuan. Trouble ensues. It was good that the chamber's first step into the cultivation world had been successfully taken. A few days ago, Lin Yangyang met 4 fanciful cultivators and decided to do business in partnership, and the result is not yet known. At least it's better than a guy fumbling around with nothing. Many friends make a way. Miss, some information was gathered about the one next door. Just as he was thinking about it, an underling brought a scroll. Lin Yangyang opened it up with extremely scarce intelligence information. The mysterious man next door called himself the Green Jade Taoist. Eccentric, good at feng shui, will observe the heavenly phenomenon of luck. Once for the governor of Yuliang to solve a major confusion. Because of this, Taoist Green Jade was able to stay here. It turns out that there is a Yuliang County governor as a background. So it's not surprising. Yushui County is just a county town under Yuliang County, and the Yuliang County governor is the ruler of the county town. Qingyu Taoist has the grace of the county governor, and to buy a mansion here couldn't be simpler. Men, prepare a great gift. I'm going to personally pay my respects to this Taoist Green Jade. Businessman since to be exquisite, came to the new neighbor, in the sense of reason should go to pay a visit. If Taoist Green Jade was really capable, he could still ask the other party to diagnose Chuaner's strange disease of always sleeping and dreaming. Chapter 22, Bring My Brother to the Palace. Green Jade Mansion. Yunzi sensed Lin Yangyang's arrival early on and had mixed feelings in her heart. Count the relationships according to this life. Agawa's sister should be considered her great aunt. Just arrived in front of the mansion. The door automatically opened. Lin Yangyang looked ahead. Outside the door, inside the door. No one. The large mansion is empty. I, Lin Yangyang of the Lin Clan Merchant Company, have come to pay my respects to the Taoist master. Lin Yangyang stood in front of the mansion and arched his hand in greeting. Come in. The gift is waved. A faint voice came out from within the mansion. Between the short exchanges, Lin Yangyang sensed the other parties uncomplicated, and gently waved his hand toward his subordinates. You guys go ahead and go back. Taoist Green Jade was bound to be a cultivator, and his cultivation level was far higher than hers. I'm sure I don't see the mundane gifts prepared by Lin's merchant house. After saying that, Lin Yangyang walked towards the mansion alone, not having to worry about the other party being a demon or a devil cultivator. At least it is the hinterland of the great Yan dynasty. The demons would never dare to make trouble in a dignified manner. Stepping into the mansion, Lin Yangyang quickly saw Taoist Qingyu sitting quietly in the courtyard. The Taoist priest was dressed in plain clothes and wore a veil, not seeing her real face, but she could tell that she was a woman with an excellent temperament. I hope the Taoist master will forgive me for coming so abruptly. Lin Yangyang arched his hand. The visitor is a guest. Please sit down. Yunzi made a pleased gesture, very polite, and made a cup of fragrant good tea for Lin Yangyang. Thanks a lot. Lin Yangyang's pressure was suddenly reduced by a lot. Then came the pleasantries. After chatting for a while, Lin Yangyang realized that Qingyu Taoist was not as cold as she imagined, and the other party would patiently answer all the questions she asked. Without realizing it, she was already drinking several cups of tea. I only felt that this tea was sweet and refreshing, and after drinking it, the whole person became refreshed. It even gave her a strange feeling of her spiritual veins being nourished, as if they were being cleansed. She who had already cultivated to the peak of the pulse-opening realm and had opened up 12 cultivation spirit veins in her body. At this moment, she actually felt that she could open up new spirit veins again. The Taoist master's tea. It seems unusual. Lin Yangyang asked tentatively. Yunzi smiled bashfully. If you like it, then drink more. It's a kind of fate to be neighbors. Thank you, Taoist. Lin Yangi knew that he had met a nobleman. Could it be that my extraordinary talent has been discovered by some supreme powerhouse who wants to make a good connection with me or take me as a disciple? If he was alone, Lin Yangyang was willing to go to a large sect to cultivate. However, for Chuaner's sake, she was still determined to create her own power and carry forward the Lin's business firm. After talking for a long time more, it was getting dark. Lin Yangyang can no longer resist, decided for Chuaner to seek a good karma. I have another confusion that I would like to seek the Taoist master's advice on. What is it? Sherbrooke brother has a strange disease. Seek medical treatment for many years without success. Also once invited several gentlemen to explore the feng shui. All have no effect. Strange disease? What disease? Yunzi's heart raced. Husband's reincarnation is obviously only so young. Why is it so disastrous? It's heartbreaking. Lin Yangyang was inwardly surprised. In that moment just now, she felt the Tao master's obvious mood swings, and the other's body unconsciously leaned forward quite a bit. It seemed to be in a hurry. Talking earlier, the Taoist priest had been as calm as water. Talking about Chuan is like a different person. Is it just me? Lin Yangyang is not too sure. Continue the topic. Sherbrooke's illness is not known, and there is nothing wrong with his body, except that he is very drowsy and dreamy. Your brother is a cultivator, yet he is sleepy and dreamy. It is indeed odd. What exactly is the reason for this has to be investigated in detail. If it is convenient for the Taoist master, I will bring my she brother to come to the residence for diagnosis. Is that possible? Lin Yangyang was ecstatic. The Taoist master has said so, so he must be willing to find out the cause of Chuan's illness. Although the symptom of Kaworu's doesn't show any bad effects at the moment, who can say what will happen later? Not to mention that long sleeps are too disruptive to cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, Yunzi was also in ecstasy in her heart. Contacting Agawa like this shouldn't be considered disturbing him, right? As long as I can be with him and talk to him, I'll be satisfied. If I can make Chuan remember the past. Yunzi stopped the thoughts raging inside. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to control it and mess up Chuan's life today. After calming her mind, Yunzi nodded. Your brother's blessing is not shallow. He will be fine. You and bring him to the mansion. Thank you, Taoist. Lin Yangyang bowed down and sincerely thanked him. I will go back. Explain the situation with my younger brother, and bring my younger brother to pay a visit tomorrow. May. Yunzi wanted to say. Why don't we just do it tonight? I can't wait. After all, I stopped the thoughts in my mind, and persuaded myself to be calm, to respect the true love with Achuan, and also to respect Achuan's wife today. It's cut and dried. As if 1,000 threads were entangled and the heart was despondent. Saying goodbye to the green jade Daoist, Lin Yangyang returned to the Lin mansion, looking excited, and went straight to the small courtyard where Lin Chuan lived. Chuaner. In the courtyard, Lin Chuan was having fun with little Rumung, this daughter he picked up for nothing. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. Hearing Lin Yangyang's voice, father and daughter turned their heads to look at the same time. Sis, what's wrong? Chuan, I have good news for you. What news makes sister so happy? Remember yesterday when I told you about the new mysterious man who moved in next door? Remember. Lin Chuan had some impression of this, but didn't care too much about it. Today I went to visit that mysterious person. She comes from the Taoist family, calls herself Daoist Qingyu, and is also a cultivator. Her cultivation is far superior to you and I. The cup of tea she casually makes is a precious spiritual treasure. Lin Yangyang told what happened in the Qingyu mansion in detail. That good? Lin Chuan was surprised. Sister, when things go wrong, there must be a demon. He doesn't really believe in pie in the sky, Lin Yangyang said with a straight face. I also wondered if she had some plans, but on second thought, there was no need for that. If Daoist Green Jade really had the intention to harm us, he wouldn't have had to go through so much effort. Not to mention she's the sheriff's benefactor. Thinking about it, her purpose should be to make a good relationship with our siblings, probably because she sees you and I as gifted. Lin Yangyang analyzed a lot. This argument worked, and Lin Chuan expressed his approval. If Daoist Green Jade really had plans, he would make the other party pay. I have spoken to the Taoist master about your situation. Tomorrow you will go with me to pay your respects to the Taoist master. Perhaps she can solve your dilemma of sleepiness and dreaminess. Lin Yangyang's greatest concern was still his own brother's physical problems. Lin Chuan was filled with helplessness. Sister, I'm really fine. Lin Yangyang raised her willow eyebrows. No. Must go and see. Nothing today, doesn't mean nothing later. Okay. Unable to argue with his sister, Lin Chuan had to agree. Another night. After a short dream journey, Lin Chuan was woken up by his sister and told to head to the Qingyu mansion to visit Daoist Qingyu. Just as he was about to get up, he felt his thighs sink. Little Rumang had also woken up at some point, and was hugging his thigh, her big watery eyes looking straight at him. Daddy, Dreamy wants to go with you too. Yunzi, Master Qingyu. Chapter 23, Good News. The baby is found. Lin Chuan's head exploded for a moment. Qingyu Taoist is a high-ranking person of his generation. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to visit the other party and still drag his family along? Daddy, take Dreamy with you. Dreamy doesn't want to leave Daddy. Xiao Rumung clung to Lin Chuan's thighs, like a sloth, with an expression of not letting go of her hand even if she died. All right. Lin Chuan had to agree. For the past half a month, little Rumang stuck to his side like glue, not moving an inch. If he didn't bring it with him, the little girl was probably able to cry to death. Lin Yangyang could not do anything about it, and silently prayed in his heart that the Taoist master would not care about this. The three of them arrived in front of the Green Jade mansion. Before he could speak, a voice came from inside. Come on in, all of you. Chuaner, you go in and explain the truth to the Taoist master. Remember to be polite and don't contradict him. Lin Yangyang urged his own little brother to enter, and she was too embarrassed to go back in. Yesterday, I drank so much spirit tea from the Taoist master, and today, I dragged my family here, so I'm afraid I'll make the Taoist master unhappy. In contrast, Lin Chuan was not at all formal, holding little Rumeng in his arms as he walked into the Green Jade mansion without any hurry. My name is Lin Chuan. I have met the Taoist master. This is my daughter, Lin Rameng. Lin Chuan arched his hand in greeting and made introductions, his gaze sweeping over the green jade Taoist. The other party was wearing a veil and couldn't see her appearance. Looking at her former husband from close range, Yun Ziyi was lost in thought for a while. Like a dream, she recited the little girl's name in her mind. Yeah, the past really seems like a dream. It's a pity that Agawa's dream has woken up and I haven't. Taoist master? Are you alright? The tea poured out. Lost in thought, Yun Ziyi gripped the teapot and the tea overflowed the cup, flowing everywhere. It was only when Lin Chuan shouted that she came back to her senses. Ah, sorry, obviously made enough preparations. Cautioned himself not to lose his temper. I did not expect that I still did not control it. Yun Ziyi's heart was despondent. Lin Chuan was filled with heartache. Sister said that the tea here is all spiritual tea. Drinking it is good for cultivation, strengthening the foundation, and there are many unspeakable and marvelous effects. Instead, Taoist green jade poured it all out. What do you mean? Do you think I'm not as talented as my sister and imply that I don't deserve to drink? Lin Chuan, Sister Ling has told me all about you. Yun Ziyi changed the subject. I don't know how long it had been since she had called out the name Lin Chuan. Since the day she first met him, she had always called him Chuan. Ever since I was a kid, I've never changed in my life. Taoist master. In fact, there is nothing wrong with me. My sister's worry is chaos. Please inform my sister after the Taoist master has probed me that I am in good health, so that she can have peace of mind. Lin Chuan said seriously. We won't know if it's good until we find out. Come here. Yun Ziyi beckoned. Lin Chuan got up and went forward, coming to a position near Yun Ziyi. The two were close enough. Yun Ziyi swallowed a mouthful. The atmosphere was once again tense. Her jade hand unconsciously grasped the edge of her skirt. This small action was captured in Lin Chuan's eyes. Lin Chuan had a puzzled look on his face. Is this really the profound Taoist priest that my sister spoke of? Why are you acting like a shy girl? It can't be that I'm too handsome and fell in love at first sight, can it? Reach. Yun Ziyi spoke again, her voice becoming somewhat unnatural. Lin Chuan didn't understand, but he still obediently put his hand forward and rested it on the low table. And then he saw Taoist Qingyu's trembling hands take hold of his hand. Then came a caress. So familiar. Such gentle hands, long and white, so beautiful. This was the first thought that popped into Lin Chuan's mind, and it was quickly and forcefully pressed down by him. Not. Do you have a pulse like this? Ahem. Lin Chuan coughed lightly. Taoist, are you reading poems? Or is this your unique method of taking a pulse and asking questions? Yun Ziyi blushed, forcibly resisting the urge to pounce on Lin Chuan. There's a kid watching. Never do that. Calm down. Must be calm. Suppressing the swirling emotions, Yun Ziyi began to carefully probe Lin Chuan's physical state. The results tell him. Today's Chuan was very healthy, even though his cultivation level was only at the vein opening realm, which was slightly lower. He was still quite a bit stronger than cultivators of the same realm. She had also seen the feng shui qi of the Lin mansion. It can be described as excellent feng shui, blessed with great fortune and no anomalies. Could it be this child? Yun Ziyi's gaze turned to fall on Xiao Rumeng. She couldn't see anything strange about the little girl, but she had an odd feeling that she always felt that this girl was different from the ordinary human cubs. What is the geometry of your love's birthdate? Yun Ziyi decided to tell a fortune for Chuan's daughter. Lin Chuan's face gave a lurch, his expression unable to hide his embarrassment. Why are we talking about the maid again? Yun Ziyi frowned. What's wrong? Is it inconvenient to say? Come over here some, Taoist master, and I'll whisper it to you. Lin Chuan is not good to explicitly say that little Rumeng is picked up, for fear that the girl will be sad and cry, but he is curious about the girl's life, and wants to let Qingyu Taoist help calculate. Yun Ziyi came closer, and Lin Chuan attached himself to her ear. A light scent hits your nose. The familiar feeling surged up again, making Lin Chuan unable to help but sniff more, and want to come closer, but he restrained himself. I'm afraid if you go any further, you'll come off as a pervert. Unbeknownst to her, Yun Ziyi's ears turned red after feeling the gentle nostrils, and she intentionally or unintentionally leaned towards her beloved's side. All sorts of memories come flooding back. It wasn't until Lin Chuan's voice rang out, causing her agitated emotions to completely peak. What Lin Chuan said was, I'm not going to hide it from the Taoist master. I picked up this child, not to mention her birth date. I don't even know who her birth mother is. Yun Ziyi's mind was like a thunderbolt exploding in her head. The child was picked up? Doesn't that mean that Chuan never married and had children at all? Great! Thinking about this, Yun Ziyi shouted out in joy. Ha! Lin Chuan was dumbfounded. Taoist? What does too good to be true mean? No. Nothing. Yun Ziyi waved her hand repeatedly. Her mind was getting more and more confused. Since Chuan didn't have a family, was it possible for her to show her identity? But that would add a lot of stress to Agawa. After all, Agawa didn't have that memory, and it was hard to harbor deep feelings for her from her past life, and she might even think she was a liar. At least some of Chuan's memories must be awakened before he can do so. The strange Taoist master made Lin Chuan feel more and more unreliable. If the Taoist master has nothing else to do, I will leave first. Wait, what else does the Taoist master have to do? Lin Chuan froze. After a short period of panic, Yun Ziyi waved her jade hand and took out 2 precious beads. This is the fortune bead that was condensed from the convergence of the blessed karma of my Taoist family's blessed land. Wearing it on one's body will not only bring good fortune and avoid misfortune, but also help in cultivation. Gave it to you as a meet and greet gift. Yun Ziyi handed one of the precious beads to Lin Chuan, and personally put the other one on for little Rumung. Knowing that the child was picked up, he became more and more adorable the more he looked at it. The Taoist priest can't make it. Lin Chuan could feel that the 2 treasure beads were extremely extraordinary. I'm afraid that they weren't ordinary spiritual treasures. How could this be tolerated? What made him wonder even more was why Taoist Qingyu treated himself so well. Did you really fall in love with me at first sight? Chapter 24, Father. That seems to be Mother. After a few pushes and shoves, Lin Chuan couldn't resist, and the precious pearl still went into his pocket. Alas! Thank you, Taoist. Lin Chuan couldn't figure out the intentions of the green jade Taoist, so he simply didn't think about it. At least it wasn't a bad thing at the moment. If the green jade Taoist really craves his body, it may not be impossible to consider it. Still a pure virgin anyway. I'm tired of playing with Dream every day, so it's a good time to find a mom for the baby. After giving the meeting gift, Yun Zi sent Lin Chuan and little Rumung all the way to the door again, wanting to say something. How I'd like to stay a little longer. Get to know Agawa a little better. Taoist master, when you have time, come to your house often. Come to my house for dinner. Before saying goodbye, Lin Chuan made a polite remark. As soon as the words left his mouth, Taoist Qingyu disappeared in front of the gate of the mansion. Lin Chuan sensed something and turned his gaze to his side. Taoist Qingyu nodded. It just so happens that he is free tonight. Lin Chuan stood awkwardly in place. You Taoist priest, why don't you follow the rules? The words were spoken and could not be taken back. Lin Chuan laughed dryly. Please. The 3 of them walked forward in parallel. Lin Chuan on the left, Xiao Rumung in the center, and Yun Ziyi on the right, as if they were a family of 3. What a harmonious and cozy scene. But the harmony only lasted a few steps. Yun Ziyi suddenly paused in place and raised her head violently, looking into the distance. There's a demonic aura. In the senses, there were 4 Saint Realm Demon Kings hidden in the void. Not only that, there was an extremely powerful energy behind the 4 Saint Realm Demon Kings, and I'm afraid it was even better than her. What's going on? Even if it's okay for the 4 great demon kings to gather in a small place like Qingyun Prefecture, how come even the demonic cultivators who are already on the verge of reaching the realm of legends are here? What a strong killing intent. Is it directed at me? Yun Ziyi frowned. It was good that the other party had not yet truly stepped into the realm of legends, and she was still able to balance it out. What's wrong, Taoist? Lin Chuan no longer knew how to spit on the eccentric female Taoist in front of him. 3 ideas in one step is no one. Following the Taoist priest's gaze, the sky was clear and cloudless. Nothing special. Why is the Taoist priest so absorbed? Yun Ziyi's voice grew heavy. Mr. Lin, take your love back first. I still have some things to take care of. Good. Lin Chuan realized that something was wrong, but didn't ask a single word more, only wanting to ensure the safety of his daughter and himself, and not to get involved in the whirlwind. In Yun Ziyi's line of sight, behind the 4 great demon kings, a woman slowly turned out. The woman was originally wearing a blue flowing fairy dress, but then there was a blazing fire that caused the dress to morph a little into red. At the same time with the metamorphosis, there was also the original gentle temperament, which was transformed into a monstrous demonic might. What are you? Yun Ziyi questioned across the room. That's a question this honored one should ask you. What are you? Mo Sangyu in his red-clothed demonic father state was completely unreasonable and only wanted to sweep away all obstacles. Anyone who covets the husband must die. Swish! In an instant, the red-clothed Mo Sangyu stepped through space and killed Yun Ziyi, and the 2 of them transformed into 2 long rainbows of green and red, rushing straight to the sky. The terrifying commotion immediately drew the attention of cultivators from the entire Qingyun Prefecture, especially the people of Yushui County, who were in the center, were all wide-eyed, as if they had seen a miracle coming. What's the situation? Lin Chuan was completely confused. Who did Taoist Green Jade fight with? What a terrifying aura. And inexplicably familiar. Am I dreaming so much that I can't tell reality from dreams, causing everything I look at to be familiar? A dream reincarnation is a big world experience. In particular, the two metaphysical dreams of Perfect Female Demon Sovereign and Shitzi Jianghu were memorable to him, and the elements contained in the dreams were very diverse. It should just be a feeling, right? Lin Chuan couldn't even understand the battle that was so profound in the Sky Dome. It can only be summarized in 6 words. Really awesome. Both sides were fighting so fiercely, but the great Yin dynasty's cultivators were indifferent? Not a single one of you went up there to talk it out? As he sighed, Lin Chuan couldn't help but think deeply. Qingyu Daoist was so powerful that he dared to ignore the great Yin dynasty, so he must be at least a Saint Realm. Why would a Saint Realm powerhouse befriend me? The 8 realms of cultivation: Qi Nurturing Realm, Vein Opening Realm, Tankong Realm, Descending Realm, Divine Phenomenon Realm, Heavenly Harmony Realm, Saint Realm, and Supreme Realm. The Saint Realm, as the 7th of the 8 realms, was already very strong. After all, not every state was capable of giving birth to a Supreme. Taoist Green Jade's opponent looked as if he was stronger and extremely fierce. It's really been getting rough lately. Lin Chuan lowered his head inside, but he saw little Rumong staring with big eyes and looking mesmerized. The other children had long been scared and crying. Even the adults bent their heads and trembled. She's not afraid at all? Daddy, look! Look! Don't look at the baby! Let's go inside. Lin Chuan picked up the child and was about to run, but Xiao Ruming's next words caused him to stumble and almost fall. Daddy! That person seems to be Mother. Little Rumeng pointed at the red-colored rainbow in the dome of the sky and shouted, I drop a little ancestor. Father can be recognized indiscriminately. Mother cannot be recognized indiscriminately again. It was rumored that a great power could monitor 10,000 miles of wind and clouds with a single thought, and if he was heard, he was afraid that he would die a horrible death. Lin Chuan slung little Rumeng over his shoulder and ran furiously towards home. Little Rumeng fluttered on his shoulder for a while, her eyes still trying to look toward the sky, and her fingers pointing to the sky even when she was turned upside down. Daddy, that really is Mother. Daddy, let's go to Mother. She's not mad at you anymore. Lin Chuan ignored Xiao Rumeng's words. He couldn't see at all from that high a distance, and Dream could still recognize her mother? It's simply impossible. It must be nonsense. Running, Lin Chuan felt wrong again. His heart sank, his footsteps slowed down a little, and he put the waif on his shoulder down. Crouching down and holding the little girl's arms with both hands, he looked solemnly at the other end. Dream, you can't lie. Tell Daddy, is the one flying around in the sky really your mother? Really? In Xiao Ruming's innocent eyes, there was only sincerity, and not a trace of lying or panic could be seen. Dream would never misidentify her father and mother. Lin Chuan was speechless, associated with all the strangeness of little Ruemeng. Some things had to be looked at with extraordinary eyes. Maybe the one flying around in the sky is really Dream's real mom. He even had a moment where he would doubt himself. Was it true that he had had a one-night stand with a certain girl and had such a daughter that the other person had been searching for years to finally find her? Outrageous stories he had read a lot, such as what the Empress had been poisoned by lust and was looking for someone to undo it, and he became the lucky winner of something similar. Or maybe it has amnesia itself and has forgotten a love that tore its heart out. Anything is possible. Lin Chuan took a deep breath. The heart is inevitably fear. See the other side of that violent temper. Really marry such a woman home. I'm afraid that in the future there will be less kneeling rubbing board. In comparison, Taoist Green Jade gave him a better feeling. Ugh, what was I thinking? The more he thought about it, the more biased he became. Lin Chuan hastily stopped his thoughts and warned himself urgently. Why are you picking on me, kid? Let's just say we can save our little lives. In the Sky Dome, the great battle intensified. The red-clothed Mo Sanyu cursed as he fought, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. But it's just a retreat for a while, and your home is almost stolen? How can this be tolerated? Yun Ziyi was even more furious. What did the other party mean by calling her husband one by one? This is clearly my husband. Chapter 25, Reality is too confusing. I want to go back to my dream. The great battle in the dome of the sky lasted for a long time, and those who urged the fight were killed several times. Stinking woman, how dare you tempt your husband? This father must suppress you today. The red-robed Mo Sanyu was terrifyingly strong, pressing Yun Ziyi to fight the entire time. You ferocious devil, Ah Chuan doesn't even look at you. I'm the one Ah Chuan loves the most. Yun Ziyi's cultivation is the way of blessed fate and chi luck, and her defense is dripping with water, always able to melt away Mo Sanyu's killing moves. Neither of them knew what kind of love affair the other had with Lin Chuan. Then nothing matters. The important thing is that you are the wife in name only. There's no sense in letting your husband fall into someone else's family while you have to be the little one. The two women fought more and more intensely. Qin Yunzhou could barely withstand the duo's pressure until a voice rang out from the distant sky. Two fellow Taoists, let's stop here. The visitor was a strong person of the realm of legends. Mo Sanyu and Yun Ziyi had to withdraw their hands. Why are the two Taoists fighting? The legend realm powerhouse was dressed in Confucian clothes, humble and courteous, and had come for the multitudes of people in Qingyun Prefecture, wanting to resolve this calamity. She stole my husband. Mo Sanyu and Yun Ziyi blurted out almost simultaneously. The legend realm Confucian was stunned. Two women of this magnificence would actually compete for the same man? Strange things indeed. The Confucianist pinched his fingers and his gaze passed through the cloudy space and landed on the father and daughter of Lin Chuan and Xiao Rumeng in the Lin Mansion compound. Ha! The results of the projections surprised the Juju. In his perception, what the two magnificent female supreme beings were fighting over was nothing more than a man at the vein-opening realm, with nothing peculiar about him. Instead, that little girl was densely covered in divine laws and was very odd. In addition to this, there is a special aura hanging over the vein-opening realm man, which seems to be, all of a sudden, a stern sword intent pushes straight into the Confucian's mind. Is he? The Confucian's face changed. The blind sword immortal of the Tao heavenly state? I didn't realize that so much karma was involved in the other party. I was just passing by. Why can't I stop meddling? The jurist dared not say any more, and commented mysteriously on the both of you. Karma begins and ends. Flowers blossom and flowers fall to dust. And there are some things that will not come to fruition just because you argue about them. It is only at the moment of his true awakening that you will be able to seek the answers your hearts crave. Doing it deliberately will only mess up your luck. After saying that, the Confucian scholar stepped on the clouds and left. Humph. Stinking woman. When my husband's memory is restored, this father will make you convinced and then suppress you in front of my husband. The red-clothed Mo Sanyu left a sentence and disappeared in place. Yun Ziyi's willow brows frowned. Waiting for husband's memory to recover? What does that mean? Could it be that husband has lost his memory before? Or has the husband been reincarnated more than once? The murderous woman just now is the love interest that husband met in his reincarnation, and is in the same category as me? Yun Ziyi thought calmly as she tried to communicate with the other party. Nay, the other party was like a madman, unwilling to say a single word to her at all, opening and shutting his mouth to suppress her. What will I do if my husband reincarnates more than once? Yun Ziyi pondered, thinking 100 times. Perhaps it was for the best. If she and the Red Witch were both married to the husband in some past life, then this life would be fair game. At least it proves that Chuan is not the one who started it all. In Yun Ziyi's perception, the red-clothed witch was still lurking nearby, and if she touched Chuan again, another big battle would be inevitable. Forget it, let's wait until Chuan recovers his memories before we decide. Lin Palace Compound. Seeing that the battle in the Sky Dome had finally subsided, Lin Chuan let out a long sigh of relief. Oops. Father, mother has disappeared again. Little Ru Meng beamed. It must be daddy that you don't help mommy, making her angry again and again and again. Question marks floated continuously on Lin Chuan's forehead. My little ancestor. I can't even fly. Your mother and Taoist Green Jade are just shattering space with their hands. So what help am I? Do you still want your father to live? Kid? It's okay. It's okay. Your mother will be back. Things were already in a mess. Lin Chuan didn't want to care at all. Just let it happen. Anyway, he had a life-preserving card in his hand. It's better to dream. The real world is so messed up. After nearly a month of not re-entering the customized dream cycle, and while distracted, Lin Chuan decided to enter the dream again. In reality I'm a mole. In dreams I punch hard. One life. One life. One life. What a beautiful and harmonious relationship. Reality is so messed up. After waiting for a few more days, Lin Chuan saw that Taoist Green Jade and little Ru Meng's mysterious mother had never appeared before he completely put his heart down. These days of cultivation had allowed him to advance one step further on the path to the vein-opening realm. Unusual cultivators could at most open up 12 cultivation spirit veins in their bodies, while he had already opened up 14. His sister Lin Yang is even more exaggerated, is already open 15 cultivation spirit veins, is impacting 16 this goal. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, felt the limit. Prepare to go dream big and perhaps wake up again with another fruitful harvest. Dreamland Hangout cultivation works wonders. This had already been verified, and was considered an additional perk attached to the dream-creating reincarnation system that could make up for his lack of cultivation time. Over so many days, the system points had also accumulated to 150,000 points. The word mall floated in front of Lin Xuan's eyes. Starting the third metaphysical dream reincarnation build. The first was, low-level metaphysical world, an indispensable phrase that cost 50,000 points. Then came the supporting casting. After experiencing a final boss-type double-faced heroine like, perfect female devil, Emosunyu, and a lifelong companion, a green plum heroine like, Shitzi Jianghu, Yunzi, Lin Xuan decided to change another pattern. This time, he's going for pure love across the racial divide. Just dreaming anyway. There are some things you can't try in reality that it makes sense to try in a dream, right? Lin Xuan's eyes scanned and quickly settled on the female lead word. The base word is, alien woman. Additional words are, pure love, running in both directions, and, racial genius. In order to ensure that the dream cycle is exciting, it's natural to make sure that you shine with the heroine and the important supporting characters. Otherwise it's a waste of a life, which many people can see by looking in the mirror. And the dream cycle is tasteless. Lin Xuan also chose an important supporting character with the base word, challenger. Additional words are, genius, also a foe and a friend. The phrase Lin Xuan chose for himself was, also good and evil. It so happened that all 150,000 points were spent. As in the previous dream, elements outside of the words are randomly generated in the dream. Lin Xuan laid down on his bed, and with the arrival of drowsiness, he soon entered dreamland. A whole new dream cycle begins. In a cloudy year, month, day and hour, you were born, accompanied by a heavenly vision, 100 ghosts walking at night, and the king of corpses opening the way. On the day of your birth, your mother died in childbirth, and your father died that night. You were born with one less soul and one less spirit than normal people, and the clan viewed you as ominous, and the patriarch of the clan sent people to abandon you in the wilderness. It's freezing on the moors and you're starving. You're dying. Chapter 26. A cutie. A mute. You didn't deserve to die. An old woman passing through the wilderness saved you. Granny takes you to a ragtag tribe. People in the tribe call the old woman Een. One of the clan elders of the Eenba tribe saw your abnormality and asked, this child, from the lineage of imperial spiritists? In the Tianyuan continent, the demon scourge, the human race is weak, and only the 4 chakra cultivators are able to compete with the demons for a moment or two. These 4 veins are the Royal Spirit Master Vein, the Formation Master Vein, the Sword Cultivation Vein, and the Thunder Law Vein. The rest of the school, long ago when the Demon Scourge interrupted the inheritance. Occasionally there are amazing talent generation present, and ultimately it is difficult to be a big job. You come from a line of Imperial Spiritists, but you were born in bad luck and were abandoned by your clan, so it can be said that you had a bad life. And the elders of the Eenpa tribe all feel sorry for you. I'm afraid this child won't live to be 18 years old, and he'll be a fool even if he barely survives. The Een woman saved you, but is not optimistic about your state. Time flies like an arrow, the sun and the moon fly like a shuttle, and before you know it, you're 10 years old. There are a total of 11 other children of the Eenpa tribe who are the same age as you, and all of them have been enlightened by the tribe's treasured artifacts and possess the gift of cultivation. You were born lacking a soul and a spirit to learn the cultivation method. You're getting weaker and weaker. Inma is kind enough to let you enter the tribe's academy to learn something else that will hopefully add a touch of color to your life. Monster! You're not human at all. You're a curse on the demon race. Go to hell. The academy's teenagers, however, are filled with malice toward you, and their malice is simple and pure, seeing you as ominous. At the academy, you were often bullied, until that day when you meet someone who has suffered the same bullying as you. She is a girl with a fox's tail, a half-demon. You think her foxtail is pretty, but other people don't think so, and the foxtail is exactly why she's being bullied. You rushed to protect her, and with that you were all brutally beaten up together. Lin Xuan's subconscious mind cursed. It was undoubtedly the worst start he had ever suffered, perhaps because of the influence of the phrase, also good and evil, which led to a miserable childhood. Even though Lin Xuan subconsciously wanted to resist, the Lin Xuan in the dream was too weak and lacked a soul to cultivate. The body is also unarmed, only to be brutally beaten. A cutie, a mute, go to hell. The academy's teenagers mock you mercilessly. You and Foxtail Girl huddled for a long time until the academy teens had all left. You and Foxtail Girl lock eyes. Her eyes are clear and innocent, and she's pretty enough to make you feel that the beating wasn't in vain. The reason you're really helping her is because you're both poor victims of bullying. You initiate the conversation by asking, "What's your name?" Foxtail girl gestures, and it turns out she really is a mute. "My name is Carefree. You have a name and no surname in this life. And Inma named you Worryless in the hope that you will be safe and joyful and carefree. We're kind of friends, aren't we?" You long for a friend, responding to you with smiling eyes. She nodded her head in agreement. From now on, you are often together as companions. Foxtail girl can't talk, so you just keep talking and she'll respond to you with a smile or body movement. You will still be bullied. You support each other through thick and thin. In a world of darkness, you seem to be each other's only light, shimmering dots of hope for the rest of each other's lives. When you were 16 years old, you sat under an ancient tree at sunset, looking at each other with your hearts racing and your faces flushed. Your faces are getting closer together. You kissed together. Her lips are soft, flavorful, sweet, and you've never felt better in your life. After a long time, your lips part and you embrace each other without further movement. You remember what the Een woman said. If you are born without a soul, you won't live to be 18. You can't do anything if you think you don't have a future. Talk about giving your beloved girl a good future. Another spring and fall, and Eenma died. She died at the hands of the demons. For more than a decade, the territory in which the human race survives has once again been compressed, and the world has been plunged into deep water. People's hatred of demons grows with each passing day. You, who are reputed to be ominous, and the girl with a fox tail have become the targets of their anger. Demons, get out of the tribe. Someone holds a torch high and shouts in front of the ramshackle house where you and the little mute live. These two scourges. The tribe has not seen better days since their arrival. They are the ones who killed Eenma. Burn them. Burn these two demons. More and more people in the tribe are joining in the denunciation of you. Eenma took good care of you when she was alive. But now that Eenma is gone, there is no one to protect you anymore. The tribesmen tackled you, and they set up a high fire to burn you and the little mute as a way of soothing the fear in their hearts. The little dummy cries. All you can see are her tears. The cries have long been muffled by tribal cries. The flames get hotter and hotter. You are burned all over. And the flames flare up now and then and sear the soles of your feet. You are tied to a wooden post and cannot struggle. Woo woo woo. The little mute cries louder and louder. Your consciousness is growing fuzzy. In a haze, you see another tail grow behind the little mute, followed by 2, 3, 4. Eventually she grew 9 foxtails. You think of the 9-tailed fox clan, a generation of kings among the demon races. The tribesmen were still ranting and didn't notice the change in the little dummy. The flames rise up in the sky and have completely enveloped you. But there has never been a moment when you have been as refreshed as you are at this time, and you do not feel a trace of burning heat. The tribal roar continues until the flames diminish until your bodies become visible again. Someone notices the abnormality of you and the little mute and panics. Demon! The demon is not dead. Seeing you intact, the tribesmen panicked. Quick! Shoot arrows, cast spells, kill them. At this moment, the tribesmen couldn't care less about rituals. They just want to eradicate you and the little mute. Boom! The wooden pillars that bound you and little mute shattered in response, and the 9 foxtails grew swiftly, covering the entire tribe in an instant. You're in a coma. When you wake up again, it's in a warm embrace with a nice scent that puts you in a good mood. Opening his eyes, he was greeted by familiar and unfamiliar faces. In just one night, that little mute has become a different person. Little Mute Fox Maiden. Chapter 27, The Tushan Plan. The 9-tailed fox. Carefree. You're awake? The little mute's eyes are still so gentle. Her face is missing the childishness of the past, and is full of flirtation and flavor, which is the temperament that the 9-tailed fox race naturally comes with. Her body has also thrived. Lying in her arms gives you the oppressive feeling of a great mountain on top of you. Until this moment, you finally understand why many human heroes in the stories always fall in love with the opposing demon race. Her beauty will go straight to the heart. Even Lin Xuan's subconscious mind was moved by it. There are some things that really aren't all King Shangzhou's fault. Demons are not all bad demons. The thought was unconsciously born within you and can no longer be erased. There are a lot of bad people too. This is your personal experience. Wait. After a long time, you respond. You can talk? Aha. She looks at you and smiles coquettishly. At this moment, it's your turn to be nervous, not knowing what to say. Rumor has it that the bloodline of the 9-tailed fox clan is extremely rare and powerful, and that it has a very high status among the demon clan. You have an inherently low self-esteem inside you, and feel that you don't deserve her, even more so today. Her eyebrows are picturesque and beautiful, And the love in her eyes grows stronger and stronger as she gradually leans over and kisses you on the lips. After a long kiss, you parted. You ask apprehensively, "Now what should I call you?" She blinks, and tries to return. "Maiden?" You stay where you are. And your face abruptly turns red. You were going to ask her name. Yet her sentence mother destroyed all your mental defenses. You'd love to crush her and make him your true maiden. And reason tells you it can't be so. Lacking a soul, you won't live past 18. You shouldn't expect true love and leave scars in vain in the hearts of those you love. I say your real name. As a demon, you force your voice to be cold. You want to pretend to hate the demon race so that she will be disheartened and leave you. You don't want to hold her back for the rest of her life. Tushan Jiajiu. She speaks her name as a demon. People and demons have different paths. We can't be together. You go. Your voice grows colder and colder. I thought she would be angry, but I didn't want her to just giggle and smile like a delicate flower. Tushan Jiajiu said, "My nine-tailed fox clan is best at reading minds. You can't fool me." You're stunned in place, struck down by a descending blow. After a long time, you ask, with difficulty, "Why?" "I'm not worth it." Tushan Jiajiu returned. "There is no such thing as why. Feelings and destiny are inherently indefinable." You look down, not daring to meet her eyes. "But, I'm dying." Tushan Jiajiu smiled. "Who said you're dead?" "I won't allow you to die. The nine-tailed fox clan has great magical powers, so perhaps there really is hope for you to renew your life. You don't want to die either. Come on, I'll take you back to the nine-tailed fox clan." Tushan Jiajiu rises and holds your hand tightly. The parallel in the sunset that day was your unspent youth. You guys talk all the way through. You ask, "Jiao Jiao, did you know from the beginning that you were of the nine-tailed fox clan? Or did that blazing fire awaken your bloodline?" "It's a long story." Jiajiao Tushan told you the story. 18 years ago, Tushan Jiajiao's parents were attacked and fled here to save their bloodline. The murderer was in hot pursuit, and Jiajiao's mother at that time was about to give birth and couldn't keep fighting and running. Jiajiao's parents made a cruel decision. Jiajiao's father turned his life into a boundary and blocked the murderer's attack for 3 days and 3 nights before he finally died. Under this cover, Jiajiao's mother successfully gave birth to Tushan Jiajiu. Nay, the murderer's strength is too strong, and Jiajiao's mother knows that she is a dead end, and only seeks to protect her daughter and preserve her bloodline. In order for her daughter not to be discovered, Jiajiao's mother sealed her daughter's nine-tailed fox bloodline and used a secret method to send her away. This is what happened. Tushan Jiajiu also learned all this from the divine thoughts left behind by her mother only after the seal was lifted and her bloodline awakened. Until then, she was living as a half-human, half-demon in the Inma tribe. Tushan Jiajiu said, "In the divine thoughts left behind by my mother, she did not inform me of who the murderer once was, thinking that she did not want me to take revenge. You don't want Jiao Jiao to take revenge either. At least not now." The strength of Jiao Jiao's parents back then was already in the ranks of the super strong, yet they still fell in that murder. This shows how powerful the murderer is. Throughout the human demon and demon races, there aren't many strong people who can make it this far. At the end of that incident, it was an old ancestor of the Tushan clan who forced his way out of the gate and calmed it all down, and that old ancestor fell as a result. After experiencing that incident, the nine-tailed foxes of the Tushan clan are also becoming more and more rare. After running all the way, you and Tushan Jiajiu returned to Tushan. The return of Tushan Jiajiu triggered a violent upheaval in the Tushan clan, and all the cultivators of the Tushan clan thought that she had died, but they did not expect that she would return at this time. You and Tushan Jiajiu have heard a message. The Tushan clan is electing a new successor to be groomed as the future Tushan emperor, and the addition of Tushan Jiajiu has brought a few more changes to the situation. Tushan Jiajiu, why did you bring a human to my Tushan? A clan elder of the Tushan clan issued a question. It's obvious that this group of people want to take you to task as a way to ask for the offense of Tushan Jiajiu. The war between the human race and the demon race intensified, and although the Tushan clan remained neutral, it dared not take in any more human beings due to the pressure given by the other demon races. Tushan Jiajiu has undoubtedly broken this rule by bringing you back. In the face of questioning, Tushan Jiajiu's response was only one sentence. "As long as you save my husband's life, I'm willing to withdraw from the race for the successor." At this moment, the whole room is in an uproar. No one expected that Tushan Jiajiu would make such a decision. Even you were surprised by it, which made you feel more and more guilty inside. Your love for her has deepened further. The next few days are when you really understand the situation in Tushan. It turns out that Tushan Jiajiu is the once-in-a-millennium genius of the Tushan clan, and the day she conceived her child, she attracted the auspicious descent of heaven and earth. This is very similar to you. The difference is that you're invoking a netherworld vision of 100 ghosts walking at night and a corpse king opening the way. Tushan Jiao herself has good talent, and her parents left behind a lot of old troops, so she still has a large number of clusters in Tushan. As long as she rises to the top and gets the position of successor, and then dives into cultivation for a period of time, she will surely be able to become the future emperor of Mount Tu. In order to save you, Tushan Jiao chose to give it all up. Tushan Jiao, Nine-Tailed Fox. Chapter 28, Fate is Over? A New Hope. Tushan Jiao's decision made many clan elders in Tushan disappointed in her. She lost a lot of supporters. You're sad. Tushan Jiao, however, turns around and comforts you. It's okay Wushu, as long as I can cure you, it's worth it no matter what the cost. She said, I don't want to be an emperor. Having you is enough. You cry in pain. You have no say. It's useless to say anything. You are just a mortal, or an invalid. Anything in Tushan is not for you to decide. Time flies. In the blink of an eye. You have been living in Tushan for 3 months. Tushan Jiao disappeared 2 months ago, saying that she wanted to work with the emperor and the clan elders on a way to save you. When we met again, she was like a different person. She gave you a bead, as well as a book of cultivation techniques to get you out of Tushan. Tushan Jiao said, You're right. Humans and demons have different paths. We won't get anywhere. Leave Tushan and live a good life. Our destiny is over. You don't have a chance to retort. She's already disappeared in place. You're in pain. When you used to read the books, you couldn't understand why the hero and heroine were always separated by various things, when they were both deeply in love with each other. In this moment, you seem to feel it. When you read a book, you are the one who knows the ending. You know that the hero and heroine will be together in the end, so you choose to read on. But being in the game, you're lost. You don't know if she's really still deeply in love with you. And will your salvation turn her off? Maybe she wanted to leave a long time ago? Is it just a matter of your pride? Emperor Tushan, but a being who stands at the apex of this world. Compared to this, you are as small as dust. You can't guess anything. You can't be sure of anything. And you begin to doubt everything. What you had. Your own life. Lin Chuan's subconscious certainly knew that with the phrase, pure love, in place. It was impossible for Tushan Jiao to betray. Leaving is just a matter of reality. Couldn't figure out just no worries in the dream. The dream world was still mainly dominated by the carefree personality, and Lin Chuan would actively allow the system to reduce the influence from the subconscious. Disheartened, you left Tushan with the beads and the cultivation method, sulking for a long time, until one day, 6 months later, you realized that Jiao must still love you. It would be a real shame for her to continue to be depressed. Only when you keep getting stronger and stronger to the point where you can go up Tushan alone will you be able to get all the misunderstandings out of the way. Passing by a tea house, you realize with a start that today is your birthday. You're 18. The curse that you won't live to be 18 no longer exists. You know that it was the bead that Jiao gave you that saved you. That was the hope she gifted you with. In the tribal academy, you support each other and are each other's only light. And it will remain so in the life to come. She was your light that brought you out of the abyss. And why wouldn't you want the light to become brighter and illuminate your life together? After a good rest, on the night of your birthday, you opened the cultivation codex. A whole new world unfolds before your eyes. Lin Chuan woke up. The dream world took a whole new turn for him. The first thing Lin Chuan, who got up, did was to ask Green Sprout about the time. Green Bud but counted the days day by day and laughed. Young master, this time you have slept for a total of 17 days. Just as Lin Chuan had predicted. He was sleeping longer and longer. Has anything happened in the house lately? Something big and small. Greenbud kept in mind. What is it? Lin Chuan's heart thumped. The great battle between Taoist Green Jade and Xiaoru Meng's mother was deeply imprinted in his heart, and he always felt that he and his sister would be involved. The son of the county lieutenant of Yulian County made a trip to our Yushui County and proposed marriage to the young lady. Right and wrong are really growing. Lin Chuan lamented. How did sister respond? A county lieutenant was the highest military officer of a county, so maybe he was also a cultivator, and his cultivation level wouldn't be low. The status and position of the county lieutenant's son was far from being comparable to the Lin house. The lady naturally refused the other. Green Bud laughed. Miss said that she doesn't intend to marry until you're married, and doesn't want you, young master, to suffer from outsiders. Lin Chuan cried and laughed. My sister didn't get married and ended up being his pot. The two of them casually chatted as the kitchen brought in a large table of good wine and food, many of which Lin Chuan had never eaten before. Ha! Lin Chuan picked up a piece of meat and put it into his mouth. It was soft and smooth, melting in his mouth, and a warm current flowed through his body. Where did all this food come from? Reporting to young master. It was brought back by Miss, saying that it was specially prepared for you, and that it was said to be a delicacy made with spiritual items from the cultivation world, which only cultivators can enjoy. That's nice. Lin Chuan naturally felt it. It seems that the business of the merchant bank is getting more and more prosperous. Not only is sister's cultivation talent outstanding, her business talent is even more beyond my reach. To be able to obtain so many cultivation spirits in a short period of time was enough to see how much the merchant bank's business had expanded. Sister said she wanted to expand her business to the cultivation world. Did she really make a successful foray? The genius is truly amazing to him. Green Bud's eyes full of reverence. Miss Now is our Yushui County's god. The county magistrate has to be polite and respectful to Miss 3 times. I heard that the young lady has met a valuable person to help her, so that her business can become more and more prosperous. Young master, you just wait to enjoy your blessings. Ha 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 ha, I borrow your advice. Lin Chuan laughed out loud, letting him lie flat and enjoy his happiness, and dreaming beautiful dreams every day. Such a day was also very good. By the way, how is sister doing after she refused the sheriff's son? It's not a big deal if it's just a refusal, is it? Lin Chuan was quite curious. Speaking here, Greenbud's face solemnized for a few moments. This matter is odd to say the least. After Miss refused the county lieutenant's son, that one left. Bizarrely, the one died outside of Yushui County that night. The news has been blocked by the government, and Miss is not sure exactly what the situation is. Dead? Lin Chuan was surprised. Aha! Greenbud nodded heavily. It's just that I don't know if Lord County Lieutenant will blame the Lin Mansion and chastise Miss. If that happens, it will be a bit troublesome. I'm afraid I can't escape. Lin Chuan got up, not caring about the table of food, and went straight to the merchant bank. Just after leaving the gate of the Lin Mansion, someone stumbled and ran and fell at Lin Chuan's feet. Young master, it's not good. Miss, she was taken away by the officials. Taken where? Lin Chuan frowned. The last thing he wanted to meet had still happened. I should have taken it to the county office. I heard that the county governor and the county lieutenant lord are here. What can we do about this? The guard cried. Leave it to me. Lin Chuan took a deep breath. Tell the merchant house to suspend business for now. I'll go to the county office and wait for my sister and I to return before making a decision. Chapter 29, Half-Demon Rebellion. Dream Me Substitute? After ordering, Lin Chuan went straight to the county office. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the county office, he felt a rush of heat in his chest. Taoist Green Jade had previously given him a fortune bead, which had the effect of boosting cultivation and avoiding misfortune. The blessed luck bead was flashing red at the moment. This is a very bad omen. There is danger in the county courthouse. If it were an ordinary time, Lin Chuan would have avoided it, but his sister was still inside the county office, so he had to break in. The government office is an important place. No one is allowed to enter. The magistrate outside the door stopped Lin Chuan from going. I'm Lin Chuan, the young head of the Lin clan's merchant house. I need to explain to the county guards about Lin Yangyang. Let me in. The worst ending was nothing more than exposing his bottom card and leaving the great Yin dynasty. This result Lin Chuan can still afford. No, the magistrate didn't budge an inch. The blessed luck bead was constantly flickering with red light, and an aura of danger was permeating the air. Boom! Right at this moment, a terrifying aura shook inside the courthouse, and the 2 magistrates guarding the door fainted on the spot. Immediately afterward a headless body slammed against the gate. Lin Chuan fixed his eyes and saw that the headless body was actually the magistrate of Yushui County. The perpetrator is feared to be a demonic creature. Over the years, small demons have been causing chaos, but large demons rarely appear, and even fewer demons dare to touch the court officials. But now this rule has been broken. Lin Chuan drew his Cloudheart sword. He had even brought the Cloudheart sword, already preparing for the worst. As he drew his sword, the aura on his body grew. The cultivation spirit veins in his body had opened up again, reaching a full 16, with a solid foundation, and a further step would be the Tuncomb realm. Without my sister's suppression, I'm still a supreme genius. The thought had just risen when Lin Chuan saw the source of the battle not far away. A total of 3 people, all with a stronger aura than him. One of them was his sister, Lin Yangyang, who had already stepped into the Tuncomb realm. The other 2, who could be recognized by their clothing alone, were the county governor and county lieutenant of Yuliang County. But sheriffs can't be considered people anymore. He was born with a pair of black wings, half of his face was covered with scales, and his eyes were green, obviously a half-demon. the half-demonized county lieutenant had at least reached the level of the dematerialization realm. The county guard was slightly weaker, and should also be in the dematerialization realm. Another one. Let Grandpa fill me up today. Seeing Lin Xuan, the half-demon county lieutenant let out a teasing laugh, and with a flash of his body, he killed towards Lin Xuan. Xuan or go. Lin Yangyang was in a big hurry, but he was completely unable to keep up with the half-demon's speed. The county governor, on the other hand, didn't have the slightest intention of rescuing the people, and only wanted to use Lin Xuan as bait to stall for time and wait for the demon beheading division to come to his rescue. Lin Xuan was just about to let go of his hand when the Cloud Heart sword in his hand suddenly let out a sword roar, and then as if it had taken a stimulant, it actually flew out with him. In Lin Yangyang and the county guard's astonished gaze, Lin Xuan, who was only at the pulse opening realm, was actually fighting back and forth with a handful of exquisite sword skills and a great demon at the deliverance realm. The invisible sword intent shook the sky. Ken Shu, he's a sword cultivator. Are sword cultivators this fierce? The sheriff stared in disbelief. Genius sword cultivators. Killing people across the ranks was like a common occurrence. He had heard of such rumors, but had never seen a pure sword cultivator. I didn't realize that the first time I saw it, it would be so shocking. Lin Yangyang was also dumbfounded. Not to mention what the concept of fighting over a rank was, she couldn't even understand the sword technique that her little brother was performing. The one who was confused was Lin Xuan himself. The sword technique he was performing at the moment was extremely familiar to him in every move and style, but he had never used it before. Familiar only because of the dream. And here, it's the real world. What's the situation? Dreamland self-substituting? Isn't the hang-on a little too big? Lin Xuan felt like he was being forcibly hosted. He was using the Cloud Heart sword, but he was performing the moves of the Burning Silence sword technique, and the two actually fit perfectly as well. No one noticed that in the void above the celestial dome, two women with their jealousy values loaded up were engaged in an invisible battle. Ah Chuan was reincarnated, and the Cloud Heart sword forged with my heart's blood accompanied him. It seems that even though Ah Chuan's memories of his previous life were sealed, he still hasn't forgotten my bond with him. Yun Ziyi sprinkled down invisible blessed karmic energy and injected it into the Cloud Heart sword, so that it could be considered to be fighting side by side with Ah Chuan once again. On the other end, the unconvinced Mo Sanyu used his great magic power to turn an invisible hand and held Lin Xuan's hand, teaching him the Burning Silence sword technique hand in hand and reliving his memories. Husband has indeed never forgotten me. Even though he has been reincarnated, he is still practicing the Burning Silence sword technique. It seems that husband will soon be able to regain his memories. At this moment, both Yun Ziyi and Mo Sanyu saw hope. Their gazes confronted each other through the clouds, neither of them convincing the other, only hoping that her husband's memory would return quickly and give the opposite woman a head start. Let the woman across the street see who Lin Xuan really loves. Thus, the half-demon county lieutenant became the only victim in the room. The more Lin Xuan fought, the stronger he got. His aura penetrated through his entire body during the battle and merged completely, and he stepped into the Tengkong realm with a light touch. No way. Who are you? Sword cultivation legacies have long been few and far between, and it's impossible for there to be such a talented sword cultivator within the great Yin dynasty. The half-demon sheriff is mad. If he failed, not only would he apologize for his self-beliefs, but he would also involve thousands of brothers and sisters within the clan. Yet the end is set. Take him alive. The battle dragged on for too long, and reinforcements from the demon beheading division had arrived. The two four-striped demon slaying divisions each cast their own spells, trying to capture the half-demon county lieutenant alive, whose eyes were red as he began to frantically burn his lifespan. His torso continued to swell, and he made a tearing sound that, the demon race will live forever, the human race will die. Seeing this, Lin Xuan frantically stormed back. In his line of sight, the half-demon county lieutenant looked like a balloon that had swollen to the extreme and exploded with a bang. The demon beheading envoy who came a step slower had an ugly expression on his face. Asterisk. One of the demon chopper ambassadors was so angry that he slammed his fist on the wall of the county office, knocking the already crumbling wall to the ground. The rest of the group gathered around. County Governor Yu Taishuwei frowned. The demon has been removed and the casualties are still within control. Why is the demon beheading envoy so angry? The demon beheading envoy shook his head. We received news from Lord C that the four great demon kings of the Cloud Dream ancient forest disappeared together, and within each dynasty, a bloody storm is rising. Si Kong is the head of the demon beheading division, the official with the first grade, not involved in the political affairs of the dynasty, only to listen to the orders of the emperor alone. Lord C suspects that the demon race in the Qingyun prefecture wants to start a war again. With multiple actions, perhaps plotting something, the demonic creatures that have recently rebelled are unusually united, preferring to die rather than give in. Far different from the past, giving us the creeps. This is by no means the style that the demon race should have. What we didn't expect was that even the sheriff's lieutenant was infiltrated by demons. The demon beheading envoy's words revealed a lot of information. The days of great chaos in the world seem to be coming again. The demon beheading envoy shook his head and sighed lightly. Alas, not to talk about those. This time, thanks to the county guard and the two Taoist friends for suppressing the demonic creature. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. County Governor Yu Taishui waved his hand. This time, to be able to break the demon's plot, thanks to the Lin siblings, they should be the first to take the credit. What this official did was just a part of the job. And, Yu Taishui's gaze fell on Lin Chuan and smiled. This little brother, but a sword cultivator. He was the one who stopped the demonic creature with his own strength just now. You, the demon beheading division, must show sincerity. Swordsman? The demon chopper ambassador's eyes lit up. It was then that he realized that the teenager in front of him was only a cultivator at the early stage of the Tenkong realm. It was unimaginable that a mere early stage of the Tenkong realm could be able to battle a great demon at the late stage of the Shedding realm, or at least he had never seen such a genius before. Digging up such a genius would definitely be a great achievement if reported to Lord C. Chapter 30, May the Spirit Clan live forever. May I ask your name? The demon beheading envoy instantly became much more polite, his eyes burning at Lin Chuan as if he was admiring a rare treasure. Under the reputation of being a genius sword cultivator, Lin Yangyan's presence seemed to have diminished by a few points. Under me, Lin Chuan. This time, I thank you, fellow Taoist Lin Chuan. The demon beheading envoy clasped his fists. I will definitely report the merits of this battle truthfully, and when His Holiness grants a reward, the demon beheading division will personally send it to the residents. Thanks a lot. Lin Chuan returned a salute, seeing through it without saying anything. Looking at the other party, it was clear that he wanted to recruit him to join the dynasty as a civil servant, unaware that Lin Chuan hadn't even figured out the reason why he himself had performed that sword technique. He might not be able to hire a Dreamland hosting substitute next time. Besides, he was sleeping most of the time and didn't want to become a courtier and tie his own hands. That's not the life he wants. In the void, Mo Sangyu's gaze slowly fell on the four major demon kings of the Cloud Dream Ancient Forest, and the terrifying sense of oppression caused the four major demon kings to prostrate themselves on the ground. These demons, what's going on? The Cloud Dream Ancient Forest was the ruler of the demon race in the Qingyun state. Without the orders of the four great demon kings, the demonic forces in Qingyun prefecture would never dare to act recklessly. My lord, we are unjustly accused. The demon kings were on the verge of crying. We have long since issued an injunction and agreed with the three major imperial dynasties, each occupying their own land and not violating each other. This scourge is in no way authorized by us. According to my subordinate, there are demonic forces from the outer states that have infiltrated and want to plant evidence to frame us. The demon race under heaven is not unified. Autonomy of the lander. The concepts vary greatly from tribe to tribe. Some demon races have a natural preference for killing and loathe the human race. This is a nature buried in their bones and cannot be avoided. Mo Sangyu pinched his fingers and his gaze pierced through space, landing somewhere outside of Yushui County. There was a man there, shrouded within a cloak, with an odd mask on his face. The masked man clasped his hands together against his forehead and made a solemn salute in the direction of the half-demon county lieutenant's self-immolation, chanting softly under his breath. You will be the ray of light that illuminates the world when the other feast comes. May the spirits live forever. After saying that, the masked man seemed to be aware of it and clasped his fist again in the direction where Mo Sunyu was, before disappearing into space and leaving. The spirits? Meaning half-demon? The other party is trying to provoke a war between the demon race and the human race in Qingyun Prefecture? Mo Sunyu probably understood the other party's intentions, but she did not heed it. When she was in the lower realm, she was the invincible demon lord, and all the races in the lower realm were under her, all bowing down to her. She never bothered with the tribal strife. Each tribe has its own destiny. Devil cultivators had always been a group of cultivators who were separated out and unrecognized by the various clans. When he came to the nine-phase realm, Mo Sanyu wouldn't meddle in the affairs of the clans. The premise was that the cultivators of the various clans should not harm her husband. Consider it a sharpening gift to your husband. Mo Sanyu didn't tell the truth to the four demon kings that her husband had already practiced the burning silence sword technique, and with the increase in cultivation, it was only a matter of time before he awakened his memories. Then she will be able to accompany her husband. Piss off that woman across the street. After the storm at the county courthouse, the Lin family siblings returned to the Lin mansion. The trip had been a thrilling one, and they had even harvested some unexpected things. For example, the siblings both broke through the Tenku realm. Then there is the posted coaching feature. Lin Chuan felt that there were still many functions of the dream-creating reincarnation system that hadn't been developed, and that it might be able to provide more assistance in the future. Sister, when did you break through the Tenkong realm? In the small courtyard of the home, the siblings chatted casually as the back kitchen delivered another large pile of delicacies made from spiritual objects, wafting with fragrance. After embarking on the road of cultivation, Lin Yangyang's appetite was much larger. According to the cultivation texts, after stepping into the Tenkong realm, the body would be completely adapted to the aura, and one could not need to eat anymore. Perhaps the siblings' cultivation speed was too fast, and they still needed to rely on additional spiritual substances to supplement their cultivation consumption. It's only been 5 or 6 days. Lin Yangyang smiled and said, "What about you? When did you practice such a good hand of swordsmanship? If not for this crisis, I'm afraid your kid can still hide for a long time, hiding it deep, even from your own sister." Saying that, Lin Yangyang threw a large chicken leg towards Lin Chuan, which was received by the latter with his mouth, sucking in a bite and perfectly picking out the bones. "Today was an accident. I don't know how I got so good. Maybe it was an epiphany," Lin Chuan explained. It would definitely be impossible to make him perform that kind of sword art again. Lin Yangyang rolled her eyes, disbelief written all over her face, but she didn't break the pot and changed the topic. "Why don't you see Dream following you today?" Lin Chuan realized it afterward. "Right. Oh, why is Dreamy still sleeping?" Usually, whenever he woke up, Dreamy would then wake up and take on the guise of a clingy person and stay close by. Something's not going to happen, is it? Lin Chuan hurriedly put down his chopsticks and ran toward the house, carefully checking it out. Only after sensing that little Ru Meng's breath was stable and her body was not abnormal did she breathe a sigh of relief. This girl is so weird. A lot of what happened to Dream was completely confusing to him. The ruthless person who fought with Taoist green jade. The probability is really Meng's own mother. Just don't know why she put the child in his place. And give the child permission to call himself father. You can't be like Taoist green jade and crave my body, right? Every time he thought of this, Lin Chuan had a headache. He didn't have the ability to solve the puzzle. He could only passively accept the torture of reality. After a full meal, Lin Chuan started practicing the burning silence sword technique again. Holding the sword in his hand was like a fish in water. There was still no sense of rustiness, only that the proficiency was much worse than the hosting substitute battle. The hosting agency has really brought both the Cloud Heart Sword and the burning silence sword technique to a complete state. Otherwise, with his cultivation at the vein opening realm, he would have been slapped to death by a half-demon at the deliverance realm. Deep night. Since the last dream cycle, Forbidden Love, had not yet ended. As soon as he fell asleep, Lin Chuan would enter that dream again. Can't transition with a brief dream. During the daytime, when he fought with the half-demon of the deliverance realm, even though it was a hosting substitute, Lin Chuan was tired, and his essence felt like it had been drained. This is the price to pay for exerting a combat power far beyond your own. Before going to bed, Lin Chuan came to the small courtyard where his sister lived. "Sister, I'm going to sleep. Be careful in these days. Everything is for safety. If the demon beheading division comes, remember to wake me up." "Know what?" Lin Yangyang flirted. "It seems that after going through some experiences, my Chuaner has also grown up, understood, and knows to care about his sister." In Lin Yangyang's memory, this was the first time that his own brother had specifically said such words of concern to himself. She was usually the one nagging at her brother like an old mother with 1,000 instructions. After exchanging some words with his sister, Lin Chuan returned to his room. Lying in bed, sleepy, he soon fell into a dreamy state. On the night of your birthday, you opened the cultivation tome. A whole new world unfolds before your eyes. For the first time, you have a clear perception of the division of cultivation realms in the Tianyuan continent. Chapter 31, He'll be a mountain you can't climb for the rest of your life. The cultivation realms in the Tianyuan continent are divided by the simplest numbers. A total of 7 realms. The first realm is the weakest and the 7th realm is the strongest. As long as the Nine-Tailed Fox clan reaches adulthood, it is a cultivator of the 4th realm, and after accepting the clan's inheritance, it will become the 7th realm when it receives the Emperor's Seal of Enchantment. This is the reason why the Tushan clan is standing. After understanding the realm of cultivation, you begin to cultivate in accordance with the Dharma that Tushan Jiajiu has gifted you. Coming from the lineage of sentinels, you are naturally good at sentinel spirit, and after you set foot on the path of cultivation, your talent for sentinel spirit techniques gradually unfolded. But because of the lack of one soul, you were never able to have your own native spirit. No spirit is willing to submit to your crippled soul. Neither the ancient spirits of the human race, nor the spirits of the demon race, nor the spirits of any other small group will bother to sign a spirit master contract with you. Lacking a native spirit that belongs to oneself, the power of all the divine abilities and techniques of the royal spiritist lineage will be greatly reduced. Even so, your cultivation speed is still extremely fast. Spring goes to fall. In the fall of your second year of cultivation, you successfully stepped into the third realm, and at the same time you awakened the unique bloodline talent aptitude. Its name, the Sword of True Love. In the lineage of spiritualist, sincerity of the heart is the key, and the more in tune you are with the spirit of your destiny, the more powerful you will be able to be. The so-called true love refers to the supreme state in the spiritual cultivation of the imperial spiritist. The effect of the Sword of True Love is that whenever you behead one of your living beings, you can copy its native aptitude for your own use. In addition, the Sword of True Love comes with two extra effects. For the first effect, with each swing of your sword, a portion of its power can strike directly into your opponent's soul. For the second effect, the bloodline talent aptitude possessed by your native spirit will be added to your body. You will live in symbiosis with your native spirit. With the power of the Sword of True Love, you finally have a share of self-preservation in a chaotic world. Actually, you don't have any feelings about the war between the human and demon races. The human race has abandoned you. You have never enjoyed the warmth of the human race. The demon race does not allow you to exist as an imperial spiritist and is bound to kill you. But the love of your life is the demon nine-tailed fox, even the future emperor of the Tushan clan. Occasionally, when you think about it, you get lost and don't know where to go. In the winter of your second year of practice, on a snowy night, you met an abandoned baby, and seeing her, you thought of the person you once were. You took her back. You found out that she is a hybrid of a demon and a human, belonging to the lowest existence of the Tian Yuan continent, a group that both the demon and human races do not recognize and are ashamed of. Once you thought that Tushan Jiajiu was also a half-demon of mixed blood, so you dared to have the heart of love. Otherwise, how would you dare to fall in love with the noble nine-tailed fox with an inferiority complex in your bones? You have a name for the abandoned baby, Night Snow. The cold night, the cold snow, like this child, who doesn't cry or laugh, is very cold. Another night in the same year, traveling the continent, you encountered an ambush by the demon race. You killed the group of demons in return and ingested their bloodline aptitude with the Sword of True Love. In the stronghold of this group of demons, you found corpses piled up in small mountains. All those killed were half-demons like Night Snow. You're thinking that if you and Tushan Jiajiu end up coming together and give birth to an heir, it will still be a half-demon, destined to be disallowed by the two races. You question your heart. What would I have done then? In the fall of your third year of cultivation, you stepped into the fourth realm, and a human sword cultivator found the small courtyard where you lived. Give her to me. Sword cultivator's voice was extremely cold. His target was the half-demon Night Snow. Roll. Your response is simpler. You don't have good feelings for the human race, and the same is true for the demon race. All you care about is the companion beside you, whether human or demon. You fought a battle with a sword cultivator. You killed him. As a human, you killed a human for the first time, but your heart didn't fluctuate much as if you were killing those demons. In the sixth year of cultivation, you stepped into the fifth realm. This realm is enough to become the head of a party in the Tian Yuan continent. The Een granny who adopted you back then was in this realm. That same year, Night Snow was 4 years old. You don't have any experience with children at all, and for Night Snow to survive after you, count her as resilient. Little Night Snow doesn't have too many demonic features on its body, just two horns born on its head, slightly protruding a little, like a freshly sprouted spring bamboo shoot. You take Night Snow and continue traveling the continent. In the 10th year of your training, you were recognized when you used the Sword of True Love in a battle. The Sword of True Love, one of the supreme aptitudes pursued by the lineage of imperial spirit masters, has now reappeared, causing a shock to the human race. It didn't take long for the imperial spiritist line to find you. The leader is none other than the patriarch who ordered you to be thrown into the wilderness back then. They looked at you excitedly and did not recognize you as the infant they had abandoned in the first place. Son, you've suffered. The matriarch looks at you, his tone agitated. I didn't realize that there were still children in my line of imperial spirit masters who had strayed. It is our fault for letting you suffer. The patriarch came up to you and tried to hug you, and he looked so kind. an old man who had bowed down for the pack. Get out! Your response remains simple. The patriarch was confused, and so was the rest of the imperial spiritist lineage. What is the meaning of this, my son? The matriarch did not get angry, but only looked at you sincerely and asked, is it possible that we did something wrong somewhere? Were we ever ashamed of you? The patriarch lamented. Child, I know that you have grievances in your heart. As long as you return to the clan, all the grievances of the old monks can be quelled for you. You sneer. What if it's someone who was born lacking a soul and a spirit? Who killed his parents and is considered an ominous sign? Would you wish him to quell his grievances? The face of the imperial spiritist lineage changed drastically. The matriarch stomped back 3 steps in a row, looking at your face incredulously. You are the ghost baby from back then? Ghost baby is what they call you, because you didn't deserve a name in the clan at that time. It doesn't matter. You leave a message and turn away. Next time don't show up in front of me or I'll kill you all. There was a scene in the images not seen in the dream world carefree that was captured by Lin Xuan's subconscious. A young man in the crowd of the spiritualist lineage stared at his back, and asked, Patriarch, why should our lineage of royal spirit masters beg him? I can comprehend the sword of true love just as well. I won't be weaker than him. The patriarch shook his head and said bitterly, the sword of true love, a gifted divine ability, will never have 2 possessors in one era. Don't make him your target, otherwise you'll be a perpetually failing challenger, and he'll be a mountain you'll never be able to get over in your life. Chapter 32 Sword of True Love. Demon Earth 1-6. In the 12th year of cultivation, the great war between the human and demon races progressed to yet another peak. 1,000,000 troops of the demon race attacked the human stronghold of Shanhaiguan. The strongest 4 chakra cultivators of the human race, the Imperial Spirit Master, the Formation Master, the Thunder Master, and the Sword Cultivator led an army of human cultivators in a desperate struggle against the demon race, and engaged in a fierce battle with the demon race at the Shanhaiguan Pass. At that time you were traveling near Shanhaiguan and witnessed the bloody war from afar. At the end of that battle, the human race lost 5 7th realm cultivators and the demon race lost 9 demon kings, ultimately ending with the failure of the demon race's attack. After that battle, you met the love of your life, Tushan Jiajiu. She has already stepped into the 6th realm, and her aura is much stronger than yours. So I'm afraid she will soon step into the 7th realm and become one of the strongest in the Tianyuan continent. You heard a message afterward. Dushan Jiejia's current appearance is to represent the demon race to negotiate with the human race, with both sides resting on their laurels and no further wars for 30 years. You would have thought that there would be a period of peace and quiet to follow. In the winter of the same year, another news came out that a medium-sized tribe of the human race had been slaughtered by the demon race, and not long afterward, a stronghold of the demon race was uprooted by the human race. The treaty made at Shanhai Pass was broken in an instant. In the spring of the following year, which was also the 13th year of your cultivation, you broke the shackles of the 5th realm and successfully stepped into the 6th realm. Your sword of true love has become strong to an unimaginable degree. If you can have the spirit of your own life, you have the confidence to challenge a cultivator of the 7th realm. In the summer of the same year, you heard the news that a supreme genius had been born in the lineage of imperial spirit masters, and upon stepping into the 6th realm, he comprehended a natural aptitude that was no weaker than the sword of true love. That cultivator's name was Yan Beicheng. In the 14th year of cultivation, Night Snow, who has been following you, suddenly wants to leave. Night Snow looks at you with tearful eyes. Uncle, I've found my way. I'm leaving. I can't accompany you anymore. Did the half-demons invite you? There are some things that you have long since realized. Night Snow has recently come close to a group of half-demons, perhaps with revenge in mind. You guessed that after the Battle of Shanhaiguan, it was this group of half-demons that provoked the war between the two races again. The half-demons have been oppressed for so long that they might have wanted to rebel long ago. So what? It's none of your business. What you care about is just the little girl Night Snow. After all, it is the person you raised as a child and you will treat as a sister. Uncle, do you know everything? Night Snow looked like a child who had done something wrong and lowered his head. I'm sorry. Nothing to be sorry for. You blandly say, everyone has something they want to do. You can do it if you want to. There's no apologizing to anyone. Night Snow looks at you, hesitates for a long time, and asks, Uncle, what is the thing you want to do the most? Go to Mount 2. Go to her, and be with her forever. You have never had one goal in mind, and that is to hold Tushan Jiajiao's hand and walk through the ends of the earth. That's nice. Night Snow leaves. You've become alone again, and you're not in any way uncomfortable without Night Snow, the little girl, by your side. For as long as you can remember, You've made plans to be alone for the rest of your life. The 17th year of cultivation is also the 17th year since you and Tushan Jiajiao parted ways. You've heard about her from time to time over the years, but she's never come to you. Do you occasionally wonder if you and Tushan Jiajiao are destined for each other? Only Lin Chuan's subconscious mind was able to see that. In fact, every year in winter, Tushan Jiajiao would secretly come to visit worryless. 17 years of missing her built up to a peak. You decided to go up Mount 2. You'll have to make the trip whether she wants to see you or not. On the way to Tushan, you heard the news that Tushan Jiajiao is about to become the emperor of the Tushan clan. You have come under Mount 2. The Tushan clan will no longer accept any practitioners of the human race, so those who come will leave quickly, so as not to provoke the emperor's wrath and lose their lives for nothing. There's a nine-tailed fox blocking your way. I want to see Jiajiao Tushan. After practicing for many years, you have long reached the peak of the 6th realm, facing the 7th realm not to mention winning it. There is no problem to retreat in one's entire body. You think you're qualified to go up to Mount 2 to meet your sweetheart. It's you? The nine-tailed fox that blocked the road recognized you. That human race that lacked a soul back then. You're even alive? Yes, I'm back. You have no intention of making a move and don't want to make things difficult for Tushan Jiajiao. That nine-tailed fox said. Sister Jiajiao is at a crucial moment in her campaign for emperor, and cannot tolerate any disturbance. So go back. You ponder for a moment and nod. Good. A look of surprise appeared on the nine-tailed fox's face. You say, when Jiajiao becomes an emperor, please tell Jiajiao that I came here and I want to see her. If Tushan Jiajiao, who has become an emperor, is still unwilling to see you, then your destiny will truly end here. After leaving Tushan, while passing through a wilderness, you were caught up in a storm. 6 demon race chancellors are besieging a human cultivator of the 6th realm. You were just passing through and didn't intend to make a move. Those 6 demon clans, however, regarded you as an enemy, and you were forced into the war. During the battle, from the words of the demon race you received unexpected news that the besieged human cultivator was Yan Beichang, the supreme genius of the imperial spiritist lineage. There's no need for you to save me. It's just a mere 6 demon clans. I can kill them all by myself. Yan Beichang's mouth is even harder than his native spirit. He even looks at you with hostility. You don't understand because you've never met Yan Beichang. And other than that encounter, you've never dealt with the royal spiritist lineage. You're in a bad mood today. Instead of meeting your beloved Jiajiao, you meet such a human arrogance that you decide to be quick and out of sight, out of mind. The sword of true love. Your right hand made a fist, rested against your chest, and slowly drew it outward. And from your heart a sword made of spirit children was drawn. Sword held in hand. Heaven and earth turned into twilight. A burial mound of swords has been generated under your feet. Densely packed, with all kinds of swords standing on top of the mound. There are still countless broken sword remnants buried in the land. With a move of your left hand, a sword detached from the sword mound and landed in your hand, and you gained a random talent aptitude, Burning Sky Flame. This is an aptitude you once obtained when you killed a demon descendant with the Vermilion Bird bloodline. With just one sword, 6 demon race chancellors were cut down by you, and the blazing fire on the sword burned them to the ground. Then you collect your sword and leave. Behind him came Yan Beicheng's inexplicable yelling. One day, I'll beat you. Night like snow. Chapter 33, Your mother becomes an emperor. Meeting and parting. Shortly after leaving the demon clan's territory, you heard a story told by a storyteller at a tea house. Mr. said that Yan Beicheng, the supreme genius of the royal spiritist lineage, had killed 6 powerful chancellors of the demon clan with his own strength. Mr. also said that Yan Beicheng is likely to become the future leader of the human race. You laugh without saying a word. With Yan Beicheng's nature, such a story would not be an honor to the other party, but a humiliation. In the 19th year of your practice, you discovered a flaw in your own practice, lacking the spirit of the essence. You have never been able to advance further. You have long since reached the peak of the 6th realm, but you cannot set foot in the 7th realm. This is very bad news for you. Even though you are in the 6th realm, you are still not afraid of the vast majority of the 7th realm, but the limitations of the realm will prevent you from being able to fight against the top powerhouses in the 7th realm. And Tushan Jiajiao will definitely be one of the top powerhouses of the demon race in the future. In the 2nd decade of cultivation, a piece of news swept the continent. The Tushan clan has a new emperor, and she is none other than your beloved Tushan Jiajiao. After the news spread, you came to the place where you met Tushan Jiajiao back then, the Inhu tribe. The Inba tribe has long been dead. You also don't know whether you were destroyed by the demon clan, or whether you were slaughtered by the bloodline awakened Tushan Jiajiao the night you turned 17. You sat there for a long time. Under the bright white moonlight, a silhouette walks slowly. The moonlight pours over her body and into your heart. Tushan Jiaojiao was here, and the first thing she did when she became Emperor Tushan was to come and see you, and you tacitly came here to wait for her. As 20 years ago, you saw each other as the only one, and you still do. No worries. Tushan Jiaojiao calls your name softly, her eyes misty with tears. She is even more beautiful than before, her eyes blooming with peach blossoms, with the femininity and flavor that belongs to the Fox clan alone. And she is called the world's most gorgeous. Jiao Jiao. You shouted. She rushes over and hugs you tightly, and after a brief moment of eye contact, you and she kiss. On the tribal ruins, a pink boundary is slowly generated. The moonlight is no longer in your sight, for the full moon has descended overhead, and you relish the beauty of the full moon. You love each other deeply without reservation, until the end of the night, again to sunset dusk, so repetitive that you have long forgotten how many days have passed. Day and night, you pour out your hearts to each other, and you, who have been a man of few words for more than 20 years, are like a dam that has been opened, gushing out your thoughts about Jiaojiao. The same is true for Tushan Jiaojiao. The most she said was, "I miss you so much." You are enjoying the coziness like never before, until the clan elders of the Tushan clan found this place, and seeing you guys in intense love. The clan elders of the Tushan clan had ugly faces. Good for you, Tushan Jiaojiao. The great clan elder of Mount Tu angrily shouted, "I thought you had long ago put away your mundane heart, but I didn't expect you to be so obstinate. Men, capture that human." With an order from the great clan elder of Tushan, the 5 demon kings of the Tushan clan have joined forces and are going to step in to suppress you. Asterisk 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 off. Tushan Jiaojiao protects you behind her, and the 9 tails are so overwhelming across the sky that they nearly shroud this side of heaven and earth. And they have actually hardened the 5 demon kings. I am the emperor of Mount Tu. It's not your turn to tell me how to act. Even for the same 7th realm, there is a gap. This is from the suppression on the bloodline of the purebred 9-tailed fox. Those demon kings who rely on the 9-tailed fox clan to gain a foothold are all no match for Tushan Jiaojiao. The great clan elder of Mount Tu droned. Humans and demons have different paths and are destined not to be together. And for countless years, those who break the taboos have suffered. Tushan Jiaojiao coldly said, "That's because they are not strong enough. I am an emperor. I should break the pattern." The great clan elder of Mount Tu said, "Even if you were stronger, you wouldn't be able to fight against the 2 major races of the dominant continent. Even if you can break this pattern, your children will still suffer. This is predestined by the rules of heaven and earth." The words of the grand clan elder of Mount Tu are deafening. You have long thought about this question. If you have a child, will he be able to survive in this world? Even if you and Tushan Jiaojiao are strong enough, you will not be able to reverse the entire great world. Rules are made to be broken. Tushan Jiaojiao's tone was more than a little stubborn. The great clan elder of Mount Tu sighed. "In that case, how about you and I bet on a game? As long as you win, from now on, in the affairs of Mount Tu, the old man will no longer meddle in them, and you will be the only one to follow." Yes. Not knowing why the bet was made, Tushan Jiaojiao still responded with a mouthful. The hatred between the demon race and the human race is getting deeper and deeper. The final battle is inevitable. And during the time that you were on the Emperor's expedition, the major demon races had already made their decisions. The demon clan will elect a demon co-chief. This is the general trend. And the Tushan clan can't stand aside from it. If you have the ability to become the demon race's co-lord, there may be hope to change everything. If you can't do that, the old man advises you to separate earlier. The words of the Grand Clan Elder of Tushan make you feel a strong sense of crisis. The demon race has 9 strongest races. The Tushan clan's 9-tailed fox clan is just one of them. The other 8 are the Jiaolong clan, the Firebird clan, the Golden Rock clan, the Green Luan clan, the Sky Tiger clan, the Amethyst Lion clan, the Blood Sable clan, and the Red Ape clan. The 9 races have similar strengths and have defied each other for many years. Apart from the untraceable ancient times, the demon race has also never had a so-called co-owner. The determination of the demon race to choose a co-owner means that they want to put a complete end to the human-demon war that has lasted for thousands of years. Tushan Jiaojiao left, leaving behind the words, "Wait for me. You can't break through the 7th realm, and you don't have the ability to retain her." After Tushan Jiaojiao left, you went crazy and started searching for a way to break the realm, but you couldn't make up for the one soul and one spirit that you were born missing. Until one day, Yan Beicheng found you. He came carrying a coffin. Yan Beicheng said, "The patriarch once told me that I should not aim for you. that you who have comprehended the sword of true love are destined to be the pinnacle of the royal spiritist lineage, and he said that you would be a mountain that could never be crossed. Now, I have stepped into the seventh realm, and you are still at a standstill. You're a mountain I've climbed. Come on, fight me and fulfill your wish. Yan Beicheng crosses his arms across his chest, two spirit swords converge and take shape in his hands, and at the same time, a cemetery unfolds under his feet. This divine ability is extremely similar to the sword of true love. Yan Beicheng calls it 3,000 worlds. Chapter 34, I didn't think you'd be overwhelmed by love. The 3,000 worlds are extremely similar to the sword of true love, but it can't replicate the natural aptitude of the decapitated person in the same way as the sword of true love. It is used to forcibly use the target's natural aptitude by imprisoning its soul and burning it in battle. Each tombstone in the illusory cemetery represents a captive soul. Yan Beicheng said, those I kill are mediocre and incompetent, and I will cause them to sublimate and blossom into the only light they have in this life. In the royal spiritist lineage, the spiritual power is extremely strong, and the amount of aura that the body can hold is also far greater than that of other practitioners. Around Yan Beicheng, the aura is like a sea, the strongest aura accommodating cultivator you have ever seen among all the seventh realms. It's actually enough to be worth 30% of you. You said to Yan Beicheng, after you lose, do something for me. Yan Beicheng snorted, if you can defeat me, what's the harm in doing 100 things for you? You saw his pride. Proud as he is, he will never allow his seventh realm self to lose to you in the sixth realm. You hold your hand at your chest and draw the sword of true love again, which is made from the power of your soul. The burial mound of the sword unfolds at your feet. To this day, an unknown number of beings have died at your hands, and the gray mound of swords knows no bounds. You look at Yan Beicheng, pointing the tip of your sword vertically at the ground, and softly chanting under your breath, burial spirit domain, 100 ghosts walking by night. The sword is like water, not in the ground. The black aura immediately surged out like a furious ocean, devouring the cemetery Yan Beicheng's aura had transformed into in the blink of an eye. No way. How could anyone possess such a terrifying amount of aura? Even the imperial spiritist's supreme aptitude, the sword of true love, couldn't possibly do it. Yanbei City is in complete chaos. You gently raise your finger, and a ghost body kills out of the black aura ocean. And the ghost body makes a magic skill that once existed in the human world. So what if there's a lot of aura? The seventh realm has a power you can never touch. In Yan Beicheng's aura sea, a Tao lotus slowly blossomed, releasing a unique Tao rhythm, and even the aura around him produced a qualitative change. You didn't say a word, just lifted one finger after another. Endless ghostly bodies killed out, using all sorts of divine abilities copied from the sword of true love. They were more raging than a tsunami, completely submerging Yan Beicheng, and even his Tao lotus couldn't fully bloom anymore. As to why your aura accommodation is so high, you are the only one who knows for sure. Born lacking a soul and a spirit, you are unable to possess the spirit of your own life, but the vacancy in your soul enables you to absorb aura in a near limitless manner. You were born in a Yin year, Yin month, Yin day and Yin hour, with a special physique, and all the auras that you inhale into your body will be transformed into Yin attributes. You use this to recreate the vision you had at birth, 100 ghosts walking at night, a corpse king opening the way. You call it the burial domain. Just doing so will shrink your lifespan so much that your lifespan will no longer grow with the realm. Even the nine-tailed spirit suppressor pearl that Tushan Jiajiu gave you can only barely save your life for you. Yan Beicheng is defeated. He sits on his knees, his heart in his throat, unable to believe it. Yan Beicheng asks, why don't you kill me? You faintly said, I said, let you help me with one thing, and after you're done, life or death is up to you. Yan Beicheng is proud to the bone and will definitely practice what he says. You say, accompany me on a pilgrimage to the mountains. Yan Beicheng's eyes widened. Are you crazy? Pilgrimage Mountain, a holy place for the demon race. Now all the demon kings of the demon race have gathered on Pilgrimage Mountain to elect a common lord of the demon race. Anyone who goes there is dead. If you don't want to go, don't force yourself. What you need is an assistant who is willing to do his best and can't be forced. That's why you chose Yan Beicheng. Of course I'm going. Yan Beicheng said, I just don't want you to die so early, but if you are bent on seeking death, then I can only accompany you to die together. Perhaps in Yan Beicheng's view, this trip is 10 deaths without a chance of survival. In fact, you feel the same way. But you know, the meaning of your life is there. Tushan Jiajiu is not destined to become the demon clan's co-owner. She only went because of her inner stubbornness and wanting to break the rules. Breaking the rules for you. How can you watch her suffer all alone? There was a time when you thought that once you reached the seventh realm, everything would calm down, but the reality is far more binding. You embarked on a journey with Yan Beicheng. On the way, you asked Yan Beicheng a question. You ask him, how did you imprison your soul in the sea of aura and forcibly mold the divine power of 3,000 worlds? You think that perhaps this path will take you to the next level of warfare. Once upon a time, it never occurred to you to imprison the souls of others for your own use. Now you feel that there is nothing you cannot do to clear the way. The world is evil enough for you anyway. On this trip, you've decided to be a total badass. A great evil that is feared by both men and demons. To your surprise, Yan Beicheng told you the method word for word. You ask him, aren't you afraid you'll never be able to top me again in this life? He said, you are not ashamed to ask. So naturally I won't hide anything. For a moment, you think the man is stupidly cute. From the methods Yan Beicheng taught you, you learned many new ideas. And in return, you told him some insights about the sort of true love. You are sometimes less like enemies and more like friends. After running all the way, you and Yan Beicheng have successfully arrived outside of the pilgrimage mountain. And further on, there is the Demon Clan's clan protection formation. As soon as you set foot there, you will surely be discovered. Yan Beicheng's curious eyes looked at you the whole way, and finally couldn't help but ask, what exactly do you want to do when you come here? You say, I'm in love with a demon. Yan Beicheng was dumbfounded. I thought you were a saint. I didn't realize that as cold and arrogant as you are, you would also be overwhelmed by love. He quickly showed his gossipy look again. Tell me quickly, who is that demon? As the saying goes, gossip is human nature. For the first time you believe that. Tushan Jiajiu. There's nothing you can't say about your sweetheart's name. And you proudly told Yan Beicheng, Tushan Jiajiu? It's that new emperor of the Tushan clan? Yan Beicheng was stunned. She's been hailed as the most talented demon race in the last 1,000 years. You shake your head. I don't know any of that. All I know is that she's my mother. You didn't hold a wedding banquet. But in your heart, Tushan Jiajiu is your maiden. And you have long been husband and wife. Whoa! Yan Beicheng smiled broadly. This trip was worth it. Although you will die a horrible death, your name is bound to be passed down through the ages. You are silent. This guy, why is he still looking forward to it? Yanbei City, 3,000 Worlds. Chapter 35, Go to the Sacred Mountain and Save My Mother. You and Yan Beicheng spent some time under the pilgrimage mountain. It's not the right time to go up the mountain. If Tushan Jiajiu becomes the co-owner of the demon clan, she will surely be attacked by the group, and it is then that you will be needed on the mountain. If Tushan Jiajiu had not become the demon clan's co-chief, under the pressure of the new demon clan's co-chief, the Tushan clan would have joined in the war between the two clans sooner or later. In any case, the results are not promising. Under the pilgrimage mountain, you and Yan Beicheng waited for half a year, until the clouds gradually open up, and above the mountain tops, a rolling torrent of sound comes out. The world's demon race. Welcome the common lord. Welcome Emperor Tushan. As you expected, Tushan Jiajiu has become the co-lord of the demon race, and the demon race's chi is converging on top of the dome. Emperor Tushan, please make the oath of co-ownership of the demon race, and will lead our great demon race to unify the heavenly yuan and suppress all races. A long, ancient voice echoes between heaven and earth, and the one who speaks is the demon race's grand secretary, who has the bloodline of the ancient demon god, Bai Zhe. In him, Yan Beicheng looks at you and asks, what would you do if your mother chose to accept the demon race's chi and make a co-owner's oath? She won't. You return confidently. Although you don't care about the final outcome of the human race, the demon race's domination is definitely not what you want, and the situation for you and Jiao Jiao will be even more passive at that time. Since the taboo has been broken, the only way for you to get out of the way is to change the rules if you want to get out of the way. On Pilgrimage Mountain, Tushan Jiajiu opened her mouth. She said, on the Tian Yuan continent, the war has stretched on for 1,000 years, and the endgame between the demon race and the human race is much more than that. In the past 1,000 years, the demon race has never crossed the mountain pass of the human race, and the continuation of the war will no longer serve any purpose. This war, it should stop. You sigh softly when you hear these words. When Tushan Jiajiu left your side, you knew that the other party harbored the hope of becoming the demon clan's co-chief and changing the status quo afterward. Unbeknownst to me, even the demon co-lord is still in the middle of the rules. And how do you go about breaking the rules? You have never felt that the war between the demon and human races will stop. Humans and demons are natural enemies and will always be in a state of weakness. For you and Tushan Jiajiu, the best ending is to leave the two clans' territories and travel together to the ends of the earth. With your strength, You are strong enough to get away with it. Tushan Jiajiao is doing this for the future of her descendants, and she already has your bloodline in her body. On Pilgrimage Mountain, the voices of the demon clansmen in revolt rolled like waves. Few demon clans agree with Tushan Jiajiao. The demon clan's grand secretary coldly laughed. Tushan Jiajiao, your heart is not in the demon clan. You don't deserve to be the demon clan's co-lord. You see the demon race's scheme. The main purpose of the demon clan in electing a co-chief is to involve the Tushan clan in the great war between the two clans. It's a phallic plot. Regardless of whether or not Tushan Jiajiao becomes the demon race's co-chief, the end will be the same. The human race can't be extinguished, and further fighting will only result in more deaths and injuries for both races, ushering in an even worse end. Facing the questioning of the group of demons, Tushan Jiajiao still maintains the firmness of her self-position. The demon race's grand priestess droned. Tushan Jiajiao, as a demon race member, you should have made it your duty to slaughter the human race, but what have you done? As far as I know, you went to the human realm after completing the Emperor's calendar. You went there to meet your lover, didn't you? The questioning voice was accompanied by the clamor of countless demon races. When traveling the world, you have seen too many demons and humans expressing their admiration for the nine-tailed fox. How many living beings can resist the world's best looks and the charm that overwhelms the crowd? The seductive power of the nine-tailed fox is supposed to penetrate deep into the bone and hit the soul. Not to mention the emperor of the nine-tailed fox clan. There are too many demon clan admirers of Tushan Jiajiao. In the clamor, you seem to hear the sound of countless demon clans breaking inside. Our turn. You get up and head for Pilgrim Mountain. What a thrill! Yan Beicheng follows you, his face full of excitement. Such a battle transcends life and death in his mind. That's so cool. On the Pilgrimage Mountain, the questioning of the demon race's grand secretary is still going on. The old man has used his karma trigrams to calculate that you have already formed a karma for your life with a human race. Tushan Jiajiao, you violated a taboo that neither the human nor demon races can tolerate. Say, who is that human being? The sentence of questioning by the Grand Secretary has caused the demon race of the Pilgrimage Mountain to be completely triggered. It's me. 100 ghosts walk at night, and the Corpse King opens the way. You step through the barriers and take one step to the top of the Pilgrimage Mountain. In front of countless demon clans, you wrapped your arms around Tushan Jiajiao and kissed her on the lips. At this moment, you feel endless anger. The Imperial Spiritist lineage? You're that person? The demon clan's Grand Secretary looked at you and guessed your identity. You've traveled the continent for many years and struck out many times, so naturally you have some fame. Hey, there's still me. Yan Beicheng shouted with some irritation. It was not until the clamor resumed that he crossed his arms in satisfaction. Yan Beicheng is the strongest genius of the royal spiritist lineage on the surface, and may also be the future leader of the human race, regarded as a great enemy by the demon race. I'm afraid none of the demons would have thought that Yan Beicheng would go deeper into the holy land of the demon race, the Pilgrimage Mountain. Jiajiao, let's go. The future is the future. You don't want to care about the child or anything else, and now you just want to take Tushan Jiajiao and leave peacefully. Good. Tushan Jiajiao nodded. She had already tried. Failure was not what she wished for, and it was no longer useful to stay here. Wanna go? The demon clan has a total of more than 40 demon kings of the 7th realm, and more than 30 of them have gathered here today. And among them, there are also several supreme powerhouses that are not weaker than Tushan Jiajiao. You and Tushan Jiajiao can only be considered juniors in front of many 7th realm powerhouses. You can't stop me if I want to go. Tushan Jiajiao manifested her true body of 9 tails, and the natural energies of the heavens and earth converged madly towards her. You stand in front of her and lightly chant, Burial Domain. The Corpse King opens the way. The hellish Corpse King, gathered by countless grievances, was infused with soul power by you and killed outside the Pilgrimage Mountain. Such terrifying power in just the 6th realm. He must not be capped. At this moment, the world's living beings realized how strong you are, and the demon race's Grand Secretary gave the order to kill you on Pilgrimage Mountain at all costs. In addition to the Tushan clan, the other 8 strongest demon clans' old demon kings have all made their moves. You are all but undefeated, and no amount of raging aura can withstand the qualitative change in the realm. Yan Beicheng was even beaten to death. In your opinion, Yan Beicheng is a genius. Give him time to grow and his future will not be weaker than those old demon kings. Looking at Tushan Jiajiao, whose stamina is gradually failing, you decide to use the last forbidden technique, the only way to have any hope of getting out alive. Chapter 36: A Whole New Race. The Spirit Race. The cost of the forbidden art is the burning of longevity. Once this technique is performed, you, who are already lacking a soul and a spirit, can no longer continue your life in any way, born in a een year, een month, een day and een hour, and carrying a special constitution. In addition to being able to transform your own spiritual energy into een attributes and recreate the vision of 100 ghosts walking at night and a corpse king opening the way, you also have the forbidden ability to sacrifice yourself and communicate with the other side of the Yellow Springs. There is no one in the world like you, who brings together 100 taboos and yet can live to this realm. So naturally there is no one who knows what you are capable of. You chant again. Burial domain. Hell opens up. The gate from hell rises up from the pilgrimage mountain, and countless demonic shapes kill out, blocking the steps of many demon kings. No! Tushan Jiaojiao sheds 2 lines of bloody tears. You hold her gently and chant again. Bury the spirit realm. Cross to the other side. The spatial Dao rules began to converge towards you madly, enveloping you in Tushan Jiaojiao as well as Yan Beichang. By the time the gates of hell dissipate, you will have come to the distant shores of the sea. After making sure Yan Beichang was still alive, you left with Tushan Jiaojiao in your arms. You have decided to spend these last years in peace with your beloved. 7 days later, Tushan Jiaojiao awoke. You are younger than when you went to the pilgrimage mountain, back to your youthful appearance, but you don't have much longevity left. Tushan Jiaojiao looked out and jumped into your arms and bawled. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have gone back to Mount 2. I shouldn't have gone to the pilgrimage mountain. And I shouldn't have fought for the demon clan's co-lord. It's all my fault. Jiaojiao Tushan keeps apologizing to you. You caress her hair and laugh. How can I blame you? You've always carried more on your back than I have. I'm just taking responsibility for what I'm supposed to do. You never blamed her. The soul that is in the world and wants to be free is never by itself. If it were not for the Tushan clan, you would have died when you were 18 years old. It is you who owes a debt to the Tushan clan. And Tushan Jiaojiao went to Pilgrimage Mountain not for herself, but to pay off the debt for you. You are not destined to truly get away with the world and put the Tushan clan at risk. Having enjoyed the benefits, one is bound to take responsibility. When you let Tushan Jiaojiao leave in the first place, why didn't you harbor a little hope in your heart? You've also thought that if Tushan Jiaojiao becomes the demon clan's co-lord and rises to the top, perhaps the war can really be ended. You and Jiaojiao's children will be able to live in this great land without discrimination in the future. It's just that you're hiding all the good fantasies in your heart and planning for the worst, and that's the way it is. Divine Providence will not always favor you alone. You think you've gotten enough along the way. Don't cry. You say, I have a long life ahead of me, at least until the baby is born. And too much crying is not good for the baby. Tushan Jiaojiao jerked her head up. For the sake of the child, you must live. Wu yo, I will find a way to save you. Good. You smile and nod, giving her hope. After performing the forbidden technique, you are no longer tolerated by this heaven and earth and are destined to die. How can any item within the rules save you when you have come outside the rules? For the next while, you and Tushan Jiaojiao usher in a sweet and tranquil life for two. In the fall of the second year of seclusion, the child was born, a boy. Tushan Jiaojiao looks at you tenderly. Give him a name. You thought for a moment. I don't have a last name, so the child will take your last name, and it will be called Tushan Tsukiyakari. How about that? Good. You and Tushan Jiaojiao reminisce about your time together as children and being called a cutie, a mute. During the day, you are always being bullied and made to do things. Only when the tribe has rested will you be able to snuggle together on the roof and watch the moon. The bright moon is one of the few beauties of your childhood. You don't want your child's life to be as bright as the sun, but only that there will always be moonlight and no more darkness. Then I named him Tushan Yuming. During this period of seclusion, you and Tushan Jiaojiao occasionally perceived the turmoil in the outside world. And once again, the demon race and the human race waged a great war at the Shanhaigman Pass. You've done what needs to be done. You who have long been a crippled body can no longer do much. And Tushan Jiaojiao has also become a mother. So it's impossible to take any more risks. In the spring of your third year, your physical state deteriorated again. You cough up blood from time to time and are nearing the end of your life. Tushan Jiaojiao thought of a way to save you. That is, double cultivation. The nine-tailed fox clan's double cultivation art, like its charming face, is also a wonderful art that crowns the world. This spring, you double-crossed many times. Perhaps it is the mercy of God that really makes your physical state look a little better. But you know in your heart that you will still die when the time comes. In the fall of the third year, it was Tushan Mingyue's first birthday, and you and Jiaojiao held a birthday banquet for him. You also made up a wedding for yourselves. It wasn't long before you received news that Yan Beishan of the royal spiritist lineage had ascended to the top, lifting the building to its knees. pulling back the tide and defending the Shanhaiguan Pass, which was about to be breached by the Demon Clan. In the winter of your 3rd year, your health deteriorated once again. You're lying in bed, becoming more and more unconscious. One day, Tushan Jiajiao tells you a piece of news. She says, a mysterious organization has recently appeared, causing the forces of the demon and human races to be damaged one after another. It was only after an investigation by both clans that it was discovered that it was a group of half-demons. Those once despised half-demons seem to have risen to become the 3rd largest power since the demon race and the human race. The name of the strongest of the half-demons is Night Snow. The extremely familiar name echoes in your mind. And you remember the child you saved while traveling the continent. She is also a half-demon. And her name is also called Night Snow, or you obtained the name for her. You murmur in your mind, could it be the same person? Tushan Jiajiu was talking when there was a commotion from the outside world, and you were like an enemy. This is the first time your residence has been found by outsiders. There were 2 of them, covered in cloaks. Their true face is not visible. The visitor said, I've finally found you. Tushan Jiajiu holds the child and protects you behind her. Who are you? Why are you looking for me? No, I'm not talking about you. The figure shrouded in a cloak said. You sense a hint of familiarity in this voice as she removes the hood from her cloak and reveals her true form. She has changed a lot. The 2 horns on her head have grown quite a bit, and a tail with scales has grown behind her. Night Snow? You called out her name. Night Snow spreads a smile. Uncle, I've come to save you. Tushan Jiajiao looks at you in a daze. You know each other? Night Snow returned. Uncle is my savior. He was the one who saved the abandoned me from the wilderness in the first place and raised me. Wait. Tushan Jiajiao's brows furrowed. That leader of the half-demon race, Night Snow, is you? Night Snow nods. Exactly. After making eye contact with you, Tushan Jiajiao moves out of the way, allowing Night Snow to come to you. The way Night Snow saves you is very simple. It is to cut your veins and take your blood and feed it to you. Dragon's blood. Tushan Jiajiao lets out an exclamation of surprise. Night Snow explained. One of my parents contains a trace of dragon bloodline, and luckily, I awakened that trace of bloodline power. The dragon race only exists in the legends of the Tianyuan continent. Dragon's blood, which can barely be counted outside of the rules, and the exuberant life force contained in the dragon's blood restored some of your vitality. You regain your senses and thank Night Snow. Thank you. Night Snow laughed. Uncle, saying thank you is not your style. In my mind, you should be cold, arrogant and wild. After your condition improved, you sat around the table and talked for a long time. Night Snow told you about the history of the development of the half-demon race, 100 times of stoicism and carrying the way to get where they are today. After listening to the story, you and Tushan Jiajiao looked at each other. Night Snow's appearance has given you a new hope that there is a whole new path waiting for your child. Tushan Yuming. Night Snow also said, our race now has a new name. Not half-human, not half-demon. We are now a whole new race, the spirits. Chapter 37, The Vermin and the Proud Monster. Spirits, a new racial name, carrying a far-reaching ideal, carrying the blood and tears of how many outcasts, the downtrodden. You and Tushan Jiajiao have decided to join the Spirit Clan and establish a whole new order. Not for the world, but for my own children. Night Snow is pleased to welcome you on board. The Spirit Clan accepts more than just half-demons, and for any living being that supports their existence, they can join the Spirit Clan. The equality of all spirits is the purpose of the Spirit Tribe. You remember something and ask, Night Snow, how did you find us? With your and Tushan Jiajiao's abilities, you shouldn't have been found. It's a good thing that the one who found you is Night Snow. If it was a different demon king from the Pilgrimage Mountain, I'm afraid that I would not be able to escape today. It's his doing. Night Snow points to the other half-demon that came with her. He has the bloodline of the Blood Sable clan in his body and has awakened a divine ability called the Red Blood Tracking Technique, which allows him to track targets based on the similarity of their bloodlines. We mixed the blood of the Imperial Spiritist line with that of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan and tracked it all the way, searching hard for months before sensing your child. Night Snow explained it to you in detail. This is her trust in you. Just then, an unstoppable anger erupted from Tushan Jiajiao's body. Blood Sable clan? Red blood tracking technique? You remembered something too. When Tushan Jiajiao's parents were being hunted down and killed, there was no way to get to heaven, no way to get to earth, and Tushan Jiajiao was sealed by her mother's bloodline, so she was lucky to save her life. All these years, Tushan Jiajiao has never given up on finding the real culprit behind the scenes. Tushan Jiajiao's primary target of suspicion is the 8 major demon clans alongside the Tushan clan. Now it seems that the real culprits of yesteryear were the Blood Sable clan. the only way to make even the nine-tailed fox clan, who specializes in camouflage and change, unable to escape is with such an indefensible bloodline tracking technique. There must be a few of the Tushan clan's mole in there as well, mostly one of the demon kings of those few groups that are dependent on the Tushan clan. Jiajiao, don't be impulsive yet. You pacify Tushan Jiajia to collect her breath. Tushan Jiajiao, who is already a mother, is also aware of the responsibility she carries and quickly calms down. You look to Night Snow and ask, what is your spirit race planning to do next? Night Snow said, although the spirit race is not what it used to be, it still doesn't have the ability to fight head-on against the demon race or the human race. In my opinion, the best outcome would be a three-way confrontation, with each other in check. As long as the situation can be stabilized, the spirit race will grow stronger and stronger, and will never again be oppressed by the human and demon races. To achieve this goal, the spirit race needs to own an exclusive territory, through which they can win the luck of heaven and earth. However, all of the blessed lands of the heavenly Yuan continent are occupied by the human and demon races, and the spirit race can't attack any of them. Night Snow analyzes the situation very clearly. You and Tushan Jiajiao also both know that the spirit race only relied on a surprise ploy to dominate for a short period of time before the human race and demon race were defeated. But the human race and the demon race's heritage is there. After regrouping is by no means an enemy of the current spirit race. I have an idea. Tushan Jiajiao's gaze was like a torch. Currently, there is only one chief fortune blessing that the spirit race can obtain, and that is Mount Tushan. In terms of the longevity of its heritage, the Tushan clan is good enough to be ranked in the top 3, and the depth of its blessings and fortunes can be compared to the Holy Land of the Demon Clan, the Pilgrimage Mountain. After all these years of seclusion, you and Tushan Jiajia will still hear some news about Tushan. The Tushan clan has always been peaceful and has never been involved in worldly disputes. It was not until the demon race elected the common lord that they were forced to get involved, and it ended with Tushan Jiajia being seriously injured and disappeared. With the emperor missing, the Tushan clan closed its own mountain gate and did not participate in the great war between the two clans. The other demon races also do not dare to push too far. Tushan Jiajia said, the Tushan clan has taken a superficial stance by closing the mountain gate to themselves, and none of my fellow clansmen want the war to continue. Night Snow said bitterly, but that doesn't mean the Tushan clan is willing to help the spirit clan. You say, maybe I can find another helper. Tushan Jiajia and Night Snow spoke in unison. You mean Yan Beicheng? Nowadays, Yan Beicheng can be regarded as the top pillar of the human race, and one person has saved the day by defending the important land of the human race, the Shanhai Pass. There should be a place for Yan Beicheng among the two clans' most powerful people. Tushan Jiajiao naturally ranks among them, and together with Night Snow, your camp has 3 supreme powerhouses who have stepped into the peak of the 7th realm. You can probably count half of it if you exhaust your life. As long as you are able to convince the Tushan clan to help the Spirit clan, there might really be hope to end this war. As for Yan Beicheng, you're pretty confident he'll agree. In this world, besides Tushan Jiajiao, the person who least wants you to die is probably Yan Beicheng, because you are Yan Beicheng's heart demon. After the opinions are agreed upon, you will begin to move in groups. You go to the human sentinel realm and look for Yan Beicheng, while Tushan Jiajiao returns to Tushan with her child. Night Snow is responsible for leading the tribe, preparing the ritual ceremony, borrowing the blessed land of Mount Tu to be recognized by heaven and earth, and establishing a true spirit tribe. 3 days later, you found Yan Beicheng. The moment I saw you, Yan Beicheng was excited like a monkey. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're not dead. Ha 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 ha. You're not dead. You're really not dead. Ha 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 ha. Great. Come on. Let's fight. Now you can't beat me for sure. Yan Beicheng can't wait to fight you. Wait a minute. You refused him. You promised to do 100 things for me. The pilgrimage to the mount was 1, and there are 99 more to come, and now I want you to do 1 more thing for me. Yan Beicheng froze. When did I say that? You laugh. When we first made the date, I said you'd do 1 thing for me if you lost. You name it 100. Yan Beicheng's face immediately darkened. He greeted your ancestors affectionately. Finally, he agreed. Say, it's not going to Pilgrim Mountain this time, is it? It's not Pilgrim Mountain. It's Mount Tu. You didn't tell Yan Beicheng exactly what you were going to do, and he didn't ask. Trusting you, his lifelong enemy. 7 days later, you brought Yan Beicheng to Mount Tu. After Tushan Jiajiao's efforts to convince them, the Tushan clan decided to help the Spirit clan to end this 1,000-year-long war. The entire Spirit clan has expressed their gratitude to you, and the strongest members of the Spirit clan of the 7th realm, led by Night Snow, have made the life soul oath. From now on, under the great world of peaceful coexistence, the spirit race will never take the initiative to provoke a war. Everything is in place, and the spirit race's heavenly ceremony is about to begin. Yu and Tushan Jiajia and Yen Beichang, however, left Tushan and came to the territory of the Blood Sable clan. The first reason for this trip is to cover for the spirit race's heaven sacrifice ceremony, and the second is to avenge the blood revenge of Jiao Jiao's parents back in the day. Jiao Jiao Mother, Tushan's difficulty. Chapter 38, Holding the Soul of the Sun. Living with the Sun. Your attack was so sudden that the Blood Sable clan was not prepared for it. The 7th realm demon kings stationed in the Blood Sable clan were all killed by you, and the old patriarch of the Blood Sable clan was forced to come out of the gate and fight you. In his mouth, you got a message that the murder of Tushan Jiajiao's parents was the Blood Sable clan chief behind it. The angry Tushan Jiajiao is determined to kill the Blood Sable clan chief. After a big fight, with Yen Beicheng's assistance, you managed to kill the Blood Sable clan chief, who was also a supreme powerhouse, and channeled a portion of the Blood Sable clan's territorial chi towards Mount 2. This also caused you to miss your best chance to escape. The chiefs of the other 7 major clans of the Demon Clan have joined forces to block your way. It's always so exciting to come out with you. Yen Beicheng is filled with excitement, mad about the battle, and you're already prepared to die. You don't have much life left. Night Snow's dragon's blood is just keeping you alive. The ending cannot be changed. You have your plans. After exterminating the Blood Sable clan, you will once again perform the burying spirit domain, crossing the other shore to send Yen Beicheng and Tushan Jiajiao away. With Jiao Jiao around, your child will grow up peacefully. With the spirit race, your children will no longer be discriminated against. It's the best that can be done with an unchangeable ending. However, you still missed it. In the camp of the allied demon kings, there is one more unexpected person. An old man of the 6 clans from the Tushan clan. You got another one. The person who collaborated with the Sable clan to kill Jiao Jiao's parents was the 6th clan elder of the Tushan clan. He existed in dependence on the Tushan clan but was dissatisfied with the Tushan clan's philosophy of rule, which is why he decided to kill Jiao Jiao's parents in an attempt to get the Tushan clan to join the war. Yet the 9-tailed foxes are born this way. How can they change their philosophy because of the death of Jiao Jiao's parents? The 6 clan elders of Tushan helped the demon kings to find Tushan Jiajiao's weakness, and Tushan Jiajiao suffered a heavy blow. You didn't even have time to cast the burial spirit domain before you were interrupted by the demon race's grand secretary. This time you are greeted with what appears to be death. If you all die here, I'm afraid the spirit race will be destroyed as a result. No worries, my husband. Tushan Jiajiao holds your hand and calls your name softly. She said, have you ever felt all my love? Your brow furrows in foreboding. I have long felt, all of you. Tushan Jiajiao shakes her head. No, you didn't. Yen Beicheng protects in front of you, being beaten to the point that he keeps spitting out blood. You too, don't show your ing love, I'm going to be killed. Both you and Tushan Jiajiao ignored him. Tushan Jiajiao's eyes contained tears, seeming to cry and laugh. Forget that I told you that the 9-tailed fox clan is able to read minds? She said. What you think? I already know. She said. You are not allowed to die until I allow you to die. She caresses your face and wipes away the tears that cross your cheeks. Come and feel my complete love. She stands on tiptoe and kisses you lightly at your forehead. No, you can't move. You can't do anything. She whispers in your ear. Our love, true and passionate. It is the best thing in the world. It should not be rejected by the world. No antiquated regulations can bind it. All living things will know our love. Right now. Tushan Jiajiao's voice grows louder and louder, like a big bell vibrating in the depths of your mind. She resonates with your soul. The body in your arms becomes more and more illusory. She left you the last words of her life. Hold the soul of your son. Live with your son. The life of Tushan Jiajiao ends here. Your life has received a new baptism, and you have felt all of life at once, and all of Tushan Jiajiao's love. Tushan Jiajiao has replenished one of your souls. She transformed into a part of your soul. This is the true meaning of holding the soul of the sun and living with the sun. As a sentinel, you finally have your own native spirit. And she is a beautiful 9-tailed fox. You stepped into the 7th realm. At this moment, heaven and earth were dark. Black aura swept through the entire demon domain. Not just 100 ghosts walking at night, but 10,000 ghosts swimming in the sky. You who possessed the spirit of origin have reached the pinnacle of the imperial spiritist lineage like never before. It's only at your whim. All the souls wandering in the heavens and earth are at your disposal. And your aura as majestic as the sea creates a heyday belonging to spirit. Sword of true love. Souls dance together. You pulled out the sword of true love from your chest, and behind you, the huge spirit of the nine-tailed fox opened its mouth, and a steady stream of black spirit children converged in front of its mouth, as if it had the power to annihilate heaven and earth. And so it goes, into oblivion. As you slashed out with your sword, the spirit of the nine-tailed fox also spat out a ball of light gathered by black spirit children, destroying and annihilating everything. You have heard the outpouring of countless souls. You heard the roar of the demon kings. You heard the sound of Yen Beicheng's heartbreaking. You also heard Tushan Jiajiao whispering in your ear, "Husband, I am with you forever." Even their souls have merged and they share the same heart. There is no purer love in the world, is there? At the end of that battle, you killed from the Blood Sable clan's territory all the way to the Demon clan's holy land, Pilgrimage Mountain. It was not until the Demon clan gathered the power of the entire clan's chi to resist that you retreated. If you insist on fighting, no demon will be able to stop you and Zhao Jiao's souls from dancing together. And together, you are invincible in the world. You retreated because of your child with Zhao Jiao, Tushan Yuming. If you kill all the demon kings, then the human race will dominate the world, and it will end the same for your children. Maintaining the status quo is the best outcome. You, who have replenished your soul, have a clearer perception of love? And Tushan Jiajiao's love for her child has fallen upon you. By the time you return to Tushan, the spirit clan will have completed the heavenly sacrifice ceremony. Due to the fact that the demon race's chi was decimated by you in that battle, the spirit race's heaven sacrifice ceremony was far more victorious than imagined. As of this moment, the spirit race has officially become the third largest race in the Tianyuan continent. The demon race, which has suffered a great deal of damage, no longer takes the initiative to start a war, and the human race, fearful of your existence, is also scrupulously guarding within the Shanhai Pass. One day, Yen Beicheng summoned up the courage to challenge you. Yen Beicheng was brutally beaten by you. You are all but invincible in the world, and the only thing you have to do in the years to come is to guard your child with Zhao Jiao. Tushan Yuming has inherited your talents, emerging at a young age and cultivating at an extremely fast pace. At a young age he was not troubled with the troubles of his mother's death. In the second year of the Spirit Clan's establishment, the Spirit Clan's congregation built a monument for you and Tushan Jiajiao, honoring you as the founding clan ancestors. The names of Old Ancestor Worryless and Old Ancestor Tushan have spread. Time flies. The lifespan of you who has replenished one soul and one spirit is still far from being as strong as the same realm. And at the age of 100, you felt the end of yourself. Yen Beicheng once again found you and challenged you. There was no surprise in the outcome. He lost again. But you sense a hint of an unusual flavor. Yen Beicheng's strength is much more refined than before. Without your suppression, he would have deserved to be number one in the world. Yen Beicheng said, I perceived a whole new realm, touching the barriers of the Tianyuan continent. Beyond that, there is a greater world. Yen Beicheng's words made your eyes light up. Perhaps there is still hope for Tushan Jiajiao to come back to life. Chapter 39, The First Collision of Dream and Reality. You and Yen Beicheng discussed the matter of the Tianyuan continent barrier. In the history of the Tianyuan continent, the seventh realm is the limit, and no being has ever stepped into the eighth realm, including you, who is so powerful that you have overwhelmed the world. You have never touched the eighth realm. With your power nowadays, you should have long since left the seventh realm. Perhaps if you feel it with your heart, you can reach the eighth realm. You decided to break the Tianyuan barrier with Yen Beicheng. A power outside the rules is the only hope to save Tushan Jiajiao. Now that you are unattached, even your child, Tushan Mingyue, broke through the seventh realm not long ago. The spirit race is growing stronger and stronger and no longer has any fear of oppression from the demon race and the human race. Your life is coming to an end. The Tianyuan continent is filled with your overwhelming legends. You created a whole new era. And in the last moments of your life, you still want to paint another colorful picture. For the sake of Tushan Jiajiao, and for your own sake. 7 days later, you and Yen Beicheng arrived at an extremely special forbidden land where the spatial laws were divine, exuding a power that even you marveled at. But for you it is not fear, but hope. You and Yen Beicheng begin to sense the rules of this place. Live with the soul of your son. In the underworld, you heard the gentle whisper of Tushan Jiajiao again. And your soul has long since reached a level untouchable by worldly beings. While sensing the spatial laws of the Forbidden Land, you discovered a strange phenomenon. Part of the laws of space are easier to perceive with a demon soul, and part of the laws of space are easier to perceive with a human soul. Your soul belongs to both the demon race and the human race, so you are quick to realize. This is precisely the reason why Yen Beicheng has never been able to perceive the fullness of it. After 7749 days, you touched the wall membrane of the 8th realm, and your power has long since reached the level of the 8th realm. Just as you were about to step through the heavenly Yuan barrier, you realized that your lifespan was no longer sufficient to support you in breaking through again. You made an instant decision. You have imparted all the Tao rules you have realized to Yan Beichang. Under your careful guidance, this fellow has still comprehended the laws in their entirety even though he doesn't have a demonic soul. Let's start breaking the boundary. There's not much time left for us. The matter of saving Tushan Jiaojiu is something you are not destined to accomplish, and you have decided to leave it to your child, Tushan Yuming. Once Yan Beichang breaks the boundaries, the Tian Yuan continent will see a sea change. Tushan Sukiakari will then be able to go and accomplish what you cannot. Hey, Toussaint Wunderkind. Before he left, Yan Beicheng called out to you. He disliked the fact that just calling you by your first name was too cloying, and since you didn't have a last name, he simply took your name for you. You have fused with Tushan Jiejiao's soul. Calling you Tushan Wuyo is not wrong. When I go to the greater world, I will seek you out in reincarnation until I defeat you. If I don't behead you, the demon of my heart, I'm afraid I won't be able to have a long life in this lifetime. In this life, Yan Beicheng has never won over you. You are his lifelong enemy and eternal pain. Good. Wait for you to come to me. You laugh, just in case you can't find it. When you finished, you looked together at the celestial elemental barrier, and you took the lead in launching yourself against it. As long as the barriers are broken a little, allowing the rules from outside to pour in and mess up the rules of Tian Yuan, the Tian Yuan beings are expected to be in the 8th realm. You impacted first because you are destined to be hopeless in the 8th realm. You're just blogging a hope for posterity. After pouring out all your power, you got out of the way and your body turned into a long rainbow falling towards the dome of the sky. Spinning around, you stripped out the part of your soul that belonged to Tushan Jiaojiu and injected it into a soul lamp. Rumble. Immediately afterward, a loud bang came from the vault of heaven. A ray of radiance that does not belong to the Tian Yuan continent sprinkled down from above the celestial dome and shone on top of the soul lamp. You look at the lighted soul lamp and your eyes grow fuzzy. Another figure falls in front of you along with the glow, and you are vaguely able to recognize that it is Yan Beicheng, a whole new Yanbei city. Tushan Wuyo, I've made it. I've made it. I have found the power of the 8th realm. A whole new world. And the name of this realm is the Supreme. Lin Chuan woke up violently from his dream. The final segment of Forbidden Love had his emotions completely engrossed, with one reversal after another and a final ending that was not expected. Lin Chuan was in a state of shock, and he was unable to return to his senses for a long time. The 8th realm. Supreme? The name of this realm made Lin Chuan steeply awake, and the emptiness of the dream was like an instant infusion into his mind. Of the 8 realms of cultivation in the 9 phases realm, the 8th realm happened to also be the supreme realm. Is it a coincidence? Lin Chuan wished it was, but he had to dismiss the thought. To this day, he can no longer paralyze himself. Little Roman and her mysterious mother, the ridiculously good green jade Daoist, all of these were telling Lin Chuan that the dream world and reality were not completely separate. The burning silence sword technique can be mirrored into reality. The cloud heart divine sword can be mirrored into reality. And even the power of dreams can be mirrored into reality. So, what's wrong with dreamers? Those thoughts that had been suppressed by Lin Chuan, at this moment, kept coming out like a tidal wave and could no longer be suppressed. If it was just a dream, he would happily accept the reality. Each of the beloved ones in his dream was very close to him, and all of them were beyond the love of life and death. The question now is, there is not one but 2 beloveds. That's not right. It should be 3. 3 women are one show, and 3 loved ones can make Lin Chuan die where he is. Dog system, are you playing me? If I had told you, would I have cast so many female leads? It's obviously too late for regrets now. Yun Ziyi is okay, a well-behaved little Qingmei, gentle and not overbearing, and the probability is that she can still discuss it. Mo Sanyu was different, looking pure and ignorant, but still harboring the personality of a red-clothed devil in his body. After meeting my other 2 beloveds, shall not the red-clad Sanyu go into extinction mode? No wonder Taoist Qingyu inexplicably fought with Meng Meng her mother that day. After the internal recognition of the integration of the dream into reality, everything makes sense. All the fog lifts, and it becomes clear. Lin Chuan felt that it would be reasonable for him to be beaten to death as a negative man one day, although he could guarantee that he was truly in love with Mo Sanyu, Yun Ziyi, and Tushan Jiaojiu, and that he never had second thoughts when they were together. However, it didn't work. The only way he can survive in the cracks is Tushan Yuming, Light of the Spirit Clan. Chapter 40, Pure Love War God in Dreams. Scum in reality. Playing dumb. Yup. The only way for Lin Chuan to survive in the cracks was to play dumb. Under the Shura crisis, Lin Chuan's mind spun faster than when he was cultivating his senses. The fact that none of them have come to confront me in person means that I'm still an innocent person in their eyes. Maybe I'm just a reincarnation in their eyes. Just keep playing innocent and disaster slows me down. Take your time to reconcile in the meantime. As long as you're still alive, there's hope for everything. Maybe even a big sleep. Think far, think far. Lin Chuan hurriedly stopped his thoughts. It is easy for people to play off if they float too much. But my maidens are all so good looking. In the dream even. Have run out. Can't help it what to do? As the saying goes, a hero is a hero. Not to mention he's not a hero. Lin Chuan was only 18 years old. A bloodthirsty age. And when his explicitly married wife came to his door, he asked himself if he couldn't help it. Ding! The host has completed a complete dream reincarnation. This time gaining 100,000 points. A system prompt rang out, interrupting Lin Chuan's thoughts. Given that the intensity of this dream world is up to standard, the host is entitled to one additional reward. Please choose two of the following rewards to receive. Reward 1, Soul Lamp, Tushan Jiaozhou. Reward 2, Avatar, Sword of True Love. Reward 3, 1 Pure Love Warlord Dream Reincarnation Reflection Card. Some of the things in the dream world are presented again in the form of rewards. And like the reward patterns of Perfect Female Demoness and Worldly Sons of the River, it's also a 2 out of 3 choice. The first reward is Tushan Jiaozhou's Soul Lamp. Lin Chuan didn't have any hesitation and chose this option. The Tushan Jiaozhou in the dream world was dead. The mutilated soul was kept by him, and that soul lamp was the only hope to save Tushan Jiaozhou. Although the situation has become extremely complex with the incorporation of the reality factor, Lin Chuan's perception had also been altered, but he couldn't do it by choosing to give up. And being without his soul lamp could lead to Tushan Jiaozhou's complete demise. Lin Chuan reached out and touched the virtual soul lamp. On the soul lamp, a snow-white nine-tailed fox loomed, spirited and lively, jumping onto Lin Chuan's arm. Whoosh! Eventually, the soul lamp solidified. The nine-tailed fox abruptly burrowed into Lin Chuan's brow. Hold the soul of your son and live with him. Tushan Jiaozhou's voice once again rang in his ears, resonating with his soul. It was as if Lin Chuan could see a nine-tailed fox inhabiting the depths of his sea of consciousness, sleeping quietly and soundly. After his soul melded with Tushan Jiaozhou's in the dream world, he reached an unprecedented peak in the lineage of imperial spirit masters. He even killed a dozen or so demon kings with his own strength, changing the pattern of the Tianyuan continent. In reality, he didn't have the so-called imperial spiritist bloodline at all. Nature does not know how to use the power from the soul. We can only wait to explore it slowly later. Lin Chuan looked towards the second reward, the Sword of True Love. This divine ability was the beginning of his reversal of his life in the dream realm, clearing away countless obstacles for him. And the divine ability that finally evolved, the Burying Spirit Domain, was even more powerful and incomparable. But after careful thought, he gave up on the reward. The power of the Sword of True Love was based on the imperial spiritist bloodline, and would be greatly reduced without the bloodline to support it. Not to mention that he had now cultivated the Burning Silence sword technique. With his current realm, practicing multiple divine techniques on the side would be a bad thing instead. His eyes fell towards the third reward, the Pure Love Warlord Dream Reincarnation Reflection Card. Lin Chuan was very satisfied with the aura that flowed from the card itself, as well as the overall image. This card records the image of when he was invincible after his soul melded with Tushan Jiaozhou. In this life of forbidden love, he is considered truly invincible. There was another reason that made Lin Chuan choose the reflection card. At this time, he focused more on the realm of the soul, calling on all spirits with his own power, and could communicate with the other side of the Yellow Springs and open the gates of hell. It was a power completely different from the white-clothed sword god in Perfect Female Demoness. Just pick you. Lin Chuan reached out and took out the reincarnation reflection card. In this way, it possessed 2 life-preserving cards. Outside the Lin mansion, Mo Sanyu, who was in the middle of cultivation, suddenly opened her eyes, and her dress couldn't help but start reddening again. What's going on? The smell of another woman seems to be in my husband's room? It doesn't seem to be a human smell yet. Mo Sanyu's willow brows frowned lightly, and when she perceived it carefully, she realized that the smell had disappeared. No way! I've got to seize the opportunity and take the initiative. No matter how many reincarnated redheads he has, the husband can only be mine. I bore my husband's children, and that stinking woman next door didn't, and the advantage is mine. As soon as my husband remembers the slightest thing about me, I'll take the initiative to kiss him, take over his body, and hollow him out so that he'll never have the heart to think of another woman again. Mo Sangyu had all the prettiest clothes made, just waiting for that day to come. There was also Yun Ziyi who had the same confusion as Mo Sangyu, just one red cloth which alone gave her a headache, and if Chuan were to dabble with another woman, things would become unmanageable. And who knows, Yun Ziyi had thought through a problem these days. She didn't know how many times Agawa had been reincarnated, and in the case of the memories she didn't possess, the fault wasn't Agawa's. Maybe someone else came before her? Yun Ziyi was torn. Sometimes she wanted to give up and fulfill Chuan's new life. But how could she forget the love that once transcended life and death? If they're all okay with it, maybe I'll be okay with it. Yun Ziyi could only persuade herself in this way. Inside the Lin mansion, after receiving the system rewards, Lin Chuan went out of his room at the first opportunity and asked the maid, Green Bud, about her bedtime. Young master, you are getting better at sleeping. This time you slept for a whole month. After stepping into the Tengkong realm, Lin Chuan's ability to sleep was once again strengthened. Otherwise he would have needed to wake up many times in the middle if he wanted to complete this dream reincarnation. When the realm is a little higher, I will be able to dream for a lifetime. Lin Chuan thought of another problem. The 3 dreams he was currently experiencing all belonged to the category of low-level metaphysical worlds. Would it change if it was replaced with a high-level metaphysical world? The dream creation reincarnation system also had the ability to create dreams for him. He had never tried this feature. Lin Chuan had a bold idea. If he created the same dream for him, could he make a dream connection with himself? A large number of thoughts swirled in Lin Chuan's mind. The integration of the dream into reality made him realize that there were still a lot of areas worth developing in the dream creation reincarnation system. Thinking about it, Lin Chuan had already finished eating a large table of delicacies made from spirits. Lin Yangyang also came to the small courtyard where Lin Chuan lived at the first time. Chuaner, the people from the demon beheading division have already been here, and they've found the source of the earlier demonic rebellion. What is it? Lin Chuan's face was flat and he took a large sip of spirit wine. Now that he was looking at all of this, he only felt that it was a small fight. But in the next moment, his face suddenly changed, and the spirit wine in his mouth spewed out in one gulp. Lin Yangyang's answer was the spirit race. Chapter 41, 3,000 years ago. 3,000 years later. Spirits? Lin Chuan's jaw dropped. Right. Lin Yangyang blinked. Why? What's all this talk about the spirit race? It's just a name they gave themselves. It's actually a bunch of half-demons. Nothing to be surprised about. Lin Chuan hoped it was a coincidence, but apparently not. This group of half-demons that were revolting in Yuliang County were the same as the spirit race's early doings in Forbidden Love. There must be some relationship between the two. The interaction between reality and dreams was unavoidable, which Lin Chuan already knew in his heart. What needed to be figured out at the moment was what exactly was the relationship between the 3 dream reincarnation worlds of Perfect Female Demon Sovereign and Worldly Sons of the River, as well as Forbidden Love and the 9 Phases realm? Forbidden Love, in the dream reincarnation. He got an important clue that beyond the Tianyuan continent is the 9 Phases realm. In that case, it seemed that the worlds of the 3 dream reincarnations might all be small worlds that existed in dependence on the 9 Phases realm. Perhaps again, there is a bias. Lin Chuan recognized himself as a small chicken, and his understanding of this vast world was still shallow. Perhaps it was not possible to say that the 3 worlds existed in other forms. Lin Yangyang laughed. The demon beheading division invited us to join them in catching the rebellious spirit race. Do you think we should agree or not? Lin Chuan thought for a moment and nodded. Of course I'll agree. Lin Yangyang surprised. You are not like strife? This matter may not be small. Involved in it is likely to be unable to get out. Lin Chuan's purpose was simple. Since the spirit race had appeared, he should follow this clue to find it. And there might be an unexpected blessing. Speaking of which, we're also a spirit ancestor. If the spirit race that rebelled in the Yushui County was really from the same origin as the spirit race in the dream reincarnation, it would be a boost for him instead. If that's the case, it means that not only the part of the reward given by the system is reflected into reality in the dream world reincarnation, the entire reincarnation world was a great treasure to him. That's a good thing to figure out for sure. Of course, you certainly can't say that with your own sister. Lin Chuan said in a serious manner. Sister, look, what kind of power is the Demon Beheading Division? That's a cultivator organization directly under the imperial authority. Looking at the Great Yan Dynasty, who wouldn't sell the Demon Beheading Division a face? With a good relationship with the Demon Beheading Division, the road will be wide open in the future. Lin Chuan gave an analysis. And Lin Yang, it seems that our siblings have a heart-to-heart. I also think the same thing. As long as we have a good relationship with the demon beheading division, there is no worry that Lin's merchant bank won't be able to develop. The sibling strength nowadays was already equivalent to a 3-stripe demon beheading envoy of the demon beheading division, and their status was not considered low. After all, the highest a county's resident demon slaying envoy could be was only at the 5-stripe level. Lin Chuan asked, "When does the demon beheading division require us to reply?" "Time is not required," Lin Yang said. "The people from the demon beheading division said that if we are willing to help each other, we should make a trip to the county town and complete the examination and registration, and we can obtain the status of civilian demon exterminator. There are many benefits to becoming a demon remover. Not only can you receive official food, but you also act much more leniently, and local officials have to make things easy with them. In a nutshell, the demon chopper envoys have the royal authority to authorize and qualify for the first chop. Civilian demon removers are a little weaker, but they also have far more privileges than ordinary government public officials. This was considered a means for the court to pull in folk cultivators. In this way, it reduces the civil scourge and strengthens the power of the court, and the payment is only some cultivation resources. The court is naturally happy. In that case, pick a day and let's make a trip to the county. Why would Lin Chuan not want to utilize the power of the Great Yen Court to solve the dilemma he was experiencing? She alone could not deal with the higher echelons of the spirit race. For a short time, he wouldn't even enter the dream cycle again. Dreams mirrored reality, adding much more to what he needed to think about. No longer just enjoyment, but also an added responsibility on his part. Even if you open the dream world, you can't match the red face anymore. Just Yun Zi, Mo Sanyu, and Tushan Jiajiao's 3 girls were enough to give him a headache, and another one was simply too much to handle. The next dream cycle will have to be carefully considered. A distant land, Tian Yuan State, the spirit race's holy land, Carefree Mountain. The majestic and ancient building stands on the top of the mountains. Dense, Rue Kai 1,000 stripes. Straight into the clouds on the highest peak, 2 statues come to life, proudly standing on top of the summit, a glimpse of the mountains. Underneath the statue, a large golden hall was built. Its name, the Temple of the Spirit God. Each generation of the Hall Master of the Spirit God Temple had a status equal to that of the Spirit Clan's clan chief, with the 2 checking and balancing each other to avoid one party being dominant. This is also fundamental to the development of the spirit race. At the highest point of the Spirit God's Hall, there were 2 radiant fate cards suspended. The 2 life tags represented the life states of the spirit race's first patriarch, Night Snow, and the first Spirit God Temple Master, Tushan Yuming. These 2 were also the strongest of the spirit race today. Downwards, there are many more life signs, either broken or dim, and not a few bright ones. Any light emanating from the name tag is directed to a soul lamp on the table. In front of the temple, an old man with white hair had his eyes slightly closed and was resting when the soul lamp on the table suddenly became much brighter. The old man's eyes snapped open and looked at the lighted soul lamp with a face full of incredulity. Bright? Old man Tushan's soul lamp has lit up. The twilight old man was happy as a child in this moment. Swish swish swish. In an instant, a dozen figures descended one after another, landing outside the Spirit God Hall with expressions of disbelief just like the old man's. Those who could descend to the Spirit God Temple were all high-ranking and powerful clan elders of the Spirit Clan, with high prestige in the outside world. However, when they saw the lighted soul lamps, these clan elders either wept with joy, looked heavy-faced, or stayed in place. It was enough to see how shocking this scene was to them. 3,000 years. A full 3,000 years have passed. Old man Tushan's soul lamp is once again lit up. Quickly, go quickly and ask the second ancestor to come out. The second ancestor in the mouths of the old man was the first Spirit God Temple Hallmaster, and the only heir of old ancestor Worryless and old ancestor Tushan Yuming. The other second ancestor was the first Spirit Clan chief, Night Snow. Wait! An old man's brow furrowed as he said. Second ancestor Yuming, he is nearing the end of his lifespan. He is at a critical moment of seclusion. He must not be disturbed. This person was the spirit race's current deputy temple master of the ancient temple, and his status was very high. What then? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Let's find Night Snow Joe first. The Vice Hall Master sighed. Although Night Snow Ancestor has never been involved in the affairs of the ancient temple, now is an extraordinary time, so we can only look for her. The group went straight to the mountain peak where Night Snow lived. Is the second ancestor available? Old ancestor Tushan's soul lamp is lit up. I don't know the reason for it. Please ask the second ancestor to come out and solve the problem. A group of old men and women knelt in front of the mountain gate, shouting out second ancestor. And this scene caused an extremely strong impact on the juniors of the Spirit Clan. There was no response from the mountain. Let the spirit race of the crowd plead 100 times, but there was still no movement. The Vice Hall Master had a bad feeling in his heart. Ancestor Yuming was already nearing his end, and he thought that Ancestor Night Snow was similar. If something went wrong with Ancestor Night Snow during his seclusion, it would be a huge loss for the Spirit Clan. As his repeated requests went unanswered, the Vice Hall Master bent his head in obeisance and murmured, "Second Ancestor, I'm offended." With that, he took a step towards the top of the mountain. Chapter 42, Returning the Pearl with Tears in Their Eyes, Hating the Time Before Marriage. The Deputy Hall Master led the way, and the rest of the clan elders followed. The group came to the top of the mountain. The place where Night Snow lived was very simple, only a small cabin, and not far away stood a huge stone monument. This was the first time the juniors had come to the mountain peak where Night Snow resided. "Second Ancestor? Are you there?" The Deputy Hall Master knelt again, and still no one responded. There was also no breath of life in the senses. Night Snow Ancestor probably went out on a trip a long time ago. One of the Ancient Temple's lightkeepers said, "I've been paying attention every day. The two second ancestors' destiny tags are bright and radiant. In no way do they look like people who are about to fall. It should have gone out." The Vice Hall Master smiled bitterly. "It seems like this matter can only be dealt with by ourselves." The group searched around the mountain again undeterred, trying to find a way to contact Night Snow, but came up empty-handed. The only thing left behind by Night Snow was that huge stone tablet. A poem is inscribed on the stone tablet. "Returning the pearl to the king with 2 tears hanging down. Hating the time when I was not married." After reading this, the clan elders were confused. In their impression, Night Snow Ancestor was an extremely cold and arrogant person. A heroine, just like her name, like night like snow, not close to the heart. Night Snow Ancestor has never married in her life and has never had a Taoist partner, not even close to anyone. At first, the Spirit Clan members thought that Night Snow Ancestor and Moon Ming Ancestor were in love with each other, but later they realized that when Night Snow Ancestor became famous, Moon Ming Ancestor was still a baby. The two men are tied for the position of second ancestor in the eyes of their descendants, but in reality, they are worlds apart. If it's a truth love, it's forbidden love. So it turns out that Night Snow Ancestor is also an infatuated person. The Vice Hall Master sighed. "If I hadn't accidentally gone up the mountain this time, I'm afraid I would never have known." Another old ancestor said, "Perhaps a long time ago Night Snow Ancestor met someone who wanted to be with him for the rest of his life, but unfortunately that person already had his heart in the right place, and Night Snow Ancestor could only meet him too late. 3,000 years have passed, and who that person was has long been untraceable. It's no good. It's not good." Just as the crowd was marveling at Night Snow's infatuation, the Lightkeeper's call came from the end of the Spirit God's hall. "Soul lamp." The soul lamp flew away. The words of the Lightkeeper caused the old men and women of the spirit race to blacken their eyes, as if they saw a coffin covering their heads. If the Moonming Ancestor knew that the old ancestor's soul lamp was lost, he was afraid that he would beat them to death. When they arrived at the Spirit God Hall, the old ancestor's soul lamp was already gone. How can it be? The Vice Hall Master fell to his knees with a thud. The old ancestor's soul lamp is guarded by the divine power personally laid down by the Moon Bright Ancestor and the Night Snow Ancestor. And it's also blessed by the chi of the entire Spirit Clan, so even a strong person of the legendary realm in person won't be able to take it away. How? How could it be so gone? The group was unable to accept the truth and their faces were pale. The Lamp Keeper said in fear, "Clan elders, have you ever thought of another possibility? That the soul lamp was not taken, but returned to the body of the old ancestor." The Vice Hall Master's eyes widened. "You mean old ancestor she revived?" The Light Keeper nodded. "It's not that there isn't this possibility. After 3,000 years of the spirit race's chi conservation, the old ancestor has long since merited. It's time for a revival." "I hope so." The Deputy Hall Master sighed. "Otherwise, we deserve to die for our sins." The Lantern Keeper said, "The first order of business is to find the Patriarch and the Palace Master and let them decide, and then send someone to the Tushan clan to inform them of this matter. The spirit race has developed for 3,000 years. Nowadays, the spirit race had long since stepped out of the Tian Yuan state, and was determined to spread the idea of the spirit race throughout the entire 9 phases realm. The spirits have a long way to go. Each matriarch and spirit temple master was also doing their best to help the community grow, but as the community grows and develops, more and more drawbacks are revealed. The nature of living beings is different, and not all spirit races tend to be peaceful. Occasionally a spirit will initiate a war. There were even spirit races that would abuse the demon and human races. It was meant to be. The top echelons of the spirit race had done their best to stop it, but it was impossible to completely eliminate it. And no matter how strong the spirit race was, it was only strong in a few landmasses. The overlords of the nine-phase realm were still the human and demon races. Even the dragon race, the phoenix race, and other ancient great races were not comparable to the spirit race. The spirit race was in danger if they angered the supreme powers of those races. The old lightkeeper silently prayed, "I hope that old ancestor really does return, and together with the two second ancestors, bring the spirit race back on track." A group of clan elders quickly left. The little lamplighter keeper said, "Master, do you think old ancestor Worryless will really be reincarnated and reborn? Will he still remember the spirit race in the future?" "Will do." The old lamp keeper smiled. Old ancestor Worryless and old ancestor Tushan are where the spirit clan's fundamentals lie, and the spirit clan was only able to be established after bearing their blessings. After they left, the spirit clan fed back to them with another 3,000 years of blessed chi. "Kid, do you know how deep a bond this is? Don't underestimate it." "Disciple, keep in mind." The little lightkeeper nodded vigorously. He remembered something else and asked curiously, "Master, I heard that there was another person who was instrumental in establishing the spirit race in the first place, and he was from the human race, just like old ancestor Worryless." "Yeah, that guy's name is Yen Beicheng." The old lamp keeper recalled the past, the story so passed down from generation to generation. About the ancestors of the story are when he was a child. The master told him to listen to. Yen Beicheng is a remarkable character. Ever since the immortal death of old ancestor Worryless, Yen Beicheng was the #1 powerhouse of the Tian Yuan continent in that generation that deserved it. He created many legends. I heard that he left after he broke through the realm of legends, and many people said that he was a close friend of old ancestor Worryless and was going to search for old ancestor Worryless' reincarnated body. Jiang Wanju, Yuliang County. After many days of traveling, the Lin siblings managed to arrive at the county town with little Rumeng. This was Lin Xuan's first time in the county. As the main city of a county, it was indeed quite prosperous compared to a small place like Yushui County. But Lin Xuan had no intention of enjoying the scenery. The siblings had a clear goal and headed straight for the Demon Beheading Division's compound. The Demon Beheading Division's location was extremely mysterious, and no one knew about it except for a few people such as the local county guards and county lieutenants. Their siblings' talent was valued by the Demon Beheading Division for this exception. Void space. Mo Sanyu gazed at Lin Xuan, who stepped into the county town, a smile on her face. "Prepare to prepare. My husband is coming. As long as you guys act well, the reward is not a problem." Not far away, in front of the inn, a good play began on a theater stage that had been set up long ago. The storyteller sits at the foot of the stage, his voice mellow, and tells a story. "Ladies and gentlemen, the story that the old man is going to tell today is the love-hate relationship between the cold-faced demon sovereign and the white-clothed sword god. Don't miss it when you walk by. It's guaranteed to be absolutely fantastic." Lin Xuan, who just happened to be passing by, subconsciously lurched in his footsteps. What? At this beat, he had a bad feeling. Suffered. I'd been exposed. There's a big, beautiful layout that wants to me. Chapter 43, Sir, do you believe in past lives? Void space. Mo Sanyu's heart was delighted when she saw Lin Xuan, who had subconsciously paused in his footsteps. Sure enough, husband hasn't forgotten all the memories of his previous life. I can definitely awaken him. Mr. Storyteller and the stage were exactly what Mo Sanyu had sent to set up. This was a test for Lin Xuan. After Lin Xuan subconsciously stopped, he also realized that this was a test, but it was all too late. It would be deliberate to leave again as if nothing had happened. So that's how it still works? Lin Xuan had no choice but to pretend that he had been shot in the head by the arrow of destiny, his footsteps getting slower and slower as he took one step and 3 turns back. Sis, can it wait? Eventually, Lin Xuan stopped and looked towards the stage. I would like to hear Mr. finish the story. This story is very cliched as soon as I hear it. Looking at the beginning I can guess the ending. Don't listen to it. The matter of the Demon Beheading Division is important. Lin Yang did not quite understand. His own little brother had never gone to any books, so why did he want to hear a story now? Lin Xuan sweated and wanted to remind his sister to take it easy. Mo Sanyu's demonic form is not at all reasonable, and she's capable of murdering her own husband. You dare to say cheesy again? I'm afraid you'll be sleeping with your eyes open tonight. Sister, just leave it alone. Lin Xuan pushed Lin Yang. The matters of the Demon Beheading Division are all decided by you. Your words are my words. Go. Little Rumung sat on Lin Xuan's shoulder. Auntie, I'm not leaving either. I'm going to stay with Daddy and listen to stories. You guys. Lin Yang sighed softly. couldn't argue with this pair of father and daughter, and left alone. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, hugged little Ru Meng and went to the table closest to the storyteller and sat down, starting to listen to the twisted story. Every now and then you have to put on a bout of trance in the middle of it. Yun Ziyi, who was hiding in another void, was anxious. Damnable murderous demoness. This is clearly a trick. If Ah Chuan was allowed to awaken the memories of that life with the red-clothed witch first, with the red-clothed witch's nature, she would definitely offer herself further to seduce Ah Chuan. You won't have a chance by then. Why didn't I think of that one? Yun Ziyi was chagrined. Can't. I've got to hurry up too. There's still a chance. The Cloud Heart Divine Sword is in Chuan's hand. That can be forged with my heart's blood. I'm going to use it to awaken Chuan. The witch broke the rules first. It's not my fault. A plan was generated in Yun Ziyi's mind. Under the stage, the storyteller told the story. Colorful. To the depths of love. There are really a few spectators for the tears. Of course, the one who cried the hardest was Lin Chuan. Originally, he didn't want to cry, but the passers-by were crying, and it was really inappropriate for him as the main character not to cry. So Lin Chuan pinched his thighs violently and burst into tears. Hidden in the void, the cloud knows the state of the opinion. Small mouth blah blah blah. Mouth spit fragrance. The. Blah blah blah. Tacky. 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 Disgusting. 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 Agawa. You must not fall. By the time Mr. Storyteller talked about the discovery of the Demon Lord's weaknesses and the Sword God's first meeting with the gentler version of Mo Sangyu. The. Lin Chuan's tiger's body shook and froze on the spot. In this moment, his acting was comparable to that of a movie star. The devil's father wept as he watched. Sunset. The story comes to its second climactic point. The second meeting between the white-clothed sword god and Mo Sangyu. It was getting late, and many of the spectators had been called back to dinner by their own mothers-in-law. So there were already very few people on stage. Only Lin Chuan sat there, never moving half a step. Little Ru Meng's eyes gleamed as she pretended to understand. By the time the story reached the last section, where the white-clothed sword god had caused the fusion of the two personalities of the demon lord to occur at the cost of his life, only Lin Chuan was left on the stage. The story ends here. Lin Chuan sat in his chair and brewed for a long time before he violently raised his hand and snapped his hands in applause. Good. Well said. Excellent point. The applause was emotional and red in the eyes. Mr. Storyteller stepped down from the stage, came to Lin Chuan and asked with a smile, "This gentleman, why do you say yes?" Lin Chuan's heart tightened. What's with the post-game Q&A session? Just now, he remembered a very important question. Mo Sangyu was watching him, and Yun Ziyi was most likely there as well. Just now, if he had cooperated with Mo Sangyu so much, wouldn't he have offended the little green plum maiden Yun Ziyi to death? It's too hard. It's really all about survival in the cracks. Survival at the limit. Every round is a fatal round. But at this moment, Lin Chuan couldn't care less. First coax Mo Sangyu. The story told by the gentleman. I always feel deja vu. Like I've heard and seen it somewhere but I can't remember. It's really strange. Lin Chuan said in a serious manner. Mr. Storyteller smiled as he stroked his beard. It seems that your son is also a man with a story. Lin Chuan shook his head. I'm new to the world. I've never seen the world. I've only eaten and slept in my life. How can I be considered a person with a story? It's not a lie to say that. Can his experiences be considered life experiences when they are all dreamy, late-night emo fantasy stories? Mr. Storyteller, however, turned his words around. Do you believe in past lives? Lin Chuan's toes clawed the ground. So hard. Even this kind of question came up. I don't know whether I should believe it or not, so I'd like to ask you to explain. Mr. Storyteller straightened his posture and said, in folklore, there's the saying that some of the things a person has experienced in their past lives will come to them in their dreams. The stories in your dreams that don't belong in this life, the people you don't know, the places you haven't been, may have come from your past life. There is also the trance of deja vu, and the memories of past lives pouring in. The mystery of the soul is unimaginable. It can hold many beauties, and the story the old man told resonates with you, perhaps because there is such a story in your past life's love. Having said that, Mr. Storyteller cheerfully added, I dare not speak out of turn. Your honor will just listen to the fun. Lin Chuan's frown deepened. His hands began to clench uncontrollably, clenching his teeth, his veins rippling, and this state of affairs lasted for some time. He covered his head with his hands again and slumped over the table, making a show of struggling. It took a long time for Lin Chuan to return to normal. Mr. Storyteller was startled. Don't give your employer's husband a whole lot of trouble. Gongzi, are you alright? It's okay. Lin Chuan arched his hand. Thank you for clearing up the confusion. There's no need to say thank you. It's good that your son is fine. Mr. Storyteller smiled once again as he stroked his beard and turned to leave. Lin Chuan is still sitting there. Seems to be trying to remember something, but in the bottom of his heart, he is smiling. This is still not hard to take the heart of the mother? Void space. Mo Sanyu, who witnessed the whole process, was extremely satisfied with Lin Chuan's performance, and the smile on his face expressed a high degree of recognition. If it weren't for that stinking woman staring at her, she'd change into her best dress tonight, sneak into her husband's room, and use your flesh as bait to awaken your husband's memory. Stinking woman, don't let my father catch a chance. As long as she caught the opportunity, she would definitely empty her husband out, so that he would never have the heart to remember another woman again. What past lives and present lives, all of them will be killed under the perfect body of the honored one. Mo Sangyu, love is growing stronger. Chapter 44, Tired. Destroy. Which, don't forget our agreement. An untimely voice rang in Mo Sangyu's ears. Not long ago, the two agreed that they would both stop approaching Lin Chuan and wait for Lin Chuan's memories to awaken to make their own decisions. But Mo Sangyu never intended to keep the promise. The one who promised you is gentle Mo Sangyu. What does it have to do with me? Demon Lord Mo Sangyu? Stinking woman. This time this honored one will win you over. It's not certain who will lose or win. Yun Ziyi naturally would not be soft. She could allow Ah Chuan to marry Xiao, but could never tolerate herself and the witch under the same roof. Between two women arguing, Lin Chuan in the county town was already taking little Ru Meng away from the theater where the storytelling was taking place, and came to a mansion. Lin family business is growing. In order to facilitate the action, Lin Yang also bought some stores and real estate in the county city. Chuaner, you're finally back. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a stone table in the courtyard filled with sumptuous dishes. 3 people sitting around the table. In addition to Sister Lin Yang outside, there is a man and a woman, all dressed in the clothing of the division of demon beheading. Both of them were 4-striped demon-slaying ambassadors. Corresponds to cultivators in the 8 realms of cultivation in the realm of deliverance. These 2 are the resident demon beheading ambassadors of Yulian County, fellow Taoist Pei Ini and fellow Taoist Yu Huilan. Greetings to the 2 fellow Taoists. It was common to refer to unfamiliar cultivators as Tao friends, and Lin Chuan followed suit and gradually became accustomed to some of the rules of the cultivation world. Fellow Taoist Lin Chuan, I've heard a lot about you. Pei Ini smiled and clasped his fists in return. Although he was 1 realm higher than Lin Chuan, he didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance because he knew very well what kind of talent an 18-year-old Tenkong realm meant. Not to mention that the young man in front of him was a true sword cultivator. Yu Huilan laughed. The great Yin dynasty hasn't seen a true sword cultivator in a long time. I didn't expect that my Yulian County had produced one. It's truly a privilege. You 2 are too kind. Lin Chuan humbly arched his hand. He had learned about the 9 phases realm's definition of a sword cultivator, and it seemed that only sword Dao cultivators who comprehended sword intent could be called sword cultivators. Everyone else can only be described as swordsman, or the monk with the sword. Lin Chuan was quite headache. That day when he was forced to pretend when he got rid of the demons, he was hung up with the name of sword cultivator, and he couldn't even take it off. If he did it again, he would not be able to make that flawless kendo technique at all. From now on, we'll be considered peers, so I'll toast to you all, and on the road to cultivation, I'll ask for more care from you, fellow Taoists. Pei Ini was born rough and brash. The 4 of them raised their glasses together and took a sip. Sit down and get back to business, Yu Huilan said with a straight face. Let me talk about this mission to capture the spirit race. The Spider website has already investigated the information clearly. The spirit race is not a native force of the Qingyun prefecture, but an alien force. The so-called spirit race is a group of half-demons that have joined together to establish an organization, with the initial intention of rebelling against the oppression of the human and demon races. Some of the spirit race, however, went overboard and became more and more hostile towards the human race and demon race, going around provoking the relationship between the demon race and the human race. For many years, the demon race of the Qingyun prefecture has been at peace with the human race, with only a few small demons with stubborn natures causing trouble, which is not enough to worry about. But under the provocation of the spirit race, the warlike nature of the demon race was aroused, and there was a vague intention to go to war with the human race again. The purge of the spirits is imminent. Yu Huilan methodically described the next mission plan. There are 2 spirit races that our group is responsible for apprehending in this operation. namely Yu Xiaoyao, who carries the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox race, and Chui Shuangsheng, who carries the bloodline of the sky wolf. Both targets are in the dematerialization realm. The former is extremely good at disguise, has a strong mental charm ability, and is quite difficult to deal with. Chui Shuangsheng is fine. Apart from being faster, he doesn't have many strengths. For these two spirit race, the request from above is to capture them alive. After all, they didn't take part in evil actions, and the above mainly wants to reach out to the spirit race's powerhouses through them to diffuse the conflict. This is detailed intel on the target. Please take a look at it, both of you. After saying that, Yu Huilan handed the two dossiers to Lin Chuan and Lin Yangyang. The strength of the Lin siblings had already been verified. Even though they were only in the Tenkong realm, they had the ability to hold back the dematerialization realm. One more helper was important for the demon choppers who were on a mission. Lin Chuan received the dossier. The information about the Skywolf bloodline Chui Shuangsheng he just scanned it roughly and didn't have much interest in it. In contrast, the information about Yu Xiaoyao, who bore the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox, was looked at much more carefully. If this spirit race and the spirit race in Forbidden Love really came from the same source, then maybe Yu Xiaoyao was even related to him. Let me assist in dealing with this Yu Xiaoyao. Lin Chuan volunteered to help. Yu Huilan said, have you thought about it, fellow Daoist Lin? Yu Xiaoyao's charm can be far more lethal to men than to women. According to the Demon Beheading Division's plan, it should be her and Lin Yangyang to deal with Yu Xiaoyao. Lin Chuan lightly laughed. With a sword in hand, I can cut down the red dust. The district fox demon. The red powder skeleton is just a thing. It can't shake my sword heart. Brother Lin is so bold. Pei Ini praised with a big smile. The reason Lin Chuan really chose Yu Xiaoyao was naturally because his body contained the soul of Tushan Jiaojia. Tushan Jiaojia was the nine-tailed fox with the purest bloodline in that era in Forbidden Love, Tian Yuan continent. The district's hybrid foxes can't be tempted a bit. This is Lin Chuan's bottom line. Regardless of whether or not there was a relationship between the dream and the reality of the spirit race, Tushan Jiaojia's soul certainly couldn't be faked. Pei Ini and Yu Huilan also chose to believe Lin Chuan. It was a sign of respect for a sword cultivator. The wine is over. The two demon chopper ambassadors bid farewell and left. Lin Yangyang, on the other hand, had to go deal with the merchant bank, and Lin Chuan practiced his sword alone in the small courtyard. Cloudheart Divine Sword. Sheath it. The cloud-centered divine sword in his dream followed him in great splendor. In reality it exerts less than a millionth of its power. Nearly a month of dream realm reincarnation hanging cultivation. Lin Chuan needed to digest a lot of inspiration, and broke through the realm swiftly. Void space. Yun Ziyi's eyes were radiant and she clenched her pink fists. Finally, it's my turn. Which? You still play with my brain. Do not know that I have long been connected to Chuan's heart. Let's see how you can defend? Yun Ziyi offered a drop of her heart's blood. In terms of combat power, she was inferior to the witch. In terms of blessing and fortune, in terms of karmic attainments, she was confident that she was above the demoness. Heart and blood are connected. Lin Chuan, who was practicing his sword, only felt that the sword in his hand was becoming smoother and smoother, and some images unconsciously appeared in his mind. That was the scene in the dream world of Shizi Jianghu, where he and his little plum Yun Ziyi were in a strong relationship, eyeballing each other and practicing sword training in pairs. Hallucinations? In just an instant, Lin Chuan dismissed this idea. It was only during the day that Mo Sunyu set up a stage, invited a gentleman, told stories, and hinted wildly at him, and then at night, he practiced a sword and had a hallucination about Yun Ziyi? What kind of coincidence is that? It must have been the little green plum maiden whose jealousy was overturned and blew a counterattack to Mo Sunyu. Destroy it. Tired. Lin Chuan was tempted to lie down on the bed and let the two ladies automatically settle this endless dispute and forget about it. Chapter 45, if you can't remember, forget each other in reincarnation. When will days like this end? When he first crossed over, Lin Chuan's dream was simple. Just marry a beautiful and capable wife. Now married to 3, but not experiencing triple the pleasure at all. The helpless Lin Chuan could only pretend to be immersed in practicing his sword with Yun Ziyi. Unexpectedly, practicing he really had a kind of sword heart-clear sense of pleasure. Sword skills more and more exquisite. Aha! It turns out that the biggest extras the system has given me are my pussies. This is an unparalleled opportunity. Lin Chuan had no time to care about the mood of the other cranky lady and began to experience the wonderful use of the Cloudheart Divine Sword with his heart. It didn't take long for it to really sink in for him. It wasn't until the night was over that the wonderful feeling slowly dissipated. A night of sword practice seems to be worth months of hard work. Void space. The power of Yun Ziyi's drop of heart's blood had just dissipated when an angry roar rang in her ears. You cunning villain! Stinking woman! How dare you use despicable means to approach husband? The source of the growl was none other than Mo Sanyu, who had discovered the end. Wasn't it you, the fierce demoness, who broke the rules in the first place? We agreed to let husband awaken his memories on his own, but you have the cheek to make up stories about your past life memories and tell them to husband. You broke the rules first. It's not my fault. Yun Ziyi disliked it. What are you talking about? This honored one can't understand. Mo Sanyu naturally won't admit it. Summed up in one sentence. Anyway, it's not me. Demon dignity Mo Sanyu. Who did it? If you want to find it, go find the one in blue. Yun Ziyi hummed lightly. Anyway, I didn't break the rules. I'm connected to my husband's heart. It's not your turn to tell you, a fierce demoness. This father has suppressed you. Mo Sanyu instantly went into extreme red temperature mode. Yun Ziyi laughed coldly. So fierce, no wonder my husband can't connect with your mind. I advise you to reflect on this. I mean, can't you connect with your husband's heart? Mo Sanyu's gaze steeply turned to Lin Chuan, who had just finished practicing with his sword and was full of joyful coziness. This honored one can't help that stinking woman. Can't you do anything about it? Stinky woman, and you have a heart to heart. Then I want it too. Feeling extremely unfairly treated, Mo Sanyu's figure suddenly disappeared in place and landed in the courtyard below in an instant. Lin Chuan only felt a blackness before his eyes, and he didn't have time to react before he was planted into soft flesh, and a familiar scent hit his nose. Demon Father Mo Sanyu. Having been tortured by Mo Sanyu's demonic personality for so long, Lin Chuan could hardly forget it, even though at the end of the story, Mo Sanyu's two personalities had merged and regarded him as her husband. The fierceness of the demonic personality was still inevitable. Fierce demoness, you're out of order. Another familiar voice thundered through the air. From far away, as if chasing. It seemed that the two ladies had been feuding for a long time and had customized a series of rules to compete for themselves. This made Lin Chuan cry and laugh. Rules? Demon Father Mo Sanyu wouldn't abide by any rules. The little Qingmei maiden is still too young. Lin Chuan was powerless to resist and was swept up in Mo Sanyu's arms, a pair of large mountains pressing down on him, so he could only go with the flow. Luckily, it has already stepped into the world of cultivation, otherwise it has to be muffled. After a long time, the chasing Yun Ziyi seemed to have been shaken off, and Mo Sanyu finally stopped her recluse and landed on a quiet and uninhabited mountain. Lin Chuan was released. The familiar figure came into view again. Buzz! Lin Chuan was stunned in place. Compared to the dream reincarnation, the sense of impact brought to him by the encounter with Mo Sanyu in reality was too strong. Mo Sanyu was crowned with the word, perfection, in the dream cycle. Coming into the real world, it remains the same. Perfectly unlike a woman on earth. More than a heavenly fairy. There was even a moment that made Lin Chuan ashamed of himself. To say that there was only one point at which Mo Sanyu was not perfect. It's that uncontrollable dual personality. Countless thoughts intertwined in Lin Chuan's mind, but in the end there was only one thought left behind. It is. I am. Old man. Granny. It's enough to have that one thought. Excited heart. Trembling hands. Movie star Lin Chuan is online again. Aunt. Girl. Who are you? Why have you taken me here? Lin Chuan's eyes were filled with confusion and ignorance. Mo Sanyu asked. You really don't remember me? Lin Chuan shook his head. The girl is joking. I have never met the girl. How can I remember? If we had met before, with a face like the girl's that surpasses the heavenly fairies, I would certainly not forget it. Mo Sanyu frowned. Look at me properly. You really can't remember? Lin Chuan wanted to recognize it but didn't dare. With the state of Mo Sanyu and Yun Ziyi nowadays, after he recognized one, the other would definitely screw him to death. Recognizing both would be even more unlikely, and would result in a much worse death. Lin Chuan doesn't want to die young yet. Girl, don't make fun of me. Really don't remember. Maybe girl, you recognize the wrong person. You negative man. Mo Sanyu bullied her way up. Her body was already at Lin Chuan's chest. Her two faces nearly pressed together. Take a good look again. Who am I? Lin Chuan swallowed. Mother asterisk. Don't around like that. It's unbearable. We're not made of iron, but sometimes hard can make iron. When things don't work out, he goes crazy. Lin Chuan uses a trick to pretend to have a headache, and when he covers his head, he starts rolling around on the ground, trying to budge out. Needless to say, it did work. Without external stimulation, The red dress on Mo Sunyu's body gradually faded away, and she changed back to the gentle Mo Sunyu. Forget it if you can't think of it. Even her voice was much gentler. The blue-skirted Mo Sunyu helped Lin Chuan up and smiled guffawingly. I'm sure you'll remember me. You said it. We're going to be together forever and never forget each other in reincarnation. After saying that, Mo Sunyu grabbed Lin Chuan's hand and pressed it towards her chest. Do you feel it? My heart. And your heart. Our hearts have always been connected. Haven't they? The gentle Mo Sunyu. The simplest white moonlight. So good that it hurts. The voice hits Lin Chuan's soul directly. As far as Lin Chuan was concerned, this state of Mo Sunyu was 1,000 times more lethal than the Demon Zun state. Almost made him admit it. But in this situation, Lin Chuan could only play dumb and stay right. In the next instant, Mo Sunyu pulled hard, pulling Lin Chuan in front of him again, and her two fingers made a point in the void, transforming into a sword. It was none other than Lin Chuan's innate sword that he had used in the perfect female demon sovereign, dream reincarnation, the burning silence divine sword. Mo Sunyu held Lin Chuan and stepped towards the sword. The two of them rode the sword and went straight to the clouds. Royal sword flight. How many men's dreams? Remember? Mo Sunyu asked. Do you remember this sword? Does it recall anything? Lin Chuan sighed softly. Deja vu. But I can't recall. Perhaps I've seen it in a dream. Mo Sunyu did not get angry. That answer, at least, is better than not being able to think of anything at all. After a long time, the two of them once again returned to Yulian County in Qingyun Prefecture and returned to the Lin family mansion. Before Lin Chuan could react, Mo Sunyu pounced on him and gently kissed his lips with a single touch. Remember, I'm your maiden, and when the day comes that you think of me, call my name aloud, and I will always be there for you. If you can't remember, then forget today. Forget all. You and I, too, will be forgotten in the cycle of reincarnation. Chapter 46 Approaching the Spirit Race, Lin Chuan's Plan. After all, Mo Sunyu couldn't accept spending her life with a strange Lin Chuan. When the words fell, she had already disappeared. Only then did Jun Ziyi manage to catch up. Looking at Mo Sunyu in a blue dress, she only felt strange, the same person, but her temperament was completely different. But the anger in her heart was still hard to suppress. Which? You broke the rules. I know. Mo Sunyu nodded. Just hear me out for a few minutes. Will you? What else do you want to say? Yun Ziyi said coldly. We met with husband in a different time and space. The fault lies with no one. It's the will of heaven. And it's not husband's fault for this matter. Mo Sunyu said quietly. No matter who husband remembers first, when he remembers the second person, he must be in pain. This pain should not be borne by the husband. I know you have a lot of things you want to talk to husband about, but for husband, he's been through enough today, so don't irritate him anymore. You choose a day to go. I won't stop you. I won't stop you if you use a secret method to connect with his sword heart. If one day the husband remembers me first, I'll give you a chance. That's it. After saying that, Mo Sunyu disappeared into space and left. Looks like the fierce demoness is harboring a big secret. Is it a soul split? Yun Ziyi was thoughtful. The witch's personality is literally at two extremes. The witch in her red state was an unadulterated lunatic, unable to communicate at all. But in her blue state she was quite gentle. After further consideration, Yun Ziyi did not go down to find Lin Chuan again. As the witch had said, going to Chuan at this moment wouldn't do any good and would only drive Chuan, who had lost the memories of his past life, crazy. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 7 days later, Lin Chuan and Lin Yanyang received a secret order from the Demon Beheading Division. The operation to capture the spirits will begin at midnight this evening. During the 7 days, Lin Chuan practiced his sword from time to time, adapting a lot to the Cloudheart Divine Sword, and his sword skills were even far from what they were earlier. What pleased Lin Chuan the most was the reconciliation of the two ladies Mo Sunyu and Yun Ziyi. The two ladies seemed to have made some kind of agreement in secret again to let him live in peace. There were many more mysteries that Lin Chuan needed to unravel, and it was far from the time to recognize the two ladies. One of the simplest questions, who of the two he met first, he couldn't figure out. Not to mention an even harder one to deal with. To Shan Jiajiu, Lin Chuan made a bold assumption. Assuming that the dream reincarnation is all about his real self, then all the things can't be happening in the same timeline. Perhaps one has been going through reincarnation after reincarnation for a long time. The so-called dream reincarnation system was just a way to mirror what happened in reincarnation in his current dream world in this life. Even the crossing and the system appear. Nothing is impossible. Lin Chuan was able to accept a wide range of settings. On a bolder note, the system may have the ability to forcibly change the world's time and space. How could Lin Chuan recognize things before they were made clear? For a short period of time, he didn't even have the intention of opening the dream realm again, so he must be well prepared and adequate. In between their thoughts, the siblings had already arrived at the location where they were to rendezvous with demon beheading envoy Pei Ini and Yu Huilan. Pei Ini pointed to a mansion not far away. The targets, Yu Xiaoyao and Shui Shuangsheng, are both there. They are pretending to be a couple, doing business in the city, and living a life that is no different from that of the real human race. There are 16 other household servants inside the mansion, all mortal. When you act, you must focus on capturing the spirit race, those family servants, life and death. Don't be soft when you should be ruthless. If the opportunity is lost, only more people will be killed by the spirit race's troublemakers. The two demon chopper ambassadors gave some instructions. Lin Chuan and Lin Yangyang nodded. The lesser of the two naturally had a number in their hearts. Go! The four of them quickly leaned toward the mansion. Just as they were approaching the mansion, the outer wall of the mansion shattered with a loud bang, and a huge wolf claw swept out from the wall, seemingly tearing the four apart. Why? Why are you forcing us? We just want a normal life. Shui Shuangxing transformed into a giant wolf and let out a roar. Don't bull ***** with the spirit race. Do it! Pei Ini swiftly drew his saber and took the initiative to meet him, while Lin Yangyang held his sword and swept aside, waiting for an opportunity to move. Yu Huilan and Lin Chuan, on the other hand, chased after Yu Xiaoyao, who was flying away from the other end. The two spirit races were obviously prepared and realized the crisis. It was a good thing that neither of the two spirit races wanted to abuse ordinary people, or else if they escaped in the county town, I don't know how many mortals would have to suffer. Yu Huilan's speed was very fast, and while pursuing, her hands were frequently firing dark weapons, constantly forcing Yu Xiaoyao's position, causing the other party's speed to drop greatly. Lin Chuan was one realm behind, but his speed wasn't much slower than Yu Huilan's, and he followed closely behind. This was the advantage that came with high-grade feats. Between chasing and fleeing, the distances getting closer and closer. Yu Huilan steeply increased her speed. A flash stopped in front of Yu Xiaoyao, cutting her off. I have not hurt anyone, so why are you all chasing after me? Yu Xiaoyao no longer fled and stood in place, but no panic was visible on her face. Yu Huilan said in a cold voice, your spirit race compels people's hearts and incites demons to rebel. This is a crime that you, as a spirit race, cannot set aside. Yu Xiaoyao laughed. Our spirit race just said a few words to make people and demons follow their nature. How is that compulsion? What is the human heart like? What about demonic nature? Are you guys not clear about it? They were bound by all sorts of rules, by power, and the spirits just unshackled their minds for them. Yu Xiaoyao Yui reasoned. Lin Chuan frowned and drank. Sister Yu, don't bull **** with her. Do it. Yu Huilan was abruptly startled. Good you nine-tailed fox, I almost fell into your trap. Swish! As a demon beheading envoy, her mission was to sweep away the demonic scourge, not to reason with the troublemakers. Little lord, it's rude to interrupt someone. Yu Xiaoyao's gaze turned to Lin Chuan. Yu Huilan's face changed as she warned. Be careful, don't meet her eyes. But Lin Chuan's gaze had already collided with Yu Xiaoyao. Yu Xiaoyao's pupils changed like two ghostly fires burning, tugging at Lin Chuan's soul. But the next moment, she was struck by lightning. She saw a nine-tailed fox with pure white fur perched on Lin Chuan's sea of consciousness. Just by looking at each other, Yu Xiaoyao completely fell, no longer able to control herself. Go outside the city. Lin Chuan's voice exploded in Yu Xiaoyao's heart. Yu Xiaoyao was shocked and headed straight out of the city, with millions of doubts in her heart, but her feet didn't dare to stop for a moment. Yu Huilan once again gave chase. The three of them arrived in the wilderness outside of the city one after the other, and Yu Xiaoyao once again stopped in her tracks. Yu Huilan's brows were furrowed with an ominous premonition that some sort of change seemed to have occurred in Yu Xiaoyao's body, yet she was unable to screen it. She hadn't noticed in the slightest that Lin Chuan's eyes, who had come right behind her, had also changed, and a mental fluctuation shook out in an instant. Yu Huilan's eyes darkened. She lost consciousness and fainted. Yu Xiaoyao, on the other hand, fell to her knees with a thud and looked at Lin Chuan, who was slowly coming, in horror. Who are you? Chapter 47, 3 Women in One Drama. People are numb. Tushan Jiejiao's soul power had an absolute power to suppress any spirit race that was not of the pure nine-tailed fox bloodline. It also only required a little bit of power to increase the strength of the spirit race of the nine-tailed fox bloodline. Lin Chuan took control of Yu Xiaoyao and used his natural aptitude to make Yu Huilan shocked out, so that it would be easier for him to take his next action. Where are you from? Lin Xuan came to Yu Xiaoyao and opened his mouth to ask. In front of him, the other party didn't even have a chance to lie. Shogu. Yu Xiaoyao's answer was unfamiliar to Lin Xuan. Elder, are you also a spirit race? No. Lin Xuan shook his head. Tell me, who is the mastermind behind instructing you to rebel in the Great Yan Dynasty? Do you want to see him? Right. Lin Xuan nodded. Looking at Yu Xiaoyao, she didn't know much. If she wanted to find out the truth of the matter, she would have to contact the higher-level spirit race. Yu Xiaoyao said, the late generation has never met the Grand Commander. He gave us a mission from the shadows and will be watching us from the shadows. Lin Xuan frowned and added, is the purpose of your spirit race the equality of all spirits? Yu Xiaoyao bent her head. Yes. Senior, are you related to our spirit clan in any way? Lin Xuan was thoughtful. Judging by the tenets alone, there was a certain relationship between the spirit race and the forbidden love, dream reincarnation and the spirit race he was currently encountering. But there are many things to ponder. In his previous speculations, the Tianyuan continent in the reincarnation was the same as the worlds of the perfect female demon sovereign and the Shitsi Jianghu dream reincarnations, all of which were small worlds that existed in dependence on the 9 phases realm. Now it seems that this is not the case. Forbidden love, at the end of the dream world reincarnation, the spirit race was already very strong in the Tianyuan continent, but it was not worth mentioning in comparison to the real world of the 9 phases realm. The strongest person among the spirit race in the Tianyuan continent, Night Snow, was only at the peak of the 7th realm, equivalent to the Saint realm and the 9 phases realm. The 9 phases realm could have not a few Saint realms, and there were supreme beings on top of them. Above the supreme being there is the realm of legends where all 8 realms of cultivators keep their mouths shut. Therefore it was impossible for the spirit race of the Tianyuan continent to have such a great impact, unless something unexpected had happened after he had left. Who were the ancestors of your spirit race? Lin Xuan turned his words around and asked another question. This I know. Yu Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. There are 2 ancestors of my spirit race. Neither of them were spirit race, but they made indelible contributions to the establishment of the spirit race. Lin Xuan's eyelids fluttered. Yu Xiaolao said with a straight face, the 2 old ancestors, one is from the human race and honors old ancestor Worryless, and the other is from the 9-tailed fox race and honors old ancestor Tushan. Sure enough, it's all right on. Lin Xuan took a deep breath. It seemed that the experience of dream reincarnation went far beyond the small world. Even the 9 phases realm was affected. Senior, you wouldn't know my spirit race ancestor, would you? Yu Xiaoyao asked curiously. Count on knowing each other. Lin Xuan wasn't comfortable admitting it directly. After all, he couldn't really see past his current realm. Wow! Senior, you are so powerful. Yu Xiaoyao instantly transformed into a little fangirl. Senior, are you coming to find me to take a shot at revitalizing the spirit race? Lin Xuan said lightly. You think I have the ability to do that? Yu Xiaoyao laughed playfully. Senior is a great hermit in the city, playing in the world. Your cultivation of at least 3,000 years. Looking at the world, I think it must be rare to meet an enemy. What did you say? Lin Xuan's heart shook. 3,000 years? Yu Xiaoyao nodded her head dumbfounded. Yes, you and your ancestor are old acquaintances. And since you have been cultivating, hasn't it been over 3,000 years? Seeing that Lin Xuan didn't look right, Yu Xiaoyao suddenly realized. I know, senior, you have been in seclusion for too long, watching the sea, forgetting the long years. Understand. That's 3,000 years. Who counts the days? There can be few legends of supreme powers dreaming for 100 years. Lin Xuan no longer dwelled on it. It was obviously useless to talk more with Yu Xiaoyao. This guy was shocked by Tushan Jiejiao's soul and had already regarded him as a supreme superior. Come on, take me to the spirit clan's compound. I want to see the chancellor you mentioned. Lin Xuan tried to calm his mind. This was an extremely important clue for him. The Tianyuan continent happened 3,000 years ago? It's just too far away. 3,000 years had passed. And in what way was the Tianyuan continent, which had lost its protagonist dream reincarnation after his own departure, developing? Is the deceased person from 3,000 years ago still alive? In Lin Xuan's heart, his thoughts were like waves churning. The impact that these recent events had caused him was just too great. At the same time, a complete scheme finally came to his mind. The question about how to deal with the 3 matrons had been his biggest headache. Lin Xuan decided to take this opportunity to settle. It was impossible to hide Tushan Jiejiao's matter from Mo Sanyu and Yun Zi, and sooner or later it would be discovered. So much for taking this opportunity to expose it. After all, after so long, With Mo Sanyu and Yun Zi's abilities, they must have known that he had reincarnated more than once. In the perspective of the two ladies, Lin Chuan needed to awaken the memories of one life after another before he could truly recognize them. This is an integral part. However, Lin Chuan knew very well that the memories about both Mo Sanyu and Yun Zi could not be awakened first, otherwise the other party would definitely go crazy. To Shan Jiaojiao, this life is completely different. After all, she is only left with a crippled soul. The two matrons cannot even go mad if they want to. According to the reincarnation timeline, the love affair from 3,000 years ago was also definitely located before Mo Sanyu and Yun Zi. In this way, it would allow both Mo Sanyu and Yun Zi to slowly accept the setting. That is Lin Chuan's plan. From giving her a home to giving them a home. When Lin Chuan has a bad conscience, he will give the system a scolding. It is all because the dog system is wronging me. It is none of the host's business. For Mo Sanyu and Yun Zi, this matter was also full of shock. My good husband, there's even reincarnation? And the red face? Mo Sanyu almost reddened again. I fought with that smelly woman for so long, only to be shortchanged by another woman? Nah, I should say banshee. It's a damn vixen. At this moment, Mo Sanyu finally understood why folk mortals always scolded some women vixens. And why would she not want to scold them? A vixen. A seductress. It's true. But who can be blamed for this? Mo Sanyu had to admit the fact that the fox spirit was just a wisp of a residual soul that didn't have any consciousness at all. A hallowed demon dignitary was still disdainful of competing with a wisp of residual soul. Husband seems to have awakened memories of the fox spirit's life. Perhaps the fox spirit died early and reincarnated along with husband. It looks like husband wants to resurrect that vixen so badly that for the sake of the vixen, the Tenkone realm would dare to take such a big risk. Mo Sanyu remembered the past with her husband again. Before the fusion of her two personalities, how could husband not be righteous and sacrifice his life for her? Mo Sanyu's heart was conflicted. Isn't this Lin Chuan the husband I love so much? Chapter 48, Waking Up from a Dream. I've become a spirit race ancestor? In another space, Yun Zi also had mixed feelings in her heart. So there is another life. So Chuan had a favorite long before he met me, and I was the later? Yun Zi didn't want to fight, and the love in her memory didn't allow her to give up here. In my place, if I had only a remnant of my soul left, Acheon would have done the same thing, right? It's Acheon's sense of responsibility that's deep in his bones. It's not his fault. But why? Why did you let Chuan meet different people in his reincarnation? It would have been so nice if it had been me from the beginning to the end. What happened was inevitable. On signs regardless of mind. At least in that life in the Green Jade blessed land, Chuan loved himself deeply, steadfastly, and never changed. Yun Zi was in a trance, remembering the final battle in the Green Jade blessed land. If he had been the one to fulfill Chuan at that time, what would have been the result? Yun Zi's inner thoughts quickly became firm. If it was Chuan who survived after that battle, he too would have come to my reincarnation and guarded me as I guarded him, right? And it's not right. I'm not going to be like Chuan. I only need Chuan to be enough. I'll think of him the first moment I see him, smell him all I want, and not be so stupid as he is that he can't even think of me. In the wilderness, Lin Chuan and Yu Xiaoyao had already left with respect to the night, not forgetting to create a trail of fighting and chasing in the neighborhood before leaving. Not long after, the unconscious Yu Huilan opened her eyes in a daze, and then with a jolt, she sat up abruptly. Crap! Looking around, Yu Xiaoyao and Lin Chuan were long gone. Fellow Daoist Lin wouldn't have been taken captive by the spirit race, would he? The thought was quickly dismissed by Yu Huilan. If fellow Daoist Lin was taken captive, I wouldn't be able to survive. Looking at the traces, it should have been fellow Daoist Lin who chased after him. Jade Xiaoyao must have put in a lot of effort to use that move. Fellow Daoist Lin is a sword cultivator. Even if he crosses the ranks, he should have a hope of winning against a spirit race whose frontal combat power isn't that strong. Yu Huilan prayed in her heart, and then she took out the cloud-piercing arrow at her waist and lit it. Bang! A cloud-piercing arrow. The demon chopper ambassadors come to meet. After leaving a signal, Yu Huilan followed the traces and chased after them. This was originally the mission of the Demon Beheading Division, and as a demon beheading envoy there was no way she could just give up and let a young genius take the risk for herself. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan and Yu Xiaoyao had already arrived in the Spirit Clan's compound in the Great Yin Dynasty. The compound was in a deep mountain, with natural formations as cover, and the spirit race's powerhouses had additionally arranged spell formations, making it difficult to be discovered. Not even the unusual spirit race could enter and exit freely. Just before they reached the front of the formation, The two of them were stopped in their tracks by a tiger-shaped half-demon with the word king reflected on its forehead. You Xiaoyao, why did you bring a human back? Big head tiger, don't be rude. Yu Xiaoyao crossed her arms and droned. This is a close friend of my spirit clan ancestor, a highly respected senior, so get out of my way. In order to avoid trouble, Lin Chuan manifested a strand of Tushan Jiajiao's soul power. The spell formation that was placed in this place flickered in response. The tiger-shaped half-demon was shocked and immediately prostrated. Little tiger has met senior. No need to be polite. Lin Chuan waved his hand. Yu Xiaoyao hummed lightly and proudly led Lin Chuan onward, eventually arriving in front of a large hall. The plaque in front of the temple is engraved with 3 big characters, Lingying Temple. Some memories flooded Lin Chuan's mind. The spirit race in the Tianyuan continent had been blessed with heaven and earth's qi, and after they had developed to a certain size, they established the organization Spirit God Temple. Every hall master of the Spirit God's Hall has power to counterbalance that of the Spirit Clan's patriarch. The first Spirit God Temple master was his son, Tushan Yuming. When he thought about this, the corner of Lin Chuan's mouth twitched. If Tushan Yuming was still alive, then wouldn't he have an additional 3,000-year-old son? Wasn't that too outrageous? Looking at the trend of the spirit race's development, it was not without this possibility. For a large ethnic group, a 3,000-year-old ancestor was considered young. No, what am I nervous about? Lin Chuan comforted himself. What kind of father is nervous to see his son? It should be that kid who is nervous. Chancellor, are you there? Yu Xiaodao's voice pulled Lin Chuan's thoughts back. There was no sound response from the spirit hall. It seems the Chancellor is not in. Yu Xiaoyao smiled. Senior, why don't you go in first and sit down for a while? I think the Chancellor will sense something once you enter the hall. Good. Lin Chuan slowly walked into the Hall of Spiritual England. The so-called Spirit Ing Hall should be the subordinate power of the Spirit God Hall. Entering the room, the view of the temple came into view. At the very front of the hall were 2 lifelike statues of equal heights, who were enshrined before the many portraits. Isn't this me and Jiao Jiao? With just a glance, Lin Chuan recognized that the statue that was enshrined in front of the spirit race's main hall was none other than him and Tushan Jiaojia. He remembered that the spirit clan had molded similar statues for him and Jiao Jiao during the dream reincarnation, only more lofty and spectacular. There's no one else to be made into a statue and be an ancestor before a person is even dead. Lin Chuan cried and laughed, his eyes turning to the portraits hanging on the sides of the walls. Still the familiar figures from the reincarnation. The first portrait on the left is none other than Night Snow. The night snow in the portrait was much colder than the night snow he remembered, and the whole was already in the posture of a dragoness. In particular, the pair of dragon horns on his head were quite impressive. The first portrait on the right shows Tushan Tsukiakari. In contrast, the portrait of Tushan Tsukiakari appeared more affable, with a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Looks like they've all grown up. Lin Chuan could not help but feel that it was a very different feeling from the dream world to look at the people and things that had been in the dream world again in another way, standing in another angle. So much has changed. The portraits further down, Lin Chuan didn't recognize. It was thought that all of them were the spirit race's latter patriarchs and spirit god temple masters. Just then, the doors of the Spirit Ing Hall opened once again. Lin Chuan turned his head to look, only to see a man born with black wings enter the hall and both gazes collided. You. The black-winged man was startled and his eyes widened. Old ancestor? You are the old ancestor? The unusual spirit clans didn't recognize old worryless ancestor. So how could he as the Grand Commander of the Spirit Ing Hall not recognize him? To be precise, it's the reincarnated body of Tushan Wuyo. Lin Chuan calmly gave himself a new identity. Old ancestor. Reincarnated? The black-winged man bent his head to salute. Spirit race descendant Crow Wujie, meet the old ancestor. The spirit race has developed so far. There is no difference between having me and not having me. Lin Chuan waved his hand. I came here for one thing only, to see my deceased again and to settle my past. The real situation was still unclear, so Lin Chuan didn't dare to amplify his words. In the old days of the spirit race, the seventh realm was enough to reign supreme. In today's spirit race, saints were everywhere, and supreme beings weren't as numerous as dogs, but it was thought that they were not in the minority. And not everyone would serve him, the so-called reincarnation body. It's a good thing Crow No Jade is still respectful and not hard to talk to. If the old ancestor has any orders, just say so. Without you there would be no spirit race. You will always be the spirit race's old ancestor. Chapter 49, Another 3,000-year-old son. Looking at the 9-phase realm, the half-demons were still being oppressed. Living beings need the power of faith even more in times of despair and in times of weakness. Old Man Worryless was the original belief of many spirit races. Lin Chuan opened his mouth and asked, 3,000 years have passed. Are Night Snow and Tu Shan Yuming still alive? Reporting to Old Ancestor, they are all alive. Crow Wujie arched his hand. Every 10 years, latecomers will make a trip back to the Holy Land of the Tianyuan Prefecture, where the fortune tags of Ancestor Night Snow and Ancestor Moonlight are always bright. Another important piece of information presented. It seems that the Tianyuan continent has completely merged with the Nine Phases realm and has now become the Tianyuan state? Lin Chuan asked again. What about the Tushan clan? How is it? Crow Wujie returned. The Tushan clan's Nine-Tailed Fox clan is now the most powerful clan in Tianyuan state. And I heard that the other Nine-Tailed Foxes in the Nine-Phase realm had sought out the Tushan clan. Since then, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan of the Tushan clan has grown rapidly, giving birth to several legendary realms. Some of their clan members are already migrating out to find a broader and more blessed place to live. Lin Chuan was not surprised by this news. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan belonged to the more powerful demon clans in all the legends of the Nine-Phase realm, and was a famous great demon on the 10,000 demons spectrum. Without the limitations of the rules of the Tianyuan continent, it would take off by itself. Lin Chuan asked again, do the spirit clans of the Great Yin Imperial Dynasty listen to your orders? Yes. The purpose of the spirit clan. Have you ever forgotten it? Without ever forgetting. The purpose of my spirit clan is the equality of all spirits. Crow Wujie buried his head a little lower. Lin Chuan said, but the spirit race within Great Yin has injured many innocent people. Originally, Lin Chuan didn't want to care about these things. Each community had different beliefs and different beings had different temperaments. And there were some things that simply couldn't be managed. There will also never be absolute equality in the world. Lin Chuan said a few more words. Not for the sake of righteousness, but out of selfishness. There are three selfishnesses. For one thing, in the real world he was a pure human being, cared for by his parents and sister, and had a good life. Secondly, Uncle Wrecker died in the scourge, even though he had killed the demonic creature, Wall Cain, that had killed Uncle Wrecker. Lin Chuan still had a bad feeling in his heart and didn't want the scourge to continue any longer. Thirdly, his only relative in this life, his sister Lin Yang, was still living in this land, and he didn't want her to get involved in any more bigger twists and turns. Crow Wujie seemed a bit unhappy. Old Ancestor, how is it that my spirit clan didn't die many innocent clansmen? They don't deserve to die all the same. Lin Chuan asked, you want to avenge them? Naturally. Crow Wujie nodded heavily. The powerful cultivators of the human and demon races regard us spirit race as foreigners, killing indiscriminately and looking down on us. The spirit race can't kill those powerful cultivators. So why can't they get down to dismantling their roots? Old Ancestor, there have been quite a few human and demon races that have died at your hands. And you know well the truth of stopping blood with blood and fighting violence with violence. Why is it becoming merciful nowadays? Crow No Jie was unconvinced. Lin Chuan didn't want to argue. Arguing about such things wouldn't get him anywhere. He never felt that everyone was a good person. Some people did deserve to die. He never considered himself a great benefactor either. He's been selfish. I have never thought of sheltering the world, and I don't even want to care about anyone outside the roof, but I only do and think about the people around me. Demon or not, human or not, it's what's mine that's precious. Lin Chuan looked at Crow Wujie and admonished. Indiscriminate killing is ultimately not the right thing to do, and it will spoil the spirit race's chi, not to mention disintegrate the so-called roots of the two races you speak of. Those human and demonic cultivators who are able to indiscriminately kill the spirit race. In their eyes, there is no difference between a weak human and a demon compared to the spirit race. They are all ants, and they will kill them as usual. The strong don't care if the weak live or die, especially in such a world where cultivation is honored. Crow Wujie thought that those indiscriminate cultivators would only kill the spirit race, but in fact, there were quite a few demon and human lives on their hands. Well, let's leave this issue at that. There's an injustice to be done, and it's up to you to find whoever you need to find. Lin Chuan waved his hand, blocking Crow Wujie who wanted to say more. Can you summon Night Snow and Tu Shan Yuming? Crow Wujie helplessly held his breath back and said bitterly, Ancestor Lunar Ming closed the life and death barrier 100 years ago. As for the Night Snow ancestor, after abdicating the throne very few people have been in charge of things. Perhaps they have long since gone to travel the continent. The late generation has not seen the Night Snow ancestor. If the old ancestor has a major matter, he can seek out the current generation of clan chiefs and hall masters. That's all. Lin Chuan shook his head. Night Snow was raised by him, and Tu Shan Yuming was even his own son. these two would listen to him, while others would not necessarily sell face. Lin Xuan didn't want to find out the hard way. Besides, his main purpose of looking for the spirit race was to inquire about a way to resurrect Tushan Jiaozhou, and the other spirit races couldn't help. You will report back to me when Yuming is out or when Night Snow returns. The purpose of this trip had already been achieved for the most part, so Lin Xuan didn't want to stay any longer. Regarding the conjecture about the connection between dreams and reality, a lot of things had already been verified from Crow Wujie as well as Yu Xiaoyao's mouth. This would also make it easier for him to explore the dream reincarnation even further. As for the development of the spirit race, Lin Xuan couldn't help much less care. If Crow Wujie still wanted to retaliate against the human and demon races by cannibalizing the weak, it would more than likely lead to an end road. This was because the current demon and human races were still far superior to the spirit race. 3 days later, Lin Xuan returned to the Lin family residence in Yuliang County. Kaworu-chan. Only when his front foot entered the courtyard gate, a figure pounced over and hugged him tightly. You scared sister to death. Lin Xuan could feel that the warm and soft body holding him was trembling. Even his voice had changed, and his heart was not in the right place. The trip was so focused on herself that she forgot about her sister's feelings. To your sister, you are the only indispensable person, right? Lin Xuan wanted to admit his fault, but after thinking about it, his sister was not the kind of person who was suitable for stirring up the atmosphere, and the apology that came out of his mouth turned into a flirtation. Sis, you're not going to cry, are you? Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, Lin Yangyang immediately loosened her arms and abruptly stood up straight. Not at all. Saying that, he threw a punch at Lin Xuan's chest, and his tone suddenly became ferocious. You kid, your wings have grown hard, haven't they? Is a spirit race of the shedding realm something that you alone can chase after? The people from the demon beheading division complimented you twice, and you're going to the heavens? How many times has sister taught you that you must be steady in your endeavors? Lin Xuan bristled, wanting to retort, but seeing his sister's haggard face, he couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. Alright, I know. Next time there's something, make sure you discuss it with your sister first. Humph, that's more like it. Lin Yangyang was satisfied. As the siblings were talking, several terrifying auras rose up in the distant sky. One of the auras Lin Xuan had a sense of familiarity with, as if it was the spirit race's Grand Commander Crow Wujie who was stationed in the Great Yin Dynasty. Lin Yangyang frowned. That direction. It should be the capital of Yin Dynasty. Is there a demon killing its way into the capital? A series of question marks popped up on Lin Xuan's forehead. He's just saying that there's a wrongdoer. That rash crow just killed Yendu? Chapter 50, you should know that weakness is the original sin. In that instant, Lin Xuan realized that he had underestimated the beliefs of the spirit race. Viewing the vision, a holy lotus blossomed between the heavens, representing the realm of Crow Wujie, a genuine saint. The few people who fought with Crow Wujie and Yendu, without exception, were also at the saint realm. Qingyun Prefecture wasn't that big, and its aura was thin. Ever since a Qingyun Supreme had been born, no more Supreme had been born. The Saint Realm then represented the highest battle force in the Qingyun state. Lin Yangyang sighed, Qingyun Prefecture is really going to change. The demonic creatures are coming straight into Yendu, and they are not coming from a good place. In Lin Yangyang's opinion, it was impossible for a demon king level existence to go to Yendu to die for no reason. Since he went straight into Yen capital, he must have other plans. Void space. Mo Sanyu looked at the 4 major demon kings under his seat. What do you think about the spirit race? The golden-winged tiger king snorted. The generation that steals chickens and dogs is nothing more than that. The red ape king said, the weak and the strong is the principle of the world. So how can the district spirit race defy it? The equality they seek is nothing more than a false equality. The black flame sparrow king said, the so-called spirit race is nothing more than a sprout that has just emerged. How can it shake the foundation of the demon race and the human race? The three-headed serpent king teased. My subordinate feels that this is a necessary experience for every tribe that has just risen to power, and down the road they will understand that the only thing that matters is their own strength. The 4 major demon kings of the Cloud Dream Ancient Forest were all at the peak cultivation of the Saint Realm, and were bent on breaking the shackles and stepping into the Supreme Realm. The 4 great demon kings always believed that the stronger the individual was, the farther away from the concept of a pack it would be. If the demon race and the human race in Qingyun State were to start a great war again, they didn't care. And the ban on avoiding the war was because they didn't want to cause more trouble, lest their cultivation be hindered. You will go to Yen capital and end this farce. Mo Sanyu ordered. What does the Lord mean by this? The demon kings were puzzled. With the Lord's nature, he shouldn't go to help the human race. Ha! Mo Sanyu coldly said. My husband is still in the Yen dynasty. He doesn't like chaos. Then there can't be chaos in Qingyun Prefecture. Understand? Understood. The demon kings were terrified, kneeling down and bowing their heads. And then they transformed into long rainbows and vanished in the direction of Yen capital. Above Yendu, Crow Wujie was 1 against 3, and he was already gradually showing signs of decline and was about to fall into a losing position as he stood up to the 3 saint realms of the Yen dynasty. Just then, 4 long rainbows descended. Terrifying auras shook and split the battlefield. Crow Wujie's face suddenly changed. The 4 great demon kings of the Cloud Dream Ancient Forest, the 3 saint realms of the Yen dynasty were also surprised, as if they were facing a great enemy. A few days ago, news of the disappearance of the 4 great demon kings of the Cloud Dream Ancient Forest spread. They all thought that the 4 great demon kings had left Qingyun Prefecture and gone to other regions to look for breakthrough opportunities, but they didn't expect the demon kings to show up here. The golden-winged tiger king stood with his arms folded as he spoke indifferently. The Qingyun Prefecture demon race has no intention of making enemies with the human race. Let the war end here. With that, he looked at Crow Wujie again. The spirit race, right? You guys should understand the truth that weakness is the original sin. This seat doesn't know where you guys learned your schemes from. To be so ridiculous as to try to stabilize your position by provoking the relationship between the human and demon races. If you are not strong in yourself, anything you do will only be in vain. My family lord remembers that you spirit race are pitiful and gives you a chance. And in the Qingyun Prefecture in the future, the demon race is willing to recognize the spirit race's identity and allow you to cultivate freely. I hope that when you get the fairness you want, you will grow a bit and not waste the gift of my lord. The golden-winged tiger king's words shocked many of the Yen dynasty's powerhouses. Crow Wujie was even paler. One must know that the 4 major demon kings of the Cloud Dream Ancient Forest are all at the peak of the Saint Realm, and those who can make the 4 demon kings respect their masters must be of the Supreme Realm. When was another Supreme being born in Qingyunzhou? It was still a demon Supreme. For the human race, this is definitely not good news. If the demon Supreme race changes his mind one day, the human race in Qingyun state will be doomed. Could it be? Crow no Jie remembered something. Not long ago, a great battle for the ages broke out above Yuliang County, and at first he thought it was a strong person from another region passing through. Now it seemed that one of them might be the demon supreme. The word has been brought, and we take our leave. The 4 great demon kings came and went quickly. A few short words had left enough deterrence. Deep within the palace, Emperor Yan's voice rolled out. Since the supreme demon race has recognized the existence of your spirit race, my great Yen dynasty will have to have the manners of a human race, and the spirit race will also be free to cultivate within the great Yen dynasty in the future. Crow no Jie froze in place. What? It's done? The freedom and equality that the spirit race is pursuing has just become a reality? And all of this is the result of the mysterious demon supreme. Who is that demon supreme? And why did he help the spirit race? Could it have something to do with the old ancestor? Only 3 days ago, he had met the reincarnated body of old ancestor Carefree. And today the long-cherished wish of the spirit clan of the Celebration Cloud State had been fulfilled. There must be a close connection with the old ancestor. With this in mind, Crow Wujie bent his head in the direction where Yuliang County was located. On behalf of the entire spirit race of Qingyun Prefecture, Crow Wujie thanks the old ancestor. May the spirits live forever. Inside the Yuliang County, Lin Chuan looked at a long rainbow coming and going, but the great battle ended without any success. What exactly happened would be beyond his knowledge. Over the next few days, people from the Demon Beheading Division frequently came to the Lin family compound to investigate. Lin Chuan had been there for 3 days, and in the end, he hadn't captured Yu Xiaoyao of the spirit race, which naturally caused the Demon Beheading Division to be suspicious. However, the Demon Beheading Division's repeated inquiries proved Lin Chuan to be innocent. At noon 7 days later, Demon Beheading envoys Pei Ini and Yu Huilan came to the Lin mansion again, bringing news that surprised Lin Chuan. Fellow Taoists, a major event has occurred today. The 3 major imperial dynasties have jointly issued a holy decree. Guess what it is? Because the Demon Beheading Division frequently investigated Lin Chuan and subjected him to distress, Yu Huilan, as a teammate in that operation, felt guilty and was also banned from contacting the Lin siblings. It is only to this day that the ban has been lifted. Lin Chuan tried. Related to the spirit race? Exactly. Yu Huilan returned. From now on, within the territory of the 3 great imperial dynasties, spirit races will be allowed to cultivate freely, and any registered spirit races will be protected by the laws of the imperial dynasties. Ha! Lin Chuan was confused. What exactly did Crow Wujia do? Or did the other strongest members of the spirit race make a move? I'm surprised too. Yu Huilan laughed. For the imperial dynasty, this can be considered a good thing. After all, the number of spirit races is already huge. If we really want to get rid of the spirit race, the imperial dynasty will lose quite a few cultivators, and the demon beheading division will bear the brunt. Also, regarding your siblings' merits, I have reported them all, and the rewards will be handed out after the Sikong approves them. Pei Ini put on a mysterious expression. Lord C has promoted quite a few talented cultivators in recent years, and both of you are exceptionally gifted. If you are appreciated by the Lord of the division, you may have the opportunity to enter the Demon Beheading Division's treasure trove to freely select rewards. So don't refuse then. Chapter 51. My mother is the supreme demon? Yen Du, Demon Beheading Division. Zhu Zhengji, the Minister of Justice, was constantly reviewing the files, most of which he just swept a glance and casually threw aside. Then the adjutant will assist with the process. Only events that were worthy of attention would bring the attention of this Demon Beheading Division's Secretary General. Ha! A line of information came into view and aroused Zhu Jingji's great interest. Lin Chuan, 18 years old, Tankong Realm, Sword Cultivator. The most noticeable thing was naturally the word Sword Cultivator. Aside from the old generation of powerhouses, the Great Yen Dynasty hadn't produced a Sword Cultivator in a long time, and a complete Sword Dao inheritance didn't exist in the entire Great Yen Martial Library. 2 deeds about Lin Chuan were recorded within the dossier. 4-1. In the Yushui County, he used his Tinkong realm cultivation to powerfully battle a half-demon of the Demiurge realm, counterbalancing it with a flawless hand of swordplay. Secondly, in the case of the capture of the spirit race in Yuliang County, he saved the life of his colleague, Yu Huilan, a 4-striped demon chopper, and pursued Yu Xiaoyao, a half-demon of the Freedom Realm who possessed the bloodline of the Nine-Tailed Fox, on his own. Matters of the Shedding Realm should have all been trivial in the eyes of Sikong Zhu Jingji, who had long since stepped into the peak of the Sage Realm, but Lin Chuan's performance caused him to pay enough attention. An 18-year-old genius sword cultivator, and not the son of a famous family, is worthy of this official sight. If the Great Yen Dynasty had a Saint Realm sword cultivator sitting in their midst, why would they need to be afraid of the several demon kings of the Cloud Dream Ancient Forest? Zhu Jingji made a decision in his mind. This son deserves to be nurtured with all his might. The rest of the dossier will be reviewed by you, and you will report back to this official if there are any significant events. After instructing a few adjutants, Zhu Jingji left at a quick pace. The next day, Zhu Jingji came to Yuliang County and found the courtyard where the Lin siblings lived. These days, after receiving the heart-connecting enchantment from the little green plum maiden Yanzi, Lin Chuan's sword skill was getting more and more refined, vaguely touching the threshold of the true meaning of the sword Dao. The cultivation realm hadn't fallen either, and was already in the middle stage of the solid Tenku realm. Lin Chuan wanted to revive Tushan Zhezhou's soul as early as possible, but there was never any news from the Spirit Clan side, and the probability was that Tushan Yuming was still in seclusion. If it's not possible, we can only open the dream reincarnation again. Having not entered a prolonged dream cycle for a long time, Lin Chuan had accumulated quite a few points. What he had to do nowadays was completely mismatched with his own strength, and he could only rely on his dreams to mirror reality and gain more abilities. My lord, there is a master outside looking for you. At this time, the maid Greenbud hurriedly came to report. Lin Chuan asked, which master? Greenbud shook her head. I don't know. It looks quite grand. It shouldn't be an ordinary person. Let him in. Lin Chuan put away the Cloudheart Divine Sword, and not long after, a middle-aged man of about 40 years old was led in by the maid. Greenbud, Your Excellency? Demon Beheading Division. Zhu Zhengji. The person who came was none other than Zhu Jingji, the Demon Beheading Division official who had traveled specially from Yendu to Yuliang County. My name is Lin Chuan. Meet Lord C. Lin Chuan was shocked. That Lord C had personally come to visit him? I'm sure Mr. Lin has already guessed the purpose of this official's visit. Zhu Jingji opened the door. It's been a long time since there's been a true sword cultivator in the Great Yin Dynasty, and Mr. Lin has broken the custom. Lin Chuan smiled. Is Lord C preparing to recruit me? Exactly. It's a pity that I have long refused the invitation to join the Demon Beheading Division. I'm used to being idle and don't like to be bound by any organization or force, so I'm afraid I'll have to let down the Lord of the Division's good intentions. Don't say no too soon. Zhu Jingji laughed. Mr. Lin, come with this official. After seeing the real Demon Beheading Division, you might change your mind. No way. Lin Chuan refused. He'd heard Pei Ini and Yu Huilan say that the Demon Beheading Division's treasure trove contained many treasures that cultivators tended to seek out. But to him, those things didn't hold much appeal. Zhu Jingji still maintains a peaceful demeanor. This official knows that Mr. Lin is burdened with a sword cultivator's heritage, and that ordinary things can't enter your eyes. But this official still hopes that Mr. Lin will make a trip. That would be a break from my official's mind, so as not to have to think about it anymore. The words have been said to this point. Lin Chuan will be a bit insensitive if he does not agree. Cultivation is not fighting and killing, but the human world. In the future, Lin's business firm will still have to operate in the Yin dynasty, so things can't be too extreme. Since Lord C has invited me again and again, I will not honor the invitation. This official believes that Mr. Lin will not regret it. Zhu Jingji was confident that no cultivator would be able to refuse the invitation after seeing the Demon Beheading Division's treasure trove. Joining the Demon Beheading Division was a benefit that far outweighed the drawbacks for any cultivator. This was especially true for cultivators like Lin Chuan, whom the court was willing to focus on cultivating, enjoying benefits that far outweighed the costs, at least until the Saint Realm. Absolutely. Let's go then. Wait. Lin Chuan arched his hand. I have to talk to my sister so that she doesn't worry. Sure. Zhu Zhengji nodded. About your sister Lin Yangyang's dossier, this official also read it. Her talent is not bad. If she is willing to join the Demon Beheading Division, this official also welcomes it. Lin Chuan smiled without saying anything. Sister's talent is more than good? It's simply anticlimactic, okay? It's just that the people in the Demon Beheading Division didn't know the exact amount of time that Sister Lin Yangyang had practiced, and that's why they jumped to the wrong conclusion. After all, his sister was 9 years older than him. At the age of 27 at the Tunkong realm, an ordinary cultivator might still think it was good. But in the eyes of a strong person like Si Gong, it already belonged to mediocre qualifications. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yangyang had practiced for less than half a year in total. Soon Lin Chuan found Lin Yangyang, and after explaining the reason to his sister, Lin Chuan followed Zhu Jingji to leave. On the way, Lin Chuan remembered the matter of the spirit race and took the opportunity to ask, Lord C, the spirit race has stirred up trouble many times. So why has the imperial dynasty issued a holy decree to allow the spirit race to cultivate freely in the human realm again? Zhu Jingji answered patiently. It's because the supreme demon race gave an order recognizing the existence of the spirit race and granting the spirit race the freedom to cultivate in the demon race's realm. If the human side were to cross paths with the spirit race again, they would be asking for trouble, favoring the demon race, and would have no choice but to acknowledge the existence of the spirit race. This matter can be big or small. After all, most of the spirit race are still kind to people, and after they are allowed to cultivate freely, they won't cause any more chaos. Zhu Jingji didn't think too much and told Lin Chuan what happened. Demon Supreme? Lin Chuan discovered the Chinese point. Didn't it say that the Qingyun prefecture hasn't seen a supreme being for a long time? Why did the demon race suddenly have another supreme exalt? Si Gongdao, this matter is a long story. Do you still remember the battle over Yushui County not long ago? One of the two opposing sides was most likely the Qingyun prefecture's current demon supreme. Lin Chuan. Ha? My mom has become the supreme demon? Seeing Lin Chuan froze, Duke Si comforted. You don't need to be too frightened. The demon supreme wouldn't dare to wantonly slaughter. Join the Demon Beheading Division and this official will keep you and Lin safe. Chapter 52, so they're all our own people. Keep the peace. It was as if the tall image of Si Gong had collapsed in Lin Chuan's heart all of a sudden. Although he knew that Zhu Jingji meant well, it did seem a bit funny when combined with the facts. Allow me to think about it. Lin Chuan arched his hand and made a perfunctory remark. From Si Gong's words, he got another piece of news that nowadays, the demon race in Qingyun prefecture was under the control of his own mother, Mo Sangyu. This would explain why the Qingyun prefecture demon race was willing to recognize the existence of the spirit race. I thought I was an enemy everywhere, but I didn't realize I was a friend? Screw yourself with no place to fight and upgrade. It's time to return to the dream world after all. Time flew by in the midst of idle chatter, and the two of them, Lin Chuan and Zhu Jingji, arrived at Yen capital. The prosperity of Yendu is far better than the local cities, and the tall and grandiose buildings show the style of the capital of a dynasty. The ancient capital built by cultivators was much more grandiose than Lin Chuan had imagined. Zhu Jingji led Lin Chuan around Yen capital, and then went straight to the Demon Beheading Division's secret land, where the Demon Beheading Division's treasure trove was located in the deepest part of the secret land. In order to open the Demon Beheading Division's secret land, one must have a holy order from Emperor Yen himself, as well as a key from Zhu Jingji. Zhu Zhengji, as the head of the demon beheading division, had already shown the utmost sincerity, and Lin Chuan could naturally feel it. It was obvious that Zhu Jingji was a man who was looking for talent. The door to the treasury slowly opened. Zhu Jingji led Lin Chuan to step into it. The treasures treasured in the treasury were countless and numerous, allowing Lin Chuan to see the depths of a country that was truly magnificent. The many things needed for cultivation were neatly categorized and stored in various spaces. Most of the treasures Lin Chuan couldn't name. Zhu Jingji introduced, "My demon beheading division's treasure trove has everything from kung fu aptitudes, to spiritual treasures and magic weapons, to pills and talismans. A lot of treasures here. Take any one of them out and it's a supreme treasure that cultivators from the outside world can only dream of. And you, as long as you agree to join the demon beheading division, you can pick the treasures here at will. This is your privilege as a genius of the sword Dao, and the sincerity of my demon beheading division." Zhu Jingji has a good grasp of the situation and does not believe that a young man can withstand such temptations. "Lord C, can I see the treasures here first?" Lin Chuan was really a little bit moved. If the demon chopper division allowed themselves to go to work and touch the fish, take paid vacations, and other requests, they might actually be able to comply. After all, nowadays, the three parties of power in Qingyan state, the demon clan was occupied by his domineering maiden Mo Sangyu, and Lin Chuan himself was a spirit clan ancestor. Things that really need to be addressed, mostly only human civil wars. Zhu Zhengji smiled and nodded. "Of course, how can you move without seeing more?" Getting the promise, Lin Chuan began to stroll around the treasure trove. He didn't care about feats and aptitudes or anything like that. The burning silence sword technique and sword 23 reflected by reincarnation would be enough for him. Lin Chuan was more concerned about all kinds of cultivation resources, such as spiritual treasures and magic weapons, pills and talismans, which he and his sister could use. The treasury has 7 floors. The treasures on the first level are pretty good. Lin Chuan looked at the second level again. "Lord C, can I go up there and take a look?" "Naturally." Zhu Zhengji nodded. The young man is still too young. If he really wasn't impressed by the resources, he wouldn't have offered to take it to the next level. Going upstairs was the beginning of the fall. Next, Lin Chuan strolled all the way from the 2nd floor to the 6th floor. The treasures treasured on the 6th floor were already extremely rare, and each piece was a treasure that even the Saint realm valued highly, and it was also the foundation of the great Yan dynasty. There were many things in it that moved Lin Chuan, but he felt that the top one should be the best. Lin Chuan's gaze went to the 7th floor. "That, Lord C, can we go up again?" Zhu Jingji smiled and asked rhetorically. "What? So many treasures didn't give you a satisfactory choice?" "There is." Lin Chuan laughed. "But I'm curious about what's hidden on the 7th floor. Could it be the legendary Supreme Law?" "Nonetheless." Zhu Jingji shook his head. "The 7th layer is something that normal cultivators can't use. It's more like a spiritual symbol. If Mr. Lin wants to take a look, there's nothing wrong with that. Please." Zhu Jingji gave Lin Chuan enough face and waved his hand to unlock the 7th floor's prohibition. Lin Chuan walked up to the 7th floor. What met his eyes was a dusty table, on which lay a tome, very thick and looking a bit old. Zhu Jingji explained, "This object has been around for a long time. When the Yan dynasty was first established, it was regarded as the treasure of the Jin dynasty, and was placed here as a cultivation tome of sorts. This official has looked through it, and the cultivation method recorded in it is extremely niche, and unusual cultivators are simply unable to cultivate this path. Successive emperors, however, have enshrined it as a supreme treasure, enshrining it on the 7th floor of the demon beheading division's treasury. What exactly is the reason for this is unknown. Without going into all that, things have been read. It's time for you to make your choice. Are you willing to join the demon beheading division?" Zhu Jingji believed that the young man in front of him had completely fallen. Lin Chuan's gaze, however, was still tightly focused on the tome on the table. It's called The Third Part of the General Secret of the Imperial Spirit. A similar tome. Lin Chuan had seen it in the Forbidden Love, Dream Reincarnation, and it existed as the supreme technique of the human lineage of imperial spiritists. The Lin Chuan in the dream had not practiced this technique because he had been abandoned by the royal spiritist lineage since he was a child. The reason why he had seen it was in the hands of Yan Beicheng. Only then it was still called the second part of the general record of the Sentinel. Great Yan Dynasty. Yan North City. In an instant, Lin Chuan connected the two names, his heart pounding. "Lord C, can I look through this tome?" Zhu Jingji sensed that something was wrong, but did not stop it, nodding his head and, "Emperor Yan has decreed that anyone who enters the treasure trove is qualified to view this tome, and you are naturally no exception. Lin Chuan pondered. This style of acting was too much like Yan Beicheng. He held the tome up and began to flip through it. The memories of the dream continued to pour into reality, and many of the words, many of them, felt familiar to him as he flipped through them page by page. Lin Chuan was not interested in the cultivation method of the royal spiritist lineage. What really interested him was whether there would be any traces left behind by Yan Beicheng in this tome. Zhu Jingji stood on the sidelines, becoming more and more puzzled. Why are you turning the pages so fast? It's hard to understand word by word, but if you read like this, it's like reading a book without words. Lin Chuan, however, had no time to care about this until he turned the book to the last few pages, and the speed of turning the pages gradually slowed down. At the end of the page it says, "The general secret of the imperial spirit has added the art of resurrecting the remnant spirit. Summary, souls can be repaired with this method in the presence of the core, replenishing the broken souls and spirits." The summary is followed by a dense list of bylaws, a detailed record of every preparation needed to revive the residual soul. After reading this paragraph, Lin Chuan was able to determine that the person who left this tome behind was Yan Beicheng. What's this about? Lin Chuan cried and laughed. Night Snow and Tushan Yuming were both alive. The probability of Yan Beicheng being alive was also high. Yan Beicheng had most likely been searching for the reincarnation of Tushan Wuyo. It's one of our own when we fight. Lin Chuan became much bolder for a moment and looked towards Zhu Jingji. Lord C, may I transcribe this tome? Chapter 53, is the Emperor of Great Yan after his late husband? Transcribe this tome? Duke Zhu Jingji froze for a moment. This matter needs to be reported to Emperor Yan. Lin Chuan clasped his fists. Then I'll trouble Lord C. Zhu Jingji frowned tightly. This official asks one more question. Why did you copy this tome? Do you know the way of cultivation in it? Don't understand. Lin Chuan shook his head. Zhu Jingji's gaze was much deeper all of a sudden. There's a lot of secrets hidden in this kid. You wait. This official will report it to Emperor Yan now. Zhu Jingji pinched out a spiritual sequence and transformed into a butterfly flying towards the outside of the treasure trove. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, was in deep thought. The appearance of the spirit race could still be considered a coincidence. Yan Beicheng taking root in Qingyan Prefecture was slightly bizarre. It has been more than 1,000 years since the Yan dynasty was established. Could Yan Beicheng still be able to deduce the karmic destiny after 1,000 years? Thinking about it, Lin Chuan could only attribute it to the cultivator's heavenly and earthly means, not something he could understand today. It had been 3,000 years, and Yan Beicheng, who had been violently beaten up by him for his entire life in the dream reincarnation, was now a legendary realm to say the least, wasn't he? As Lin Chuan was thinking, a figure had already descended into the treasure trove. The humble servant has met Emperor Yan. Zhu Jingji bowed his head and saluted. My humble servant, Lin Chuan, meet Emperor Yan. Lin Chuan followed and saluted. From Emperor Yan's body, he saw a slight shadow of Yan Beicheng, but the resemblance was extremely rare and thin, perhaps having been passed down for many generations. Masaru, you can go out first. Emperor Yan waved his hand, telling Zhu Jingji to steer clear. Yes. The latter looked deeply at Lin Chuan and exited the treasure trove. Former seniors. Zhu Jingji left before his feet. Emperor Yan immediately changed his face and looked at Lin Chuan incredulously. You finally returned. Lin Chuan was flattered and subconsciously took a step back. The contemporary emperor calling himself a senior was much more exciting than that half-demon. Yu Xiaoyao. Being a senior and an ancestor these days made Lin Chuan feel like he had aged quite a bit, and tentatively asked, Your ancestor was Yan Beicheng? Exactly. Emperor Yan was thrilled. The old ancestor came to Qingyan Prefecture 1,000 years ago and ordered the establishment of the Great Yan Imperial Dynasty, leaving behind the portrait of his predecessor and this book of the Imperial Spirit General Knowledge. Old ancestor said that if you came back, you would definitely find this place. The emperors have changed, generation after generation, and it's finally time for you. In Yan Huang's mind, the old ancestor was a powerful person of the legendary realm. And how could the old ancestor's former friend be an ordinary person? Even though this senior seemed a bit weak, that Yan Beicheng fellow has really come out of the avenue. Lin Chuan didn't expect that after there were no more rules of heaven and earth, the Tianyuan continent would be able to come out with so many legendary realm powerhouses. Seeing Lin Chuan commenting on his own ancestor, Yan Huang was even more flustered. Senior, what are your orders for your return this time? On this return, I am not me. And my friendship with your old ancestor is not the same as it used to be, so you don't have to care how I am. Lin Chuan laughed. I only need to transcribe this tome. No. Yan Huang said evenly, there is no need to transcribe it. You can just take it away directly. The royal spirit general knowledge was originally left to you by the old ancestor. Good. Lin Xuan didn't push back and accepted it directly. Yan Huang said. The old ancestor also said that if you have any commands, senior, and if you need any cultivation resources, the Yan dynasty will support you unconditionally. Lin Xuan laughed. On second thought, this did seem like something Yan Beiqing could do. Yan Beiqing thought that there was only one purpose for doing so, and that was to hope that the reincarnated body of Tushan Wuyo would grow rapidly until the day when the two of them were in a balanced realm, so that he can come back for another battle and fulfill his wish. Lin Xuan didn't know if Yan Beiqing was watching from the shadows, and it was estimated that the other party wouldn't show up until his own cultivation caught up with him. Emperor Yan, now that I'm going to retrace my cultivation path, please conceal my identity in front of outsiders. I know that later in life, Yan Huang came to a realization and became even more admiring. A generation of sages retraced the path of cultivation. How many cultivators could achieve such perseverance? Thanks a lot. Lin Xuan clasped his fists. Farewell, latecomer. Emperor Yan then left. The senior said that he didn't need help, but as an emperor, how could he not understand the ways of the world? He remembered that Sigong said that elder Lin Xuan had another sister, running a trading house? Doesn't that open the mind? As Yan Huang left, Zhu Jingji folded his arms, his heart filled with intense curiosity. What exactly had Yan Huang and Lin Xuan said during the time he had avoided them? And why had Emperor Yan originally gifted the treasure of the Jin dynasty to Lin Xuan? Lin Xuan kid is not shallow. Lord C, I've decided. I'm going to join the demon beheading division. Lin Xuan was the first to speak. Zhu Jingji's heart was happy. No matter what Lin Xuan's background was, his talent couldn't be faked, and joining the demon beheading division would only benefit him. Treasure optional? Chosen. Lin Xuan nodded. Just this one tome is enough, but I still have a small request. What? I've been a sleepy person since I was a child, so if I were to serve in the demon beheading division, I might not be able to report on time every day, so I hope you can understand. Sleepy? For how long? Zhu Jingji has only heard of mortals weak kidneys, tired, sleepy and so on. Have not seen the cultivator sleepy. A cultivator of the Tenkong realm would have no problem not sleeping for 10 days and a half months, right? Lin Xuan said seriously. When it's normal, I sleep no differently than normal people. When it's not normal, a sleep could be as long as several months. Zhu Jingji was confused. What's the point of being an errand boy? Once a month, you get your paycheck and go home to sleep. Even the most talented sword cultivator isn't this spoiled. Lin Xuan added. Don't worry, Lord C, I will never fall behind in my cultivation, and if the demon beheading division has any special tasks that need to be carried out by me, I will definitely do my duty. That's okay. For a moment, Zhu Jingji felt like he was the one who was serving Lin Xuan, but on second thought, such a practice highlights Lin Xuan's extraordinary, long and heavy sleep without delaying cultivation, which is a skill that an ordinary cultivator can have. Thinking about it that way, it's acceptable. After leaving the treasury and arriving at the demon beheading division, Zhu Jingji personally made a belt tag for Lin Xuan, representing the identity of a three-striped demon beheading envoy. Lin Xuan, the demon beheading division takes credit for the mission. If there's anything you want in the treasury, you can memorize it first, and later on, when you've accumulated enough merit, you can go and exchange it. Given your unique situation, the demon beheading division will not assign you a local superior. If there is any situation, just come directly to this official. For so many years, the demon beheading division had been stuffed with many high-ranking officials who had experienced their juniors, but there was absolutely no one like Lin Xuan, who had broken 10 rules as soon as he joined the demon beheading division. Lin Xuan was also the only one who appeared to have no background, but actually had a background so large that it was invisible. Yendu is done. Lin Xuan played around in Yendu for a few days before returning to Yuliang County. Just as soon as I got home, before I opened the door to the courtyard, the maid, Green Bud, rushed over with glee. Young master, you're finally back. Telling you a heavenly good news. What's the good news? Lin Xuan asked. Green Bud said proudly. Our merchant house has recently gained the appreciation of a great man from Yendu. We can go to Yendu to do business in the future. Miss has even bought the land. Chapter 54 New function opens. Eye of Reincarnation. Every place has its own rules. Yen capital is at the foot of the Sun of Heaven, and is the most prosperous place in the Yen dynasty. In a short period of time, the business of Lin's merchant firm had made it from a small county to Yendu, which was almost impossible. Lin Xuan pondered, expecting it to be the work of Emperor Yen, the maid, Green Bud. However, could not think that far ahead, and danced with joy and, that's Yendu. A place where every inch of land is gold. Young master, we're going to be rich. In the future, she herself would be a maid of a big family in Yendu. That's so nice. Lin Chuan flirted. Look at your lack of talent. Our goal is not Yendu, but the entire Qingyun prefecture, as well as that bigger world outside. The slave girl doesn't care about a bigger world. It's enough to follow the young master. Greenbud blinked. She couldn't imagine what the larger world was like. Ever since she was a child, her world has been the forest house. She was growing up, and the forest house was getting bigger and bigger, so big that she couldn't walk out of it in her life, and didn't want to walk out again. Lin Chuan smiled. Good performance. Go and order the back kitchen to make more delicious food. Seeing as you're so heartfelt, you can pick 10 of your favorite dishes today. Thank you, young master. Greensprout's eyes glowed brightly, like a little greedy cat. How is Meng Meng these days? Lin Chuan asked again. Always sleeping. With an odd expression, Greenbud added. It's really like you, young master. Lin Chuan came to the bedroom. Little Rumeng was hugging her pillow, sleeping quietly and soundly, her long eyelashes waving slowly as she breathed, and the toes on her little feet moving every now and then. Looks like a cute kid sleeping normally. What's true is that little Rumor has been sleeping for almost a month now. Perfect female demonizer, in the dream reincarnation. Lin Chuan sensed the children left behind by his own bloodline, but had not seen them. According to the time projection, little Ruimeng shouldn't be only 3 or 4 years old either. What's even stranger is that after coming to the Lin house for a few months now, little Rumen hasn't grown up at all. What she was like when she came, she's always been like. All the phenomena indicate that little Rumeng is not a normal child. It should have been something that happened between Mo Sangyu and Xiao Rumeng in the perfect female demon sovereign world that caused this to happen. Lin Chuan stretched out his finger and poked little Rumor's cheek. The latter seemed to sense something and slowly opened her big eyes. Daddy, how come you got up faster than dreaming again? Because daddy has something to do. Oh. Lin Chuan held little Rumeng in his arms. For some reason, his affection for little Rumeng was getting stronger and stronger. At first he thought it was because the two were spending more and more time together, but this time, his perception was extremely clear. It was a throbbing from his bloodline, and it was by no means a mere spiritual perception. Daddy, is mother back? Little Rumeng asked again. Lin Chuan soothed. When Meng Meng grows up a little more, mother will return. Good blah. Little Rumeng nodded commiseratingly. Right at this moment, Lin Chuan's mind suddenly wondered if Xiao Rumeng would be as incomplete as Tushan Zhejiao's state. Perfect female devil Zun, in the dream reincarnation. After he and Mo Sangyu experienced that night, meeting again was already the time of the final farewell. During the period separated by a long period of time, Mo Sangyu's two personalities fought against each other, and the demonic personality would never want to keep the child. The accident probably came at that point. Lin Chuan rationalized his thoughts. A thought surfaced in his mind. Then he closed his eyes and softly chanted under his breath. Jiao Jiao, lend me your strength. In a flash, the soul shadow of the nine-tailed fox emerged behind Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan's eyes changed color, and his pupils turned into the shape of fluctuating flames, and when he looked at little Rumeng again, the scenery completely changed. In his eyes, little Rumeng turned into a young soul sealed by dense spells, completely cut off from this side of heaven and earth. She doesn't have a physical body. The so-called physical body is made up of layers of impenetrable mists that converge. What affected the mists was the faint breath emanating from the enclosed young soul, which caused little Rumeng to look dull and demented. It's no wonder that little Rumeng knew her mother besides her father, because she doesn't have a full soul consciousness at all. Seeing this, Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel heartbroken, and it was as if the emotions from the dream reincarnation had stirred up and landed on his body all at once. Puff! Just waking up. Little Kisame planted herself on the bed again. Lin Chuan pondered. What would it take to free Dream from this state? He quickly realized that he was the key, because the breath of his bloodline had been influencing Little like a dream, and was dispersing the fog a little bit, even though it was minuscule. No wonder the little girl is clinging to me 100 times. Her instincts should want to come out of that state as well, right? It was then that Lin Chuan realized that many of the unmemorized things that happen in the dream world, things that happen in another perspective of the dream world, also affect reality and mirror it. This can cause a lot of unforeseen situations to arise. Lin Chuan tried to actively channel his own essence into little Rumeng's body, and the speed at which the mists dispersed really accelerated a bit. It just didn't take long for Lin Chuan to feel doubly powerless. His own essence was lacking, and he had to stop channeling it. The desire to restore Rumeng was not destined to be accomplished in a moment. Lin Chuan lay on his back on the bed, panting heavily. Now he has to save his mother and his daughter. The sins he created in his dreams have all been retributed to reality. It's true what they say about fortune and misfortune. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden side quest Reincarnation link. You have changed the ending of your daughter Lin Rumung in the real world, and this time you receive 50,000 points. In his mind, a system prompt suddenly rang out. And hidden missions? This was something Lin Chuan hadn't expected. You have discovered a partial correlation between dream reincarnation and the existence of the real world. A new function of the system has been unlocked for you. You have gained a new ability, the Eye of Reincarnation. Eye of Reincarnation. When this ability is turned on, you can view the number of reincarnations of real-world beings. In addition, you can utilize the Eye of Reincarnation to enter the dream reincarnation with beings who meet specific conditions. The specific conditions are that you have been in the same reincarnation and have crossed each other's paths. Please keep in mind, host, that each of your reincarnations is you. The opening of the brand new function caused quite a shock to Lin Chuan. Looking to her daughter as a dream, a virtual cue box floated in front of her eyes. Forest like a dream. Number of rounds, 0. This is Lin Ruming's first life, and she in your former reincarnation body. Lin Chuan, the white-clothed sword god, our father and daughter. Young master, the delicious food is on the table. It so happened that at that moment the maid, Green Bud, called out from outside. Coming. Lin Chuan headed outside, his gaze falling on Green Bud as the virtual prompt box surfaced. Green shoots. Number of rounds, 99. This is Green Bud's 100th life, and in the 99 previous reincarnations she was your maid. Chapter 55 Buddhist Pure Dust. Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon. The reincarnation information displayed on Green Sprout surprised Lin Chuan. 99 reincarnations? All my maids? How much does this girl love being her maid? According to the system, if every dream reincarnation is its own self, that's a bit too much information. How could there be a dream phrase? A function comparable to a plugin? If all the things found in the dream world were already in a set state, the real situation must be more complicated than one thinks. Unable to understand, Lin Chuan quickly discarded the thoughts cluttering his mind. Anyway, ignore all the complicated theories for now and just play it as a dream. Everything is centered on the 9-phase realm reality self. Sit down and eat. Lin Chuan didn't like too many rules, and Green Bud, who was a maid, often ate at the same table as him. The Eye of Reincarnation saw the message 99 lifetimes of reincarnation all as a maid, and he looked at the girl even more pitifully and, it's also a little more intimate. Thank you, young master. Greensprout had nothing small to think about and sat down and began to eat. Not long after, Lin Yangyang also came back. Lin Chuan's gaze fell on his own sister. Reincarnation information is revealed. Lin Yangyang, number of rounds, 2. This is Lin Yangyang's third life. She crossed paths with all of you in the first 2 reincarnations, and it's worth mentioning that her second life was also the sister of one of your reincarnated bodies, so it's a sibling bond from a previous life? Lin Chuan immediately felt that the world had become marvelous. Sis, congratulations, we've taken another big step forward in the business of our merchant bank. Lin Yangyang walked over to Lin Chuan and sat down next to him, a smile on her face. You don't have to say, since we set foot on the path of cultivation, business has been much smoother as well. You've been doing well over at the Demon Beheading Division, haven't you? Lin Yangyang is not stupid. Just based on Lin's merchant firm's own credentials, it was simply not qualified to enter the Yendu merchants, and must have received special care from the Demon Beheading Division. It's true that you can't hide anything from your sister. Lin Chuan laughed. In the future, if you want to do anything in Yin Dynasty, sister will boldly go and do it. The Demon Beheading Division is our backstage. Or rather, the entire Great Yin Dynasty is our backstage. Sensei's human, demon, and spirit races are all his own people. Having a backstage is certainly a good thing, but you shouldn't be impetuous. I'll take care of the merchant bank's affairs. You cultivate at ease. Business for many years. Lin Yangyang has seen too many forces rise or fall overnight. Do not rely on backstage help, especially at his own little brother's age. It's easy to float. After a full meal, Lin Chuan handed a piece of paper filled with names of materials to Lin Yangyang. Sister, I need some resources for my cultivation, so use your merchant firm's connections to help me look for them and see if I can find them. That much? Lin Yangyang took the paper and fixed her eyes on a dense pile of materials, many of which even she had never seen. It can't be helped. Who made your brother a genius sword cultivator who needs more resources for cultivation than others? In fact, the materials Lin Chuan needs are all needed to revive Tushan Zhejiao's soul, and this is only part of it. If he wanted to truly revive Tushan Jiajiao's soul, he might still have to make a trip out of Qing Yunzhou. The third compilation of the general knowledge of the imperial spirit contained the most prominent types of materials, all of which had not appeared in Qingyun Prefecture. But Lin Chuan didn't rush to find it. He was prepared to linger for a while, waiting for the basic materials to be gathered completely before leaving Qingyun Prefecture to search for those few required main materials. Until then, it's still important to improve your strength. Lin Chuan had already begun to prepare for the construction of the fourth dream reincarnation, and with the experience of the first 3 times, he had been much more cautious after sensing the partial connection between the dream and reality. Given the current situation, it is no longer appropriate for a red-faced heroine to appear in the dream reincarnation. Reality is already a fixer-upper. If there is another one, I'm afraid it will be completely drained. In the dead of night, Lin Chuan was ready to test the dream linkage effect and called his maid, Green Bud, to his room. The Dreamland Word Mall comes to life in front of you. Lin Chuan was originally prepared to try the Advanced Metaphysical World version of dream reincarnation, but it turned out that just the base phrase, Advanced Metaphysical World, required 500,000 points. Can't afford it. Can't afford it at all. Double dream rounds don't require extra points, but the selection of dream words will be limited. The system sends out a prompt. It is suggested that the host should perform a multiplayer dream reincarnation linkage after his cultivation reaches the Divine Prana realm, at which time the system will open a new function for you, free interaction. The 8 realms of cultivation: Qi Nurturing Realm, Vein Opening Realm, Tankong Realm, Degenerate Realm, Divine Prana Realm, Heavenly Harmony Realm, Sage Realm, and Supreme Realm. The first 3 realms, Qi Nurturing, Chakra Opening, and Taking Off, are all part of the basic realm of adapting to the Reiki process. The 4th realm, the realm of deliverance, is just as the name suggests, it is the beginning of the shedding of the body and the beginning of true exposure to the wonders of cultivation. The 5th realm, the Divine Spirit Realm, was a metamorphosis of the soul. Upon reaching this realm, one can use 2 minds. The spiritual consciousness is externalized. The soul travels outside the body, and senses the heaven and earth in a completely new posture. Only then was it expected to fit into heaven and earth, to be recognized by the Tao of heaven and earth, and to be among the heavenly harmony realm. Lin Chuan was still only in the Tenkong realm, so he had to give up his attempt to link up with Green Bud's dream realm reincarnation and let Green Bud leave the room first. After so many days of settling down, Lin Chuan had already accumulated 200,000 system points, but this time he wasn't going to spend it all. He wanted to accumulate some more points to open the dream reincarnation of the Advanced Metaphysical World as early as possible. The apex of the low-level metaphysical world was able to reach the level of the Supreme Realm, and the high-level metaphysical world was thought to be no weaker than the 9-phase realm. Maybe it's a reincarnation based on the 9 phases realm above, just in a different timeline. Lin Chuan began to shop for dream words. This time he didn't want a redhead or a friend. Apart from the low-level metaphysical world, a 50,000 point base phrase, he had only shopped for 2 body phrases. The first one is, monk. The second one is, not close to women. Although the vast majority of monks do not break the color commandment, but as the protagonist, it is always possible to do something different. Lin Chuan had to take an extra insurance policy. As for the rest, it would be all about the free generation of the dream cycle. After the selection, Lin Chuan laid down on the bed and soon fell into dreamland. A whole new dream cycle has begun. In the first year of the Tianshui calendar, you were born. Your father was a scholar of the Tianshui imperial dynasty, and your mother was a princess of the dynasty. You were pampered by your parents and lived in a world of stars. The good times didn't last long. In the dead of night, your father was murdered. Your mother is grieving. The long period of missing and grieving caused your mother to become sick with longing, and she was depressed all day long, and eventually died of her illness. You were only 5 years old at the time. In the same year, an old monk came to your house. The old monk's name is Fa Tian. Monk Fa Tian said, "You have a destiny with our Buddha. Young monk, follow me to the Buddha's door." Good. You didn't have any hesitation to just say yes. Monk Fa Tian took you back to the Buddhist Jing Shui temple and gave you a Dharma name, Pure Dust. Over the years of practicing Buddhism, you have displayed an extremely amazing talent that has caused many Buddhist monks to marvel. Time passes and you come of age. On the day you turned 18, your master, Monk Fa Tian, taught you his famous skill. Its name, Dewei Tian Long. Chapter 56, Murdering a Family. Rebel Monk. At only 18 years of age, you have practiced Buddhism to an extremely high level. In the same year, You were sent down the mountain to get rid of demons. The demonic creatures that are causing trouble are two snake spirits, demonic creatures that have practiced for 1,000 years to take shape, and their strength is not bad. After many years, you have returned to the Tianshui imperial capital once again. The first thing you did after coming down from the mountain, however, was not to get rid of the demon, but to come to the place where your father was killed back then. The dilapidated mansion, in disrepair, has long been covered with spiders. You found the murderer who killed your father back then with the method of karma trigrams. The murderer is now a high-powered big shot in the Tianshui imperial dynasty, valued as the minister of justice of one of the 6 ministries. You don't know why he killed your father back then, but the reason doesn't matter. You came down from the mountain just to but the red matter. You came to the Ministry of Justice and found the Minister of Justice. In the eyes of the Minister of Justice, you are a high priest of the Stillwater Temple, a man of the way, and he treats you with respect. You ask, why did you kill my father? The criminal ministry minister's pupils shrank, and he still wanted to pretend that he didn't know. What does the high priest mean by this? How can a mere mortal hide from you? You smashed the head of the Minister of Justice with a slap. You have thus committed murder. But you don't care. You feel that cultivation requires the fulfillment of the red earth, and that all the great truths the master says are wrong. When you were a child, you asked, Master, why is it that bad people put down their butcher's knives and become Buddhas, while good people have to abide by the rules and make no mistakes? Your master, Monk Fa Tian, said, good and evil, good and bad, merit and sin cannot be generalized. You will realize it later. At this moment, you think you've realized. Since a bad guy can become a Buddha by putting down his butcher's knife, then why don't I just be a bad guy in the eyes of the world? So, after killing the Minister of Justice, you killed his entire family. This matter soon shocked the entire Tianshui imperial capital. The cultivators of the 3 religions are all shaken by this, and by the appointment of the Son of Heaven, they all set out to capture you. Monk Yuan Hai, the abbot of the Stillwater Temple, is here, and he is your master's master, your master's ancestor. Over the years, you've become quite famous in the cultivation world. Many monks recognize you as the future pillar of the Buddha sect, the only Buddha son of the next era. That's why your master didn't even send anyone with you when you first went down the mountain to get rid of the demons. Everyone thinks getting rid of demons is a trivial matter for you. No one expected that the first thing you did when you came down from the mountain was not to get rid of demons, but to kill people, and the ones you killed were still big officials of the court. You are surrounded by many cultivators on your way. Your master ancestor, Yuan Hai, looked at you angrily. Pure dust, why do you kill in vain? You answer, the poor monk is only on this trip for the sake of the red dust, and is dedicated to the Buddha. Rim of the Sea said, the day you shave your hair and become a monk, the red dust and past will have vanished. So if you go after the past and kill people at will, the Buddha will not spare you. You laughed, if there is really a Buddha in the world, the ones who can't forgive should be those who are evil, and the poor monks who get rid of the evil are the ones who really carry out the will of the Buddha. Marginal C was furious. What a bunch of nonsense. You should go to hell and repent. You laughed even more wildly. Hell is empty. The demons are on earth. The poor monk will go to hell to exterminate the ghosts and monsters after overcoming the demons on earth. Wow. At this moment, countless cultivators are in an uproar. Marginal C slaps out a palm. Pure dust. Your red dust obsession is too deep. From now on, you are no longer a Buddhist disciple. It is you pedantic old monks who are deeply obsessed. You were pleasantly unafraid and stood in place. A huge golden bell shielding you and blocking Monk Marginal C's palm. The entire audience of cultivators was once again in an uproar. I'm afraid no one would have thought that at a young age you are already a match for a senior monk who has practiced Buddhism for hundreds of years. All of you, suppress him together. The Marginal C summoned the Buddhist presidents of the other temples, and together they struck out and came toward you to suppress you. The only true Buddha is the one who gets rid of all evil. You remain fearless, bullying your way up to the sky. You senior monks don't know Mahayana Buddhism, so I've come to teach you. Dharmakaya, Dharma Mantra, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Palmapa Boom. You have used your master, Monk Fa Tian's famous technique. A huge golden dragon crossed the sky, shattering the many Rohan techniques and golden Buddha techniques. In the middle of the battle, you hear a Taoist priest commenting on you. I'm afraid Pure Dust is the strongest Buddhist son ever. You naturally know that you are a genius, otherwise you wouldn't be so wild. But you also know that it's hard to escape death today. The many abbots of the Buddhist sect are not considered strong in their own cultivation, but the Buddhist sect harbors supreme secret techniques. They were able to invite the real Buddha to their bodies. In this world, the power of the Buddhist sect seems to be stronger than the power of either of the other two sects. Monk Yuan Hai sits in the air, eyes slightly closed, hands folded, arcane power constantly converging on his body. When he opened his eyes again, it was as if he was a Vajra. Boom! The palm of a hand densely covered with spell slaps down so hard that it slaps you into the ground, and a huge palm print is imprinted on the ground. The years you have practiced are ultimately too shallow. For the Dharma, you have your understanding, but you can't follow through with it anymore. Sinner, I ask you again, do you repent? The Rim-Si questions you again. The abbots of the other temples shouted. Yuan Hai, do you still want to show mercy? Pure Dust has already violated the killing precepts and must go to hell to repent, or else my Buddhist sect will lose face. He killed my father. He deserves to die. You are unwilling to bow down and never regret it. 10,000 times again. You would still choose to kill the Minister of Justice. Yuan Hai was distressed. Killing one person is enough. Why did you kill his whole family? Why did you kill his family? What is his family's grudge against you? I shouldn't have done it, but I should not have done it. You laughed. If he didn't kill my father, how can he sit in the position of Minister of Justice? The trouble is not as bad as his family, but the benefit is to his family? Monk Yuan Hai shouted angrily. Ridiculous words. You do not budge an inch. Arguing, the favor they enjoy is born of the evil of the slaughterers. It is my father's blood they eat. It is my mother's tears, and it is I who should be enjoying all this. Ugh, Rim of the Sea sighs, you have fallen deep into your obsession, and this monk is forced to transcend you in honor of the Buddha. Gentlemen, strike. Your words have left the marginal scene no longer able to argue. The only way to calm the anger of the beings of the Tianshui imperial dynasty and gain the people's incense is to subdue you. The many killing moves of the Buddhist sect come down in unison, and you are powerless to resist, sitting still and waiting for the ridiculous sentence of death. Chapter 57, Your sins are not in this life, but in the past life. Death is getting closer to you. It was at this time that another golden dragon arrived across the sky, blocking all attacks. The mighty dragon, the great mantra, the Buddhas, the Bhagavatamsaka. You look up and see a familiar figure. Your master, Monk Fa Tian, is here. The monks high in the sky shouted angrily. Fa Tian, what do you want to do? Do you too, master and disciple, want to make enemies of the entire Buddhist sect? Marginal Seaside. Sinner, get out of the way. Don't fall into sin. Fa Tian laughed. Master, you can't afford to let me, a sinful disciple, suffer death. So how can I afford to let Pure Dust, a sinful disciple, die? Master, you are moved inwardly, bowing to your own master, Monk Fa Tian, and bitterly say, I hereby thank you for your master's kindness. You may go. Your Dharma was taught by the Monk Fa Tian. He gave you a second life, and your philosophy of life is largely due to his influence. Dharma Heaven never restrains you with all sorts of mundane and old-fashioned rituals. He only wants you to abide by your true self and not to commit unprovoked killings. He said to you that the original meaning of Buddha is to universalize all beings. How you should carry out this idea is up to your own understanding. And it was from that time that a seed was planted in your heart. Until today, the seed took root. Dharma Heaven turns his back to you and faces the monks. Monks, this disciple of mine is not guilty of a crime worthy of death. My Buddha is merciful, so spare his life. Unbridled, the abbot of the Heavenly Dragon Temple coldly said, Fa Tian, the poor monk advises you to behave yourself. Pure Dust has committed a murderous act, and it will be difficult to appease the anger in the world's heart if he is not transcended. Fa Tian smiled. The world won't be angry. They all say that killing pays for life. This disciple of mine is a little reckless, but there isn't too much wrong with him. The presiding officer of the Heavenly Dragon Temple said, then Pure Dust should pay for his life. If this life is not to be repaid by the poor monk, then I will repay it for him. Fa Tian uttered a word that shocked the world, and you were deeply shocked as well. This is an unanticipated scene. Yuan Hai became anxious and shouted, Fa Tian, karma and destiny are all up to you. You can't bear it for Pure Dust. Get out of the way. As the saying goes, a son doesn't teach his father, and an apprentice doesn't teach his teacher. The net dust is my introduction to the world, and I should be responsible for the karma. Dharma Heaven said, I would like to transform all my merit in virtue and reincarnate for the Buddha for another 1,000 years. In exchange for my disciples Pure Dust to stay in the world. You regret it and shed tears. Master, you don't have to do this. It's all the apprentice's responsibility. Shut up. Monk Fa Tian strikes a secret spell to seal your mouth. Yuan Hai sighed when he saw this. Gentlemen, the poor monk will discipline his disciple Fa Tian. and I'll leave the matter of overcoming the pure dust to you. Master, you're getting old. Phaeton laughed. There are some things you have to serve your old age. As the words fell, your master, Phaeton, once again struck out, his hands clasped together, and a huge phallic figure appeared behind him. The master's teachings ring in your ears. Master will teach you one last trick. Watch and learn. Thousand hands. Faust. The Dharma phase behind Dharma heaven sits with its eyes closed, giving birth to thousands of Buddha hands, and as Dharma heaven stretches his palm forward, the palm of the Dharma phase is then slapped out. At this moment, he actually used his own strength to harden the power of the entire Buddhist sect of the Tianshui imperial dynasty. How can that be? The monks were shocked and jaw-dropped. How is it that those who are not Buddha-minded can be recognized by the true Buddha, receive the power bestowed by the true Buddha? In their opinion, a move like the thousand-handed float should not be an earthly law at all. Amitabha Buddha. Dharma heaven said. The poor monk said that everyone's Buddha heart is different, and everyone's way of practicing Buddhism is different. The poor monk is willing to transform all his merit and virtue to reincarnate for the Buddha for another 1,000 years, in exchange for my disciples' pure dust to stay in the world. Don't you senior monks see? Pure dust doesn't deserve to die. He has more important things to do. Having said that, Fathom's gaze fell into the distance. Emperor Tianshui is heading this way surrounded by his guards. Phaeton said, Your Holiness, the Tianshui imperial dynasty never suffers from demonic encroachment because it is protected by the lotus of the pure world. The old lotus of the pure world is almost withered, and it needs people to go to the other side of the world to seek the new lotus. According to the poor monk, it is most suitable for the pure dust to go. I don't know what your majesty thinks. This world is extremely special. Cultivators themselves are not considered strong, and care more about the incense and merit of the world, and many mortals are protected by their chi and have a higher status than cultivators. Emperor Tianshui is immortal, yet he is head and shoulders above the many Buddhist monks who move mountains and fill the seas. Because Emperor Tianshui is the head of a dynasty, many cultivators need to borrow the merits and chi of the Tianshui dynasty to cultivate, and do not dare to disobey the emperor. You know all of this, and you also know that outside of the Tianshui imperial dynasty, there is a scourge world where demons run rampant. As for the other side of the world in the mouth of Master Phaeton, you don't know much about it. Emperor Tianshui finally spoke. I only want to know one thing. Was it the Minister of Justice who killed the extra horse harnessed by the side of a teen back then? According to the relationship, your mother is the princess of the dynasty, and Emperor Tianshui is your maternal grandfather. Numerous senior monks looked at each other in dismay and had no choice but to use the method of karmic trigram counting in front of Emperor Tianshui, and the trigram showed that the Minister of Justice killed your father, which is an indisputable fact. Your Holiness, this matter, the Buddhist monks still want to argue. Enough! Emperor Tianshui waved his hand. The crime of the Minister of Justice back then, according to the laws of this dynasty, should be a full family beheading. Pure dust just did this for me. It's just a matter of decapitation. I'll allow it. Even Emperor Tianshui spoke up and absolved you of your offense, and the Buddhist monks did not dare to disobey. You are granted immunity and the matter is closed. At night, your master, Fatten, finds you. He said, Pure dust. Are you willing to go to the other side of the world in the west to pick the lotus of purity for the multitudes in the east? You say, the Eastern Buddhist sect can no longer accommodate the disciple, and the master has asked the disciple to go, so the disciple will go. Monk Phaeton laughed. This trip is not only for the beings of the eastern lands, but also for your own cultivation. You don't understand. Master, what does this mean? Monk Phaeton said, Master has seen too many sins in you, and you need the lotus of purity to help you purify it. You still don't understand. Is it such a big sin to kill the family of the Minister of Justice? No. Monk Phaeton shook his head. Your sins are not in this life, but in your past lives. Chapter 58 Reincarnation of a Mighty Power? Sooner or later, I'll drag you to the dream realm link. My past life? You put your hands together, lightly chant the Dharma, and ask, Master, what was my past life like? Phaeton said, It should be a murderous, overwhelming devil. No way. You don't believe me and think Master is lying to you. Phaeton also did not argue, said in a deep voice, You once asked my teacher why bad people can become Buddha on the ground by putting down the butcher's knife? Maybe the bad guys are too strong, like you, and just putting down the butcher's knife would be a great virtue for the world. Why were you honored as the strongest son of Buddha ever? Because if you purify just a little bit of the sins of your past lives, that's an infinite amount of merit. You suddenly feel as if there is some truth to Master's words. In my past life, Was I really a big devil? Another seed is planted inside you. 10 days later, your master, Monk Fa Tian, sat down and died. Dharma Heaven leaves you a relic that is the result of a lifetime of cultivation in Dharma. You personally organized the puja for the master, which lasted for 7 days and 7 nights, and then, in compliance with the master's will, you went to the imperial palace and met the Emperor Tianque. The Emperor of Tianque has personally crowned you with a robe and a Zen staff, and has granted you the instrument of passage. You embarked on a journey to the other side. You are inexplicably excited. You actually want to see the world that is plagued by demons, and you always feel that the Tianque dynasty, which is sheltered by the lotus of the pure world, is too uninteresting. At the same time, a message spread throughout the country. The world says that after comprehending the 1,000-handed floating buttress, Monk Fa Tian is already the first Buddhist in the eastern lands, and his merits and virtues are immeasurable. Swallowing the relics transformed by the Monk Fa Tian, one is expected to achieve long life. You heard the news and didn't care. You've come to the boundary of the Tianque country. Here you see an extremely spectacular sight. Heaven and earth seem to be divided into two halves. On the other side of the Tianque border, black clouds roll in and demonic aura fills the air, and there is only a line separating the two worlds. For the first time, you experienced the magic of the lotus of purification. With your Zen staff in hand, you took one step across the border and stepped into the world of the demon scourge. The dream images came to an abrupt end, and the real Lin Chuan woke up. Ding! The host has experienced an incomplete dream reincarnation, this time gaining 5,000 points. After realizing that the dream was connected to reality, the first thing Lin Chuan did when he got up was to recall the details of the dream. From the current progress of the Buddha's Son's Pure World, Dream Reincarnation, it is impossible to feel any connection with the real world's 9 phases realm. Odds are it's another small world. The only clue Lin Chuan captured was it was possible for there to be a correlation between reincarnation and reincarnation. The master in the dream reincarnation, Monk Fa Tian, said, "You were supposed to be a big murderous devil in your past life. The sins he carried in his previous life fell in this one." Lin Chuan felt that there was some truth to it. Otherwise, pure dust was a bit ridiculously strong. Having only practiced Buddhism for over 10 years, he was able to battle many Buddhist monks. In the end, it was only when a group of Buddhist monks invited the power of the true Buddha to descend that pure dust was defeated. There is supposed to be a connection between partial reincarnations. Lin Chuan quickly rationalized the reasoning. The system said that each reincarnation is my own. Since reincarnation is acting according to my will, no matter which life is the subject, the constant reincarnation cannot be simply for the sake of living. Instead, it's about going and doing something. Just like the current me, the main purpose of opening the dream reincarnation again is to become stronger, to find a way to revive Tushan Jiajia. In a sense, my will has implicated the two reincarnation worlds. After clearing his thoughts, Lin Chuan no longer dwelled on it. If the reincarnations could be infinitely connected to each other, then he would definitely have unexpected surprises after he pierced through one dream reincarnation world after another. The Buddha's Son's Pure World reincarnation severed the red-faced heroine, and the emotional impact on Lin Chuan diminished quite a bit. Leaving the room, Lin Chuan came to the courtyard. The maid, Green Bud, ran over and didn't even need Lin Chuan to ask. Reporting with gusto, "Young master, you've slept for a total of 16 days this time." Got it. Lin Chuan nodded and asked in passing, "What did my sister say? When will she move over to Yendu?" Green Bud said, "Miss said, when you wake up we will leave. Many things in the mansion Miss let people move over in advance. Compared to Yushui County, Yendu was undoubtedly more suitable for the development of merchant houses. Lin's merchant firm had obtained the qualification to do business in Yendu, and there was no reason to remain in a small place to restrict itself. If he lived in Yen capital, Lin Chuan would be able to ask Lord C for timely advice on many issues, or even seek help from the Yen Emperor. After having a full meal, Lin Chuan started practicing his sword. After the Dream Realm reincarnation hangout, the cultivation inspiration became full again, and Lin Chuan's realm crossed over from the middle stage of the Tenkong realm to the late stage. In addition to the burning silence sword technique, Lin Chuan's sense of Sword 23 was getting deeper and deeper. He was confident that as soon as he crossed into the degenerate realm, he would be able to use the prototype of the Sword 23, which was definitely a supreme killing move across the same realm. Compared to other cultivators, this was Lin Chuan's absolute advantage. The techniques and aptitudes that Lin Chuan practiced were all created by him in his dream, and they fit perfectly when reflected in reality. As long as the realm continued to rise and the strength of the body and spiritual awareness kept up, the strongest power could be utilized. At night, Lin Yangyang returned home. Seeing his own sister, Lin Xuan couldn't help but stare at her with a surprised face. Sister, you've stepped into the dematerialization realm? Right. Lin Yangyang smiled, in a good mood, and flirted. It happened to be a breakthrough today. Our siblings are getting more and more in sync, and you even woke up specifically to congratulate your sister. Lin Yangyang, who had stepped into the degenerate realm, could truly be said to have been transformed. Originally, Lin Yangyang was a great beauty with a lot of English spirit, and her temperament increased even more after the cultivation. And now that she has shed her skin has also become fairer. The features did not change much at first glance, but Lin Xuan, who had spent time with them, could tell at a glance that there were many fewer blemishes on his sister's face. It seems that even the figure is more voluptuous. Those shortcomings of stepping into the cultivation path late seem to have been made up for after Lin Yangyang stepped into the realm of the transmigration. From Lin Xuan's gaze, the only one who could crush his sister in terms of face value nowadays was Mo Sunyu, who had been given the word perfection. But what Lin Xuan cares most about is, why is sister's cultivation speed so fast? Virtual reincarnation message boxes float around in front of your eyes. Lin Yangyang, number of rounds, 2. This is Lin Yangyang's third life. She crossed paths with all of you in the first 2 reincarnations. And it's worth mentioning that her second life was also the sister of one of your reincarnated bodies. Lin Xuan seriously doubted it. His own sister was the reincarnation of a great power of the absolute generation. Otherwise there was no reason why her cultivation would be faster than his own hangman. Sooner or later, I'll drag you into the wheel of reincarnation with me to find out what's going on. Lin Xuan made a silent vow in his heart. There was the feature of dream reincarnation linkage in place, and my sister's first 2 lives were eligible for linkage reincarnation. There's no reason not to have a 2-player online exploration. Lin Yangyang elder sister is like a mother. Chapter 59, You're not the bastard son of Emperor Yin, are you? 7 days later, Lin moved his family to Yendu. The first thing Lin Xuan did when he arrived at Yen capital was to go to the Demon Beheading Division to pay a visit to the division Lord Zhu Jingji. Not many people knew about Lin Xuan's joining the Demon Beheading Division, and in order to ensure his safety, the divisional officer did not publicize his identity. General Administration of the Demon Abatement Division, Zhu Zhengji, who was in the process of reviewing the dossier, saw Lin Xuan's arrival, waved his hand for the adjutant to step back, and raised an eyebrow at the latter. It's not easy keeping you boys on duty. A month's worth of official food for nothing before reporting for duty? There's no one more comfortable than you as an errand boy in all the world. Thank you, Mr. C, for your generosity. Lin Xuan arched his hand and smiled. It was this official who looked away. I didn't realize that your shamelessness was even better than your attainments in swordsmanship. Zhu Zhengji teased. Lin Xuan's face showed innocence. The late generation's heart is for the Demon Beheading Division. But it's not because I'm not feeling well, so I can only focus on resting, and only after I get well can I better repay Duxie's kindness of knowing and treating me well. Oily mouth. Zhu Jingji waved his hand, sending a large pile of dossiers to Lin Xuan. You've come at the right time. Help this official review the dossiers. And by the way, pick a few tasks amongst them to accomplish. We can't really let you kids eat and drink for nothing, can we? Lin Xuan's sword talent had already been verified, but Zhu Jingji still hoped that his juniors could sharpen their skills more. A sword cultivator who lacked the spirit of killing was destined to fail to achieve greatness. He didn't want Lin Xuan's cultivation path to be hindered at all. I will do as I am told by the lord of the division. Lin Xuan sat down and carefully scrutinized the many volumes of the Demon Beheading Division. This trial lasted most of the day. On the court situation, case review, criminal investigation reasoning, Lin Xuan is not good at any of them. And in the end, it is still Si Gong who has to teach him. Sitting in this position, Lin Xuan realized that there were not a few scourges all over Great Yen. It was just that it was difficult for ordinary people to get in touch with them. In addition to some small demons that couldn't even be restrained by their own nature causing chaos. What gave the Demon Beheading Division more headaches were the inhumane demonic cultivators. The devil cultivators within the Yen dynasty were basically from the human race, and it was difficult to be detected when they were in disguise on a regular basis. Devil cultivators strike, ruthless and decisive. Completely unlike the small demonic creatures that rely on their nature to cause chaos, they usually have a meticulous plan. It would even count the Demon Chopper Division out. This also led to many demon beheading ambassadors falling into the hands of demonic cultivators. After reading the many volumes, Lin Xuan's understanding of the situation in the Yen dynasty increased a lot. Lin Xuan, what do you think about the issue of demonic cultivators? Zhu Jingji asked casually. The Demon Beheading Division takes it as its duty to kill demons. How does it look? My mother is a demon supreme and used to be a demon supreme. Of course, demonic cultivators are also different from demonic cultivators. The rule of demonic cultivators was based on absolute strength suppression, and there was rarely any talk of loyalty and devotion or anything like that. Today you are a devil. Tomorrow when my strength surpasses yours, I will more than likely not hesitate to slaughter you. This is the daily life of the devil's way. This was a group of cultivators who had brought out the extremes of deceit and treachery and the sinister nature of people's hearts. Even demon sovereign Mo Sanyu came from that path. To Zhu Jingji's question, Lin Chuan replied, human nature being what it is, there is no absolute fairness in the world, and demonic cultivators will always exist. Zhu Jingji laughed. You really dare to say that? Who doesn't know about this kind of thing? If the world lives in peace and happiness, who wants to be a devil? But the one who dared to say it in front of him, Lin Chuan, was the first. Lin Chuan said quietly, this is what is recorded in the dossier, not what I said. You can't blame me, Lord C. Most of the demonic cultivators recorded in the scrolls were oppressed and had no way to report to the authorities, or suffered hardships and had a miserable childhood, etc., and fell into the devil's path in order to take revenge. There are only a very few demonic cultivators who purely take pleasure in doing evil. Zhu Jingji mused. What? You feel sorry for them? Lin Chuan shook his head. A pitiful person will have something to hate. Not to mention that it is the duty of the demon-slaying envoy to slay demons. There is nothing to pity. It's not bad to be able to think that way. Zhu Zhengji sighed. Among the demon-beheading ambassadors, there are not a few who have been compelled by the demonic cultivators, and when they are momentarily moved to compassion, they end up dying in the end. The natural position is different. They shouldn't be merciful. Lin Chuan acted with one purpose in mind. Everything that is not good for me and those around me is bad. Devil or demon, human beings are the same. No matter how miserable the opponent is, it should be killed, and it will not be tolerated when it touches one's own interests. Zhu Jingji said. Among those people, there are not a few who verbalize firmness like you, but people's 7 emotions and 6 desires are not so easy to control. When it really comes to that, influenced by various factors, the thoughts waver and the heart changes. After saying that, Zhu Jingji threw out a dossier. This task is given to you, and let's try to see if your heart is as firm as you just said, and won't be swayed by the words of the demonic cultivator. No problem. Lin Chuan took the dossier and swept his gaze across it. The content of the mission is that there are infants lost from time to time in several towns in a certain region, and the Demon Beheading Division has sent people there once, but no clues have been found. The initial conclusion is that it is the work of a demonic cultivator. Although Lin Chuan is only in the Tenkong realm now, but his battle strength is a proper dematerialization realm undoubtedly, and he is counted as a small master in a county. The dispatch of Lin Chuan for this mission was just the right thing to do. After receiving the mission dossier, Lin Chuan pulled out a piece of parchment from his pocket and handed it to Zhu Jingji. Lord C, please do a small favor for my junior. Zhu Jingji froze, and was both angry and amused. I told you how your kid is so obedient today. So you have set up a way to wait for this official here? It would be inappropriate for you to say that. Lin Chuan said in a serious manner. You have high hopes for my juniors. My shoulders are heavy with responsibility, and I also want to get stronger quickly. That's why I managed to get a list of all the necessary cultivation resources. You help me see if I can get it. Lin Chuan spread out the list and put it in front of Zhu Jingji. The latter glanced at it and instantly darkened his face. You kid, rushing to empty the treasury? The materials on the list, even he, the Demon Beheading Division Minister, could not recognize all of them, and the ones he could recognize were extremely expensive. It's not too much to say that it's worth its weight in gold. The things on the list were some of the materials needed to revive Tushan Jiajiao's soul. Lin Chuan said seriously, the wish of the late generation is not to empty the national treasury, but to first strengthen themselves before returning to the Demon Beheading Division and to the Sacred Emperor. No way, Zhu Zhengji vetoed. Even if this official is willing to give you these things, Emperor Yan will not agree. Lin Chuan blinked. Why don't you present a Zheng Biao up to the Minister of Justice? Maybe Emperor Yan will agree? Zhu Zhengji said. Your talent is certainly good, but without the contribution of merit and honor, and without a high official position, how would Emperor Yan agree? You try it first, Lin Chuan advised. Maybe Emperor Yan thinks that I'm a viable talent and is willing to devote his efforts to cultivating the younger generation? Zhu Yangji? You kid, must have a background. I felt something was wrong last time. You're not the bastard son of Emperor Yan, are you? Chapter 60 Lord Demon Chopper. What are you doing? Under Lin Xuan's frantic tugging and pulling, Xikong Zhu Jingji finally agreed to the request. Having achieved his goal, Lin Xuan left satisfied. As for the mission of the Demon Beheading Division, it was nothing more than a trivial matter to him. Finish your mission early and go home to bed. In order to avoid falling into a long dream cycle, Lin Xuan didn't sleep during the 7 days of traveling from moving from Yushui County to Yen capital. In the case of Tunkong realm cultivators, not sleeping for 7 days was not a big deal. After Lin Xuan left the Demon Beheading Division, he went straight to the location of the mission in the dossier. On the way, he couldn't help but remember what happened in the Buddha Sun's pure world, dream reincarnation, where his reincarnation body pure dust was the Buddha Sun who carried the endless sins of his previous life. When he was in the dream, Lin Xuan did not feel anything odd, come to reality but not without deep thought. Having carried so many sins, shouldn't they go to hell to atone for their sins according to Buddhist theory? Why was he reincarnated as a highly gifted Buddhist son? Also, this world of the Buddha Sun's pure world, reincarnation is too special, and mortals are surprisingly higher in status than cultivators when they are blessed with qi. This is something that hardly ever happens in other cultivation worlds. It is a common phenomenon in the Buddha Sun's pure world, cycle of rebirth. What the Buddhists say about karma and virtue, what the Taoists say about fortune and luck, and so on, are all illusory. What's the connection? In contemplation, Lin Xuan arrived at the mission site early the next morning. It was a small town called Peaceful Town. After some investigation, Lin Xuan understood the specific facts. In recent days, the town of Peace has lost a total of 3 infants, none older than a week. Those who work in the shadows are like ghosts, and they are not to be guarded against. According to the description of local officials and soldiers, as long as the perpetrators are given a little gap, they will take advantage of the situation and steal the babies. The other side won't show up if they're dead set on it, but there is always negligence. As the saying goes, not afraid of thieves to steal, for fear of thieves think. This matter has caused panic. Many people have been on the verge of collapse. This situation is somewhat similar to the situation when the wall-hidden demon stole the treasure. Lin Xuan recalled the first small demon wall-hidden he encountered. To cultivators, the wall-hidden demon belonged to a very weak demon, but it was just the pulse-opening realm. But to ordinary people, it was an irresistible disaster. His uncle Wrecker, as the head of the Lin clan's merchant firm's guards, one of the most powerful martial artists in Yushui County, was killed without even the slightest ability to fight back when he faced the wall-hidden demon. So the matter of stealing a child seemed bizarre, but Lin Xuan had no fear. A truly powerful demonic practitioner doesn't just steal a few babies. The only question is how to find the perpetrators? Wall-hidden demons had low intelligence and acted solely on their nature, so it was easy to lure them out, which was not necessarily the case for demon cultivators. While his opponent had time to spend, Lin Xuan didn't have much time to spend. According to the dossier, the Demon Beheading Division had sent a 4-strike demon beheading envoy to investigate. But the result was nothing, and as soon as the demon beheading envoy left, the demonic cultivators began to continue to rebel again. After carefully analyzing the dossier, Lin Xuan found a suspicion. The demonic cultivators hidden in the shadows seem to know the officials extremely well, and have a clear grasp of the actions of the townspeople. Otherwise it doesn't leave no trace. That demonic cultivator is most likely lurking in the homes of normal people in the town and has some say in the town. In this way, the target range can be greatly reduced. In the town of Pingyang, the most prestigious person is a squire by the name of Su Dayo, whom the townspeople honor as Uncle Su. It was from Su Dayo that Lin Xuan learned about the specific information about the rebels. People can hide, souls can't. Lin Xuan wasn't going to waste too much time on this matter and decided to borrow Tushan Jiajiao's power to capture the demonic cultivator and go back to deliver his orders earlier. If it wasn't for the fact that he was asking Yeshur Gong to help collect the materials to revive Tushan Jiajiao, he wouldn't even have made this trip. Late at night, Lin Xuan once again came to Su Dayo's house. Su Dayo greeted him with fear and trepidation. "Sir, may I ask where you plan to land tonight? I can make arrangements for you. Stay at your mansion tonight." Lin Xuan sat in the main seat, not smiling. "Go, call all those who know about the case over. Not a single one should be left out." "Yes, my lord." Su Dayo lowered his eyebrows and arched his hand, retreating. It didn't take long for people to enter the hall one after another, taking up most of the large room. Those who can stand here are basically those who have some power in the town, either big merchants, or big sons, or leaders of the local gangs. In addition, there are the families of the victims of this incident. Lin Xuan looked at the crowd of people with lowered eyebrows. and with a movement of his mind, he borrowed the power of the nine-tailed fox's soul, and his pupils transformed into ghostly flames. The nine-tailed fox clan possessed the art of reading minds, and their perception of emotional fluctuations was extremely keen. In his perception, there was a woman in the crowd whose mood swings were extremely violent, far more so than the others present. This woman was the first victim of Peacetown. Basically, all the people who come to the investigation have to get their information from this woman, and they can easily be misled by it. Lin Chuan was thoughtful. Combined with the situation in the other towns, if the perpetrators of the rebellion were the same person, then the demonic cultivator should have been able to achieve his goal by controlling the victims with secret techniques and confusing the public. That's quite a pick. After the victim loses her child, she's on the verge of emotional collapse. Her mental state will become trance-like, and it's easier for the demonic cultivator to control. By picking such a target, the control is also not easily detected by outsiders. If it wasn't for Lin Chuan's ability to see into the soul, he wouldn't have associated it with this at all. The demonic cultivator behind the scenes won't be too strong and should be hiding nearby, perhaps in the victim's home. With that in mind, Lin Chuan waved his hand and, all disperse. Su Dayo, you and I will make a trip to the homes of a few of the victims and take another look to see if there are any traces left behind by the demons. He didn't move and didn't hit the ground running. The demonic cultivator has committed many rebellions and all of them have been successful, so he definitely won't break his tail and run away at such a time. In order to dispel his opponent's suspicions, Lin Chuan first went to the victim's house closer to Su Dayo's residence and pretended to explore it, then come to the home of the victim who was controlled by the demonic cultivator to do the investigation. Yu Lian, hard work. Su Dayo calmed the victim. Don't worry, with Lord Demon beheading envoy here, he will definitely be able to help you find the real culprit. Thank you, my lord. The widow Yulian bent her head to thank her, and covered her face with a burst of weeping. Lin Chuan stood with his arms folded. Su Dayo, you go out first. This official has something to say to Yulian alone. Yes, my lord. Although Su Dayo was puzzled, he did not dare to ask more questions and respectfully retreated, just exited and closed the door. Then the heart-rending screams of the widow Yulian came from inside the house. Su Dayo's heart skipped a beat. What is Lord Demon Chopper doing? Chapter 61, Fortunate Fate and Sinful Merit. Inside the house, Lin Chuan placed one hand against the victim's Yulian's brow. The 9 snow-white foxtails behind him swayed, and his soul power locked down the entire room. Jade Lotus's features quickly became hideous, and a black gas sprang out of its body and vanished into the distance. If it was an ordinary cultivator, it would be difficult to capture this black gas, but in Lin Chuan's eyes, it had nothing to hide. Lin Chuan did not suppress the black chi and followed it straight after the devil cultivator's body. Just as he expected, the location of the devil cultivator's main body was very close to Yulian's house, and it was actually hiding in an abandoned dry well. It's the demon chopper division again. Why are you spoiling my fun? The demonic cultivator let out a hysterical roar. Lin Chuan looked towards the demonic cultivator. The other party was still holding a baby in his arms, wrapped in thick cloth, revealing a face that looked extremely bizarre. The baby had no eyes, and its empty sockets resembled the mouth of a bottomless black hole. Ghost babies. Lin Chuan, in his Forbidden Love, Reincarnation, was also born as a ghost baby, born with a soul and a spirit missing. The baby in front of him seemed to be in a much worse condition, no longer breathing life, hanging on to the remnants of his soul by a mouthful of resentful obsession. No talking about my children. The demonic cultivator let out a mournful roar. It's all you. It's all of you who caused my child to be like this. Damned. You deserve to die. Lin Chuan's phrase ghost baby completely enraged the demonic cultivator, and the other party held the child in one hand while killing with a whip in the other. Lin Chuan didn't reply to the words of the demonic cultivator. The Cloud Heart Divine Sword was sheathed, and the sword technique that didn't belong to the Tenkong realm at all was performed by him with a pure perfection. In just a dozen rounds, the demon cultivator of the Deliverance realm was suppressed. Buzz, accompanied by a sword roar, the Cloud Heart Sword exploded out, piercing through the demonic cultivator's left shoulder and pinning him to the stone wall within the withered well. The other party was still trying to struggle, but Lin Chuan's finger had already landed on top of the ghost baby's brow. Move again and I'll kill him. As Lin Chuan's cold voice rippled out, the demonic cultivator didn't dare to move anymore. Threatening the ghost baby's life worked. Although the ghost baby had died long ago, with only a mouthful of resentment hanging on to the remnants of his soul, the child was still alive in the eyes of the mother. Don't kill my son, the demonic cultivator begged bitterly. Lin Chuan struck out, sealing the demonic cultivator's spiritual energy, tying his hands and feet, and snatching the ghost baby from his arms. As for what was behind the demonic cultivator's rebellion, he wasn't going to ask. Mostly, the children of the devil cultivators had suffered some kind of injustice or suffering, so much so that the other party had gone to extremes. There may be a bigger push behind the scenes. If you want your son to live, follow me honestly. The matter of investigative reasoning. The Demon Beheading Division would naturally arrange for other people to be in charge of it, and Lin Chuan didn't want to spend his time on it. The following night, Lin Chuan brought the demonic cultivator and the ghost baby back to the Yendu Demon Beheading Division, handing the people over to Zhu Jingji, the Duke of the division, in person. The mission was accomplished much faster than I expected, and captured alive. Not bad, not bad. Zhu Jingji highly praised Lin Chuan. Did you ask the reason for the demonic cultivator's rebellion? No. Lin Chuan shook his head. I'm only responsible for arresting people. Zhu Jingji was surprised. Unusual demon decapitator captured a demon in rebellion. Surely is the first interrogation again. If asked, a major clue is also considered to be a credit. He hadn't met anyone who could hold back from asking. He could only understand that this kid had a strong background and didn't care about small credits. The task has been completed. If Lord C has no other orders, Senior will go back to sleep first. Lin Chuan yawned. Zhu Jingji's face darkened. You kid, sleep is the biggest thing in the world? Lin Chuan said in a serious manner. The late generation is really not interested in the stories behind the demonic cultivators, and my sister said that at my innocent age, I should try to minimize my exposure to the perils of the world. Simple? The corners of Zhu Jingji's mouth twitched. Saying that you're old and cunning is a compliment. From Lin Chuan's body, he couldn't see a bit of world-weary innocence. Even though Lin Chuan wasn't very old, he did things with sophistication and a calm style that was not at all what a teenage boy should be. All right, off you go. Zhu Jingji waved his hand. He had asked Lin Chuan to do this task, which in itself was to verify Lin Chuan's level of doing things. The cultivation world is chaotic and complicated. Talent alone will not do. Doing things is a kind of cultivation. From this incident, it can be seen that Lin Chuan, this kid, will really enter the world to cultivate in the future, and he will be the only one to pit others. This kid, he's got a black heart. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The late generation will leave. Lin Chuan arched his hand, turned to leave, and when he reached the door, he turned back. By the way, Lord C, for those things that the late generation wants, please pay more attention to them. Roll on, roll the calf. Lord C laughed in exasperation. If you don't leave, this official can't help but hit someone. Thank you again, Mr. Secretary. Lin Chuan bowed his hand again and left numbly. Back home, Lin Chuan first let the cook simply make dozens of dishes, and the maid, Green Bud, had a full meal and washed up before coming to the bedroom. Not yet sleepy, he lay down on his bed and began to think. The concept of a demonic cultivator had always existed, both in the small world in the dream reincarnation and in the real world of the 9 phases realm. The difference is that in the Buddha's son's pure world, rebirth, the sins of the demonic practitioners are equal to the merits cultivated by the monks of the 3 religions. Other worlds are not. In the 9 phases realm, it was still possible to reach the top with the posture of the devil's way. The heavenly Tao will never punish demonic cultivators for this reason, and at most, there are some righteous cultivators who care about the people and take it as their duty to cut down the demons and get rid of the devils. The two are opposed to each other and have absolutely nothing to do with the heavenly way. The Buddha's son purifies the world, in the cycle of rebirth. Monks of all 3 religions rely on meritorious cultivation, with particular emphasis on the Buddhist disciplines. Outside of the Tianshui imperial dynasty sheltered by the lotus of the pure world, it was rampant with demons. This pattern further confirms the special nature of the Buddha's son's pure world, reincarnation world. With many thoughts in his mind, Lin Chuan entered into sleep and once again came to the Buddha's son's pure world, dream reincarnation, holding a Zen staff and wearing a robe. You took one step across the border of the Tianshui imperial dynasty and stepped into the world of demonic scourge. Your goal is the pure lotus of the western world of the other side. Outside the Tianshui imperial dynasty, there are still many humans living, but without the shelter of the lotus of purity, they can easily become rations for the demon race. It wasn't long after rushing, you ran into a black bear demon. The black bear demon's target was none other than the relic that your master, the monk Fa Tian, had transformed into, and when you noticed it, you punched the black bear demon to death, physically overtaking it in place. 3 days later, you met another monkey demon. Who said the mountains were too boring and wanted to go with you to the western world on the other side? You said, Demon Monkey, not afraid that poor monk will overtake you on the way? The monkey demon said, I've heard stories about you. You're not an ordinary monk. You don't kill good demons. You ask, where did you hear about this? The monkey demon said, from the two snake spirits. You thought to yourself, this monkey is quite innocent, so you agreed to his request to join the team, just so he could carry your burden for you. Monkey Devil Debut. Chapter 62 Goodbye in Reincarnation. One of the 99 lives. After collecting the monkeys, your journey to the west is much more lively. The monkeys are chattering around you. So it turns out that all those things you did in the Tianshui dynasty are known to all the demons in the neighborhood. Every now and then along the next journey, there were demons who wanted to join your team, all of which you refused. There are also ill-advised demons that come after you. When you are in a good mood, you will tell them about the Mahayana Dharma that you have realized. When you're in a bad mood, and you know a little bit about punching and kicking, you'll physically overpower these demons in place. After word of the deed spread, the demons gave you the name Master Fa. Dharma represents your high level of Buddhism, and Master represents status, because demons always like to call themselves grandfather to show off their status. The name Master Fa represents your status in the neighborhood demon community. The lawgiver's reputation has made the demons harassing you a lot less, but as you get farther and farther away from the Tianshui dynasty, the demons are getting stronger and stronger, and you're still suffering from many obstacles. In this territory, you can't nearly feel the breath of the lotus of the pure world anymore. Not far ahead, a large river blocks your way. The great river has no boundaries. The water is turbulent. The fog is thick above the river. And the demonic aura on the other side of the river is far superior to the side you're on. Monkey said, Master Fa. Further past is the 10,000 Demons Road. This road stretches for 10 million miles. The road of the great demon is more powerful than one. You can take it easy. Don't be so crazy. You folded your hands and responded. Good. After you finish, you fly above the great river. Demon, I've long seen you hiding among them, trying to ambush the poor monk. Then the poor monk can only send you to the Buddha first. Dewei Tianlong, to the shocked eyes of the monkeys, you killed the demon king of the great river alive. Monkey, follow me. You remind a shivering monkey. Monkey silently mourns at the beaten to death great river demon king. You say it's not good to mess with anyone. Why do you dare to mess with Master Fa? As the saying goes, once the master of the law has transcended the world, there is no more way to come back to life in the past. You and the monkey came to the other side of the big river. As you continue on, passing through a village, you pick up a wounded magpie and heal it. The magpie is also a demon, but its Taoism is so weak that it cannot be transformed into a human being. The monkey said, Master Fa, you have killed so many demons. Why are you so kind to a magpie? You said, didn't the poor monk also not kill you? A shrewd monkey? The monkey immediately shut his mouth. It wasn't long before you encountered another demon that blocked the way. This one was very powerful and you fought bitterly with the other. In the end, the other party escaped. After this matter, you decided to teach the monkey some spells and aptitudes, and the monkey can help you at critical moments. Surprisingly, the monkey is very enlightened and has learned several powerful magical skills, as well as the 72 transformations of the arts. One day, you were again teaching the monkeys about the Buddha's magical powers, and the voice of a young girl, clear and childlike, rang in your ears. His Holiness, His Holiness. You turn your head and see that the magpie has even taken shape and become a 15 or 16-year-old flower girl. Watching the magpie take shape, you froze for a moment, always feeling déjà vu. Equally surprised was Lin Chuan's subconscious. The magpie girl's appearance is not exactly the same as her own maid. Green Bud. The Eye of Reincarnation showed that Green Sprout had been her own maid for the previous 99 lifetimes. Could it be that this counted as one of those lifetimes? Thank you, Master Fa, for passing on my cultivation method and allowing me to take shape. Magpies dance around happily. You say, now that you have taken form and have sufficient spiritual intelligence and the ability to defend yourself, go away and do not follow me any longer. Magpie is unwilling to leave. You can't be a demon and be ungrateful. Master Fa, you passed on my cultivation method. I have to follow Master Fa and serve him. You say, follow me and I'll die. The young girl proudly puffed out her small chest. I'm not afraid. You smiled and said no more. The young girl added, by the way, Master Fa, my name is Green Bud. You ask in passing, who named you? Green Sprout says, my master, long ago, was a scholar, and he looked a lot like you. You ask, then why did you leave your master? Green Sprout said, He was immortal and died long ago. I accompanied him from the time he croaked until I closed my eyes and went into the coffin. But unfortunately I couldn't speak at that time. I was just an ordinary magpie. Monkey laughs. Magpie demon, you are talking nonsense. How can you remember things when you have not opened your spirit? Green buds beamed. Then maybe it's from a past life. Anyway, I just remembered. Didn't the Buddhist sect always say that heaven and earth have reincarnation and reincarnation? Monkey retorts. What happened before reincarnation? That's even less likely to be remembered. Remember. Just remember. Green Sprout crossed her arms and said indignantly, I still remember what the master said when he gave the name. He said that magpies stand on the branches and green sprouts see new life. Green Sprout glares angrily at the monkey. Maybe Master Fa and I met hundreds of years ago and Master Fa just forgot. Monkey bristles. Master Fa is so powerful that he was a true immortal in his previous life. With immense merits and virtues, how could he be immortal? Green Bud hummed. You don't want to believe it because you're afraid that Master Fa will really meet me first and have your position taken by me. In the face of two little demons chattering away, you just feel funny. Before leaving the Tianshui Imperial Dynasty, you never thought that you would take in these two little demons. It seems that fate is not a given. With another little demon, the rest of the way is much more lively. Monkeys and magpies argue from time to time about who is your most faithful follower. Whenever the magpie can't compete, she trots out the theory that she served you in a previous life. Time flies. In the twinkling of an eye it will be 3 years later, and you have taken the monkey and the magpie with you on your journey to the west for 3 years. After following your studies for 3 years, Monkey's strength has grown by leaps and bounds, and he is already a great demon king capable of holding his own. In comparison, magpies are clumsy, stumbling around for half their lives, having to be nudged by you before they can take form, and have no talent in the Avatar Tao. The magpie's only talent is to avoid evil, but in front of your powerful karmic sensing ability, this talent is just something dispensable. But magpies have hard mouths. Even in the face of a monkey that has grown into a great demon king, she is still able to gabble a long speech and fight with the monkey. Monkey beats and kills the demons that block the way without mercy, but treats magpies but never moves, only his mouth and not his hands. In the midst of such day-to-day hobnobbing, you arrived in a land of women only, whose name is the Land of Daughters. Magpie, Clueless Demon. Chapter 63, The World, a Giant Cage. The Daughter Country is a special and magical country on the road of 10,000 demons. Women in the Daughter's Kingdom do not need to be united with men in order to bear children naturally born, but only a woman. At first, the people of the Daughter's Kingdom took it as a curse, and over time, they became accustomed to it. The lawgiver is coming. The master of the law is coming. From a distance, you hear the warbling shouts from above the walls. Excitement revealing anticipation. Master Fa's reputation has long resounded through the 10,000 demon road, and the Daughter Kingdom is naturally no exception. You have a grand invitation from the king of the Daughter Kingdom. The queen has asked you to stay in the country longer. She wants to treat you well. You're a little curious. On the 10,000 demons road where there are countless great demons, why does the Daughter Country exist as a special place? The Daughter Country doesn't even have a single practitioner, yet it has never been infested by demons. Is it hard to believe that there is also a lotus of purification sheltering here? It has long been recorded in ancient texts that the lotus of purity can only exist one at a time, and that the new lotus will only bloom after the old one has withered. You inferred that it was not a divine object such as the lotus of the pure world or something like that that sheltered the Daughter Kingdom, but a certain extremely powerful demon king. It's a good thing the queen doesn't mean you any harm, and you're too lazy to dig deeper. 3 days in the Land of Daughters. The queen came to you every night, changing her mind to spend the night with you, but you were not close to women at all and refused her. At the time of departure, the queen said, Master Fa, when you return from picking the lotus of purity, will you take me with you? You have no answer and no reason to take her. After you leave, the more you think about it, the more you realize that the Daughter's Kingdom is weird and makes too much sense. Bastardly, you're too lazy to analyze it. Having traveled through this stop in the Daughter Country means that you are very close to the other side of the world in the western region, and with at most 1 more year's journey, you will be able to reach the other side of the world. Now your strength has reached a whole new level. You are confident that no demon on the 10,000 demons road is your opponent, including those hefty great demon kings. But soon, your confidence suffers a blow. You ran into a demon who was covered in magic treasures and fought you to the bitter end. In the end, it was the monkey's bloodline that returned to its roots and erupted into a powerful force, and it was only through the combined efforts of you all that you were able to repel him. You ask, what is the root of that demon? Monkey shakes his head. There has never been a demon king recorded on the road of 10,000 demons that is this powerful. Every once in a while, the Eastern land sends people to the Western world on the other side to pick the lotus of purity. They have traveled this road so many times that they have recorded all the demons in a booklet. Demon cultivation is different from human. There's no reason for a demon so powerful to come out all of a sudden that even you can't handle it. You realize things are unusual. It didn't take long for that demon to find you again. And the monkey is wounded. So if you can't beat him again, you'll be in trouble today. In desperation, you took out the sherbet that the master had gifted to you. Originally you didn't want to utilize the power of the Sherpa. The only person you are close to in this world is your master. Using a Sherpa is like pushing the master away with your own hands. It will take him farther and farther away from you. Sherry, give it to me. Seeing the sherry, the incoming demon king was as if he was having a seizure. His eyes were red, and he transformed into his original body. A jade shining lion. Can you live with it? As you activate the power of the relics, behind you, a gigantic Dharma image manifests, with 1,000 hands and 1,000 faces. It is precisely the last move your master taught you. 1,000-handed floating slaughter. The 1,000-handed pontoon used in your hands is even more powerful than what your master used back then. Countless pairs of large hands slapping out and suppressing the incoming demon king in a matter of moments. The magic weapons on his body were all beaten to the point that their luster was dulled. And one by one they fell off. And in the end, when there was only one life left to be taken, he actually wanted to return his soul to vanish into the sky. In this world, you've heard of cultivation to become an immortal and transmigration to become a Buddha, but you haven't seen a demon ascending as well. At this moment, the power of ascension falls on the demonic soul. No matter how much you try to stop it, you can only watch the demon souls fly up into the sky, along with those magic weapons that have lost their luster and are nowhere to be seen. This is the moment you realize that maybe the world is a giant cage. The fight inside the cage is no more than a good show to the spectators outside the cage. Actually, you realized that a long time ago. It's only at this moment, with the facts in front of you, that you believe it. You think there should be many more cultivators who realize it, but they choose to obey, such as the many high priests of the Tianshui imperial dynasty. And you, too, don't know how to break the cage. So what if I realize it? Unable to break the cage, one would have to live under the rules of the cage, just like the beings who do not realize it all. This aptly explains why the daughter country can exist on the road of 10,000 demons. They will be able to remain in existence as long as the rulemaker wants them to be in existence and play the role she is meant to play. Fate seems set. You have no choice but to continue onward to the other side of the world to find the new lotus of purification. The rest of the way is clear. A year later, you came to the Western world on the other side. The other side of the world is just a name. Not a real world, because it is full of the other side of the flowers, beautiful, and out of place in this world, so that it gets this name. Outside of the demonic Tianshui dynasty, it really is like another world. In the endless sea of flowers on the other shore, the lotus of purification grows there. It is not so easy to walk through the sea of flowers on the other side of the river. It tests the willpower of one's mind. Those who are not strong-willed enough will be lost in the sea of flowers on the other side, eventually transformed into skeletal generals guarding the flowers. Your Holiness, do you really want to go in? Magpie stood by the sea of flowers, foreseeing a strong danger. She could see that under the sea of flowers on the other side of the shore were endless dead bones. Master Fa, why don't we go back? The Tianshui dynasty is not treating you well, so why should we care about their lives? Monkey has been holding his tongue all the way, and has finally spoken his innermost thoughts. Yes, we can live just as well without the lotus of purity. What do we need the lotus of purity for? Magpie nodded repeatedly. For the first time in a long time, she agreed with the monkey. You shake your head and laugh. Not for the world, but for myself, for my master. Do you want to see if you were really a great evil in your past life or not? Why did master sit down so soon after saving you? How much sin do you carry in your body? You two go away and don't wait for me anymore. You wave your hand and tell the monkey and magpie to leave. After saying that, he took a step into the sea of flowers on the other side of the river. Chapter 60 for the pure world begins. The price is 5,000 years. Stepping into the sea of flowers on the other side, you are soon drowned in it. Your gaze fades into a trance. Your life is like a traveling light, constantly going backwards, and a scene from the past is reflected in your mind. Step into the sea of flowers. Peep into the cage. Daughter King, invincible all the way. Magpies in disguise, being honored by the master of the law. Meeting monkeys, Tianshui national boundary. The master is seated. Your memory rewinds on the fly, finally stopping at the moment you croak. At this moment, the whole world is collapsing, and with you at the center, the world is changing and reorganizing at a rapid pace. Brand new memories crammed into your head. Boom! The world explodes, realizing that your hands and feet are all tied up. You open your eyes and there are 18 golden Buddhas looking ahead of you. The world says the golden Buddha is solemn and precious, but at the moment it is so bizarre in your eyes. The golden Buddhas seem to be performing some secret method to refine you, and black chi keeps pouring out of you, falling on them and turning into golden merit. They don't seem to notice that you've woken up. They just greedily draw on the sins in your body one after another, converting them into merits. As to why you are burdened with endless sins, there is also an answer at this moment. Because you killed nearly a whole world of people. Another of your memories is that you were born by your parents and dumped in a cave like garbage, surrounded by all babies just like you. The mysterious man in black has raised you babies like livestock in an extremely simple and brutal way, until your wisdom begins to open. After that, there will be no one to feed you, and you and those children will be food for each other. There is nothing in the bleak world but blood and carnage. Days like that passed for I don't know how long, until you were the only one left in the dark world. The man in black has reappeared and he is taking you to a larger world. What awaits you here is still endless killing. Until you have killed everyone here, no one will appear again to take you into the wider world. You run into people who are getting better and better. They, like you, are people who have come from endless cold-blooded killing. You don't have any feelings in your world. Only survival. It's already an instinct. And you don't trust anyone. In a world like this, you kill your way up. You don't know how many people you've killed. And it's not just people. As long as a living being is in your line of sight, he's dead. You're also strong to an unimaginable degree. Finally, you meet a group of people you've never seen before, scantily clad and out of place in the dark world. They call themselves composters. And you, a captive parasite. They say, now you are qualified to come into the new world and choose to serve one of us. You chose one of them. Then you killed your chosen ones. And everyone you met. A brighter world can't illuminate your heart that has long been covered with blood scabs. You lie in darkness and end yourself in darkness. Memory rotates again. You are born in the Tianshui dynasty. Your parents are killed. You go down the mountain to take revenge. Your master sits down. The Tianshui border. You meet monkeys. Until you come to the other side of the world and walk into the sea of flowers. The image that never fades from your mind is the 18 golden Buddhas that are constantly drawing the power of sin from you and then transforming it into merit. So that's it. So this is me? At this moment, how can you not understand? From the beginning to the end, you are a tool to be used. The golden Buddhas allow sins to converge on you, and then allow you to be reincarnated and purified, and transformed into merits to be returned to his body. Even this world exists only to turn you into merit. Or rather, it's turning people like you into merit. And after you're gone, there will be new beings who will come here with their sins on their backs and become tools for the golden Buddhas to gain merit. It's just that the golden Buddhas didn't think that you would awaken and sense what they were doing. When you open your eyes again, you have two images in your head. The first image is the center of the sea of flowers on the other side of the shore, where a white lotus blooms, releasing a power that causes the punishment of evil to retreat. The second image shows the 18 golden Buddhas constantly drawing on the karma in you to turn it into merit. The former is in sight, the latter in mind. You think that since your mind and eyes can see this, you will be able to decipher it. In this world where the golden Buddha has only his hand in the sky, what any living being does seems to be a tool for them to obtain the power of merit. But you know, they don't have full control of the world. Otherwise there would be no awakening of your memories. According to the trajectory set by the golden Buddha, next you will get the lotus of the pure world and return to the eastern land, so that the people of the Tianshui imperial dynasty will be sheltered again. In this way, the sins in your body will be transformed into a great deal of merit, which will be absorbed by the golden Buddhas. They raise the parasites first and then kill them, enjoying the world's reverence and offerings as saviors the entire time. But this time, you're going to make Buddha fall off the pedestal. You stand in the sea of flowers on the other side of the shore and no longer move forward. You want the white lotus of the pure world to wither and the Tianshui dynasty to fall into chaos. You introduced the monkeys, who were still waiting outside the sea of flowers, into the sea of flowers. You told the monkey about the conspiracy of this world by divine voice transmission, and told him not to show any abnormality. The monkey chose to believe you. The monkey said, "You are the most respected Dharma master of monkey me and my master, and I am willing to give all I have for the Dharma master's plan. You can only trust monkeys too. You can't break the world cage alone." Sure enough, after you lost control, a Buddhist powerhouse soul traveled outside of the heavens here, requesting that the monkey take the lotus of purity and return it to the Tianshui imperial dynasty. If this plan comes to fruition, you will take the credit for it, and it will still purify the sins in you. If you want to crack this, it all depends on the monkey's guts, and the easiest way is for the monkey to completely destroy the lotus of purification. You can't tell if the monkey will listen to you, and if he betrays you, your plans will go down the drain. The monkey left holding the lotus of purification. It's been 3 years since I've been there. You waited silently for 3 years in the sea of flowers, until one day you felt a change in the world, and the rules of heaven and earth became more balanced at a certain moment. You know it was the monkeys that destroyed the lotus of purification. And what will be the result that awaits the monkey? The magpie told you. She said, the monkey is crushed under a mountain of Buddha and will be suppressed for 5,000 years. This is the price the monkey pays, and the beginning of the true purification of the world. Chapter 65 Breaking the Rules. Reorganizing the order. Having lost the shelter of the lotus of the pure world, the Tianshui imperial dynasty is in complete chaos. To the demons, the mortals of the Tianshui imperial dynasty were the most wonderful food, and countless great demons flocked to that land. Cultivators of the 3 religions, led by the Buddhist sect, have gone out to subdue demons and eliminate devils. You are still lurking in the sea of flowers on the other side. It was not until the scourge of the demons became more and more serious that you determined that the golden Buddha in heaven could not fully control earthly affairs. This world has its own rules, so you walked out of the sea of flowers on the other side. On the first day you walked out, a Buddhist monk found you and asked you to return to the Stillwater Temple to serve as the presiding officer and subdue the demons. The last abbot, your originator, Monk Yuan Hai, has already died in battle during the demon scourge. The cultivators of the Tianshui imperial dynasty are generally not very strong, and they rely on the true Buddha to bestow power in order to be able to compete with the many demon kings. You're different. You're strong from punching your way through the 10,000 demons road. As long as you rise to the top, you will be able to order the world's cultivators to quell this demonic chaos. But you refused the monk's request and beat him to death on the spot. The news about you coming out of the sea of flowers on the other side of the shore spread quickly throughout the world. The magpie maiden Green Sprout still follows you, and she says, Master Fa, with your reputation nowadays, both men and demons will have to be wary of detouring around the road when they see you. You glanced at Magpie. Years have passed and her cultivation still hasn't grown a bit. It's really not cultivation material. If the magpie can take shape, it is most likely that it has mistakenly eaten some heavenly material and has been enlightened by you. So it is quite lucky. Come on, let's go see the monkeys. You took the magpies and left the Western world on the other side. In the underworld, you felt the prying eyes from the golden Buddhas, and you changed from a Buddhist son to a demonic monk, and created many more killings. The sins in you have deepened again, and the golden Buddhas in heaven can no longer draw merit from you. You have also finally been able to ascertain that the golden Buddha in the sky may not directly intervene in the affairs of the world, which is an excellent news for you. This made Lin Xuan think of another dream reincarnation, Shitsi Jianghu. And the two worlds were quite similar. The Shitsi Jianghu round focuses on qi, while the Buddha's son's pure world round focuses on merit. Vaguely, Lin Xuan guessed something. With a pair of fists that pierced the path of 10,000 demons, you have the confidence to be invincible, as long as it's not an enemy from the sky. You start walking back from the end of the 10,000 demons road. Compared to when you came, the way back is unobstructed, and not a single demon dares to stop you, nor does a human being. Your position is ambiguous. Both the human and demon clans want you to join their camp. You come from the human race, but the beings in the world closest to you are two demons, a monkey demon and a magpie. No living being can guess your thoughts. Actually, what you want to do is very simple. You want to restore the integrity of the rules of heaven and earth and get out of this cage. To do this, the first place to go is to inhibit the Buddhists. When the world no longer has faith in Buddhism, and there is no more incense to offer, the influence of Buddhism on the world will become less and less. The endless scourge of demons will eventually create this situation. After a long journey, you return to the Tianshui dynasty, to the place where the monkey was suppressed. Your Holiness, you're finally back. The monkey was crushed under a huge mountain of Buddha, with only a head sticking out, his hair so disheveled that blades of grass could have crushed him. He no longer has the grace of the great demon king of old, and has lost the glory of the mixed demon monkey of old. But you don't see a hint of regret on his face. When he saw you, the monkey's eyes were still bright, and he said, Master Fa, the time that belongs to us has come, and the lotus of purification, Monkey has advised you many times to give up the lotus of the pure world and be a free man. So when you spoke to Monkey about destroying the lotus of the pure world, he was even more excited than you were and firmly carried out your plan. Your Holiness, get me out of here. If the monkeys were really suppressed under a big mountain for 5,000 years, they would probably go crazy. You reach out and touch the mountain. In a flash, a dense charm manifests and bounces your hand away. You can't help but frown. Monkey, I'm afraid I can't save you for a while. The Buddha mountain carries the power of the Buddha sect's endless merits and virtues, so you can't even unlock it with your own strength. You also felt an extremely special formation underneath the Buddha mountain. After your deduction, you discovered the mystery of the formation, which actually hides a broken pure world lotus. The people of the Buddhist sect want to transform the monkeys and the tattered lotus of the pure world into one through a formation, so as to achieve the effect of re-sheltering the eastern land. This would explain why the Buddhist sect went to great lengths to create this Buddha mountain. If the Buddha's purpose is accomplished, all your and the monkey's efforts will be in vain. You told the monkey the truth. After a brief moment of silence, the monkey looks at you, his eyes revealing a different kind of wisdom. Master Fa, I have a solution for this. You freeze. What way? Shoot me. Monkey's method is plain and simple. As long as the Dharma master beats me to death, the lotus of the pure world will not be able to draw sustenance, and the Buddhist sect's plan will be useless. You shake your head and laugh. Not yet. There's one more way to crack it. The power of sin can transform merit and also break it. You come to the top of Buddha mountain. Take out the relics that your master, Monk Fa Tian, has transformed into, and let the magpies make a message known to the world. Those who go to the top of the Buddha mountain will receive the relics and the supreme Dharma, which I have taught myself. This news caused an uproar in the cultivation world. Neither the human cultivators nor the demons could endure such a temptation, and a bloody battle began. Blood stains Foshan red. Your purpose is obvious, but people die for money and birds die for food, and no one cares what your plan is or what effect it will have on the Buddhist sect. They just want what's theirs. Your plan also doesn't target any living beings in this world, and is purely and simply intended to make this world chaotic. Let the rules be confused. Let order be reorganized. The blood polluted the lotus of purity, and it also allowed Monkey, the demon king of the mixed world, to draw on the endless aura of killing. Everything is going as you expected. To your surprise, the tattered pure world lotus has once again grown and evolved, and has even transformed into a blood lotus flower. You call it the pure blood lotus. The effect of the pure blood lotus is that it grants you power when you sacrifice blood to it. This is diametrically opposed to the white lotus of the pure world in the first place. The appearance of the pure world blood lotus has also caused this world to become more and more crazy, with countless living beings acting as if they were insane. Chapter 66, Familiar Figure, End of Another Dream. Under the sacrifice of the world's blood, the pure world blood lotus grows bigger and bigger, and the range of the blood lotus power radiates wider and wider. Whether it's the eastern land, the 10,000 demons road, or the other side of the western region, they are all enveloped by the power of the blood lotus. It's hard to have sane beings under the madness of the world, because normal beings are dead. Even mortals have begun to slaughter each other and offer sacrifices to the blood lotus as a way to gain power. And their obsession with power is even greater than that of the cultivators who have long since set foot on the path of cultivation. There are no longer any living beings in this world who believe in Buddhism. The only thing that living beings believe in is the pure blood lotus that gives them power. In this crazy world, you still stand on top of the living, sitting back and watching the clouds roll in. Occasionally, when an ungrateful cultivator comes to challenge you, you will make a slight move to remind him of the time when he was once dominated by the lawgiver. The killing went on for many years. There are fewer and fewer living beings in the world, and those that survive have all become bloodthirsty and insane monsters. Until one day, the monkey also went crazy, left you and joined in the killing. Besides you, the only other person in the world who was awake is the magpie maiden, Greenbrier. She has been following you around, and was sheltered by you in order to escape. You ask Green Shoots, don't you want to be strong? Aren't you afraid of the madness of the world when you're weak? I'm not afraid, Green Sprout said. I prefer to be a happy little magpie by the side of Master Fa than getting stronger. You think wistfully of the last owner, the mortal scholar, that Greenbud spoke of. Maybe that scholar really was your past life. You are convinced that this cage-like world is subject to forces from outside the cage. Greensprout's encounter with you was an interference from outside the cage. Otherwise there's no reason why the weak one wouldn't be affected by the pure world blood lotus. And your master, Monk Fa Tian. It was Dharma Heaven who guided you to the Western world on the other side and told you about your memories of your past life. and recalling the past, you realized that he was out of place with the Buddhist monks of this world. Influence from outside the cage world is the key to your escape from the cage. A new problem comes before you. If the killing in this world is allowed to continue, the eventual winner will be burdened with endless sins, and then he will become the you of the previous life, a tool for the Buddhist sect to draw on merit. In 1,000 turns, the end seems to be the same. You realize that you were thinking too simply before, and that this seems to be an unsolvable situation. After much deliberation, you decided to enter the game again with your body. As the rules of the world change, Green Bud, a magpie girl who knows nothing about cultivation, comes to the end of her lifespan. You watch her turn into white bones and bury her with your own hands, and afterward, you enter the world again. You started the endless killing, whether human or demon, or any other living being. All the living beings affected by the lotus of the pure world have been slaughtered by you. You've become like your last life again, but being in the midst of killing in this life, your heart remains as clear as a mirror, and you know exactly what you're doing. You are seeking liberation and purification of the world. At the end of the killing, only you and the monkey, who has been transformed into a hybrid demon ape, are left. The monkeys have long since forgotten you. You spent your entire life assimilating your ego with the blood lotus, and suppressed the monkey for another 5,000 years. Monkey, I will seal this world and send you a creation. You must remember to abide by your heart, and I will see you again after 5,000 years. After leaving the monkey with his last words, your soul's power burns and surges suddenly above the sky. Master of the law. Master. Monkey, I'm willing to wait 5,000 years for you. I will definitely see you again. In the underworld, you hear the cry of the monkey. The time limit of 5,000 years is just a hope you gave him. If the monkey confused the pure world blood lotus, there might be hope to completely break the shackles of the world. As for whether we'll see each other again, who knows? Your soul came above the firmament and entered your other body, the body of your previous life that carried endless sins and was imprisoned by the Golden Buddha. You, how did you awaken the soul of this world? Who the hell are you? The Golden Buddhas give an incredulous look. You said, like all of you, I'm searching for the real me. After a brief moment of surprise, the Golden Buddha's faces twisted and turned, hideous like evil spirits. All of you, strike to suppress the sinner. Never let his soul leave the Buddha kingdom. The Golden Buddhas have come together to suppress you. You who are burdened with the endless sins of 2 lifetimes, how can you be suppressed by the power of their false merits? Outside of this cage, you can feel that your soul is unrestrained, and you can exert far more strength than within the cage world. You killed a Golden Buddha with a mighty gesture. The rest of the Golden Buddhas are completely flustered. A Golden Buddha shouted, "Quickly! Go quickly to the Golden Spirit Ancestral Mountain and invite the Great Sun Buddha." You don't know who the so-called Great Sun Buddha is, and you know that today is a certain death. But you don't care. You just want to turn the place upside down. The unrivaled you slayed Golden Buddha after Golden Buddha. Your soul ascending, heading beyond the Buddhist temple. Not far away, a Rohan stumbled and ran back. It's not good. The great ancestor of the purple-violet star domain has killed the Golden Spirit Mountain, and the Great Sun Buddha has been suppressed and is unable to come to his aid. Rohan's voice came to an abrupt end. And what met his eyes was a floor full of Golden Buddha corpses, as well as you, whose entire body was densely covered in black aura. You killed Rohan's life with a single punch and blandly walked outside. The golden light outside the temple is blinding, and just by approaching the temple door, you feel that your soul is being scorched to turn you into nothingness, and yet you don't hesitate to move on, just to see the world beyond your cage. Coming outside the temple, you saw the truly great world and felt the complete rules of heaven and earth. It's beautiful. You stretch and your body fades into nothingness. The last gaze fell into the distance, where a lofty and boundless mountain stood, and 2 supreme powers were dueling on top of it. That Lohan that you killed said their names. One name is Big Sun Buddha, and one is some kind of great ancestor of the purple-violet star realm. They are far more powerful than you. You enjoy the battle for the ages, and your vision grows blurry. At the last moment of his life, that great ancestor's gaze seemed to look at you, and you wondered if it was your illusion. This dream cycle is over and you are awake. On top of the big bed, Lin Chuan abruptly opened his eyes and sat up violently, muttering the name Yangzhu under his breath. Monkey, the Battle of the Demons. Chapter 67, White Lotus of Luck? I want to live in the Lin Mansion. This time, the Buddha's Son's Pure World Dream Round revealed more information than the previous 3 dream rounds. At the end of the dream reincarnation, the small world shackles were broken and many external forces intervened. making this dream reincarnation completely different. There were 3 points that most concerned Lin Xuan. The first point was naturally the great ancestor seen at the end of the dream. In the dream memory, there was no specific appearance of the great ancestor, only a distant glimpse, and an irreplaceable sense of familiarity. The word grand made Lin Xuan associate it with too many things. The first thing that comes to mind is naturally the sister Lin Yang Yang. The information displayed by the Eye of Reincarnation was fresh in his mind. Lin Yang Yang, number of rounds, 2. This is Lin Yang Yang's third life. She crossed paths with all of you in the first 2 reincarnations. And it's worth mentioning that her second life was also the sister of one of your reincarnated bodies, coupled with his own sister's talent. Lin Xuan had no reason not to suspect that his sister was the reincarnation of a certain great power. There is no need to turn on the Dream Reincarnation online mode. You can still meet your real-world sidekick in the Dream Reincarnation, which has already been verified from green shoots. This was the second point Lin Xuan cared about. Buddha's son, pure world, green bud in reincarnation and green bud, the maid in the real world, are definitely related in past lives. The magpie girl in the dream reincarnation is stupidly qualified, pathetically dumb, with no ideals, no desires, and just wants to be a mascot. The reality of the green shoots is no less. In the forest house many maids belong to the stupid, and not much heart, dull girl 1. As for the third point, it is the Buddha land mentioned by the golden Buddhas in the dream. Lin Xuan had heard some legends that the Taoists had 36 cavernous heavens, 72 blessed lands, and many other small worlds. Buddhism, on the other hand, has 3,000 Buddhist kingdoms, all of which are also small worlds. Combined with what happened in the 2 dream rounds of Shi Zi Jianhu and Buddha Zi Jieshir, one can guess the end. The former probably belongs to the Taoist cave of heavenly bliss, while the latter belongs to the Buddhist 3,000 Buddhist kingdom. Each dream reincarnation caused Lin Xuan's knowledge of the 9 phases realm to deepen, and the connection between the dream reincarnation and reality likewise became closer and closer. Ding! The host has completed a complete dream reincarnation, this time gaining 100,000 points. Given that the intensity of this dream world is up to standard, the host is entitled to 1 additional reward. Please choose 2 of the following rewards to receive. Reward 1, Spiritual Root Pure Red Lotus Seed. Reward 2, Spiritual Root Pure White Lotus Seed. Reward 3, Buddhist Avatar, Thousand Hands of Faust. The rewards at the end of this reincarnation were also different from the previous 3 dream reincarnations, with fewer reincarnation reflection cards and 2 more spirit items. Thinking back on his life in the dream reincarnation, Pure Dust was basically in a state of invincibility, having lost twice in his life. The first time it was a joint crackdown from the older generation. The second time was the mysterious demon. Strictly speaking, both failures were descending blows to him from the golden Buddha in the sky who bestowed his power. The lack of high points in such an unbeatable life may be the root cause of the lack of reincarnation reflection cards in this reward. After a short period of thinking, Lin Xuan chose reward 1 and 2, directly giving up the Buddhist avatar thousand-handed floating slaughter. How strong the 2 lotus of purification are has been confirmed in the dream. Lin Xuan stretched out his hands in a false grip, and 2 seeds solidified in his left and right hands, 1 white and 1 red. Buddha's sun purifies the world, in the cycle of reincarnation. The 2 lotus of purification can be said to be the world's foundation, the former sheltering the world and the latter destroying it. Lin Xuan was also unable to predict how strong the lotus of the pure world could be when it was reflected in reality. The white lotus will be planted in the mansion, so that it can shelter sister as well as that stupid maid. Green bud. He wasn't sure what the principle of the white lotus of the pure world blessing the world was. Most likely it was related to chi luck or something like that. Come outside the house. The maid, Green Bud, ran over with gusto, incarnating a merciless time reporting machine. Young master, you've slept for a total of 33 days this time. Good to know. Lin Xuan nodded. Go to the back kitchen and bring me a bucket of spirit liquid. Yes, young master. Greensprout took small, quick steps toward the back kitchen. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, picked the best piece of soil in the small courtyard, dug a hole, and buried the seeds of the white lotus of the pure world. Not long after, Green Bud returned with a small bucket of spirit liquid. Lin Xuan took it and poured it into the ground without saying a word. Young master, what are you doing? Green Bud stomped her feet anxiously. This is spiritual liquid. 1 drop of spirit liquid can buy 10 of me. Greensprout was aggrieved. In her opinion, the things used by cultivators were all sky-high in price. How could young master pour all such precious things into the land? Even if you plant a tree that grows gold, you can't waste it like this. Lin Xuan smiled. In the future, I'll leave it to you to water it with a bucket of spirit liquid every day. What is it? Greenbud asked. A white lotus flower. Lotus flowers? Aren't they meant to be planted in water? Stupid. Lin Chuan tapped on Greenbud's head. It's all spirit creatures now. Is it strange to grow in the soil? So it's a spirit. That makes sense. Greenbud suddenly realized. Don't worry, young master. I will take good care of it. Greenbud could be considered the easiest maid in the Lin mansion. More comfortable than the average lady of a wealthy family. But she always felt uncomfortable if she didn't find something to do. I'm going out. Lin Chuan didn't talk much with Greenbud, got up and headed out of the Lin mansion, heading straight to the Yen-Du Demon Beheading Division's main residence. Void space. Yun Ziyi looked at the Lin mansion, slightly surprised. What kind of seed is that seed that Chuan planted? It's so amazing that it's able to automatically draw on the chi of heaven and earth to form a shelter. Yun Ziyi's cultivation was originally the way of blessed fate and chi luck. She was able to clearly see that there was an additional layer of chi shields above the Lin mansion that could not be detected by ordinary cultivators. It seems husband's past life was quite extraordinary. Ever since the appearance of the soul of the nine-tailed fox, she realized that Chuan was not an ordinary reincarnated person, and that a certain life memory had long been awakened in his body. Perhaps it was because the matter of reviving the residual soul of the nine-tailed fox had formed an obsessive shackle in Chuan's heart that caused her husband to never be able to recall her. Even that which has gone into seclusion and is about to impact the realm of legends. Yet I've only just managed to break through to the supreme. Having lost the Yunchuan dynasty, where should my path of chi go? Yun Ziyi was slightly confused. Even though the supreme realm was already an absolute powerhouse above a continent, more and more things happened to make her realize that the supreme realm was not enough. Have to get stronger to do that. The seed that had been planted in the Lin mansion might be able to be a help to her. Yun Ziyi's heart moved. It just so happens that the red-clothed witch is not around, so I can take the opportunity to live in the Lin mansion. The witch broke the rules last time as well, so you can't blame me for that. Chapter 68, that's my bedroom. What do you want? Yen-Du Demon Beheading Division. Secretary Zhu Jingji looked at Lin Chuan, who came to report only after a month and still had a lethargic look on his face, and was furious. You kid, 2 months as a day errand? If all demon beheading ambassadors were like you, the world order would have been in chaos long ago. I'm not a special case. Lin Chuan laughed. Special treatment for special circumstances. I'm sure Lord C will be able to understand the late generation. It doesn't matter if this official doesn't understand you. After all, there is Emperor Yen who understands you. Zhu Jingji teased. All the things you asked for have been gathered, and part of them were still given to this official by Emperor Yen himself. Lin Chuan smiled and arched his hand. Thank you, Mr. C. I'm tired of Mr. C. I will definitely cultivate well to repay Mr. C's kindness. Stop. Zhu Jingji waved his hand. This official doesn't want to listen to your polite words. I only want to know one thing. What exactly is your relationship with Emperor Yen? Lin Chuan paused. This is a long story. Zhu Jingji said. This official knows what kind of person Emperor Yen is. He has always been withdrawn, and the Yen dynasty can be stabilized based on Emperor Yan's strength, not his ability to rule the country. There aren't many things that can make Emperor Yan's heart sing. The other day the spirit race's Saint Crow Wujia killed his way into the national capital, and Emperor Yan didn't even make a move. He was extraordinarily attached to you. However, if Emperor Yan and this Lin Chuan kid didn't have some cordial relationship, he wouldn't believe it to death. Lin Chuan took a deep breath. If you insist on saying it, Emperor Yan's ancestor is that much related to the late generation. Technically speaking, I'm also considered Emperor Yan's oldest ancestor. The latter sentence, Lin Chuan only dared to hold in his heart. Zhu Jingji frowned. You are related to Emperor Yan's ancestor? It's hard to believe that your old ancestor and his old ancestor once had a deep friendship? It should count. Lin Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. Forbidden love, that one reincarnation body abused Yen Emperor's old ancestor Yen Beicheng for the rest of his life. How is it not considered a kind of friendship? So it is. Zhu Jingji drifted off. So it's you kid who is a blessing accumulated from your ancestors. Having received the answer, Zhu Jingji was satisfied and took out a spatial ring and handed it to Lin Chuan. Everything you wanted is in here. And inside this spatial ring there are also some cultivation resources that Emperor Yen has prepared for you. Take them all together. The late generation thanks Lord C. Calling himself a junior in front of Zhu Jingji, Lin Chuan's face was not red and his heart did not skip a beat. And even though there was a correlation between dream reincarnation and reality, it could not affect his main consciousness in the real world. To each his own and be done with it. Spiritual sense probed into the ring, But this look startled Lin Xuan. In addition to the materials originally needed, the ring also contained all sorts of treasures, pills, talismans, magic artifacts, and countless others. Lin Xuan even suspected that Emperor Yan had moved all of his treasury into a spatial ring. With Yan Beicheng's nature of being a shaft to the end, it was not impossible for his bloodline descendant, Yan Huang, to do so. Only he knew clearly how deeply Yan Beicheng was obsessed with defeating him. In that case, Lin Xuan smiled at these resources. In return, when he caught up with Yan Beicheng in his realm in the future, he would try not to abuse that old boy too badly. Can't blame Lin Xuan for being too confident. The other side couldn't beat him in the last life without opening a hang. And with such a big hang in this life, how can Yan Beicheng still play? There's one more thing to tell you. Xu Zhengji spoke again. Remember the demonic cultivator who specialized in stealing babies that you captured and brought back? Remember. Why? Lin Xuan nodded. Is there any big background behind that demonic cultivator? Or is it involved in some major event? If it was a minor matter, Sikong would certainly not have mentioned it deliberately. Zhu Zhengji said. The background is definitely there. It's just that it hasn't been uncovered yet, and that demonic cultivator captured the infant seemingly to sacrifice it to some big devil. Knew it was so. Lin Xuan's heart didn't fluctuate too much. This was a common routine of the Devil's Path cultivators. Layer upon layer of sacrifice, layer upon layer of reaping. The demon beheading division will naturally bring out the devil behind it. And this official is saying this to you because he wants you to be careful. Xu Jingji said in a deep voice. More than a dozen demon-slaying ambassadors who are responsible for investigating this series of events of the demonic cultivators have already been killed. You must be careful. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. C. Lin Xuan clasped his fists. It seems that this time the scourge is not small. The devil cultivators have dared to hunt the demon beheading division in turn. Hopefully, the other person won't be ungrateful enough to seek them out. Otherwise the supreme maiden guarding the shadows would let this group of demonic cultivators know what the power of love meant. After taking his things and bidding farewell to Sigong, Lin Xuan went home with a satisfied heart. Before he had even reached the gate of the Lin mansion, from afar he saw a green coat waiting. What's my little green plum maiden doing here again? Wouldn't still want to toss me? Did the other fierce batch-bursting matron allow the little green plum to do that? Lin Xuan's heart was pounding, wondering what other exciting interactions were about to greet him. It wouldn't be like Mo Sanyu who grabbed his hand and pressed it to his chest and asked, "Feel my heart." How can you not feel it when your heart is so big? Apprehensive with a bit of anticipation, Lin Xuan walked towards home without haste, and only when he got close did he make a surprised face. Ha! Your Taoist green jade? Exactly. Yun Ziyi still didn't reveal her true identity, and like Mo Sanyu, she didn't want to spend time with the strange Lin Xuan in her original identity. Lin Xuan naturally wouldn't poke at it and said in passing, "It's been a long time since I've seen the Taoist master. That day you turned into a rainbow and left. But what happened? It's all trivial." Yun Ziyi smiled faintly. That's good. Family trivia is not a small thing. Lin Xuan deeply agree. Taoist priest waiting in front of the house. But there is something to find me? Yun Ziyi nodded. I observe that the Lin family's fortunes are not shallow. It is a sign of great fortune to be blessed with heaven and earth's chi luck, and I have a method to make the Lin family more prosperous. Lin Xuan's mind moved. Right. Oh, wasn't what Yun Ziyi practiced the way of blessing and fortune? Perhaps only this little green plum maiden could bring out the true effect of the white lotus of the pure world, welcoming the maiden into the family. Lin Xuan was naturally happy to do so, even if they couldn't explore the wonders of the origin of life together yet. It would be eye-pleasing to see more. The only thing that scares him is, where is the other woman? Mo Sanyu? Will it cause another world war? Without waiting for Lin Xuan to think more, Yun Ziyi directly stated her intentions. For my method, I need to lay down a Xian formation within the Lin mansion, so I may need to reside within the Lin mansion for a period of time. I don't know if it's convenient? Convenient. Too convenient. Lin Xuan subconsciously agreed that it couldn't be helped if the other maiden was going to come to the door for another fight. It's a great honor for the Lin mansion to be able to welcome the Taoist master to stay. Taoist master, please. Lin Xuan made a pleased gesture and apprehensively brought Yun Ziyi into the mansion, and briefly made introductions again. Taoist master. There are not many people in my Lin mansion, and there are still many single courtyards empty, so you can choose a separate courtyard to live in at your leisure. How was it there? Yun Ziyi stretched out her slender jade finger and pointed to a courtyard to the east. Hayakawa? Don't do it, ma'am. That's my bedroom. What do you want? Chapter 69. If I had known that I would stumble over people's hearts, why didn't I know each other in the first place? Taoist Master. That's my regular bedroom. If you like it, I'll just vacate it for Taoist Master. Lin Xuan didn't dare to share a room with Yun Ziyi. For one thing, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold it and inadvertently reveal myself. Secondly, he was afraid that if the demon mother knew, she would make a scene again. No need to move. Yun Ziyi, however, did not give Lin Xuan a chance to retort. That small courtyard has the best feng shui and deep blessings, and you and I will be in harmony with the yin and yang, which will help to grow our chi luck even more. Really? I don't practice much. Don't lie to me? Lin Xuan didn't understand the so-called way of chi fortune at all and could only agree. It's all up to the Taoist master. The two men came into the small courtyard. Fortunately, there were still quite a few empty rooms in the courtyard, except for the maid, Green Bud, who lived in one room. Choose a room, Taoist master, so I can have the maid arrange a bed for you. Just that room. Yun Ziyi chose to be next door to Lin Xuan. After choosing a room, Lin Xuan let Green Bud clean and organize the room, and looked at the sky again, sneaking a sigh of relief. It looks like Mo Sangwoo is left for the time being. Otherwise, given the character of the demon mother, there was no reason for her not to come and make a fuss. After moving in, Yun Ziyi didn't have the slightest intention of avoiding it and squatted in front of the seeds of the white lotus of the pure world and began to observe them. Before and after only half a day, the white lotus of the pure world was already growing green buds. Lin Xuan still had a seed of the red lotus of the pure world in his hand, but he didn't know how he was going to use it. Buddha's Sun Pure World, in the dream reincarnation, the red lotus of the pure world demonstrated absolute world-destroying power, sending the entire world into a frenzy. Lin Xuan didn't dare to use it indiscriminately. With his current strength, it was also difficult to suppress the blooming pure red lotus. If the devil mother Mo Sangwoo was around, it would be quite suitable for this treasure. Lin Xuan, this white lotus is a marvelous thing. It has brought the Lin mansion's already extraordinary chi to an even higher level. The gentle voice pulled Lin Xuan's thoughts back to reality. Yun Ziyi said, if you don't mind, I can cast a Dao spell to make the white lotus and the Lin mansion truly become one. At that time, it will allow the Lin mansion to gather heaven and earth's chi at a much faster rate, and the concentration of spiritual chi will greatly increase, slowly evolving into a cultivation sanctuary. Listen to the Taoist master in full. Lin Xuan didn't refute a single word. How could my own wife harm me? It's nice to even have to lament the fact that it's nice to have a lady to keep the house. In the present day, my wife is helping me to achieve my dream of a blue cloud, and in the future, I will send my wife to prove that she has a long life. Yun Ziyi was also happy inside. Even though Chuan doesn't recognize me anymore, he still trusts me so much. That intangible sense of trust, the subtle intimacy, comforted her. During the night, Yun Ziyi completed the array arrangement. Lin Xuan could clearly feel that the concentration of aura within the Lin mansion was growing rapidly, and practicing cultivation had a more marvelous feeling than before. Maybe it's called Chi Plus? Boom! Then Lin Xuan perceived a roar from within his body, and the cultivation inspiration accumulated in the Buddha's Sun's pure world. Reincarnation erupted in full force at this moment. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels in the body, the 4 limbs and hundreds of bones, countless meridians, every drop of blood, and every piece of bone had begun an amazing metamorphosis. It's a baptism of shedding. It represented that Lin Xuan had skipped the 3 basic cultivation realms of qi nurturing, vein opening, and tongue kong, and had stepped into the 4th realm of cultivation, the degeneration realm. It was a step slower than his own sister, who was most likely the reincarnation of a great power. Well, not much slower. Stripped down. Congratulations, Lin Xuan. Yun Ziyi laughed. I'll send you another creation. As the words fell, she waved her jade hand, and more than 100 types of spirit medicines and herbs flew out and were refined into a ball under the effect of the aura. In the next moment, Lin Xuan was in a cloudy wooden barrel, and his whole body clothes disappeared. The drug soaks into the body. Ah! Lin Xuan only felt a burst of soreness. His whole body felt as if it was being burned by fire. A little painful and a little comfortable. Hold on. Yun Ziyi's gentle voice resounded beyond the dazzling clouds. The degenerate realm is one of the few times that the rules of heaven and earth grant the opportunity to shed one's body and soul, and the foundation is laid firmly enough so that one can impact a higher realm in the future. Cultivators like Mo Sangwoo and Yun Ziyi who had entered the 9 phases realm from the lower realms or small worlds were also given a chance to shed their skin as they readjusted to the rules of heaven and earth. Time passes little by little. The night is over and the sky is clear. Lin Xuan finally absorbed all of the medicinal power and completed his metamorphosis, officially stepping into the degenerate realm. Yun Ziyi's eyes glowed with a faintly bright light as she stared tightly at Lin Xuan. After the metamorphosis, Lin Chuan was a little less tender as a young boy. His face became more rigid, and his temperament was much more composed. He is still sunny and cheerful when he smiles and exudes youthful energy. Such a Lin Chuan was more in line with the Chuan in Yun Ziyi's mind. Looking at her beloved's metamorphosis, touching her heart, she couldn't help but think of those things that happened in the green jade-blessed land again. Chuan slowly grows from a prodigal son of the Jianghu to a mature and stable king of Jinan with heavy responsibilities on his shoulders. Today, she is witnessing the growth of Chuan in another capacity and from another perspective. Agawa, no matter how many times I have to come back, I'll be by your side, Yun Ziyi murmured in a low voice. In a trance, Lin Chuan was already dressed and came to Yun Ziyi's side once again. Thanks for this breakthrough, Dao Master. Yun Ziyi waved her hand. Truth be told, moving into the Lin mansion, I also have my own selfishness, and in the future, the word thank you between you and I won't need to be said much. Good. Lin Chuan also didn't want to be so polite with his own mother, since the Taoist master has said so. In the future, just feel free in the Lin mansion and treat this place as your own home. Home? Yun Ziyi had a lump in her throat. It was almost impossible to resist rushing over and pouncing on his beloved. She still held back, only expecting that getting along with each other night and day would allow Chuan to quickly recover the memories of that life in the green jade-blessed land. From then on, her wish was fulfilled. My generation of cultivators, free in heaven and earth, where is not home? Seeing this, Lin Chuan didn't dare to continue sensationalizing the situation and made a round. Nightfall, the two went back to their respective bedrooms. In the two rooms separated by only one wall, Lin Chuan and Yun Ziyi tossed and turned in their respective beds, their minds unable to calm down. If I had known that it would trip up people's hearts, why didn't I know each other in the first place? Looking back on her life, all of Yun Ziyi's kinks in this life were in her relationship with Lin Chuan. That kind of love that couldn't be left, couldn't be surrendered, tossed repeatedly within her heart, and every so often, it would produce a wave that rushed into Lin Chuan's room. Wanted Chuan to touch his heart. Could he feel two hearts connected? There was no talk all night. When the day dawned, Lin Chuan got up. His spiritual sense probed into his spatial ring, and took an inventory of the materials needed to revive Tushan Zhejiao's soul. He had already gathered all the basic materials. The rest of the required materials were outside of Qingyun State, and it was completely a bit difficult to collect them, and it was estimated that they would have to go up to a large size to be able to do so. There are two big numbers that Lin Chuan is currently able to land on, respectively, the white-clothed sword god of the perfect female devil, reincarnation, and the pure love war god of the forbidden love, reincarnation. Any reincarnation card that mirrored reality would allow him to gain the peak power of that reincarnation and come with all of his divine techniques. Chapter 70, Undeclared. Sword flying sweet honey. Regardless of which reincarnation reflection card's power, it would be able to at least reach the level of the 9-phase realm Supreme Realm. The Supreme Realm was enough to reign supreme in a continent. This was where Lin Chuan's self-confidence and backbone lay. Fellow Daoist Lin, where is this preparing to go? He had just left the room and hadn't taken a few steps when Yun Ziyi's voice came from behind him. Lin Chuan's footsteps lurched. I can't believe I forgot about this. The little green plum maiden had taken up residence in the house and was now able to make inquiries about some of his private affairs in name only. Regarding the little Qingmei Yangzi's combat power, Lin Chuan could make a rough guess. Without being killed on the spot by Mo Sunyu in her demon Zun form, she was at least a supreme. If I could bring the little green plum maiden with me, I might be able to save a bottom card. But doing so made Lin Chuan feel like a scumbag. What kind of a thing is it to take one maiden to save another? Lin Chuan wanted to refuse but couldn't find a suitable reason because even if he did, Yun Ziyi would still be following him in the shadows. After all, in Yang Zi's eyes, he was just a rookie cultivator at the early stage of the dematerialization realm who needed protection at all times. Go out and gather some materials. Lin Chuan told the truth. Yun Ziyi laughed. I have nothing to do these days and happen to want to go out for a walk. I wonder if it's convenient for fellow Daoist Lin to accompany me? This isn't too good. Lin Chuan politely refused. If it's inconvenient, then forget it. I'm just bored of being alone in the yard and looking for someone to relieve my boredom. Yun Ziyi's tone had a bit more of a grudge in it. Lin Chuan, hey, you know who we are now. We're in a serious Taoist relationship. It's not a Taoist relationship. Yesterday was the high and cold Taoist master Qingyu. How come he woke up to become a jealous little girlfriend? If the Taoist master really wants to go, there's no harm in it. Lin Chuan's heart and mouth were not the same, and the words against his will came out of his mouth. I want to go. Yun Ziyi was almost seamless and happy like a little girl in love. together. Then, Lin Chuan helplessly agreed, and had a bad feeling in his heart. At this rate, sooner or later it's going to go in an uncontrollable direction. In case that ferocious batch of explosions of the mother returns, it will be another field of hell, or 18 layers of purgatory enhanced version of the kind. But the arrow was on the string and had to be sent. Lin Chuan couldn't care less. Where does fellow Taoist Lin want to go? Yun Ziyi wouldn't give Lin Chuan a chance to backtrack. If it's a long distance, I can fly with my sword. It will be much faster. The 13 states of Qingxiu. According to Yan Beiqing's records on the third part of the General Secret of the Imperial Spirit, one of the most important materials needed to revive Tushan Zhejiao's soul was located in the 13 prefectures of Qingxiu. It's named Ming Soul Jade. You're going to the 13 states of Qingxiu? Yun Ziyi was surprised. That's one of the lairs of the nine-tailed fox clan. On second thought, she was relieved. Isn't the poor lady with only a remnant of her soul on Ah Chuan's body the nine-tailed fox? I know. Lin Chuan's face stared a bit more intensely. He had already consulted the information about the nine-tailed fox clan of Qingxiu. Qingxiu was considered a giant force in the entire nine-phase realm, occupying 19 states, of which the 13 states of Qingxiu were only one. Fellow Taoist Lin has a lot of guts. Yun Ziyi was a bit displeased that in order to revive the remnant soul of that fox, Ah Chuan could go this far. It made her envious and worried. But she did not have any reason to stop it. Just as in the Qingyu Blessed Land's life, Ah Chuan had exhausted his destiny and placed the world's fortune in her hands. Since she had already enjoyed Ah Chuan's protection with her life, she was naturally not qualified to dissuade her, and the only thing she could do was to accompany her, borrowing fellow Taoist Lin's sword for a while. Thinking of that day when the red-robed Demoness and Ah Chuan flew with their swords, Yun Ziyi had long wanted to retaliate back. Isn't that the sword from a previous life? Who doesn't have a handful yet? Buzz! The Cloudheart Divine Sword was sheathed and carried the two men up. Riding the Cloudheart Divine Sword together with her beloved once again made Yun Ziyi's originally somewhat depressed mood instantly become much brighter again. Fellow Taoist Lin, your cultivation is still shallow. I'm afraid it's difficult for you to withstand the violent fluctuations of flying swords traveling through space, so it's best to hold on to me. Ha! Lin Chuan froze. Help! Help where? There's such a thing as flying swords traveling through space? I've practiced little. Don't lie to me. Lin Chuan seriously suspected that it was because he had been in too close physical contact with Mo Sunyu that day, causing the little green plum maiden to try to find her way back. After fermenting for so many days, the vinegar jar was overturned. Can it not be sour? Lin Chuan was still thinking. His feet abruptly stumbled. The flying sword violently soared forward a distance. Caught off guard, he could only lunge forward. The hands subconsciously embraced and encircled little Qingmei's soft waist. Hug! Hold on tight, dog. We're taking off. Before the words of apology could be uttered, Yun Ziyi once again soared out with her flying sword, and Lin Chuan hugged him even tighter with both hands. What's wrong with the rhythm? I've flirted with tons of girls in my dreams. How come I get flirted with in reality? Or is this the usual Ghostfire teenage girl pickup tactic? But then again, the waist was indeed quite soft, and seemed 100 times more comfortable to touch than in the dream. Fragrant and soft, with an extremely strong sense of impact. Lin Chuan was enjoying himself, and Yun Ziyi, who was imperializing the flying sword, was also in deep thought. Do I count this as meddling in someone else's relationship? I guess it doesn't count. After all, they are all the love affair of Ah Chuan's previous life, and in this life, Ah Chuan is not explicitly married, so naturally whoever snatches it counts. Moreover, judging from Chuan's reaction, he should be harboring good feelings for himself, and even if he has no memories, the feelings engraved in his soul will not be forgotten. Yun Ziyi quickly convinced herself and silently enjoyed her beloved's hug. The two just drifted along in a heartbeat. The Qingyan state was an extremely long distance from the 13 Qingqiu states, and even if the Supreme Realm's Yun Ziyi constantly traveled through space with her sword, it would still take some days to arrive. After hugging for a long time, Yun Ziyi abruptly blushed. She felt Lin Chuan's constantly filling qi and blood behind her, and there was already a closeness from the soul, and it was inevitable that a lonely man and a widow would hold for so long and not be able to control it. Yun Ziyi was able to understand, not to mention the bloodthirsty Ah Chuan. Even she was about to soften into water when she was in the depths of her feelings. Can your body not itch when memories are floating in your head and your heart is pounding? It's a good thing that both men have their own bottom lines that they have to stick to. Lin Chuan's bottom line was there. If he couldn't keep it, the demon mother was afraid that she would be able to rip both of his heads off. 7 torturous and sweet days have finally passed. Yun Ziyi's speed of flying with her sword gradually slowed down, and after traveling through space once again, she descended on top of a piece of land with beautiful scenery. Fellow Daoist Lin, we've arrived. Oh, good. Lin Chuan hurriedly let go. Yun Zi turned around, but the veil she had been wearing had disappeared, and the two of them locked gazes. Yun Zi stared at Lin Chuan closely, seemingly wanting to see the latter through. Lin Chuan's heart thumped. Suffered. It was suspected after all. Chapter 71, Bright Soul Jade. Opportunity for recovery. By the looks of it, the little green plum maiden is going to torture herself as well. Lin Chuan took a deep breath and cupped his fists. In the heat of the moment, I lost my manners. Please understand. Daoist. No harm done. Yun Zi said in a serious manner. Your cultivation is still shallow. Unable to resist the turbulent spatial laws, it is reasonable for your heart to be fearful. Lin Chuan, that's probably running both ways. You understand my scheming. I understand your pretense of reserve. Fellow Daoist Lin, what are you doing staring at me all the time? Yun Zi's words changed. Could it be that fellow Daoist Lin thinks I look like a certain deceased person? Lin Chuan's head was filled with question marks. What's with the straight ball all of a sudden? Sure enough, as soon as they got together, the situation tumbled in an uncontrollable direction. Keep rolling and sooner or later you won't be able to resist rolling one into bed. Lin Chuan suppressed his turbulent thoughts and laughed. The Taoist master's face is like an exiled immortal. There is no one so good looking among my late friends. Man's mouth. Cheating ghosts. Yun Zi was confident in her looks, but she knew clearly that if she really compared them, she couldn't beat that fierce demoness. The fierce demoness was fierce, but even she, a woman, had to marvel at her if she only looked at her appearance. Of course, admitting it to himself, if Agawa dared to say that the murderous demoness was better looking than himself. Ha ha, it's not over. After staring at Lin Chuan's eyes for a while, Yun Zi finally couldn't find a break and could only give up. Alright, let's not talk about those polite words between you and me. It's important to search for something. The 13 states of Qingqiu were the territory of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, and it was easy for things to change if they stayed for a long time. The earth is boundless. Green mountains and green water are continuous. The scenery of Qingqiu is really beautiful, but Lin Chuan is worried. Where is the bright soul jade recorded in the general records of the soul? According to Yan Beicheng's description, this thing belonged to the unattainable supreme treasure. Otherwise Yan Beicheng would have gotten his hands on it long ago. It was because it couldn't be found and the birth conditions were too harsh that it could only be recorded in books for Lin Chuan to find on his own. Seeing that Lin Chuan was at a loss, unable to start, Yun Zi sighed lightly with her jade hand and brought over the transcribed tome. Bright soul jade, born at the intersection of yin and yang, can only be generated after the impact of the intersection of the most yin and yang, in an environment where the natural energies of heaven and earth are extremely abundant. This condition, it's harsh. Yin and yang are two extreme forces, and it is difficult to maintain a prolonged intersection with artificial interference, let alone in a natural environment. What can achieve this condition must be a precious place. The 13 states of Qingqiu had been occupied by the Nine-Tailed Fox clan for thousands of years, and it was expected that any such treasures would have been unearthed long ago. Where is it her and Chuan's turn to find it? Taoist master, is there a way out? Lin Chuan harbored a glimmer of hope, and if he really couldn't, he could only land on the big one, reflecting that pure love war god at the peak of forbidden love, who could protect all spirits and ghosts, and whose heart was connected to the other side of the underworld. There was still hope of finding it. I'll try. Yun Zi cultivates the way of blessing and fortune, and his sense of heaven and earth and nature is much better than that of ordinary cultivators, so he is also expected to find it. My way is the guide. Heaven and earth seek. Yun Zi recited an incantation. His hands quickly changed, forming an extremely complex spell, and an illusory field slowly unfolded around him. It's so dense that it's like a fairyland. This was one of the signature divine abilities of the Supreme Realm. Its name, the Supreme Law Domain. Yun Zi's Supreme Dharma Domain didn't have too much offensive power, focusing more on defense and the increase in his own Tao. Found it. After a long time, Yun Zi dispersed the Supreme Dharma Domain. In my senses, there are two places in the 13 states of Qingqiu where the forces of yin and yang converge. If there really is a bright soul jade in existence, I think it must be in these two places. Let's go. The two of them flew away with their swords and landed in another place. Fortunately, this place was not occupied by the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, and belonged to an unclaimed land. Yun Zi said, the place where yin and yang meet is deep in the ground. Even my senses are extremely vague. Luckily it's hidden deep enough, or else it definitely wouldn't have us. Lin Chuan chimed in. It seems we have both luck and strength. The two evaded the ground and moved forward. Nope. Yun Ziyi quickly found another clue. Things don't seem to be that simple. There are already great powers that have come to this place. Lin Chuan frowned. Great power? Yun Ziyi nodded. If I'm not wrong, it should be the same great power that guided you to the 13 states of Qingqiu. Lin Chuan was thoughtful. So Yan Beicheng had already made the arrangements? That guy really went to great lengths to get abused by himself again. Yun Ziyi suddenly realized. I can sense something, but it is also because you are in my supreme Dharma domain, and I can only find it with the help of your sent guidance. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to break through that prohibition. Yun Ziyi became more and more aware of the mystery and power of Lin Chuan's previous reincarnated bodies, which made her sense of crisis grow heavier and heavier. Chuan was carrying perhaps far more than she thought. Lin Chuan laughed to himself. If I didn't have your help, Taoist master, I'm afraid I would have struggled to come to this Qingqiu by myself. Yun Ziyi looked at Lin Chuan with a burning gaze, always feeling that the latter still had some hidden means. Since Chuan had awakened memories about the fox spirit's life, he was bound to not be as weak as he appeared to be. One day, one will always know everything. Between exchanges, Yun Ziyi unlocked the ban. In a flash, the chi of yin and yang intersected and rushed out, and Yun Ziyi instantly opened the supreme Dharma domain, protecting Lin Chuan behind him while forcibly suppressing the riotous aura. When their breath calmed down and they looked ahead, the two men's gazes were attracted by a piece of jade suspended in the air. The two chi of yin and yang were like black and white swimming dragons, rotating back and forth around the jade. That would be the bright soul jade. Lin Chuan was in an agitated mood, and the remnants of Tushan Jiezhou's soul in the sea of consciousness were also trembling slightly, expressing their desire for the bright soul jade. Take it and go, Yun Ziyi reminded. After all, this is the territory of the nine-tailed fox clan. A foreign treasure is coming out, and a vision will be born, so they will definitely intercept it if they know about it. Good. Lin Chuan didn't want to cause more trouble and quickly removed the bright soul jade. However, they had still underestimated the effects of the Ming soul jade, and the moment the jade was removed, it caused the ground to shake. The yin and yang that had lost its balance point was like countless wild horses that had taken off their reins, charging in all directions, and some of them even turned into beams of light that went straight to the ground. The loud commotion made the two men blush. Yun Ziyi didn't care about grooming anymore, and intercepted Lin Chuan with a hug, taking him into her arms and running straight into the distance. Hayakawa, wait, I knew it. When he came to the imperial sword flight was ruffled, and when he left, there was always something else to do. The 8-footer was princess hugged? Yun Ziyi was just about to travel through space when a huge palm in the sky dome came down with a loud bang, smashing that space directly into pieces. The majestic voice exploded in his ears. Those who come leave their treasures behind, and the people may leave. Chapter 72. Are you kidding? We're in love. What's coming is coming after all. In the territory of the Qingqiu Fox clan, it really wasn't that simple to take the heavy treasure. Even though Yan Beicheng had placed a restriction near the bright soul jade so that the nine-tailed fox clan did not discover that treasure, the treasure still could not escape the Qingqiu Fox clan's perception when it came out. Yun Ziyi's complexion was grave, her gaze looking ahead. There were two people walking out from the void, a man and a woman, both with 9 fox tails behind them, two supreme beings. Sensing her opponent's realm, Yun Ziyi's heart sank halfway. Worthy of being a great clan of the world, just one of the 19 great states of Qingqiu, there were two supreme beings guarding it. This kind of strength was more than 1 star stronger than Chang Yunzhou. Is a battle inevitable after all? Lin Chuan sighs. Even though he has long been prepared, there is still some reluctance if he really wants to use up a bottom card. My name is Nine-Tailed Fox Clan by Zhuang, and next to me is Clan Sister by Lang. Two fellow Taoists, please hand over your treasures. The man supreme opened his mouth. Within the boundaries of Qingqiu, any treasures present in the world belong to Qingqiu, so I hope that you, Taoist friends, know yourself and don't hurt the peace. Yun Ziyi snorted coldly. Treasures are naturally born. Those who have the destiny get them. This state is named after Qingqiu. It doesn't mean it's all yours. The Nine-Tailed Fox Clan. If you, fellow Taoist, insist on fighting, don't blame us for being impolite. The woman supreme being's gaze fell on Lin Chuan. Even though you have some skills, you alone can't protect all of them. Yun Ziyi's willow brows frowned as she quietly transmitted her voice. Fellow Taoist Lin, you decide whether to fight or hand over the treasure? There are 2 supreme realms on the other side. I may not be able to protect you in a fight. If Yun Ziyi was the only one, she was naturally fearless. Considering Lin Chuan, he had to be soft. There's no way the bright soul jade will be handed over. To the duck in the mouth, which still has the possibility of flying out. Lin Xuan landed on the big number of hearts. Stupid. I'll try. Then, Yun Zi took a deep breath. Since you, fellow Daoist, are obsessed, it's no wonder we're to blame. The two supreme beings of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan lost their patience and instantly unfolded their supreme Dharma domains. The Dharma domain unfolded. The foxtails behind the two of them vaporized. 3 deep yellow lines grew on the left and right sides of their cheeks, and red air currents surged around them. At the same time, 9 huge foxtails arose from within the ground behind them, covering the sky. Soul-based legal domains? Yun Zi could clearly feel that her own 7 emotions and 6 desires were being constantly ruffled, and the other party's dual soul law domains were superimposed and alternately impacted, making it extremely difficult for her. It was a good thing that her Dharma domain was good at defense and she wouldn't really fall into the teasing temptations of the nine-tailed fox. To her surprise, Lin Xuan was not affected at all either. In a moment, a small pure white nine-tailed fox soul floated out from behind Lin Xuan. The little fox floated on Lin Xuan's shoulder, her cheeks bulging as she stared angrily at the two Fox Clan supreme beings across from her. Bai Zhuang and Bai Lang froze for a moment. The remnants of the nine-tailed fox clan? Looking at the appearance, it seemed to be a nine-tailed fox from the Tushan clan. Why was the haughty nine-tailed fox willing to cling to a weak human race? Nope, it was this human who bound little nine tails. Bai Lang suddenly became furious. Human race, how dare you imprison the soul of the nine-tailed fox? Hayakawa? What imprisonment? Me and Jiao Jiao Maiden are pure love. Can't you grow a brain when you grow 9 tails? Lin Xuan's small mouth opened and spat out fragrance. Seek death. A supreme being was insulted by the words of a mere transmutation realm. Bai Lung was furious, and his supreme Dharma realm expanded once again. Bai Zhuang also performed his divine ability, the supreme Dharma domain constantly changing between reality and reality. 9 huge tails twining and blocking Yun Zi's blessed fortune Dharma domain. Lin Xuan lost his asylum. Bai Lang instantly killed in front of her. Killing a realm of the transmigration realm is just like picking up a bag in her pocket. The imagined scene of easily removing his opponent's head did not appear, and his arm seemed to probe into a piece of nothingness. Immediately afterward, a huge black aura spread out vastly, but in the time of a few breaths, the 13 states of Qingqiu turned from day to darkness, completely changing his scene. Bai Lang stormed back, a chill running down his spine. The earth had somehow turned into a burial sword mound, and the ground was filled with densely packed swords made of aura. On the dome of the sky, it was as if a black ocean was hanging upside down, and the surging pitch-black waves seemed to swallow everything. The eyes finally landed on that human kid. The original boy who was still a little tender seemed to have turned into a cold, arrogant and lonely loner in a flash. That kind of aura can be a sea change. Such a terrifying supreme Dharma domain was even more unheard of, causing her soul to tremble. Equally terrified was another Fox Clan Supreme, Bai Zhuang. His eyes filled with disbelief as the black waves hanging upside down in the sky dome suffocated him. It was the same supreme realm, but his opponent's Dharma domain was directly swallowing up all of his Dharma domain. The gap in between is desperately large. The one who was most shocked was Yun Zi, looking dazedly at Lin Xuan, who was surrounded by black qi and whose temperament had changed greatly, his face full of shock. Is this the power of Agawa's that life? Such a terrifying aura. It's even far superior to mine. Witnessing with his own eyes the Achuan in another reincarnation gave Yun Zi an unprecedented upheaval. Ignoring the others, Lin Xuan silently stood in place and pulled out the soul true love sword from his chest. There was only one thing he felt now. It's really too good to log on to the big one. He had a premonition that the pure love war god would be strong after mirroring reality, but he didn't expect it to be this strong, far beyond his expectations, without the restriction of the rules of heaven and earth. The pinnacle of the dream world reincarnation is reflected in reality, completing its self-adaptation to the new rules of heaven and earth. This is the fundamental reason why Pure Love Warlord is more powerful than dream reincarnation. Even the forbidden divine ability he had developed, the burial spirit domain, had evolved in reality into the supreme Dharma domain corresponding to the supreme realm. Feeling the power surging through his body, Lin Xuan was refreshed like never before. Hold the soul of your son and live with him. The gentle whisper seemed to be ringing in my ears again. Lin Xuan reached out and took a sword from the cemetery and merged it into the sword of true love, and a brand new divine ability was reflected in his mind. Grip the hilt. Draw your sword. Polar shadow sword drawing. Whoosh! In the next instant, the sword in Lin Xuan's hand violently chopped out without any unnecessary movements. The nine-tailed fox Bai Lang was cut in two without warning. Bai Zhuang only fell deep in the mud, wanting to rescue, but how could he not take a step? He could only look at his clan sister's soul fleeing in panic. Lin Chuan took a step forward. The black air flowed, and in an instant, he was in front of Bai Lang. He didn't draw his sword again and just stared coldly at the other party. Behind her, Dushan Jiajiao's soul floated out once again. She only had half a soul body, her eyes resembling that of a clueless young girl. Looking at Bai Lung, who was also a nine-tailed fox, Dushan Jiajiao's remnant soul let out a broken voice. He didn't imprison me. My love for him and I was never bound. Dushan Jiajiao's remnant soul seemed to have some consciousness. Lin Chuan took out the piece of bright soul jade, gently gripped it, crushed it to pieces, and uttered the words that Dushan Jiajiao had said to him in the Forbidden Love, Reincarnation. All living things will know our love. Right now. Chapter 73. The man. He's back again. All living things will know our love. Right now. The moment the words fell, countless treasures floated out around Lin Chuan's body, all of which were necessary to revive Dushan Jiajiao's soul. A huge formation was slowly generated within the burial spirit domain. Lin Chuan decided to complete Dushan Jiajiao's soul revival ceremony here, taking advantage of the peak moment of his own power. Burial spirit domain. 10,000 ghosts swimming in the sky, lightly chanting the incantation. The 9 gates of hell rose up from the ground in the dark and boundless sword mound and slowly opened. Countless hellish spirit bodies came out of it. Withered bones, Shura, Nocturne, Impermanence, Judge. They are not coming this time to make the world feel the fear of death, but to welcome the new birth of the cycle from hell to earth. The ghostly spirits chanted supreme lamentations, and the natural energies of the heavens and earth, the ethereal energies from hell, continue to converge towards Dushan Jiajiao's remnant soul. The grave mound is a dark painting, and Dushan Jiajiao is the only light in the room. Agawa, will you think of me again after you've rescued her? Yun Ziyi, who witnessed all this, had mixed feelings in her heart. I don't know whether to congratulate Chuan or mourn for myself. She stared at her beloved in a daze, like she was standing on the edge of the world herself. The two supreme beings of the nine-tailed fox clan, Bai Zhuang and Bai Lang, were hiding in a corner and shivering, fearing that they would be captured and used as a tonic. The huge formation was filled up a little bit by the energy of heaven and earth. This is an extremely long process. Qingyun State, Yunmeng Ancient Forest. Mo Sanyu was sitting on top of a cloud, with the rolling and churning red demonic chi underneath her seat and a light blue ocean above her head. On her body, the two types of red and blue auras were constantly intertwining, and she was adapting to the rules of this heaven and earth in an extremely strange way. Even her supreme Dharma domain was undergoing a shocking metamorphosis. The red and blue intertwined Dharma domains disintegrated little by little, constantly merging with the amazing Tao rhythm emanating from Mo Sanyu's body. One Tao fragment after another was birthed from it, laying at her feet, until it is thoroughly woven into an avenue of self. The visions above the cloud dream ancient forest also dispersed. Mo Sanyu took a long breath, feeling unprecedentedly relaxed. Her body and soul had completely adapted to this heaven and earth. At the same time, she stepped into the first realm of the realm of legends, the Tao Extreme Realm. The Supreme Realm was the end of the 8 realms of cultivation, the strongest under the legends, but it also remained at the level of borrowing the power of heaven and earth. The Tao Polarity Realm was very different. Anyone who stepped into this realm needed to shatter the Supreme Law domain, weave a path that belonged to himself, and be recognized by the 3,000 great roads of the chaotic universe, so that it may be honored as a legend. I am the 3,000 paths of chaos, which the world must not recite. This was the reason why the cultivators of the world kept their mouths shut about the realm of legends. There are rumors in the world that if a cultivator below the legend dares to arbitrarily fabricate events above the legend, he will most likely encounter the heavenly Tao to punish him. But that's just a rumor. More than likely, they were killed by cultivators of the realm of legends before they could be invisibly punished by the heavenly Tao. The realm of legends, it's still marvelous. Mo Sanyu rose leisurely, in a bright mood. Even though the Tao Extreme Realm was only the first step into the legend, but then again, it was also a huge metamorphosis, as if breaking the cocoon into a butterfly, and from then on, it was a flight to the heavens. Finally taking this step, Dream's injury should be able to get better as well. There were 2 reasons why Mo Sanyu was in a hurry to step into the legend realm. The first was to quickly find a way to get her husband Lin Chuan's memory back. The second was to get his daughter, Lin Rameng, out of that weird state. When she was in the lower realm, after her battle with Lin Chuan, her own 2 personalities finally merged and she also found the opportunity to ascend. She could have ascended much earlier, but realized that her daughter was restricted by the laws of heaven and earth and could not ascend with her. By that time, she was at the point of a dilemma. If she left her daughter in the lower realm, it would be difficult for her to survive as she is still young and simple and ignorant. Mo Sanyu could only choose to put up a fight, doing her best to protect her daughter with all her might, and ascending to the upper realm together. But her daughter turned into an odd state after ascending. Yako, who seems a little less intelligent. Mo Sanyu felt that this should all have something to do with Lin Chuan as a father. First, I'll go see how my Meng Meng is doing. Husband loves Meng Meng so much that he shouldn't let her suffer, right? But just beware of that bad woman. And that vixen. With a thought, Mo Sanyu had already arrived above the Lin mansion. What's going on? Mo Sanyu detected an abnormality. There seemed to be a layer of hazy chi luck surrounding the Lin mansion, forming a special shelter. The way of chi fortune? Is it that bad woman's tactics? Sure enough, while I was away, she seduced her husband again, and by the looks of it, I'm afraid she's living in it. Swish! Mo Sanyu instantly entered the red-clothed demonic state, a mere array of chi. Naturally, she couldn't stop her at the Dao extreme realm, and with a flicker, she arrived within the Lin mansion. Spiritual awareness enveloped the entire Lin mansion in an instant. What's going on? Neither husband nor that bad woman is here? Must be out fooling around. Mo Sanyu was so angry that she stomped her feet. Lin Chuan, how dare you leave Meng Meng here alone? Not bringing your daughter, but going out to fool around with that bad woman. Don't let me catch you. I'm going to drain you this time, no matter what I say. In a fit of anger, Mo Sanyu made an angry decision. As for the words, if you can't remember me, you can forget about me in the reincarnation cycle. That's what the blue-skirted Mo Sanyu said. So what's it got to do with me? Demon Lord Mo Sanyu? After some deduction, Mo Sanyu quickly deduced the approximate location of Lin Chuan and stepped through space to vanish. The Dragon Clan's dependency, the Basha Prefecture. Between heaven and earth, two figures were fighting furiously. The former resembled a turtle, named Basha, a bloodline offspring of the combination of the Dragon and Xian turtle clans. The person who fought against it was a black-clothed woman with a delicate figure, but bore a pair of dragon horns, precisely the dragon lady who had awakened the true dragon bloodline. In the end, the turtle-shaped Basho crashed to the ground in defeat. Night Snow, you've gotten stronger again. I'm afraid you're no better than a direct descendant of the true dragon clan. The defeated Hegemon smiled and congratulated him. The true dragons had always looked down on them, the hybrids of the dragon race. Now that there was a Night Snow among the mixed bloods, fighting for them, it was naturally something to be happy about. Understood. Night Snow clasped her fists. It's thanks to your help that my cultivation path has been so smooth. Basha laughed. As long as you can take a spot for our hybrid race under in the True Dragon Conference, it will all be worth it. I'll do my best. Night Snow nodded. Her face abruptly changed. Her heart suddenly sensed, and her eyes revealed a look of disbelief. It's him? He's back? Who? Ba Xiao was dumbfounded. Who had such a big face? Who could make the cold as ice mountain Night Snow show this expression? No one answered him. Accompanied by a spatial fluctuation, Night Snow had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 74 Resuscitation. Tushan Jiejiao's Complete Soul. The 13 States of Qingxiu. The natural energies of the heavens and earth continued to converge and irrigate the grand formation for a full 3 days and 3 nights. Tushan Jiejiao's soul resuscitation ceremony was finally completed. Lin Chuan stood in the center of the great formation, enjoying the pilgrimage of the spirits of 10,000 ghosts to greet the new birth of the cycle from hell to earth. The little fox floating on his shoulder was wrapped in natural and ethereal energies, and Lin Chuan felt his own soul being pulled. There was a part of his soul that belonged to Tushan Jiajiao. That part of the soul energy was now going to re-enter Tushan Jiajiao's body, but their souls were still implicated in an extremely marvelous way. Hold the soul of the sun and live with him. The deed is done. Never to part. The little fox's body transformed into a dazzling white light, gradually growing and eventually transforming into a huge 9-tailed white fox. In an instant, she took human form again. A familiar figure came into view. Lin Chuan stared tightly at the delicate figure standing in front of him. Finally, did it work? Tushan Jiajiao was still a soul body, a complete soul body. Her eyes were slightly dull as she stared blankly at Lin Chuan. You are my husband? You're Wuyo. No, your name is Lin Chuan? Lin Chuan's heart shook. Failed? The Jiajiao lady does not seem to have regained her full memory, but only vaguely remembers him. Between thoughts, Tushan Jiajiao was already floating in front of him and gently kissed him on the lips. There is something otherworldly and wonderful about a kiss between souls. Jiajiao, do you still remember me? Lin Chuan asked in a low voice. Remember, and seemed to have forgotten some. Tushan Jiajiao tried to think. I can't recall many things, but I know that you are Jiao Jiao's husband. Always. Lin Chuan took a long breath. The art of soul resuscitation was indeed still flawed, but it was good that Jiao Jianyangzi still remembered the key things. You've only just recovered. Don't go thinking about it too much. You'll always remember it in the long years to come. Aha! Tushan Jiaojiao spread a smile. Jiaojiao loves her husband the most. After saying that, he burrowed into Lin Chuan's arms. I love Jiaojiao the most too. Lin Chuan caressed Tushan Jiaojiao's soul and responded passionately. Only in the next second, the high enthusiasm was doused by a cold aura coming from behind. Suffered. Too involved. Forgot there's a little green plum vinegar in there. Resurrecting the petite maiden was a sense of duty. And after that it was pure shuriken. Husband, is she also your maiden? The Tushan Jiaojiao in her arms spoke quietly. The two communicated with the voice of their souls, and outsiders were not allowed to hear them. Lin Chuan remembered something. Jiao Jianyangzi was a mind reader. As for the truth, he didn't know. Anyway, he was completely bluffed in the forbidden love round. Even if Jiao Jianyangzi was unable to read his mind, she could definitely sense his mood swings with her souls intertwined. This. Wouldn't it be like lifting a rock and stoning yourself? Not to mention that there is an even fiercer maiden who did not come. If Mo Sanyu also came, the picture would be too beautiful. Lin Chuan did not dare to think. Thinking about this, Lin Chuan sweated profusely. Dog system. Forcing me to go down the path of a scumbag. Ha! The maidens were one stronger than the other. And the only thing Lin Chuan could do was to eat a soft meal and curse the system to vent his anger. Husband, why don't you answer me? Tushan Jiaojiao pursued. Is she your maiden? Maybe? Perhaps. What does it mean? Tushan Jiaojiao said. You clearly have feelings for her. You can't hide them from me. Humph. Lin Chuan's mind was racing. 10,000 times smarter than an immortal's enlightenment. And all kinds of remedies emerged from his mind. Whirling around, he put on a look of deep affection and, Jiao, you should know clearly that today's me is no longer Tushan Wuyo, but Lin Chuan. Just as you remember only me and have lost many memories, I remember only you and have lost just as many. What I said about maybe, is that I think maybe my past life crossed paths with her, and when I saw her I had a similar feeling of seeing you. Tushan Jiaojia cocked her head with a dumbfounded expression and thought for a long time. Husband seems to be making some sense, but then again, something isn't right. It took a long time before he summarized. What husband means is that after that life of ours ended, you reincarnated many times and had other love affairs? Yes. Lin Chuan nodded. At this moment, Lin Chuan's pressure was unprecedented. I don't know what kind of shura will be waiting for me ahead. After staring blankly at Lin Chuan for a moment, Tushan Jiaojia once again spoke. What about Jiaojiao knowing? Like husband always remembered Jiaojiao and wanted to revive Jiaojiao's soul. I suppose that pretty sister has been trying to get her husband to remember her, too. You're all doing your best to find the love of your heart. Jiaojiao won't be that selfish. It's not husband's fault. That's the teasing of the heavenly wheel. Tushan Jiaojiao's words made Lin Chuan almost burst into tears. Saved. My stepford wife. It's just too understanding. Tushan Jiaojiao guffawed. Husband must have endured a lot of suffering in order to revive Jiaojiao's soul. And so did that sister. Right? If husband remembers everything about that sister, Jiaojiao is willing to be husband's maiden along with pretty sister O. Tushan Jiaojiao's gaze was clear as she spoke these words. A gentle stab at Lin Chuan's conscience. Mother is so nice. From giving her a home, to giving them a home. Lin Chuan went further and further down this path. The modesty of the Jiaojiao woman has laid a solid foundation for a harmonious and bright future. Steady, don't wave. Lin Chuan took a deep breath. The little Qingmei maiden Yunzi. Although she was a jealous woman, she was also a love brain, and it was easy to coax. We'll take our time when we get back to the Lin mansion. In his head, a system prompt rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden side quest Reincarnation link. You have changed the ending of your maiden Tushan Jiaojia in the real world, and this time you have gained 150,000 points. The new feature of the system, Reincarnation Interaction, has been unlocked for you. Reincarnation interaction. After entering a dream reincarnation, the subjective consciousness of your real body can interact with the characters in the dream reincarnation and change the direction of the dream reincarnation. Prerequisite for opening. Host's real-world cultivation has reached the divine spirit realm. Number of major event interactions remaining, 3. Number of daily event interactions remaining, unlimited. Please keep in mind, host, that each of your reincarnations is you. Another new function is opened. The proprioceptive consciousness guides the direction of the dream. This function can be so cool, It's exciting to think about it. Rumble. It was at this moment that Lin Chuan sensed violent fluctuations coming from outside the burial spirit domain, as if someone was trying to break his supreme Dharma domain from the outside. Legendary realm. Lin Chuan frowned. Was it the legend of Qingqiu that had descended? That's a bit of a problem. Chapter 75, Sister. Are you praising me? Old ancestor has come to our rescue. Inside the spirit burial domain, the Fox Clan Supreme Lords Bai Zhuang and Bai Lang were excited. Even though the mysterious man in front of them was breathtakingly powerful, completely exceeding their understanding of the realm of the Supreme Realm. However, they knew very well that as long as they had not stepped into the legend realm, they would not be able to match the legends. This is a theorem that has been around for ages. Those who could break this theorem were few and far between, and those were supreme beings who had achieved monstrous feats against the times. You can't run into one by yourself, can you? Boom! In the next instant, the burial spirit domain dissipated, but instead of being broken, Lin Chuan actively chose to disperse it. Who is it that comes and dares to make trouble in Qingqiu? The nine-tailed fox clan's legendary realm opened its mouth, its voice spreading vastly, causing Lin Chuan to feel an extremely terrifying pressure. Lin Chuan clasped his fists. I am a casual cultivator, passing by this place, seeing a treasure being born, taking it as I please, and did not mean to offend Qingqiu. The nine-tailed fox clan's legend questioned in a cold voice, decapitating the flesh of my Qingqiu clan members, leaving only their souls. Is this what you call no offense? Ancestor Bai Qing, these two people have seized the heavy treasures of my 13 Qingqiu states and are practicing extremely bizarre techniques. I'm afraid that they are devil Dao cultivators. Bai Long complained. Devil's Way cultivators? Bai Qing frowned. Bai Lang added. Not only is he a devil cultivator, he also imprisoned the nine-tailed fox clan of the Tushan clan and put their souls under control. Lin Chuan's face was cold. He should have known that he should have killed this nine-tailed fox first. It was out of fear of Qingqiu that he didn't make a move. Furthermore, the other party in Zhaojianyangzi were the same nine-tailed fox, and he didn't want the newly revived Tushan Jiaojia to be tainted with bad luck. I didn't realize the other side was so unaware. Tushan Jiaojia was even more furious than Lin Chuan. Her soul roared. No nonsense. Between my husband and I is the purest love in the world. There is no control. Enough! Bai Qing angrily shouted. No matter what, it's already a fact that you seized the treasure of Qingqiu and injured my nine-tailed fox clan. Please come with me. Your nine-tailed fox clan is so unreasonable? Yun Ziyi took a step forward. The treasures of this place were laid out by our predecessors as early as 1,000 years ago. We are just following our predecessors' guidance to come here to take the treasures. When did it become your Qingqiu's property? Furthermore, it was Bai Lang, the fox, who first moved to kill, and it was already her good fortune that we left her alive. So what's the point of making a mess? Even when faced with the legendary realm, Yun Ziyi was pleasantly unafraid. What a tiger! Lin Chuan held his forehead. His own mother-in-law was not only powerful in the nest, she was also more ferocious than one outside. Truly speaking, for a legend realm cultivator to punish someone below the legend realm, they only need one reason, and that is to. Legends are not to be dishonored. Lin Chuan no longer held any hope of defense and prepared to execute the burying spirit domain, crossing the other shore to leave the 13 Qingqiu states. This was a forbidden technique that he had created in his previous life, allowing him to ignore restrictions on wide-range spatial teleportation. The matter of Bai Lang, my Qingqiu will punish myself. It's not your turn to discipline for Qingqiu. If you too want to be recalcitrant again, don't blame the old man for not being reasonable. As the words fell, Bai Qing slapped his palm down. The great hand condensed by the Tao rules destroyed everything, and the terrifying pressure swept through the four directions. The strength of the legendary realm was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. Lin Chuan took one step and stopped in front of Yun Ziyi as the burial spirit domain unfolded once again. It was at this moment that a blood-red arrow came through space and directly shot through the huge palm that the Tao had illuminated. Then a second arrow flew in, razor sharp, and shot the two fox supreme beings, Bai Lang and Bai Zhuang, to death on the spot. Bai Qing's face suddenly changed as he looked towards the fluctuating space in front of him, where a red-skirted woman stepped out, just as if she was also a legend realm. If Qingqiu doesn't discipline, this honored one will do it for you. An icy voice filled the air. Who are you? Bai Qing stared at the woman in front of him in disbelief. Compared to the shock brought to him by the other party's strength, what shocked him more was the woman's temperament and appearance. The appearance and temperament of the nine-tailed fox clan belonged to the upper echelon among the 10,000 clans. But when he saw this woman, he felt that, looking at the entire Qingqiu, there was no one who could match her. The person who came was none other than Mo Sanyu. In the face of Bai Qing's questioning, Mo Sanyu's answer was even simpler and rougher. Who am I, you ask? Naturally it's the devil cultivator you're talking about. People like my husband are too benevolent and can only be considered good old men. They can't be devil cultivators. These words caused Bai Qing's face to become completely gloomy. A mere devil cultivator dared to insult Qingqiu so recklessly. It seems that I, Qingqiu, have been at peace for too long, and the living beings of the world have forgotten about us. Bai Qing transformed into his nine-tailed fox body. Mo Sanyu snorted. What this honored one hates the most is vixens. The great battle was imminent, and both sides tacitly agreed not to make a move in the 13 states of Qingqiu, killing into the void and quickly disappearing. Lin Chuan sweated coldly. How did my demon mother break the realm again? That's a legend? Beside her, a ghostly voice sounded once again. Husband, is this even more beautiful magical sister? Also your maiden? It seems, right? Lin Chuan ambiguously returned. It seems that husband is truly blessed. Tushan Jiajiao seemed to smile. How many other ladies does husband have? Call them over together. Let's all be honest and talk about it. That yin and yang tone. The Jiajiao lady was obviously jealous too. It's not necessary to be frank. There are some things that I can't figure out for myself, and it's easy to lead to unnecessary trouble. Lin Chuan said back in his serious manner. In comparison, only Jiajiao Yangzi is a bit easier to fool, and the other two can't be messed with at all. As for being honest with each other, with Demon Lord Mo Sanyu around, it was impossible for this matter to be reached. When that person got mad, she could pack Yun Ziyi and Tushan Jiajiao plus a wave of herself away. The saddest person in the room was Yun Ziyi. It's just a matter of witnessing your sweetheart and a vixen. Agawa remembers the vixen's life and can only recognize it herself. Now that the fierce demoness had broken through the legendary realm again, making her advantage, which was already small, even more dismal, how could she still compete? No way. The less advantage I have, the more I have to fight. Yun Ziyi clenched her fists. It's all about past life love. It's not certain who will lose and who will win. I don't believe that Chuan will forget about me. The three women had different minds. Lin Chuan's brain was about to explode. In my dreams I'm as strong as an ox, but in reality I can't beat a woman. Any one of them could drain him, physically and mentally. Just as he was thinking, the space was once again turbulent. The red-clothed silhouette carrying a large bow stepped out from the void. Mo Sanyu had returned. That legendary realm of the nine-tailed fox clan was nowhere to be seen. Mo Sanyu's body was filled with demonic aura, and his gaze fell on Lin Chuan, or more accurately, focused on Tushan Jiajiao's soul body. Foxy. As the three words were spat out, the already tense atmosphere rushed to the breaking point. Lin Chuan's nerves were tense, more tense than facing the legendary realm of the Fox clan. Would Mo Sanyu, whose anger value was drawn to full capacity, be reasonable? However, in the face of Mo Sanyu's provocation, Tushan Jiajiao just looked at the other party dumbfoundedly. Sister, are you complimenting me? Chapter 76, A true warrior is born in heaven and earth. How can he live under others for so long? Sister, are you complimenting me? The dull eyes, paired with the sincere tone, coupled with Tushan Jiajiao's innocent expression, caused the entire room to fall silent for a moment. But in just a split second, the anger in Mo Sanyu's body flared up again. Provocations. Barefaced provocation. Who do you think you are? You vixen? Don't think that just because husband remembers you that you're great. Just as Mo Sanyu was about to teach the vixen a lesson, another voice rang out in her head. Can't make a move. You can't fall for this vixen. Mo Sanyu thought for a second that the vixen deliberately used this whiny tone to lure her into anger, so that her husband would feel that the other party was gentle and she was ferocious. Would I fall for that? His posture changed. His eyes looked out of the corner of his eye, and he looked down at Tushan Jiajiao. Vixen, this honored one saved you. Why don't you come over and thank this honored one? More than a costume, right? I'm a devil. Who can pretend to be me? To Mo Sanyu's surprise, the vixen actually bowed respectfully to her. Jiajiao thanks you for saving her life. Lin Chuan followed with a bow. Thank you girl for saving my life. After saying that, Tushan Jiajiao turned to Yun Ziyi. Jiajiao also thanked you for saving her life. Mo Sanyu and Yun Ziyi frowned at the same time. Is this vixen for real? Only Lin Chuan was able to sense that these two obeisances of Tushan Jiajiao were pious from the bottom of her heart, without any mockery. Tushan Jiajiao, who had lost a lot of her memories, seemed a lot duller than before. Thank you is not necessary. Mo Sanyu stayed cold and arrogant. This honored one doesn't need your thanks, and it wasn't originally to save you. Tushan Jiajia laughed. In terms of signs regardless of heart, you just saved me. Good. What a white lotus flower. Endure. I'll hold back again. Mo Sanyu's mind was intertwined with celestial beings, and the big red bow behind his back was stupidly moving. That. Three of you listen to me for a second. Lin Chuan finally stood out. This is Qingqiu's territory. If there's anything, let's go back and talk about it. Okay? Although the legendary realm of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan had been driven away by Mo Sangyu, Qingqiu could have more than one legend. It was thought that there must be a stronger existence than Mo Sangyu. Stay here and play Shura. It's easy to get caught in the middle of a pot. Mo Sangyu didn't reply to Lin Chuan's words, but looked up at the clouds and said coldly, Your Excellency has been watching for so long. It's time to come down for a chat, right? Lin Chuan was stunned. Ha? There's a master? As Mo Sanyu's eyes looked towards the clouds, a cold and arrogant woman dressed in black robes with two horns and a dragon's tail on her head came down step by step from the dome of the sky. Night Snow? Lin Chuan was surprised how he didn't expect Night Snow to come. Husband, is this also your maiden? In the sea of consciousness, Tushan Jiajiao's sultry voice sounded once again. It seems that after leaving Jiao, husband, you are truly hungry. Lin Chuan had a head full of questions. Jiao, don't you remember her? Who? Tushan Jiajiao froze. Did I know her before? Sure, Lin Chuan said. She saved us once. If it wasn't for her, maybe there wouldn't be us now. Tushan Jiajiao seemed to understand, and finally concluded. I see. So in my life, my husband married two ladies. Lin Chuan nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. What kind of logic is that? Tushan Jiajiao smiled lightly. Just like the two beautiful sisters. Miss Night Snow has come to find you, naturally with the same purpose. Lin Chuan froze. I suppose. No? Aren't Night Snow and I pure friendship? But whether it was or not didn't matter anymore. Night Snow's arrival at this time was bound to cause misunderstandings. Especially Mo Sanyu. Any woman who approached him or her would, I'm afraid, be judged by Mo Sanyu as a love rival. Mo Sanyu stared dead on at Night Snow. His hand already had more than a dozen blood-red arrows in it. You're here to find Lin Chuan as well? Night Snow swept her gaze over Lin Chuan and faintly returned. Happened to be passing by. Who are you kidding? How could Mo Sanyu not see Night Snow's concern for her own husband? Think what you want. Night Snow looked indifferent. I'm leaving. See you again sometime. Before the words left his mouth, the person had already disappeared without a trace. Mo Sanyu's gaze returned to Lin Chuan once again. It seemed that she had still underestimated her husband. Husband is so charming in every life. I just don't know how many other past life flings the husband hasn't sought out. She didn't want to wait any longer. If we wait any longer, it's still unknown whether or not husband's memory can be restored, and the love affair will definitely grow. It's only right to drain your husband early. Other women want husbands. Go to their husbands for another life. Yun Ziyi became even more depressed. What had been a modest advantage seems to have edged a bit further. Status -1. Lin Chuan was like an awn. The only thing he could do was play dumb and pretend he didn't know anything. As long as I don't remember anything, disaster is always one step behind me. I snorted in my sleep. Inside the Shura, it is enshrined as truth. Poof. Mo Sangyu snorted coldly and instantly came to Lin Chuan's side. Let's go. This honored one has something that he wants to talk to you alone. There was no time to react. Lin Chuan only felt a blackness before his eyes and was taken into the void. Finally, it's over. To Lin Chuan, this was not a relief. Facing Mo Sangyu, Tushan Jiajiao, Yun Ziyi's three maidens' pincer attack, they simply couldn't be met, and even Night Snow was counted by them. Wouldn't it be a relief just to face a lady? Smothered in Mo Sanyu's arms, Lin Chuan had only one thought. Get stronger. I want to be strong. The only way to turn over the serfs and sing is to become strong. A man is born in heaven and earth. How can he live under a woman for so long? I don't know how long it took, but the five senses were restored. The light reappeared, and when Lin Chuan opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at the Lin mansion. In the bedroom, on the big bed, cute little Rumang was sleeping soundly. Mo Sangyu coldly spoke. Fox spirit, you go out. I want to talk to my husband alone. Tushan Jiajiao's soul floated out from within Lin Chuan's body and laughed. Wish sister good luck. Oh. When Tushan Jiajiao went out, Mo Sangyu waved her hand to lay down a boundary, and looked at Lin Chuan with a burning gaze. I'll ask you again. Do you remember me? Why should the girl force herself? Lin Chuan once again transformed into a shadow emperor. I admit that I have a sense of closeness to the girl. In the haze or fate, perhaps we really met. But what the girl said, I really don't remember. Mo Sanyu's gaze condensed. What about Rumung? Do you know whose child Rumung is? Naturally, it's my child. Lin Chuan was righteous. She's my child too. She is our common daughter. Seeing Meng Meng, being with her for so long, you really can't recall anything? Mo Sanyu pressed. A question mark went up on Lin Chuan's head. My lady, what about the promise of forgetting each other in the cycle of reincarnation? Why don't you give me some time? We're really not time management gurus. Okay, forget it if you can't remember. Mo Sanyu gritted her teeth. But there is one thing you must cooperate with me. I have found a way to change my daughter's state. Chapter 77 Jiao Jiao Know It. You want to marry two sisters home. You should have already noticed the abnormality of dream, right? The battle in the 13 Qingqiu states had caused Mo Sanyu to have a not-so-small change of opinion about Lin Chuan's strength. Her own husband wasn't as weak as he appeared to be. Perhaps husband had left behind some backstory before his reincarnation. So much so that he was able to borrow power from his previous life. Whether it was the Burning Silence Sword technique, or the Cloud Heart Divine Sword, as well as the supreme stance displayed in the 13 states of Qingqiu, all of them corroborated this point. Lin Chuan nodded and acknowledged. Dream doesn't look like a real life form. Right. Mo Sanyu said in a deep voice. She can only stay normal if she's around you and me. Lin Chuan said. What's it going to take? Mo Sanyu touched her daughter's cheek, sensing something. I'm sure you already know the method. By pouring your and my life essence into Meng Meng, you can counteract that weird curse on her. Yes, but the process is too long. Lin Chuan had used this method, and every time he was exhausted, the effect was not considered much better. Mo Sanyu said, if you and I combine our life essence, and then use it to harbor Meng Meng, we can drastically speed up the process. Lin Chuan was stunned. Combine? How do you combine? I will deduce a suitable gong method that specializes in this aspect. As for what form it will end up in, I can't tell. Mo Sanyu said with a straight face, but no matter what, you must cooperate with me. Lin Chuan put on a serious expression. Not to mention the fact that Meng Meng and I are destined to be together. The girl also saved my life, so it's hard to repay this favor. As long as the girl commands, no matter what needs to be done, I am willing to lay down my life. Is that so? Mo Sanyu raised her eyebrows. There's something this honored one really wants to do with you. Do what? I'll tell you the day you remember my name. If I really had an experience with the girl where we knew each other, I will definitely remember it. And that day won't be too long. Lin Chuan said with a straight face. I hope so, and I hope that the day you remember, you'll give this honorable man a good account of yourself. Mo Sanyu kissed Lin Rumung on the forehead and got up to leave. In a word, oppression pulls full circle. What's the deal? What's the deal? Lin Chuan racked his brain and couldn't think of a way to make Mo Sanyu and Tushan Jiajiao as well as Yun Ziyi coexist harmoniously. Not to mention sleeping together or anything. Or dream reincarnation is comfortable where there are so many Shura. The whole family happy, how wonderful. While having a headache, a little light flashed steeply in his mind. Right. Oh, can a small family reconcile to become a large family through dream reincarnation? Thinking of this, Lin Chuan immediately opened his eye of reincarnation and gazed at Mo Sanyu, who was walking out step by step. A line of information appears in front of you. Mo Sanyu, reincarnation number 2. This is Mo Sanyu's third life. In the first 2 reincarnations she had a great relationship with you, but it was not meant to be, and you both chose a path of fulfillment of the other in self-aloneness. Seeing this line of information, Lin Chuan couldn't help but stare. So we've met countless years ago? It's just that you forgot and I didn't remember? It shouldn't. Lin Chuan wondered. With my character, seeing such a good-looking girl, there's no reason to let go of her, and foolishly embark on a lonely path. Lin Chuan still hadn't figured out the relationship between dream reincarnation and reality. Is it the dream reincarnation that reverses the cause and effect of reality? Or is reality set in stone and the outcome predetermined? Or maybe it's false, true or false, and nothing is finalized? At least it's a hope now. Mo Sanyu's reincarnation message showed Lin Chuan a well-trodden path of love and harmony. Outside the house, another windy Shura battlefield. Yun Ziyi returned and silently made tea. Tushan Jiejiao's soul body sat on the swing in the small courtyard and swung around, scaring the silly girl Greenbud so much that she hid in the corner and didn't dare to approach. As soon as Mo Sanyu came out, all eyes converged on her. What a beautiful woman. Even more beautiful than Daoist Qingyu. Greenbud, who was eating melon in the corner, widened her eyes. Could she be Meng Meng's mother? That scandalous Daoist couple of young master? Tushan Jiajiao smiled. How did sister and husband talk? It's satisfactory. No need for you to hang around. Mo Sanyu looked indifferent, not wanting to say much to Tushan Jiaojia, who had already taken the name. After all, demon, never play against the wind. His gaze turned to Yun Ziyi and questioned. You broke the rules. Who let you live in the Lin mansion? Yun Ziyi snorted coldly. You're the one who broke the rules first. You have no right to control me. Not to mention that the Linfu's divine object, the White Lotus, needs me to take care of it, and Chuan has also promised. Divine object? Mo Sangyu raised her willow eyebrows and looked towards the white lotus planted in the compound. This lotus flower. What a strong qi. It's letting you enjoy your blessings. A pure white lotus flower on the outside fits your temperament. Yun Ziyi said in a deep voice. You don't have to be shady with me here. We should be on the same page now. Same reincarnation. Why does Chuan remember Tushan Jiajiao but not us? By figuring out the reason for this, we might be able to restore Agawa's memories from his reincarnation. Compared to Demon Lord Mo Sangyu, Yun Ziyi was much calmer. She felt this was the time to present a united front. Mo Sangyu snorted. What else could be the reason? Of course it's that the vixen is more good at seducing people, that bone-crushing and soul-crushing tactics, so that husband can't even forget it even after he's reincarnated. Tushan Jiaojiao smiled lightly. Thank you sister for the compliment. Mo Sangyu silently clenched her fists. A name is great, right? Vixen, you wait for my father. When my honor becomes the main palace, you'll be in for a treat. White Lotus Flower. Since you're living in the Lin mansion, keep an eye on this vixen and don't let your husband get sucked dry by her. When my father returns again, it will be when my husband's memory is restored. Recovering memories requires a medium. External objects such as the burning silence sword technique alone were not enough. Compared to that, the daughter of the bloodline was more important. By changing her daughter's state, she might be able to make her husband remember the past. This was Mo Sanyu's plan. After saying that, Mo Sanyu turned around and left. Yun Ziyi was out of sight, out of mind, and turned away, starting to cultivate the method of Qi Fortune with the help of the White Lotus of the Pure World. Tushan Jiajia floated into the house in a sly manner and came to Lin Chuan's side. Husband, the two sisters are competing for you very tightly. Lin Chuan was in tears. Do you think it's not messy enough? Tushan Jiajiao smiled lightly. Jiajiao is helping husband. Oh look. If it wasn't for Jiajiao's presence, the two sisters would have fought long ago. With Sister Witch's temperament, would she be able to let Sister Lotus live in the Lin mansion? It's all thanks to Jiajiao. Lin Chuan. Seems to make some sense. Jiajiao understand. Oh, husband hard hope to marry two sisters home. Husband whether to remember them don't know, but the feeling can't deceive people. It. Chapter 78, Across 5,000 Years. Monkey, I will find you. Tushan Jiajiao's words silenced Lin Chuan. Fortunately, God guided him to choose the right path. If Tushan Jiajiao had been replaced by Mo Sanyu and Yun Ziyi, this family would have already been in a state of panic. Jiajiao, thank you for understanding. Ever since he learned that dreams were connected to reality, Lin Chuan had never wanted to spend the rest of his life with just one of them. Harmony. Must harmonize. It's okay then. Tushan Jiajiao tenderly said. Jiajiao was able to revive. Not only was it the painstaking search of you alone, husband, but both sisters helped. If it weren't for them, maybe there wouldn't be a Jiao Jiao now. How can Jiao Jiao be selfish when the two sisters know that husband is traveling to Qingqiu in order to save me? Yet they are still able to help us without a second thought? Speaking of this, Tushan Jijiao's words changed. Even if you want to fight, then also have to wait for husband to remember the two sisters. We all compete fairly together. So how exciting Lin Chuan almost took a breath. What's the matter? Jiao Jiao. She likes to play big? It's true. A woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea. Thinking of this, Lin Chuan once again opened his eye of reincarnation and looked at Tushan Jiajiao's soul body. Information is revealed. Tushan Jiajiao. Number of rounds, 2. This is Tushan Jiajiao's third life. In the first 2 lives, you had a deep love affair, but in the end, you regretted missing it and chose the path of being alone with each other. Lin Chuan had expected this, and sure enough, he had a past life relationship with Jiaojiao Yangzi as well. He looked at Yun Ziyi outside the house again. Information is revealed. Cloud knowledge. Number of rounds, 2. This is Yun Ziyi's third life. In her first life, you were the best of friends, and only friends. Aha! What the hell is wrong with you? How is it that this life is all about beloveds and the previous reincarnation is all about regrets? The debt of love owed in the previous life. All to this life let the old man too, alright? Lin Chuan would like to ask. Dog system, are you slagged off by me in a previous life and deliberately come to take revenge on me in this life? Dreams and reality. If everything is undecided and can still be changed, then it proves that the idea of giving them a home is hopefully realized. Not too long ago, the system opened up a new feature, reincarnation interactions. This function allows Lin Xuan's main consciousness in the real world to influence the direction of the dream reincarnation, with 3 chances to change major events. Daily events are even more free to interact with unlimited times. In this way, even if you can't reverse the big picture, it's better than nothing. Of course, with the system's pissy nature, it might have buried a lot of holes in a previous life. The easiest thing to say is that he had other mothers in his previous life, and they were of the explicitly married variety. So maybe that's what caused him to miss them. Although dreams can be framed in terms of a rough structure through words, words are ultimately limited, and most events are randomly generated. But it will have to do. Lin Xuan silently made up his mind. New questions loomed on the horizon. The reincarnation-free interaction function required the divine prana realm to be opened, and today he was still only in the degenerate realm. It was good that after landing on the large pure love war god, his sense of the Tao had a qualitative improvement, and many things that he couldn't understand in cultivation were made clear. His realm had also come to the late stage of the degenerate realm, and he would soon be able to step into the divine spirit realm. Unable to hang around and cultivate for inspiration through long dream rounds, Lin Xuan could only break the realm in reality. Should we not take another mission in the demon beheading division? Lin Xuan's understanding of the real world could be said to be very little, and it was only through the demon beheading division that his cognition was a little broader. But what he had seen was still only the tip of heaven and earth. Not to mention him, even a figure like Zhu Jingji, the Minister of Justice, was only a strong person in a corner of Qingyun Prefecture. Put into the entire 9 phases realm, he was only a minor character. However, reality was the main theme. And even if the system possessed the ability to reverse the consequences, the road ahead was more important than the past. The paths traveled now are for the present moment, for the landscape beyond. With a not-so-peaceful mood, Lin Xuan went out of the Lin mansion and headed straight to the demon beheading division. A distant land, the pure lotus state. 99 gigantic red pillars of light fell from the dome of the sky and stood at the border of the pure lotus state, which was filled with a scarlet aura. The pillars of light were connected to each other, forming successive curtains of light that blocked the pure lotus state from the outside world. There are also areas of thinness and fragmentation that can be accessed by living beings. In the gaping hole in the light curtain, a scrawny teenager carried a corpse on his back as he walked slowly through the mud. "Grandpa, I will definitely save your life and will definitely avenge you." The teenager raised his eyebrows and looked at the blood-filled earth in front of him. His skinny body couldn't help but tremble. His face showed fear, but quickly became determined again. Following the gap in the curtain of light, he stepped onto the land of the pure lotus state. The scene in front of him changed, and what met the teenager's eyes was a large, lofty mountain. On top of the mountain, a huge blood lotus bloomed, demonic to the extreme. Blood lotus? There really is a blood lotus. The village gentleman said that those who set foot in the pure lotus state, if they could see the blood lotus, they could make an offering to the blood lotus and gain the power of a cultivator. Practitioners can do nothing. As long as he became a cultivator, he would be able to kill those bandits and save his grandfather. At the thought, the teenager dropped to both knees in reverent prayer. His head slammed hard into the muddy earth, smashing a small crater into the blood flowed in rivulets down his forehead, and the teenager clenched his teeth as his head knocked down hard again. Supreme Blood Lotus, please grant me power. Give me the power to defeat the bandits. Give me the power to save my grandfather's life. The teenager kept kowtowing and praying. His head was already a little dizzy and his vision was blurred. Vaguely, he saw a giant ape, which was actually taller than the lofty mountain peaks, holding a golden rod that poked into the clouds. "Your soul is pure. Good, good, good." The majestic voice of the giant ape exploded in the teenager's ears. "Your grandfather has been dead for many days and cannot be resurrected, but I can lend you the power of vengeance." The teenager's thin frame shook and wept, looked deeply at his grandfather's body, nodded his head vigorously and, "Please grant me the power of vengeance. I would give anything for it. I don't need you to pay anything." The giant ape said, "Go kill whoever you want and sacrifice their blood to me, at which time I will take back your power, and our deal is done." Fiery fire burned in the young man's eyes. "I will sacrifice the blood of the wicked to you. Go on." The giant ape snapped his fingers and poured a scarlet mana into the teenager. The young man kowtowed again, and after burying his grandfather's body in Jirenju, he left with a determined step. When the teenager was drifting away, the giant ape in the sky shifted and transformed into a 5-foot-long lean monkey. It's been 5,000 years. The seals are gradually dispersing. And monkey, I've finally made it to this day. Master Fa. You haven't visited me in 5,000 years. Are you still there? No matter what you have become, monkey, I will find you. Monkey, Pure Red Lotus. Chapter 79, Pure World Blood Lotus? The scourge that swept through Qingyun Prefecture. Yendu Demon Beheading Division. Lin Chuan lightly arrived at the place where Zhu Jingji, the head of the department, had his office. Lord C. I heard that the Demon Beheading Division has been busy lately due to the investigation of demonic cultivators. So I would like to make a small contribution and join my fellow officers in beheading demons and eliminating devils. Yo! Zhu Jingji raised an eyebrow. Did the sun come out of the west this day? Flirting with his mouth, Zhu Jingji's face was full of smiles without a hint of displeasure. With a slight perception, he was able to detect Lin Chuan's realm. How long has it been since I've seen you? And this kid has already crossed into the late stage of the fulfillment realm? This cultivation speed was beyond the reach of even the younger him. Lin Chuan kid is a bit crazy, but has the capital to be crazy. The matter of demonic cultivation does require a lot of manpower. It's good that you're here. Not only can you help, it's also a sharpening for yourself. Zhu Jingji pointed to the wooden table next to him, on which were volumes piled up into a small mountain. See more. This thing is getting worse, especially in the remote regions. It's already in chaos, and the Demon Beheading Division has used all of its manpower and enlisted 90% of the civilian demon eliminators. But it's still difficult to suppress it. Zhu Jingji's words made Lin Chuan's eyelids jump. Has it gotten this bad? When he chased after the female demonic cultivator who stole the baby some days ago, Lin Chuan hadn't yet paid too much attention to it, and just thought of it as an ordinary disturbance. I didn't realize that the developments would be so serious. Zhu Jingji sighed. It's not just the Yin dynasty that's in turmoil. Daqi and Nanzhao are both caught in the storm, and I've even heard that the demonic territories, led by the Yunmeng ancient forest, aren't too peaceful. Lin Chuan frowned, then he had to take care of this matter. Otherwise, it was likely to wreak havoc on the Lin house and her own sister. Dare I ask the Minister of Justice if this matter was caused by factors outside of Qing Yunzhou? Mostly. Zhu Jingji nodded. You should read the dossier first. It will be clear afterward. Good. Lin Chuan buried his head and flipped through the dossier. In the first case, a longtime laborer wiped out the family of a local wealthy man because of his unjustified deduction of poor money. In the second case, a woman chopped off the lifeblood of 19 young masters because of bullying. In the third case, a bakery vendor killed his wife and a rich eunuch for adultery, combined with a female demonic practitioner stealing a baby to save her own child. It's easy to see a similarity in these events. That is to say, the perpetrators of the rebellion are from a weak background, at least for the comparison victims. In the opinion of many cultivators, it was easier for the weak to fall into the devil's path because of the resentment in their hearts, and it was easy for them to lose themselves after obtaining greater power. The events recorded in the dossier. After these weaklings gained the power to take revenge, many of them turned the butcher's knife on innocent people because of their misanthropy. Others chose to turn themselves in or kill themselves. The last part of it disappeared even more without a trace. Clearly there is a big invisible hand behind the scenes driving everything. A demonic force from outside of the Qingyun prefecture. And most likely a mighty one who could do nothing about it even for the lord of the division. Zhu Jingji spoke in a deep voice. Lin kid. The dossier has also been read. Tell us your opinion. Lin Chuan pondered. Is this some great power trying to bring justice to the weak? Being a great power, how can one not understand the truth of the weak and the strong? If one is only standing up for the weak, such behavior is useless. Zhu Jingji shook his head. The great power behind this is trying to make living beings release their self-desire. It's more like sucking the killing emotions out of living beings through some sort of demonic method. To nourish itself with killing and blood? A thought surfaced in Lin Chuan's mind. Zhu Jingji said with a straight face. The Demon Beheading Division gathered some intelligence on their way to investigate. The power gained by the troublemakers came from the same source. And there were also troublemakers who turned themselves in who chose to confess. At first I thought it was a usual tactic used by demonic cultivators, lending power to the weak and making them sacrifice their souls or lives. It was later realized that the one behind the curtain was only bestowing power on these beings, not collecting it in return, and would even take it back from the troublemakers after they had completed their vengeance. So it seems that the purpose of the one behind the curtain is simple. He is trying to make the beings who are already desperate in their hearts and have the seeds of killing in their hearts to completely stimulate the desire to kill, and then to fulfill their revenge in a way other than the law. For ordinary beings, this is naturally a great joy, and they will feel that the oppressor deserves to die. But for the people who were caught in the wave of the scourge and died innocently and tragically, It was an absolute unmitigated disaster. To the government, to the imperial law, this is even more provocative. Each goes his own way. Each has his own reasons, and it's hard to deal with the state of affairs as it is. Xu Jingji rattled off a lot, his tone revealing helplessness. Instead, Lin Xuan had only 4 words in his head: pure blood lotus, Buddha's son, pure world, in the dream reincarnation. His reincarnated body unleashed a turmoil against the Buddhist sect with the help of the pure world blood lotus. The living beings of the entire world of the Buddha kingdom were lost under desire and opened up to endless killing until only he and the monkey were left. It ended with him assimilating the blood lotus and suppressing the monkey for 5,000 years. The expansion of desire is unimaginable, and when the whole world is swollen to the brim with desire, no one is left out of the loop. Compared to the insanity of Buddha's son's pure world, dream reincarnation, this is just the beginning. Monkey, is he still there? Compared to the scourge, Lin Xuan was more concerned about whether the monkeys were still around. So many times dream reincarnations have been mirrored in reality, and I am afraid that there will be no exceptions to the pure world of the Buddha's son, reincarnation. But he didn't know in which timeline the Buddha's son's pure world, reincarnation was in. Will the monkey, who has been crushed under that mountain for 5,000 years, survive? Or will the blood lotus devour his body and soul? Nothing is known. Lin boy, what are you gawking at? Xu Jingji's voice pulled Lin Xuan back from his thoughts. How do you think this matter should be handled? Lin Xuan spread his hands. Lord C, regarding the matter of ruling the country, I don't know anything about it. If I am allowed to do it, I will definitely kill when it's time to kill, rule when it's time to rule, and do whatever I stand for. You boy. Xu Jingji held his forehead. In terms of the ability to make peace, no one compares to you. There is no way to speak of right and wrong on the basis of a subjective sense of what is right or wrong in such matters. In terms of reasoning, that's each to their own. The only ones who don't make sense are the victims, but they're all dead. All right, pick a task to do. Xu Jingji did not let Lin Xuan continue to express his views. The strength is not enough to trace the source. Reasoning is useless. It takes a big fist to make sense. It's like the spirits before that. Originally, the law did not recognize the existence of the spirit race, nor did morality, but a single command from that mysterious demon supreme race set everything right. The existence of the spirit race has been justified ever since. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Lin Xuan picked a task. Then the late generation will take their leave. Xu Jingji nodded and barked. Be careful on the mission. The demon beheading division doesn't have a good reputation in the eyes of those people these days, and is even seen as an accomplice to the oppressors. Chapter 80. Did the demons eat your rice? The government protects the government and the people help the people. This has been true more often than not since the beginning of time. Lin Xuan received the dossier and left. Under the influence of the demonic cultivators, outside of Yin capital had become extremely chaotic, and the mission he had taken on was a county that was 1,000 miles away from Yin capital. If this was really because of the pure world blood lotus, then the chaos would expand at an even faster rate. Too many people have injustices on their minds. If everyone knew that there was that one way to fulfill their desires, their hearts would be rooted in it. Patience needs to be suppressed from moment to moment, but impulses need only a moment's rise. Lin Xuan had taken the mission, more than anything else, because he wanted to trace the roots, running all the way. In just half a day's time, he arrived outside the mission location, Whitewater County. When the night was dark and the wind was high, Lin Xuan was just about to enter the city when Tushan Jiajiao's soul rang out in his head. Husband, there are bad guys following you. Because she hadn't remodeled her physical body, Tushan Jiajiao was still hosted in Lin Xuan's body. Physical body remodeling was a troublesome task, and it was even harder to find a physical body that perfectly fit the soul. Most of all, compared to being physically independent, Tushan Jiajiao preferred to get tired of being in a nest with Lin Xuan. My whereabouts revealed? Lin Xuan was surprised. How could he have been followed when the only person who knew about the mission he took was Lord C? Sikong has no reason to harm him. Can you beat it? Lin Xuan asked. Jiajiao is naturally fine, but husband is difficult. Tushan Jiajiao's residual soul had been contained by the spirit clan for 3,000 years, and her own strength was not weak, so she still maintained her superb combat strength after her revival. Even without a physical body, he could still exert the battle power of the Saint Realm. They're coming. As Tushan Jiajiao's words fell, a figure stepped out from the night, carrying a large sword on his back and tattooing a flying fish pattern on his waist. 6 in total. It was actually a 6-striped demon-slaying envoy. The sixth stripe represented the cultivation level of the sixth realm of the 8 realms of cultivation, the heavenly harmony realm. In the demon beheading division, such a character is the existence of the status only after the secretary gone. The county governors from all over the world have to be respectful when they see it, so it can be said that the power of the heavens, as Lin Chuan thought about it, other than the secretary general, he rarely dealt with the rest of the demon beheading division. When did you mess with such a character? You actually managed to spot me. Worthy of being someone who carries a sword cultivator's inheritance. It really isn't simple. The visitor opened his mouth, his tone cold and with a strong killing intent. Lin Chuan asked, I have no grievances with your excellency. Why are you blocking me? You tell me. The visitor drew the greatsword from his back, and with his fingers together, he lightly wiped the spine of the sword, which emitted a buzzing sound that, I've been watching you for a long time. With the speed at which you broke through the realm, and the strength you showed during the mission, you must have obtained a true sword cultivator's inheritance. Hand over the inheritance to me, and you can die an easier death. I can also promise you that afterward, do not move the Lin house, as well as your sister Lin Yanyang who is in Yendu. Otherwise, Lin Chuan didn't realize that it was because the so-called sword cultivation inheritance was being targeted. He grinned, and the Cloud Heart Divine Sword was suddenly sheathed, pointing at the other party. The inheritance is here, but you don't have the life to take it, so I'll discipline you on behalf of Lord C. Big talk. The visitor snorted. Don't say that your kid is not qualified to say this. When I seize the inheritance, that pedantic old man Zhu Jingji will also have to die. He corrupted the Yan dynasty and delayed the demon beheading division for a long time, so it's been a long time coming. Dynastic disputes. Lin Chuan has long been accustomed to. You should be the secretary often said that Pei Yenching it. Secretary's evaluation of you is to rule 1,000 people have more than rule 10,000 people incompetent. At that moment, Tushan Jiaojiu reminded, husband, his body hides a special aura, similar to the red seed you carry, so that's how it is. Lin Chuan drifted off. Even the top echelons of the demon beheading division had been affected by the pure red lotus, so it was no wonder that the entire Great Yan dynasty was in a state of chaos. It is difficult for any being to resist temptation when desire is catalyzed. In the dynastic dispute, each faction had its own philosophy, and this senior member of the demon beheading division in front of him was obviously not recognizing Zhu Jingji's philosophy, and presumptuously wanted to overthrow it, just in time to take you for sword practice. Having stepped into the degenerate realm for some time, Lin Chuan felt self-conscious that he could use the prototype of Sword 23, and this style of soul sword was an absolute killing move. It was better than the burning silence sword technique, which needed to be augmented by a foreign fire. As the words fell, Lin Chuan took the lead in launching his attack. Pei Yenching narrowed his eyes slightly, not daring to underestimate. A cultivator 2 realms lower than him dared to take the initiative to attack. Surely he was hiding an undercard. In a trance, he saw a 9-tailed fox woman with smiling eyes floating out behind Lin Chuan. Pust! Pei Yenching's pressure suddenly skyrocketed. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. His body was as if he was being pressed down by a huge mountain, and his soul was bound, and he was able to exert less than 1 out of 10 strengths. You! Pei Yenching's face flushed red. How dare he collude with the demon race? Tushan Jiaojia cursed in exasperation. Humph! What's wrong with the demon race? What's wrong with the demon race? My husband and I are not colluding. We are in true love. Disgusting. Pei Yenching dragged his heavy body and swung his sword towards Lin Chuan to kill him, but his strength was severely suppressed, and he was only in the middle of the pack with Lin Chuan. Dozens of strokes, but also gradually fell into the wind. To him, this was undoubtedly a disgrace, being forced to become a chaperone for a junior of the dematerialization realm, and not being able to beat him. No wonder it is said that there is no true sword cultivator inheritance in Qingyun Prefecture. The gap is indeed far. Lin Chuan thoughtfully, Jiao, relax his strength to the peak of the degenerate realm. In the same realm, Lin Chuan was already invincible, and the only way to find pressure was to cross the ranks. The sword-like flew. The exchange of hands was another 10 moves or so. Not enough. Lin Chuan shook his head. Jiao, have him elevated to the divine spirit realm. It was still so far from using Sword 23 that it fell short of the intention. The intensity was not enough. Pei Yenching was going crazy. After so many years of scheming, it was hard to find an opportunity, but he had become a stepping stone for a junior. His eyes were scarlet as he roared. Blood Lotus, the supreme Blood Lotus, please give me power. Blood chi gushed out from Pei Yenching's body. Not far away in the sky, an illusory blood-colored lotus slowly blossomed. and arcane scarlet power surged this way. Is it really the pure blood lotus? Lin Xuan was not surprised but pleased. Buddha's Sun Pure World, in the cycle of reincarnation. The lotus of purity can only give birth to one in an age. This is certainly not the case with the rules of the nine-phase realm. With the seed of the pure world blood lotus in his hand, Lin Xuan could be said to have grasped the root of the blood lotus, and the power of the blood lotus was nothing more than a piece of sustenance to him. Pei Yanqing didn't notice Lin Xuan's change in expression and went straight for the scarlet power descending from the blood lotus. At the same time, Lin Xuan's sword intent was gathered to the extreme, and his spiritual sense poured out in a flash, merging into his sword intent. Sword intent molding. As if the out-of-body soul, the physical body is in place, but the sword soul is killed in front of Pei Yanqing. A sword violently stabbed into the heart of Pei Yanqing's eyebrow. Pei Yanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. The scarlet power drifted past him, encircling Lin Xuan's arm, meek as if it were serving its master. How is that possible? You're the master behind the blood lotus? Chapter 81, The fire cannot be burned out, but the wind blows again. With an unsettling obsession, Pei Yanqing's vitality dissipated and his body smashed to the ground with a thud. Finally, a kill move that works. Lin Xuan was in a good mood. Otherwise, the burning silent sword technique wouldn't be able to be empowered by the foreign fire, and the burial spirit domain couldn't be used due to the constraints of the bloodline and realm. The only thing that could be relied upon was Sword 23. Sheathing his sword, Lin Xuan looked down at the scarlet power surrounding his arm and without thinking, took out the pure blood lotus seed. The scarlet power was like a tired bird that had found its way back to its nest, scrambling to burrow into the seed. Within a few moments, the seed swells and breaks apart, and a tender seedling grows. Now I'm really behind this? Lin Xuan was stunned. These scarlet forces were supposed to be sacrificed to another blood lotus, but now they had fallen into his hands. Sort of cut him off. Does that blood lotus that started the scourge have anything to do with monkeys after all? If it wasn't relevant, he would undoubtedly cause a huge problem if he cut it off like that. If it is relevant, where is the monkey now? And do you remember the past? With all sorts of thoughts in mind, Lin Xuan stepped into the city of Whitewater County. Something was tugging at him in the underworld, and it should be related to the pure blood lotus. According to Lin Xuan's knowledge of the pure blood lotus, that thing would normally radiate a state's worth of land at most, unless it evolved again. Buddha's Sun's pure world, in the cycle of reincarnation. The rules of heaven and earth of the Buddha's kingdom necessarily limit the evolution of the lotus of pure world. The lotus of purification in the 9 phases of reality realm can still push the limits. Following the guide, Lin Xuan arrived in a dilapidated mansion. Pushing open the door, what came into view were several kneeling ragamuffins, old men, women, and children. A few people glanced at Lin Xuan without any unnecessary reaction, turning their heads once again and making a pilgrimage to a dry well. Above the dry well, a blood lotus flower was suspended. Upon further inspection, it was just a petal. The few people kneeling on the ground were telling their encounters. None of them wanted to borrow the power of the blood lotus to solve their afflictions, and were even willing to give their lives for it. When ordinary people face the oppression of the powerful, they don't even have the ability to raise their kitchen knives to die with them, so they can only grovel and live on. The pure blood lotus gave them a chance to swing their swords. I'll be the butcher. They're the cows and sheep. Lin Xuan was curious. Just how far has the blood lotus behind the curtain evolved? Just a single petal could send the entire Whitewater County into a frenzy. And even Pei Yanqing of the Heavenly Harmony realm was able to gain power from it. From this blood lotus definitely far surpassed the one in the Buddha's Sun's pure world cycle. In the middle of his thoughts, the blood lotus released bursts of scarlet power that fell into those few praying people. Supreme blood lotus, thank you. Those who were given the gift cowed out and thanked. As humble as ants. Those who were killed, too, had towered over them and treated them as ants. Lin Xuan didn't stop these people and let them leave. There were still quite a few demon beheading ambassadors in the city who would take care of these matters. He's targeting the source. When everyone had left, Lin Xuan came to the withered well, reached out and grabbed the petal into his hand. The power in the petals was soon absorbed by the blood lotus seed as much as it could be, and then withered. A few moments later, Lin Xuan felt a difference in his body. His fleshly strength solidified, his blood boiled, and his tendons and bones itched. Boom! A wave of air burst out with it. Lin Xuan clenched his fists. Surprisingly, he broke through just like that. As the owner of the pure blood lotus, Lin Xuan received feedback and his realm once again crossed a small step, stepping into the peak of the degenerate realm. No wonder the desires of the gifted grow more and more inflated. The power comes so easily. Lin Xuan lamented. It's a good thing he won't be inflated, because he would have been open himself. I had thought that cultivating to the divine spirit realm would take some more energy, but now it seemed that the time could be shortened quite a bit. By stepping into the divine prana realm early, one could re-enter the dream realm reincarnation at an early date. The newly developed reincarnation interaction feature made him quite excited. For the next few days, Lin Chuan chose to stay inside the Whitewater County Yamen and wait to see what would happen. For one thing, he wanted to see if the great powers behind the scenes would continue to scatter petals here after the petals of the pure world blood lotus were taken away. Secondly, he wanted to see where the people who had already fused the power of the blood lotus would go with the power of killing that they had sacrificed after fulfilling their long-cherished wishes. Time flies. The next morning, Lin Chuan, who was meditating and practicing, was disturbed by the sound of drumming coming from in front of the government office. The majestic voice gusted. "My humble servant, Chen Datsai, is slaughtering the family of Sun Wudu, the bully of Baishui County, today to pay tribute to my wife, Zhao, and my daughter, Chen Xiaoxiao. In heaven, murder pays for murder, and the little people are willing to die for their sins. I only hope that in the Whitewater County in the future, there will be good officials to seek justice for the people." Hearing the voice, Lin Chuan quickly walked to the front of the court, only to see a stout man with a simple face kneeling in front of the court. The ground was full of blood, and the source of the blood flow was a few heads with hideous expressions. Ugh, sure enough it's happening again. It's getting messy. The Whitewater sheriff shook his head inside. This is how the Yen dynasty's ethos is supposed to be, and the rule of the world is that the weak are the strong. Wouldn't it be a mess if some blood lotus suddenly appeared and gave the weak the power to resist the strong? Remand. The Whitewater sheriff waved his hand and told the magistrates to take Chen Datsai away to await interrogation. "Sheriff, what is this person's reason for killing?" Lin Chuan asked. "Ha!" the Whitewater sheriff said helplessly. "It's still not those stale matters. Sun Wudu forcibly married Chen Datsai's daughter, and still not overjoyed, he turned around and commandeered someone else's mother-in-law. It wasn't long before the two women hung together in the Sun family room. It's been almost half a year since the incident, and it didn't break out until now. The chaos of the blood lotus is far more than that. How many people are waiting for revenge? That would be a deserved death." Lin Chuan said and turned to leave. Worthy of being a demon chopper envoy. It's all about getting away with it and being able to speak freely. The Baishui County sheriff spat out in dissatisfaction. Being in a local area, the power of the lineage is deeply rooted, and those who are officials have to work step by step as well. Lin Chuan was already far away. Over the course of the next day, 3 more people came to surrender. It was evident that most of the troublemakers were honest people who, having gotten their wish, no longer had much of a will to survive. Like that Chen Datsai, it was not at all like carrying the heaviness of death, but more like being relieved of a heavy burden. At night, Lin Chuan was practicing when that meditative tug resurfaced in his mind. Appeared again? Lin Chuan stood up suddenly, came to his senses, and followed the guidelines to leave the courthouse and come to a dilapidated alley. In the alley, there was another man kneeling. In front of him was a tiny blood lotus flower suspended in the air. Infinity? Lin Chuan had a premonition that the blood lotus that had triggered this series of events had evolved to the point of near immortality. Perhaps as long as the killing power is not exhausted, it can wind up like wildfire where it has left its mark. If that was true, the only way to resolve the matter was to find the source. It was at this moment that Tushan Jiaojiao opened her mouth and, "Jiao Jiao has a method that can solve your husband's problems." Chapter 82, The years have been long. She's playing a big game. Jiao Jiao has a method that can solve your husband's problems. What way? A wildfire cannot be eliminated, but it grows again in the spring. The pure world blood lotus that triggered this had evolved to the point of immortality, following the desire to kill and never ending. Other than cutting off the root cause, Lin Chuan couldn't think of any other way to stop it. Husband entered the game with his body and became the new controller. And no matter how strong that blood lotus behind the scenes is, it's just a rootless lotus in the celebration cloud state. It can't fight husband. Tushan Jiaojia laughed. For husband, this method can both stabilize Qingyun Prefecture and strengthen himself. So it can be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But it has a flaw. Lin Chuan mused. In case it can't be controlled, Qingyun Prefecture will be in chaos and go completely insane. Tushan Jiaojia said quietly. Husband can't grasp it. There are still so many matrons to help. That beautiful witch sister will help husband to cover the bottom. Makes sense. Lin Chuan took a deep breath. It can only be done. Anymore. There was a reincarnation reflection card in his hand. Enough to deal with sudden situations. Lin Chuan also wanted to quickly ascend to the divine prana realm and subsequently open a higher level dream reincarnation. Spreading out his palm, the pure blood lotus grew out of the blood mist. The sustenance of the white lotus of the pure world is merit and virtue and qi, while the sustenance of the blood lotus of the pure world is the desire to kill that is offered by all beings. Husband, let me help you. Tushan Jiajiu's soul power was able to keep Lin Chuan clear at all times and free from evil influence. With Jiajiu and Yangzi's reinforcement, Lin Chuan's spiritual sense merged into the shoots of the pure world blood lotus, centering on himself and spreading rapidly towards the entire Whitewater County. Closing his eyes, the blood lotus domain was like a boundless ocean of floating white mist. Occasional scarlet dots in the white mist. That was the power of another pure blood lotus. They were all pure world blood lotus, coming from the same source, and now that Whitewater County was Lin Chuan's domain, he was naturally able to assimilate and fuse the power of the other blood lotus scattered here. A few hours later, the power of the blood lotus in Whitewater County was under Lin Chuan's control. Phew! Lin Chuan took a long breath. So far, the problem of Whitewater County was considered solved for the time being, and a new problem appeared. Just by controlling a Whitewater County, the pure world blood lotus had become very manic, vaguely affecting the mind. It would be more than 10,000 times tougher to assimilate the entire Qingyun state. Husband, with Jiao Jiao here, the tiny blood lotus can't affect you. Tushan Jiajiu understood Lin Chuan's concern. You go ahead and break the realm. Leave the rest to me. The power that the blood lotus feeds back to its owner expands the negativity, and the more power it sucks in, the greater the negativity will become. Soul communion. Lin Chuan had unconditional trust in Tushan Jiajiu since, with the power of the blood lotus feedback, Lin Chuan sat in meditation and began to impact the divine spirit realm. Jurenju. The monkey sits on the hill, one hand holding a stick on the ground, the other holding a pestle to his chin, his eyes gazing into the distance. Bored. When are we going to get out of here? I'm really fed up with this. 5,000 years. 5,000 whole years. Master Fa. My master. Do you know how monkey I have lived these 5,000 years? If it weren't for that woman, it wouldn't have taken me 1,000 years to break the seal. 5,000 years ago, Master Fa departed, and he was suppressed by the blood lotus, which fused the killing power of the entire world. During the days of being suppressed, his realm increased with each passing day. The soul hovers around the borderline between insanity and sobriety, at times as murderous as life, at others as calm as water. Looking back, he wondered how he had gotten through those days. Originally, he thought that when his own power surpassed the original master of the law, he would be able to break the seal and regain his freedom. Until the day he met a woman. The woman descended on top of the mountain, and with a single point of her hand, she conjured up 99 pillars of light through the heavens, strengthening the seal left behind by Master Fa to an extremely terrifying degree. You still need to sharpen until you truly achieve a clear mind that won't be affected by the power of the pure world blood lotus. At that point, you'll be able to get out of here and go to whoever you want. Originally, Monkey had a grudge against women until later, when he gradually discovered the truth about the world of cages. The Buddha kingdom is gone. The integration into this side of the great world should be due to that mysterious woman. Right? That woman seems to be very close to the lawgiver. From the clues, the monkey deduced some intelligence. If he had remained deep within the caged world of the Buddha kingdom, he would likely have been victimized by the heavenly Buddha, and the woman had saved his life by laying down the seal instead. Monkey also realized that his own ability to adapt and integrate the full-bodied pure world blood lotus was also dependent on the woman's seal for assistance. She's playing a very big game. What exactly is the relationship between that woman and Master Fa? What is the origin of the Master of Law as the sole surveyor of the cage world? In the midst of his contemplation, the monkey suddenly sensed something. The blood lotus power was partially devoured? Nowadays, the monkey had completely fused with the evolved blood lotus, and he was able to sense any changes in the blood lotus. There were only two possibilities for the blood lotus power to be devoured. For one thing, there were great powers who wore out the power of the blood lotus with superb means. If that kind of powerhouse wanted to find trouble, they could easily trace their roots back to the pure lotus state. The second is more likely. A new blood lotus was born, assimilating and absorbing the power of this blood lotus of his. Through the information he had gathered over the years, Monkey also knew the immensity of the 9 phases realm, and that the Buddhist cage world was merely a corner of the 9 phases realm. It wasn't strange for such a huge world to give birth to a second blood lotus. Dare to intercept Monkey my chance. When Monkey I go out, I won't be able to beat you. The opportunity was cut off and the monkey was upset. In the spirit of Master Fa's spiritual inheritance, The monkey spread the power of the pure blood lotus for only one reason: kill to stop killing and blood to stop bleeding. When there are many injustices in the world, problems are solved with forces outside the rules. In the land of men, I should be honored as a cynical hero for doing so. In the demon realm, monkey, I helped them so much that it's not too much to ask the demons to call me grandpa. Treating the human race and the demon race, the monkeys set different rules. When helping the human race, he only helped the weak who were bullied and suffering. When it came to helping the demons, he could help anyone as long as those demons were willing to suffer the price of being lost. As for what the world has developed into, it has nothing to do with monkeys anymore. The desire of living beings is the original sin. My monkey will be the ancestor of a religion from now on. The monkeys were content with their idea of, when I get out, I'll give it a name, and I'll call it the Pure World Sect. Chapter 83, Reincarnation Linkage. Dream Seed, Whitewater County. On the 7th day of the retreat, Lin Chuan had a sensation in his body, and his flesh and organs, meridians, bones and blood resonated, reaching an amazing degree of fit. The extreme of physical fitness was as if the soul had been sublimated. The divine spirit realm is a metamorphosis of the soul. In the center of the sea of consciousness, a diamond-shaped crystal slowly coalesced, and its birth caused the strength of the sea of consciousness to rise. A living being's mental power was limited, and before the divine prana realm, it was difficult to achieve true single-mindedness. The birth of the divine spirit will change this state of affairs. Battles, meditation, enlightenment, sharpening skills, all sorts of cultivation. After stepping into the divine prana realm, the efficiency would be greatly improved. For cultivators, this is the beginning of detachment from the mortal state and true full contact with heaven and earth, a milestone on the path of individual cultivation. To Lin Chuan, the divine spirit realm had another, more important role. Upon arriving at this realm, he was able to open up the dream reincarnation to free interaction. One's control over the pure blood lotus had also increased drastically. The unrest in Whitewater County has been temporarily quelled. In the next period of time, Lin Chuan and Tushan Jiajia travel throughout the Great Yin Dynasty again, stabilizing the situation of constant killing. As for outside of the Yin Dynasty, they couldn't care less for the time being. Lin Chuan's realm had also completely stabilized during this time. A month later, back in Yendu, Lin Chuan came to the Demon Beheading Division to report his duties to Sigong. Sigong, the problem of the demonic cultivators has been resolved for the time being, so I will go back to rest first. Zhu Jingji gave Lin Chuan a meaningful look and nodded with a smile. Well, go ahead. When Lin Chuan left, Zhu Jingji also got up and hurried towards the palace. Within a short time, they arrived at the palace where Emperor Yan resided. These days, Zhu Jingji was paying attention to the intelligence of the demonic cultivator rebellion every day. The big hand behind the curtain is pushing the treacherous clouds. It should have been a great turmoil sweeping the world. He has prepared for the worst. The turmoil in the Yin Dynasty, however, came to an abrupt end, and the turmoil outside of the Yin Dynasty continued and intensified. Zhu Jingji naturally knew who the central figure was in getting the Yin Dynasty out of turmoil. It was that Lin kid who only knew how to sleep. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, it should be the big shot behind Lin Chuan. Reasoning out the causes and consequences, Zhu Jingji did not dare to have any slack. Immediately came to the palace and reported the causes and consequences to Emperor Yan. Got it. In the face of Zhu Jingji's gushing exposition, Yan Huang waved his hand indifferently. Don't make a noise about this matter. Take the credit yourself. Zhu Jingji arched his hand and lowered his eyebrows. Emperor Yan, Lin Chuan deserves a lot of credit for calming the unrest, and I don't dare to take advantage of others. Emperor Yan frowned. Standing in the emperor's point of view, he looked at Zhu Jingji as being satisfied everywhere he looked. Just too upright in certain things. There's no such thing as credit. The entire Great Yin Dynasty was created by the old ancestor to play along with old ancestor Lin Chuan. If it wasn't for the rules set by the old ancestor, he wouldn't want to be this emperor. Staying in a small continent with a barren aura would be a mistake for his future. The world thought that he had won from the battle for the throne and was a capable emperor of his generation. Unbeknownst to the Yin family, the most vegetable one is the emperor. Ahem. Yan Huang was eager to state the truth. But once he thought of old ancestor Lin Chuan's instructions, he still held back and casually found a reason to explain. Lin Chuan, as a genius sword cultivator, is the future of my Yin dynasty. It is absolutely impossible to let him be in the limelight and be envied. I see. Only after receiving Emperor Yan's order did Zhu Jingji breathe a sigh of relief and retired to leave. After a long time, Yan Huang's eyes burned as he looked out of the hall. The old ancestor is an old ancestor after all. and even if he retraces his path of cultivation, he will still be of unparalleled elegance. If it wasn't for old ancestor Lin Xuan's intervention, he really wouldn't have been able to quell this scourge. Lin Xuan Laozu is here. The great Yan dynasty is at peace. Lin House. After returning home, Lin Xuan looked for his sister Lin Yangyang at the first opportunity. The reincarnation of a great power, right? Let me see what kind of power you really are this time. Lin Xuan wanted to experience multiple people linking into the dream reincarnation. The best choice was naturally Mo Sanyu, Yun Ziyi, and Tushan Zhijiao's three ladies, but due to the violent temper of the demon mother, she had to settle for the second best. Looking for sister Lin Yangyang and maid Greenbud, Lin Xuan was still curious about his sister's past life. As for Greenbud, after being a maid for 99 lifetimes, she was stupid and dull, and was probably a little nerd in whichever reincarnation she was in. For so many days, Lin Xuan had gained quite a few dream points through events such as changing his daughter, Xiao Rumeng's reality and resurrecting the Jiao Jiao lady. Finally accumulated 550,000 points. The advanced metaphysical world word purchase required 500,000 points, which was the first requirement for opening the higher dream reincarnation. The dream reincarnation linkage opens on the condition of having been in the same reincarnation, which requires no extra points, but will limit word shopping. So far, Lin Xuan still hadn't figured out the exact relationship between dream reincarnation and reality. Are the events in reincarnation an established reality or a special time and space world that can be altered and reversed? Judging from the ability to turn on both word shopping and free interaction, he was favoring the latter. Being in the real world, he is able to change the past through dream reincarnation. As for the dream reincarnation of the future world, he hadn't come across it. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. At the dinner table, Lin Xuan and Lin Yangyang sat next to each other, and after receiving feedback from the Red Lotus of the pure world, his cultivation once again overpowered his sister. Nowadays, Lin Yangyang was still at the peak of the degenerate realm, while he had already stepped into the divine spirit realm. Sister, how is the business of the merchant house these days? Smooth. Smooth beyond description. Lin Yangyang elegantly savored the food and said with a smile, thanks to your position in the demon beheading division, the position of the Lin clan's merchant house has risen. In just a few months' time, apart from the underpinnings, our merchant bank is able to compete with those long-established merchant banks that have been passed down for hundreds of years in terms of fame. The family business is getting bigger and bigger. The cultivation has not been delayed, and the little brother has a bright future. Lin Yangyang feels that life is so wonderful. Lin Xuan laughed in agreement. Our Lin family's ancestral tomb is considered to be smoking. After he said that, he held Lin Yangyang's arms, set his body right over to himself, and the two of them looked at each other with their eyes facing each other. Sis, look at me. What's different today? What's different? A slight color of surprise flashed under Lin Yangyang's eyes. At that moment just now, she seemed to see her little brother's pupils turn into layers of swirls. Was it an illusion? Probably. Looked at half a day. Lin Yangyang cannot see special. Nothing different. Okay. Lin Xuan's purpose had been accomplished. A system prompt went off in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the dream seed planting. Planting target, Lin Yangyang. You have fulfilled the basic conditions for opening the dream reincarnation linkage with Lin Yangyang. Chapter 84, Higher Reincarnation. A new experience. It worked. According to the system's elaboration, the next time the dream reincarnation was opened, the target that had already planted the dream seed could be picked to enter the dream reincarnation together. Lin Xuan jumped at the chance. The system prompt came again. Detected that the host's cultivation has reached the divine spirit realm, and your main consciousness can influence the direction of the dream cycle. During a dream round, your primary consciousness may participate in a limited number of major event interactions, as well as an unlimited number of Nissan event interactions. The current number of times you can actively participate in major event interactions is 3. With regard to the linkage rotation note, in the real world, when the linkage target is in a state of daily activity, its dream reincarnation body will be in the corresponding hanging state. In the real world, when a linked target is in a state of sleep meditation, the target's subconscious mind influences the direction of its dream reincarnation body. Please note that the target who has been planted with a dream seed will retain some of the memories from the dream cycle after experiencing the dream cycle. Please be civilized and careful with your words and actions. Hayakawa? Dog system. Don't spit blood. Lin Xuan probably understood the linkage rules of the dream reincarnation. After the linked target enters the dream reincarnation, it will still be able to move freely in reality, but its subconscious will influence the corresponding reincarnation body of the dream reincarnation. Most importantly, linkage targets will retain some of their memories at the end of the dream round. In this way, there is hope for the reconciliation of the three ladies. After eating, Lin Chuan returned to his room, and incidentally called the maid, Green Bud, to his room with him. After the master and servant looked at each other, a prompt came from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the dream seed planting. Planting target, green buds. You have fulfilled the basic conditions for opening the dream reincarnation linkage with green shoots. Well, there you go. Lin Chuan waved his hand, letting Green Bud retreat, and then thought of something else, and instructed, by the way, if you feel tired lately, you can rest more. The Green Bud's body was stunned, stayed in place, eyes all of a sudden red, as if by the great aggrieved. Young master, is this day finally coming? I blame Green Bud for being useless. What are you talking about? Lin Chuan froze. Why did this girl start babbling? Bean-sized teardrops rolled down Green Bud's cheeks with a wail. And, young master, Green Bud understands. Nowadays the Lin family is growing. High officials, nobles, and royal relatives are all polite and respectful to the Lin family. How many people want to be your young master's maid? They are all prettier than slave girl. Their bodies are better than slave girl. And their family backgrounds are not comparable to slave girls. While slave girl is just a stupid maid who can't do anything well. It's the slave girl's fault for being useless and not being able to stay by young master's side in the future. This retreat of the slave girl is a generation. Stop. Stop. Lin Chuan hastily reached out and stopped Green Bud's lyricism. Until then, he had thought that Green Bud was a worldly, carefree and stupid girl. So this girl would also be anxious? Who said anything about kicking you out? Lin Chuan smiled and comforted. Don't think too much. As long as this young master is around for a day, there won't be a single bite of food less for you. Green Bud. Really? Really? Green Bud wiped her tears and looked at Lin Chuan seriously. Lin Chuan said, if I really wanted to drive you away, I would have let you go a long time ago. You have served me since you were a child and grew up in the Lin Mansion. The Lin Mansion is your home. You are not allowed to think nonsense. Only then did Green Bud break into a smile. Thank you, young master. Young master is so nice. Go go go. Lin Chuan waved his hand, and had to say that this girl was indeed dumb enough. After Green Sprout left, Lin Chuan laid down on his bed and started shopping for dream words. Not many options were left to him, as many words were restricted from being shopped when he entered linkage mode. Lin Chuan didn't have many points left. After purchasing the single phrase, Advanced Metaphysical World, there were only 50,000 points left, and there are very few phrases available for purchase that have a completely positive effect. And the ones you can buy with 50,000 points are those that have a two-sided effect. Shy of the bag. Lin Chuan carefully selected and finally chose a phrase called, One Thought of God and Demon. The positive effect of the word, ikimoku, is, you have an extraordinary talent, a unique existence among many geniuses, and can practice any school of Gong Fu aptitude and adapt to any attribute of weapons. Negative effects are, you have difficulty controlling your own emotions and it is easy for you to make irrational decisions. And your every move may affect the direction of your life. Lin Chuan understood the importance of talent-type words in the dream reincarnation, especially in the higher metaphysical world, where not having talent was pure torture. He didn't want to go through the scene of being infinitely abused like perfect female demon sovereign again. As for being emotionally unstable, it doesn't matter much. It's all a dream, so of course it's most important that you get high. Sleepy, Lin Chuan lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. A new dream cycle is about to open. This dream reincarnation is a multiplayer linked dream, and the members involved in the linkage are Lin Yang Yang, Green Shoots. At the end of the dream round, members participating in the linkage will retain some of their memories. In the year 3700 of the Ninth Bloodcoat era, you were born in a world called the Bloodcoat Starfield. You come from an illustrious family, a renowned heavenly demon family in the Bloodcoat Starfield. Your old ancestor is one of the 12 heavenly demons of the blood-coated star realm, a supreme powerhouse at the top of the star realm. The blood-coated star domain is a world that carries the law of the weak and the strong to the extreme, where strength is the only thing. There are no laws here, no rules, and killing permeates the world. As a descendant of the bloodline of the heavenly demon family, you also need to prove yourself with the ability to kill and compete with other family descendants for cultivation resources. When you were 3 years old, the family competition mode opened up. You and your family's contemporaries have all been taken away from your parents and raised under the unified management of the family. This is your first competition with your family peers, and the winner is able to pick a maid to serve him or her. Being in a big family, a maid is nothing. But in the brutal environment of the competitive model, having a personal maid to serve you is a symbol of status and strength. You and 1,008 of your family peers are placed in a huge multi-story octagonal cage, 9 to a group, with the winner moving on to the next level. You are all only 3 years old, but your parents at home have long been training you in extraordinary ways just so you can stand out in the family competition. You, who possess the one-thought divine demon talent, were far ahead of children of your age at the age of 3, and you easily defeated 8 other children. Coming to the next level, it remains the same. You punch little boys, kick little girls, and show off your masculinity. After 7 days, you successfully entered the final round. There are 11 people in the final round, all of them evil kids, all of them who have killed their way out of the octagon just like you. Daily interaction mode is on. Please ask the host to choose the interaction behavior. 1. I'm going to hit 10. 2. Drawing together forces for joint operations. Lin Xuan's main consciousness froze. What the hell do you call this daily interaction? How vicious do I have to be in this life to make this kind of thing an everyday occurrence? That's got to be 10 to 1. Selection complete. You thrashed 10 3-year-olds your own age, and you won the first family competition. Congratulations on unlocking the Dream Reincarnation's daily event achievement, Solo Battle of the Babies. You are rewarded with the freedom to choose your personal maid.